Today starts right now.
Thanks for being up early with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And good morning. Good to have you here. I'm Jessica Layton. The Kremlin has announced Monday that President Vladimir Putin has invited North Korean leader Kim Jong-un to Russia. Now, Kim was confirmed to have left his home country aboard his private, heavily fortified train late Sunday for what will be his second known visit to Russia. The two powerful leaders are expected to continue discussions over Russia's war in Ukraine and the potential sale of arms between the two nations. Those negotiations began during a meeting over the summer. Analysts say North Korea has a huge supply of weapons that could be used to replenish a depleted Russian military. On Monday, the U.S. urged North Korea to not provide those weapons to Russia, citing public commitments that the North has previously given. Meanwhile, President Biden is taking action to bring 5 American prisoners home from Iran. Proposed earlier this year, the exchange involves granting Tehran access to $6 billion in oil revenue that had been blocked by U.S. sanctions. The State Department told Congress it was preparing for this action on Monday. These 5 U.S. citizens have been detained in Iran for years now on espionage charges that human rights groups have said have no foundation. The White House said that the deal will also include the release of 5 Iranian nationals who have been detained in the U.S.
The latest waves of gun violence are prompting one Democratic governor to take action in her state. But her proposals have faced immediate backlash from both sides of the aisle, accusing her of violating the Constitution. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. Lay out for us what these proposals out of New Mexico entail.
Good morning, Francis. Well, last Friday, New Mexico's governor announced a 30-day ban on open and concealed carry of firearms in Bernalillo County, which includes Albuquerque, the state's largest city. Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham said the ban, which will be enforced by the police and carry fines, was intended to curb gun violence and illegal drug use. According to data from the Albuquerque police, the city has seen 76 homicides from the beginning of the year to last Friday. The governor had previously declared a public health emergency over gun violence after the killing of an 11-year-old boy last Wednesday. Since announcing the ban, Lujan Grisham has received criticism from both parties, saying it's a violation of Second Amendment rights. Here's what the Democratic sheriff of Bernalillo County had to say.
While I understand the urgency, the temporary ban challenges the foundations of our Constitution, but most importantly, it is unconstitutional. My oath was to protect the Constitution, and that is what I will do.
Lujan Grisham responded to the sheriff saying she doesn't need a lecture on constitutionality and referenced numerous other actions she's taken on gun violence in the state. Meanwhile, some New Mexico Republicans are calling for the governor's removal over her actions. In response to a post from ex-owner Elon Musk, state representatives Stephanie Lord and John Block said they will move to impeach Lujan Grisham for these bans. Lujan Grisham has maintained that she has jurisdiction over the state's carry laws. Francis?
Bree, thank you.
Attorneys for former President Donald Trump have filed to dismiss the charges that he's facing in the Georgia elections case. In their filings, Trump's legal team adopted arguments made by some of his 18 co-defendants in the case, including former attorneys Kenneth Chesebro and Rudy Giuliani, all in attempts to dismiss their own charges. Now, Trump faces 13 of the counts in this 41-count indictment, accusing him of violating Georgia's racketeering laws in alleged attempts to overturn the results of the 2020 election in that state. All defendants in this case have pleaded not guilty.
Now to the latest in the hunt for an escaped killer, Danilo Cavalcante. While police appear to have narrowed down his location, they are warning of his continued evasion of authorities as he heads deeper into the dense wooded areas. Officials are now saying that the search for Cavalcante has entered what they call the long game. NBC's George Solis has more.
Authorities revealing the manhunt for Danilo Cavalcante, contained to one park just days ago, is now wide open.
Unfortunately, we don't have a containment area right now, so that's another, another concern and another challenge.
Over the weekend, the elusive Cavalcante somehow escaped that park, sneaking past 400 members of law enforcement, stealing this van, abandoning it, and vanishing once again. Authorities now say Cavalcante's sister has been detained by immigration officials, but would not say if she's helped her brother.
She has failed to cooperate, and so there was no value in law enforcement keeping her here at this point.
Police are warning against anyone assisting him.
We will prosecute you fully for those actions.
Franco Rosa used to live with Cavalcante. What was he like as a roommate?
Super quiet guy, really shy, wouldn't talk much, he wouldn't start a conversation.
They were roommates until Cavalcante moved out the day before he murdered his ex-girlfriend in 2021. Has he made any attempt to reach out to you?
No, nothing at all. And I hope he won't do it, and if he does, I'll call the police right away.
But he has reached out to others. This is Cavalcante on a doorbell camera on Saturday night, trying to contact a former co-worker. His image drastically changed from when he escaped prison, now clean-shaven. Authorities now say the search is entering the, quote, long game, but they believe Cavalcante is only growing more desperate.
The more resources, the more tools we bring to bear, we will ultimately capture him. He doesn't have what he needs to last long term.
Authorities saying they not only believe Cavalcante is still in Pennsylvania, but right here in Chester County. They're urging the public to familiarize themselves with what they look like to help capture the fugitive. Back to you.
George, thank you. Now to Morocco, where the death toll after Friday's earthquake keeps climbing. More than 2,800 people are now confirmed dead after the 6.8 magnitude quake. And the window for finding survivors in the rubble is closing fast. For the latest, let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Chapman Bell, who's following the story for us. Chapman, good morning. What's the latest on the rescue and recovery in Morocco?
Hey guys, well, the race is on to rescue people still, and as you know, there always remains hope, but there is also the time when a rescue effort goes to recovery, and as this earthquake happened late on Friday evening there are worries that the hope of finding survivors may dwindle. Now, the city of Marrakesh was affected, but much of the damage was in the high Atlas Mountains, the epicenter of the quake, leaving villages in these mountainous regions crumbled. And already they were isolated, but many of these villages are now cut off with debris and boulders in these steep, winding roads, making it very difficult for rescue operations to reach them. This infrastructure, also coupled with the fact that these villages, many are made from mud huts that just crumbled under the movement from this quake. Now, getting heavy moving equipment is very difficult to some of these regions, though rescue teams are trying, and there are groups from Spain, Britain, the UAE, and Qatar all assisting. The U.S., of course, has offered its help as well, and there are also aid groups like Doctors Without Borders trying to reach these areas because, as you mentioned, more than 2,800 people are now confirmed dead. This number has just gone up since the initial news of the earthquake, but there's still more than 2,500 injured, and the race is on to try to help those who were survived but are injured in this quake.
All right, Chapman, thank you. And if you want to support the recovery and rebuilding effort in Morocco, we encourage you to check out some of these organizations, including UNICEF, Doctors Without Borders, and the Moroccan Food Bank, who are all taking donations right now. Well, back here in the U.S., the second week of September is starting off on a very wet note for many of you this week. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is tracking the cold front that is bringing all this rain from the Great Lakes to the Northeast. Hi, Angie.
Hi there, guys. I don't know how we got to the second week of September already, but sure is unsettled for a lot of folks as we get started on this Tuesday morning. From basically Michigan to Texas, we're dealing with some showers, some thunderstorm chances here, and that's going to be what we'll mainly watch across parts of the eastern half of the country, especially the Northeast and parts of New England and the Mid-Atlantic here as we go through today and tomorrow. There's the cold front, a little closer of a view. The good news is we're not looking at any strong storms, or at least the risk will be low for those. It's mainly going to be the heavy rain that we'll have to deal with as this cold front slowly but surely inches off to the east. This will be another day of some soggy conditions tomorrow, so heads up for that if you had those Wednesday plans. Looking at Hurricane Lee, we've still got a Category 3 hurricane with winds at 115 miles per hour and still north of the Leeward Islands. It hasn't had a whole lot of movement, but we are expecting it to eventually take that northerly turn here as we get into basically the next 24 hours. It likely will move just to the west of Bermuda. In the meantime, it'll elevate those rip current risks across parts of the east coast of the United States, and then we'll look for potential impacts down the line as we get into the weekend in places like New England. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Ending up into the upper 70s in Pittsburgh today. Some showers and thunderstorms from Cleveland to Columbus. Hot conditions across parts of the southeast. 93 in Montgomery, 95 in Jackson, and 90 degrees in New Orleans. And that's a look at your weather, ladies.
Okay, Angie, thank you. This morning might be your last chance to spot a newly discovered comet. That is Venus there on the right and Comet Nishimura on the left. The sight won't happen again for more than 400 years. You can catch it in the early mornings just above the horizon. And while it's been spotted the last few days, this morning is your best shot to catch a glimpse. But if you can see it today, the comet is sticking around through September 17th.
Wow. Well, it has been called the antitrust trial of the century.
Google gears up to take on the Justice Department. So what's at stake? We'll have that for you when Early Today returns.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show. It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
We can all agree Google has been so synonymous with web searches that Googling is even a verb. But a lawsuit brought on by the Justice Department says Google has a monopoly. The trial begins today, and our Jake Ward explains the results could have lasting effects over the landscape of the internet.
When you go to search the web from almost any phone, Google is your default way of doing it. But that's no coincidence. Google pays Apple and others to make sure that's the case. Now, a suit from the Department of Justice and a coalition of 39 states asks, do those deals keep competitors out of the market and give Google illegal dominance in the process?
Essentially, every smartphone that people get has Google as the default search, and it's baked into everything. And that means we don't have a competitive advertising market.
Google has about 88% of the domestic search market and over 70% of the market for the ads you see when you search, which is most of how the company makes money. But the company argues that using Google isn't mandatory and that Apple and others chose to charge for the default placement, a perfectly legal arrangement.
We think there are a lot of different ways people are choosing to get information these days. And on the choice side, it's never been easier for people at home to be able to choose a different web search.
United States versus Google is in many ways United States versus big tech, a test of whether the government has legal authority to rein in corporations that wield historic power over how we access information. The government is hoping to do better than the Federal Trade Commission has. The case goes to trial after a string of recent court losses for the FTC, which has unsuccessfully tried to stop acquisitions by companies like Microsoft and Meta. But an anti-monopoly nonprofit says these are the right battles to fight.
It's a very intentional effort has been made for the past 50 years to chip away at the federal antitrust laws and to make them harder to enforce. And right now, the monopolies of our time are increasingly in big tech.
Google faces more than just this case. An antitrust suit filed in January accuses it of also being a monopoly as it sells the technology that powers the way online ads are placed across the web, and that's its second largest source of revenue. Google says the market is wide open there, too. But Google's biggest worry at the moment is presumably not this case. It is instead the rise of AI-powered chatbots like ChatGPT, which threaten to replace the classic search engine that made Google one of history's richest institutions. Its business model under attack in the market, even as it must also defend it in court.
All right, and still to come on Early Today, here's a story about a very Brady real estate deal in L.A.
And a distillery accident in Portugal gave residents something to whine about.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A river of red wine ran through the streets in Portugal after 2 distillery tanks burst. The 580,000-gallon alcoholic deluge luckily didn't cause any injuries, but it may have entered one home's basement. That's according to a Portuguese media outlet. The cause for the rupture is under investigation. The distillery has apologized, saying it will handle cleanup and repair the damage. I would have had buckets out scooping it up.
A travesty for that home and for wine lovers. The original Brady Bunch house just sold for 42% under its asking price of $5.5 million. 53-year-old Tina Trahan, a fan of the popular sitcom and a historic home enthusiast, bought the Los Angeles home for $3.2 million. She told the Wall Street Journal that she plans to use the house for charity events. The 1969 studio home was remodeled by HGTV in 2018 to look like the Hollywood sets of the 70s comedy featured on its show. A very Brady model. And you see inside, too, looks just like it.
It really does. And the push for workers to return to the office continues. According to an August report from Resume Builder, which surveyed 1,000 company leaders, 90% of companies plan to implement the return to the office policies by the end of 2024. Nearly 30% say their company will threaten to fire those who don't comply. But research from the Bureau of Labor Statistics has shown that increased productivity in 2020, 2021, and the second quarter of this year, many experts say that even with the push for the in-person work, the 5-day commute is not likely to come back to all industries.
We're going to come back, and when we do, Little Debbie is joining the fall treat craze.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we are on the cusp of something big.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
A sweet deal for Smuckers and Apple's upcoming event. Here's what you need to know early today. The U.S. Postal Service just delivered its latest special edition stamps in honor of Spanish Heritage Month, which begins on September 15th. The 4 new stamps feature colorful piñatas, paying homage to a tradition that has evolved over centuries to become a universal symbol of celebration.
Smuckers is buying Hostess Brands home of the Twinkie for $5.6 billion. The deal is a huge score after Hostess filed for bankruptcy twice in the last 2 decades.
Little Debbie has teamed up with Hudsonville Ice Cream to release 4 fall-themed flavors inspired by some of the brand's favorite snacks. The limited edition flavors like apple pies and pumpkin delights are sold exclusively at Walmart.
Later today, Apple is holding its latest unveiling event. The tech giant is expected to release details on the latest iPhone 15, Apple Watch, iOS 17, and a new USB charger. Still to come, the defending Super Bowl champs proving heroes on and off the field.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Many families in America suffer from food insecurity, but one sports team is working to help people in need. The Kansas City Chiefs have teamed up with nonprofit Pete's Garden to donate food to families. Elise Schoenig has more.
They say food is fuel, but not everyone knows where their next meal is coming from. Starting right here in this kitchen, the Kansas City Chiefs are stepping in.
This kind of fuel is nutrient-packed.
Fruit, yogurt parfait, shrimp cocktail, salads, some different sandwiches, wraps, salmon, beef fillets, chicken breast.
It's Aaron Wishen's specialty as the executive chef for the Chiefs.
Just really get them what they need to be their best version on the field.
Her food fuels every practice and home game. But now the Chiefs aren't the only ones with this food on their table.
We try to get all the food that we pick up out on the same day.
Pete's Garden is redistributing this uneaten food to organizations serving families in need.
It feels good, you know, both from the aspect of not having the food go to waste and to know that it's helping feed families.
The nonprofit picks up the Chiefs' food after every practice and home game.
It's really wonderful that they'll come to us and help us get this food out and get them to the organizations that need it.
Wishen may fuel the reigning Super Bowl champions.
These guys are in their 20s. They're normal 20-year-old guys. You know, they're nice. They just have different jobs than us.
But the team's humility feels like they're sitting at the same dinner table. After all, this kind of fuel is about more than just what's on the table.
We may be facilitating families being able to spend more time together and you know, kids being able to spend time on homework and things like that.
Our thanks to Elise Schoenig for that report. It's one aspect of an NFL team you wouldn't expect it would reach out and give out to the community, but they are doing it.
It's a really nice thing to see them giving back. And the Big Apple got a beautiful surprise on a day where many New Yorkers might have needed a reason to smile and have a little extra hope. A spectacular double rainbow stretched across the city, shining through the storm clouds. Pardon me. It was a symbol of hope for many throughout the area, a bright light on the anniversary of New York's darkest day. It gave you chills to see it in person.
And even now, just in that photo and knowing what it means for so many people, all I have to do is just look up to have that hope that even after all these years,
yes,
people still need. Thank you so much for watching early today and being with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great Tuesday. We'll see you tomorrow on Wednesday. Lingering Lee, the Atlantic hurricane, might not make landfall on our shores, but it could still leave an impact with powerful rain and winds. We have the very latest along with a full weather report coming up.
washed away in an instant. The death toll continues to climb in Libya this morning as the burst of 2 dams leads to catastrophic flash flooding in the eastern part of the country.
Blood Money, a major pharmacy chain, is reimbursing customers for its role in the Theranos case, one of the biggest tech fiascos of the century. We'll tell you if you're eligible for a refund from Walgreens.
Securing the future. Older Americans are more fearful than ever that funding for Social Security could dry up in their lifetime. We go live with CNBC in London to explain how the American institution could evolve in the coming years.
And plucked from the wilderness, see how a chance encounter during a kayaking outing led to this special moment between man and animal. It is Tuesday, September 12th, and Early Today starts right now. Hi and good morning. I'm Jessica Layton.
Glad to be with you. I'm Frances Rivera. Hurricane Lee might directly impact parts of the Northeast, including Boston. But even the regions that won't see the storm could feel its force. Even if it stays far out in the Atlantic, the East Coast is likely to see rain, coastal flooding, as well as dangerous rip currents. The storm is also boasting a large wind field, bringing powerful gusts down the East Coast. Lee is expected to swing north on Wednesday. In just a few minutes, NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman will take a closer look at what to expect.
To Morocco now, where the death toll after Friday's earthquake is still climbing. More than 2,800 people are now confirmed dead after that 6.8 magnitude quake, and the window for finding survivors is closing. For the very latest, we want to bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Chapman Bell, who has been following this story for us. Chapman, good morning. What is the latest on the rescue and recovery in Morocco?
Good morning, Jessica. Well, that race is on still for rescue teams. Of course, they never want to give up hope finding people trapped in this rubble. But while the city of Marrakesh was damaged and people are still sleeping out on the streets there, much of the damage was in the high Atlas Mountains, where the epicenter of this quake was, in isolated villages that were already hard to reach, now even more difficult to reach. These steep, windy roads blocked by boulders and other debris, as many of these villages crumbled, as they're made from very simple building products like mud. So the rescue efforts are really hampered. It's also very difficult to get heavy moving equipment to these remote areas. So many of the villagers and rescue teams have resorted to just using their bare hands to try to dig through the rubble to look for people. Now, rescue efforts are still underway, and groups from countries like Spain, Britain, UAE, and Qatar are in the country. The U.S., of course, has offered to help, and there are aid groups like Doctors Without Borders who are assisting with the survivors. Now, many people lost everything, so it's very crucial to see what they can do to help the people who survived this quake, as these search and rescue efforts will eventually turn into recovery efforts. But the 2,500 people who were injured now needing medical assistance as these rescue efforts still continue. Jessica?
Such a desperate situation over there still. Chapman, thank you. And if you want to support the recovery and the rebuilding efforts, we do encourage you to check out some of these organizations,
have a wonderful day,
including UNICEF, Doctors Without Borders, and the Moroccan Food Bank. They are all taking donations.
The American scientist trapped thousands of feet underground in a cave in Turkey has been rescued alive. Mark Dickey emerged from the catacombs more than a week after falling ill on an expedition. Our Molly Hunter reports on the ordeal and the ultimate triumph of the international team that brought him out alive.
The extraordinary moment rescuers have been working towards as American scientist Mark Dickey is hoisted to the surface.
It is amazing to be above ground again.
In the last video of Dickey underground inside Turkey's deep Morka cave, he's wrapped tightly to a stretcher, cocooned so he doesn't slip as rescuers bring him through the final feat of a mammoth 3,400-foot journey to the top. In the last few hours, the stretcher rocking and heaving, but making steady progress on the pulley system. The 40-year-old New Jersey native and experienced caver suffered from severe gastrointestinal bleeding about 10 days ago. The news reached the surface Saturday, September 2nd, and the first medical team to reach him said he was in serious, life-threatening condition. Remarkably, they performed a blood transfusion.
As you can see, I'm up, I'm alert, I'm talking. but I'm not healed on the inside yet, so I'm gonna need a lot of help to get out of here.
When he stabilized, the complicated rescue mission began on Saturday, and the nearly 200-strong team delivering him to safety.
Just incredible scenes in the Taurus Mountains. This is an incredibly remote area. He was assessed on site. The plan is then a helicopter airlift to a state hospital in nearby Mersin, Turkey.
Molly, thank you.
Well, the Kremlin announced Monday that President Vladimir Putin has invited North Korean leader Kim Jong-un to Russia. Kim was confirmed to have left his home country aboard his private, heavily fortified train late Sunday for what will be his second known visit to Russia. These two powerful leaders are expected to continue discussions over Russia's war in Ukraine and the potential sale of arms between the two nations. Those negotiations began during a meeting over the summer. Analysts say North Korea has a huge supply of weapons that could be used to replenish a depleted Russian military. On Monday, the U.S. urged North Korea to not provide weapons to Russia, citing public commitments that the North has previously given.
The latest waves of gun violence are prompting one Democratic governor to take action in her state. But her proposals have faced immediate backlash from both sides of the aisle, accusing her of violating the Constitution. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Good morning, Bree. Lay out for us what these proposals out of New Mexico entail.
Good morning, Francis. Last Friday, New Mexico's governor announced a 30-day ban on open and concealed carry of firearms in Bernalillo County, which includes Albuquerque, the state's largest city. Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham said the ban, which will be enforced by the police and carry fines, was intended to curb gun violence and illegal drug use. According to data from the Albuquerque police, the city has seen 76 homicides from the beginning of the year to last Friday. The governor had previously declared a public health emergency over gun violence after the killing of an 11-year-old boy last Wednesday. Since announcing the ban, Lujan Grisham has received criticism from both parties, saying it's a violation of Second Amendment rights. Here's what the Democratic sheriff of Bernalillo County had to say.
While I understand the urgency, the temporary ban challenges the foundations of our Constitution, but most importantly, it is unconstitutional. My oath was to protect the Constitution, and that is what I will do.
Lujan Grisham responded to the sheriff, saying she does not need a lecture on constitutionality and referenced numerous other actions she's taken on gun violence in the state. Meanwhile, some New Mexico Republicans are calling for the governor's removal over her actions. In response to a post from ex-owner Elon Musk, State Representatives Stephanie Lord and John Block said they will move to impeach Lujan Grisham for these bans. Lujan Grisham has maintained that she has jurisdiction over the state's carry laws. Francis?
Bree, thank you.
In Libya, thousands of people are feared dead after a powerful storm caused flooding that swept away whole neighborhoods. Hardest hit is the eastern city of Derna, where 2 dams burst, causing deadly flash flooding. A state of emergency has been declared in that area. A spokesman for the military says that between 5,000 and 6,000 people are missing this morning. The UN humanitarian coordinator for Libya called for urgent humanitarian assistance.
A climber is lucky to be alive after surviving a fall from one of the world's most dangerous mountains. The unidentified man was climbing Mount Taranaki in New Zealand when he slipped and fell nearly 2,000 feet. The accident happened in the same area where 2 other mountain climbers fell to their deaths back in 2021. Luckily, he landed on snow and only sustained minor injuries.
MGM says a cybersecurity issue they reported Monday may have widespread impact at their properties across the country. The company says the cyber problems affected some of their systems in casinos and resorts, and law enforcement has been made aware. An MGM spokesperson tells NBC News casino gaming was back up and running after the company shut down some of their servers to protect their data. MGM is investigating, and the full impact on reservation systems and casinos is unclear.
cold front brings rain across the Great Lakes and the Northeast today. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman has her eye on the system as it moves east. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, ladies. It'll be a couple of days of some soggy conditions for folks across the Northeast, but even as far south as Texas, we're seeing some rain this morning. So pack that umbrella. You're going to want to as you head out early this morning. We've got a couple of showers stretched across parts of the Southwest too. But there's that cold front that you guys mentioned. It's going to slowly but surely work its way to the east, leaving us a little unsettled today and even into tomorrow. The good news is the severe threat through the day today is fairly low. We're more so looking at kind of just the heavy rain on already saturated ground, so we'll watch for some flooding concerns across this region. We're also keeping a close eye on Hurricane Lee. Right now, Category 3, expected to intensify a little bit here. It does have winds at 115 miles per hour now. We could see it get a little stronger before it starts to kind of expand and weaken as it gets a little farther to the north. It is expected to move just off to the west of Bermuda. Folks really from New York to points south of that, not looking at any direct impacts except for those rip current risks, maybe some coastal erosion and some high surf. But we still have the potential to see some impacts in parts of New England. That's where we'll watch for even some gusty winds to be possible, as well as some heavy rain as we get into the weekend. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Temperatures into the low 70s from Detroit to Cleveland and dealing with some showers. Chicago hit 69 degrees today. Much warmer down through Jackson as we go to 95 for the afternoon high, 90 degrees in New Orleans with some partly cloudy skies. And that's a look at your forecast, ladies. Back over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Angie. Americans planning for retirement could be in for a shock.
Social Security funds are drying up. We'll tell you how soon they could run out. Next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Sports betting site DraftKings is apologizing after featuring a 9/11 themed wager called the Never Forget Parlay. The company said in a statement it respects the significance of the day, especially the families of those who were affected. In a screenshot, though, circulating around social media and confirmed by a DraftKings spokesperson, the wager encouraged users to bet on the New York Mets, Yankees, and Jets to win on 9/11. The company says it quickly removed the bet from its platform.
According to court documents, Walgreens settled a 2016 class action lawsuit with Theranos customers to the tune of $44 million. But the pharmacy chain did not admit any fault in the court filings, maintaining that it was deceived by the now defunct blood testing company. Plaintiffs will be reimbursed double the cost of the original test they received, plus a base payment of $10. People who got their blood drawn at Walgreens Theranos Wellness Centers from November 2013 to March 2015 will receive an additional payment of between $700 and $1,000.
With Social Security benefits expected to run out of cash in 2033, Americans are growing a little more concerned for their financial futures. According to the Nationwide Retirement Institute, 75% of adults 50 or older are worried they could see the program hit rock bottom during their lifetime. For more on this, CNBC's Arabile Gamede joins us. Arabile, good morning. So we know the benefits won't necessarily disappear even if the funds run dry, but what should those concerned people at home know about their Social Security changing as we know it?
Yeah, so that change is actually going to come in the way of perhaps reduced benefits, and that's going to be the key worry at play here. You know, you've noted just the statistics with regards to how many people are exactly worried about this. I mean, 97% of Americans receive some sort of social security payment then as well, right? It is either partially or fully funds a lot of their retirement income. And I mean, 67 million Americans receive this income effectively, but that solvency problem is a big deal here. $1,837 a month is how much each person generally gets on average, but of course it doesn't necessarily only pay out with regards to retirement, also does so for if you have a disability as well. So there are a few fixes to this. One, that benefit is bound to be reduced. That's what government will probably be looking towards. There could be a delay in the full retirement age, which could cause a few issues, raising taxes on any of those benefits. And also then you could incur penalties if you do claim that Social Security a little bit earlier than the full retirement age. So a few fixes at play, but certainly a big problem at hand.
All right, Arabile, thank you.
Still to come, The Little Mermaid becomes a part of the streaming world. But what kind of waves does that make for Hollywood on strike?
And Aerosmith fans have to dream on a little longer to see those rock legends live.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expeditions
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I can help you. You can't live in that world unless you become a human yourself.
Is that even possible?
It's what I live for.
We are back breaking down the biggest news in entertainment. The live-action Little Mermaid remake hit 16 million views around the world just less than a week after it landed on Disney+. But this could put studios in hot water, as striking writers and actors have been saying they don't see a fair share of streaming residuals. But still, a lot of Disney fans, this is one they want to see, especially since they tweaked some of the lyrics to Poor Unfortunate Souls to make it more empowering and, less victimizing, and also Kiss the Girls, as we saw here, with we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah, we will see. It is a tough thing to juggle there. And some more productions could be ruffling feathers on the picket line. The Talk, The Jennifer Hudson Show, and Sherry are the latest daytime talk shows to pick up filming as early as this week. The shows are following Drew Barrymore's lead after she announced her talk show would resume production. Her decision was hit with criticism and protests yesterday, so she just started retaping again yesterday. There were a lot of protests outside that studio and really a lot of conflicted feelings about this as well.
As you can see why this continues on. Unfortunately for Aerosmith fans, they might have to miss a thing after the band announced they are postponing some concert dates. While they said they were heartbroken to do so, lead singer Steven Tyler is on doctor's orders not to sing for the next month after suffering vocal cord damage over the weekend. So this is on pause, and it may not be until January or February until they can pick up again.
But I am glad that he is taking care of his health and that voice. Well, still to come, millions of football fans caught the Monday night game thanks to last-minute negotiations.
And what you need to know about Spectrum's deal with Disney right after this.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we are on the cusp of something big.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes should be
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A new study links night owls to health problems as severe weather breaks a costly record. Here's what you need to know early today. A new study found that people who stay up later are 19% more likely to develop diabetes than so-called early birds. The study found night owls were more likely to have a less healthy diet, exercise less often, and sleep fewer hours.
Hours before ESPN aired Monday Night Football, its parent company Disney reached a deal with Charter Communications to bring Disney-owned channels back to some 15 million Spectrum customers. Those channels were pulled from Spectrum late last month.
And NOAA says that the U.S. has had 23 extreme weather events that cost at least $1 billion through August. That's the most in a full calendar year in history. Those disasters have cost more than $57 billion total.
When we come back this morning, we'll introduce you to the man who was paddling in the right place at the right time for an unlikely rescue.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Democrats.
All right, it just me too. People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
A donkey in Arizona found itself in a thorny situation, and it was a kayaker who came to the rescue when he noticed the animal walking right up to him for help. Chase Golightly from our Arizona affiliate tells us more about that rare encounter.
Travis Ward has been kayaking for about a year now.
Doing a lot of golfing and got expensive, so needed to find a new hobby, right?
Living near Lake Pleasant, he goes out often.
Almost every weekend thing.
He loves being able to glide along the water and see the beautiful desert scenery.
For me, it's just connecting to nature.
And last week, when he got out of his truck and set his kayak by the water, he had a real connection with nature.
At that point, I had noticed 2 donkeys coming towards me.
When this one started approaching him, he's always seen donkeys out at the lake, but not this close. It's when he realized something was wrong.
He got closer and I saw that there were thorns in his nose and his ear as well.
Spines likely from the thousands of saguaros that surround Lake Pleasant.
I could just tell he was in pain.
Ward believing this animal was asking for help.
I realized he was in trouble, and so I was like, oh, you know, maybe he wants me to take him out.
Ward slowly moving toward the donkey and started plucking each one out one by one.
It's okay. He was being very still, very calm, and he just let me get all of them out.
After pulling out about 40 thorns,
good boy.
He told us the donkey thanked him in its own way.
He does the donkey noise for about a minute, and then he takes off.
A moment, Ward says, he will never forget.
I felt really good after.
Taking in the moment of helping a creature in need before getting out on the water.
It's always nice to help, whether it's a person or an animal.
Our thanks to Chase Golightly for that story. I'm so glad that he had one hand free to actually film it while he was taking out those thorns so we could see.
And I do love that he thanked him in his own way. Well, a Norwegian man accidentally struck gold while he was out for a walk. Arlend Bura bought a metal detector as a hobby, and after taking a stroll around an island, he found a treasure. 9 pendants, 3 rings, and 10 gold pearls buried in the soil. According to the Archaeological Museum at the University of Stavanger, the pendants pendants were believed to be buried around 500 AD. Now they're set to be preserved and put on display for an upcoming exhibit. How come I never find anything cool like that?
That is amazing. We see those guys on the beach and they end up getting just bottle caps, right?
Right. Never that neat.
Good.
Yeah.
All right, there is more ahead on the Today Show with an exclusive look at the new documentary on the life in the NFL from the Eagles, Jason Kelsey.
We tried to be as organic as possible, as authentic as possible, really let people into our lives and our heads and kind of everything that happens through the course of an NFL season.
When you started filming, you didn't know how this would end.
No. I still don't know how it's going to end.
That's coming up.
Right now on Morning News Now, parts of Morocco reduced to rubble in the wake of that massive deadly earthquake. This morning, rescuers are racing against time as the search for survivors enters a 5th day. Overnight, officials confirmed the death toll has risen again, many of the victims buried underneath what was once their home. Now survivors are sleeping on the street and pleading for help. We'll take you to one of the hardest hit areas. Armed and dangerous, new developments overnight in the search for that convicted killer who escaped a Pennsylvania prison nearly 2 weeks ago. This morning, officials say they believe he is now armed as tens of thousands of people are being warned to stay indoors after yet another sighting, this time outside the search perimeter.
Unfortunately, we don't have a containment area right now, so that's another, another concern and another challenge.
We'll bring you the latest, including what authorities are saying about his altered appearance and who he tried to contact for help. Plus, one more shot. This morning, a new COVID booster is in the works after the FDA approved an updated version of the shot to combat a spike in cases and hospitalizations. What you need to know to keep your family healthy as cold and flu season begins. And Apple checking in on your mental health with its newest operating system update. We'll break down the new feature meant to help track your well-being. Plus, we'll show you Apple's latest devices set to be unveiled later today.
What will it be? Phones, tablets, AirPods?
It's going to be a phone, and I'll walk you to the Apple store, and we'll do it together.
To get something that's not an Apple 7? All right. Good morning. Good to have you with us on this Tuesday. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin with the latest from Morocco, where the death toll from that catastrophic earthquake has now jumped to more than 2,800.
A government official says most of the dead were buried under the rubble of collapsed buildings. In some cases, the devastation is so bad, several communities have been wiped off the map, like this village south of Marrakesh, where 90 people were killed in a town with only 100 homes. Rescue operations are taking place around the clock with search teams from Britain, Spain, and Qatar assisting the Moroccan military, but hopes of finding survivors are fading. Still, there have been glimmers of hope. This video shows a rescue yesterday. Survivors were pulled from the rubble 3 days after the earthquake hit. This is we're getting an up-close look at the moment the earthquake hit. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez has the latest.
Hey there, we are now in the 4th day of this massive search and rescue operation that is stretching across a disaster zone throughout the high Atlas Mountains. Locals here tell us that in the house behind me, 4 people were killed when that 6.8 magnitude quake struck on Friday night. They are part of a national death toll that is now above 2,800 and climbing. And if you are a member of a family that is missing a loved one, you are praying that there are still more rescues to be done, but time is running out. Every passing hour means that hope is fading. We spoke to an international rescue team earlier who sent their search dogs home because they believe at this point it is unlikely they are going to find anyone else alive. Now, in some of the more remote mountain villages, help has been painfully slow in arriving. We're hearing from people who say that they have been digging with their bare hands through the remains of their homes, trying to find family members with no sign of the government. Soldiers, agents from the Ministry of the Interior are starting to reach some of those harder to reach villages now, but it has been a long time waiting. We met a community who are building tents out of wood, tarp, anything they can find just to put shelter over their children's heads. Meanwhile, there are questions about whether the Moroccan government should be doing more to accept international aid. There is right now a small American survey team on the ground, but there hasn't yet been a deal for a larger deployment of American help. Back to you.
All right, Raf Sanchez, thank you.
Well, an American trapped for more than a week deep inside a cave in Turkey has been rescued. In this incredible video we're going to show you, you can see American researcher Mark Dickey being lifted out of the cave on a stretcher. You may remember he was stuck inside the cave after he suffered gastrointestinal bleeding, so crews had to mount a very complex and delicate rescue operation. The Turkish Caving Federation says Dickey is doing well and being treated at a medical facility.
North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has arrived in Russia for a closely watched meeting with President Putin. Kim crossed over into Russia overnight by train after setting off on Sunday. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer joined us now from the South Korean capital of Seoul. Janice, good morning. So let's talk about the details we've learned about this journey. Do we know who traveled with Kim Jong-un and where and when he's going to meet with Putin?
Well, it was confirmed that Kim Jong-un traveled by armored train that crossed the border into Russia earlier today. There were also reports of a flight that had taken off from Pyongyang and landing in Vladivostok, and it was believed that some of Kim's senior officials were on board to join him for this visit to Russia. Where and when he's going to meet with Vladimir Putin is still not clear. Putin spoke earlier today at an economic forum in Vladivostok. He said that he was planning to go to a nearby high security facility in the Far East region. When he was asked by Russian media if that's where he was going to meet Kim, he said, "You'll know when I get there." All Russian officials have said so far is that this is a full visit for North Korea to Russia, that they are looking to boost ties with each other, and that the two men will meet, quote, in the coming days.
So, Janice, we understand Russia is looking to beef up its munition stocks. Tell us a little more about what really both sides may look to get out of this meeting.
Well, Joe, they're friends in need. Both are widely regarded as being rogue states. Both present a concern to the United States. Russia is looking for suppliers in order to restock its military supplies. And for North Korea, a weapons deal could be a political and economic lifeline. North Korea has a huge defense industry with very large-scale production capabilities. What they may get in return is to have Russia share satellite and nuclear submarine technology, which, of course, would present concerns to U.S. allies in this region.
And, Janice, how is the U.S. reacting to this meeting?
Well, the U.S. officials have said that they have intelligence suggesting that weapons talks are at an advanced stage between Russia and North Korea. They have warned North Korea that this would be a huge mistake and that ultimately they would, quote, pay a price. Here's more on what U.S. officials had to say today.
We're going to monitor very closely the outcome of this meeting. I will remind both countries that any transfer of arms from North Korea to Russia would be in violation of multiple United Nations Security Council resolutions. And we, of course, have aggressively enforced our sanctions against entities that fund Russia's war effort, and we will continue to enforce those sanctions and will not hesitate to impose new sanctions if appropriate.
The Pentagon has made a similar assessment in that with so few details, they're going to monitor the situation. But certainly going on the intelligence that the White House has reported on so far, it would suggest that there are strengthening ties between North Korea and Russia and could ultimately see bilateral trade boost in a way that would be uncomfortable to the United States and others.
All right, Janice Mackey-Frayer, keeping an eye on this meeting from Seoul. Thank you so much.
And now to Pennsylvania and some major developments this morning in the manhunt for that escaped prisoner. Police say they are now pursuing the escaped inmate in a specific area after he was spotted once again last night. They are also warning that they believe he is armed with a weapon. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser is following all this for us and joins us now with the latest. Hey, Lindsay, good morning. So, I mean, obviously that's a big headline, especially for people in the area believing that he's armed with a weapon. How do they know that? How do they think they got it? And where do they think he is now?
Yeah, this really marks a heightened phase here in the search. Savannah, good morning. We're in an area, South Coventry Township, and I can tell you that even just getting to this location here where we have a command post took many roadblocks that we had to go through. And it appears that there is a new perimeter. Now, as far as how big that perimeter is, we don't know, but this is a really dense, heavily wooded area, a lot of cornfields, a lot of cow and horse pastures, a lot of barns and nooks and crannies where Danilo Cavalcante could be. Now, you mentioned he is armed. That is what we're hearing from Pennsylvania State Police. There are reports that he stole a weapon, that there was even a firefight overnight with a resident here. NBC News has not confirmed that. There are also reports that he ditched the clothing that he was last seen in, that yellow or green hoodie that he was seen in those doorbell cameras. We also have not confirmed that, but we do know that there is really a heightened sense of alarm this morning. Schools in the nearby area are closed. Residents, Savannah, are being told to lock their homes and their cars, do not approach him if they see him, and of course, call 911, Savannah.
And Lindsay, police are, obviously this has been a difficult challenge for them. The suspect slipped through the perimeter over the weekend, which was a surprise to them. They say they have now changed their strategy and how they are trying to track him down. What is it exactly that we're doing? And do we know how it got to this point where they are not even able to kind of keep him contained?
I mean, yesterday they said they were switching to a containment model, and so let's go ahead and listen from state police and hear what we heard yesterday afternoon.
This investigation has taken a change in direction in terms of the allocation of resources and daily focus of investigators. We have moved from a containment model to one which involves utilizing a variety of investigative resources and which has proven successful for us in the past.
So we do have video of an overnight search in East Nantmeal Township, and that was where this dairy truck was found. It had run out of gas. This was a truck that Cavalcante had stolen over the weekend. And so when we asked how we got here, we know that August 31st is when this search happened. He crab walked up the walls of the prison, went through fences, razor wire. He was in that perimeter, Savannah, that you mentioned. That was a botanical garden, an area of around 1,000 acres. That is what he was able to slip through. And then he stole that dairy truck, according to police, and he visited the homes of a couple of previous coworkers. That is where we have that doorbell camera video where he's clean shaven, he's in a different outfit, different appearance, and he interacted with at least one of those residents in his native language of Portuguese, and that person called police. And then again, they moved to that containment model because they had an idea of where he was, not an exact perimeter though. It appears this morning, Savannah, though, because of the roadblocks, because of the increased police presence we're seeing in this area where we are, which is about 50 miles away from that East Nantmeal Township, that things may have pivoted, Savannah.
And Lindsay, finally, before I let you go, we do also have this detail that immigration officials have detained the fugitive's sister. What do we know about that? Why is that?
So we know that she's facing deportation. Police say that she was an overstay and is basically facing the same process that anybody else would. Now, there were reports that it wasn't clear whether she had assisted her brother. Yesterday, state police said they don't believe that she did provide assistance, but they also said she's not cooperating with law enforcement, so there wasn't a law enforcement necessity to keep her. Savannah.
All right, Lindsay Reiser, thank you so much.
Lawyers for former President Donald Trump have filed motions to dismiss charges against him in the Georgia election case. The court filings are the first time the former president has formally moved to dismiss charges in the sprawling indictment handed up in Fulton County last month. Trump faces 13 criminal counts in Georgia. He and his 18 co-defendants have all pleaded not guilty.
Well, the FDA has given the green light to updated COVID vaccines from Moderna and Pfizer.
This new round of boosters is meant to protect against the latest Omicron subvariant. This approval comes as the nation is seeing an uptick in COVID cases. Not to mention, we are heading into cold and flu season. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards joins us now with more on this. So, Erica, let's talk about how well these boosters work. We know they're not magic. They actually had to start working on them earlier this year. So, how effective do we think they could be against what we're seeing right now with this rise?
If only they were magic, right? So far, the data show that they work pretty well against these Omicron subvariants that are circulating. Now, as far as the recent uptick in cases, it's important to remember that the vaccines are not designed to prevent you from becoming infected. They're designed to help keep people out of the hospital, to prevent some of those severe complications. And that's why you're likely to see a push toward getting these shots to the elderly and to people with weakened immune systems, those who are most vulnerable. The other issue here is that the vaccines are only going to work if people get them. The last time a booster came out, only 17% of those eligible actually got the shot.
I think people start to get confused what the rules are now. Do I get it every year? Do I get it with my flu shot? When is this going to be available, and is there any cost associated with them?
So we'll start with the cost. This is the first time that the federal government is not paying for these shots. Both Pfizer and Moderna have said that the shots are likely to be more than $100 per shot. However, if you have private health insurance, if you have Medicare, those shots will be covered. You won't have any fee. If you don't have health insurance, community health centers will also be handing them out for free. Now, as far as when, today, an advisory committee to the CDC is meeting to determine who should get the shots. After that, the CDC director, Dr. Mandy Cohen, is expected to sign off on those later today. Those shots could start rolling out in the coming days.
So, assuming that's what happens, when should you get the shot? We know, like, conventional wisdom is like the flu shot you should get like, by Halloween, right? Is there any sort of advice or strategy as to when you should try and get this booster?
You've done your homework. That's exactly right. Most doctors do recommend getting both the COVID shot and the flu shot before the end of October. There was one caveat. If you've had COVID recently, the CDC might recommend waiting at least 2 months before you get that booster.
And what about any side effects with this one?
Yeah, they're supposed to mirror previous versions of the COVID shot. You might have a sore arm, fatigue, nausea, headache, even fever in some cases.
I think some people have learned by now whether they're someone who should take the day off the next day because maybe they have more of a reaction to the shot. It seems to be different for everyone, right?
That's right. That's right.
I do think I remember I was a little sick, but not too bad after, you know?
All right. Erica, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Now let's get to weather. Parts of the Northeast are recovering this morning after strong storms moved through yesterday. This is what it looked like last night in Leominster, Massachusetts. The heavy rain also washed away some roads and flooded businesses and homes. A similar scene in Rhode Island, too, where cars were submerged in floodwaters from that heavy rainfall.
So let's get more on all this from meteorologist Angie Lassman. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Unfortunately, we've got more rain on the way for that same region. We've seen a lot of it start to taper off early this morning, but we've got another big batch that's working its way to the east thanks to a cold front that is slowly but surely moving across the eastern parts of the country. Right now, that front is draped from basically the Midwest all the way down to the south. We have the rain stretching along and ahead of it, and you can see places like Dallas to Memphis, St. Louis, Buffalo going to start seeing some of this rain working in. But let's focus on folks in the Northeast because, yes, we did see ample amounts of rain, significant rainfall yesterday across parts of this region, and we've got another 2 days where we'll see those rainfall rates pretty impressive and the rainfall potential elevated, at least for your day today and tomorrow. The good news is we're not looking at some really strong storms with this. The low end severe is what we'll have a potential for, but the high amounts of rainfall will be there. This is a look into your Wednesday. You can see that front finally starts to work a little closer to the coast, and then we'll see it push out, and eventually we'll get some nicer conditions on the backside of this. But between now and the middle of the week, tomorrow, we'll see anywhere from maybe 1 inch to 2 inches of rain. But per hour, we could see impressive rainfall rates too. 1 to 2 inches in just an hour could lead to some potential for some flooding concerns. So that's what we'll watch across parts of the Northeast down through the mid-Atlantic for today and into tomorrow. And of course, we're keeping a close eye on Hurricane Lee. Right now, Category 3. It did see a little bit of a bump up in intensity with those winds of 115 miles per hour. It's a slow mover. It's only moving northwest at 7 miles per hour. That northerly turn that everybody has been just waiting for is eventually going to come probably in the next 24 hours. You can see the track takes it just to the west of Bermuda as we get into your early parts of Friday. We will expect this to stay well off the east coast of the United States for the most part. You'll notice that extreme northern portions and eastern portions of New England are still included in that cone as we get down the line. By Sunday, 3 a.m., we're looking at a much weaker system as it works a little farther to the north over the coming days. But that does mean that it starts to expand its wind field. We'll likely see the potential for some gusty winds across parts of New England. We'll also note that that high surf and rip current risk will be something we'll deal with up and down the East Coast for at least the next 7 days. We could see some coastal flooding, maybe some coastal erosion. That'll all be on the table for us here as we get through at least the next week or so. But looking at the more specific rainfall amounts, by the time we get to Saturday into Sunday, you can see portions of Maine could see some heavy rain working in. The chances for that center of the storm working on shore there, of course, still in play, but we're not looking at direct impact south of this. This is going to be something we'll, of course, have to keep an eye on, guys. We've still got plenty of time. Again, the timing for this would be Friday into Saturday, so something to watch in the coming days.
All right, a little bit of a rainy weekend. Angie, thank you.
The umbrella has been getting plenty of practice this week. All right, after an offseason full of potential Super Bowl hopes, the New York Jets are now facing the possibility of a season without their new star quarterback, Aaron Rodgers. Just 4 plays 4 snaps into his first game for the Jets last night. Rodgers suffered an apparent leg injury, and this morning there are fears it could be season-ending. Overnight, the team's head coach said it looks like the 4-time MVP may have severely injured his Achilles, which could not only threaten the 39-year-old's season, but also the remainder of his career. Despite the injury, the Jets did manage to pull off an overtime win against the Buffalo Bills last night when undrafted rookie Xavier Gibson returned a punt 65 yards for a touchdown. You can feel the pain in New York this morning after that happened.
Yeah, that was an expensive
call,
we'll
get more news later today and see what happens. Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, Tech Talk. Some of the biggest names in Silicon Valley are heading to Capitol Hill. What we know about a closed-door meeting on artificial intelligence.
Up first, though, after the break, nearly 200,000 migrants missing in America. The new watchdog report shedding light on the country's growing migrant crisis. We'll be right back.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The Department of Homeland Security is under fire after an internal watchdog found the agency lost track of 177,000 migrants inside the U.S. in a 17-month period, and also discovered that once migrants are released in the U.S. to await those asylum hearings, DHS really only has a limited ability to track them. For more, we're joined by NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Hey, Julia, good to see you. So walk us through this report exactly. Help us understand how it is that the agency lost track of, really, frankly, so many people.
Yeah, it's interesting. It actually dovetails with a lot of what we've been reporting. As the Biden administration had more migrants coming across, they started to release people not only not in detention, but without what they would call alternatives to detention, where you can track someone through a phone check-in, a mobile app, even an ankle monitor. They were releasing more people in the address field that a migrant would typically put on their form. In over 177,000 cases, that form is either missing or it wasn't a real address. They found many people, sometimes they'd have 50 people using the same address, and it would turn out to be a restaurant in Michigan or a church in Illinois. These weren't real places. I think possibly smugglers were giving migrants these addresses to put down. And also the damage it does not only to Homeland Security, but also to migrants who might not have a real address to put down, or whoever was taking their information didn't get it correctly. That means that migrant doesn't get information about their court hearing, where they can go next if the date changed, and that could put them at a real problem if they're trying to claim asylum within the year of their entrance. So it's a problem for both sides, DHS and migrants, if they don't get that information accurately.
So what is being done to address this issue? And is anything also being done to try to find those missing migrants, those nearly 200,000 people?
Well, DHS says that, look, it's really the burden is on the migrant to give that information when they cross. A lot of people are crossing with no documents or fraudulent documents. It's hard for them to determine exactly where in the United States they're going to go. Oftentimes, the majority of cases, they'll give the address of a family member they might be staying with. But it's really not up to DHS to determine exactly where they are going. They're kind of taking them where they say they will go because it's in their best interest to be tracked if they want to win that ability to stay here legally. So they are hampered, although the IG did say DHS needs to do a better job of getting this information and having ICE and CBP talk to each other so that they have that same information across both agencies.
And Julia, what are we hearing from DHS about this report? How are they responding?
Well, DHS says, look, we are operating in a broken immigration system, and the burden really falls to the migrant. That's why they did not concur with those recommendations from the Department of Homeland Security, from the IG. But they say that, look, they do take steps to try to get as accurate as information as possible. And they're pushing back pretty strongly on some of these allegations in the report, although they have not pushed back on the fact that over 177,000, and that was just in a 17-month period, had addresses that really didn't turn out to be legitimate.
Absolutely. All right, Julia Ainsley, thank you so much.
A Los Angeles area plastic surgeon known as Dr. Laguna is facing some troubling allegations. The Orange County District Attorney filed a civil lawsuit saying the surgeon allegedly touched patients without their consent and posted photos and videos of them online. This comes after more than 30 women accused him in a separate case of battery and medical malpractice. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has more.
This is Dr. Laguna.
He calls himself Dr. Laguna.
Allow your butt to be smaller, tidier, more athletic.
Dr. Arian Malavi regularly posts videos like this on social media.
We fine-tune and hone in on the butt of your dreams.
But it's not all a dream for the popular Southern California plastic surgeon. The Orange County District Attorney has filed a civil lawsuit against Malavi, alleging 19 unlawful business practices, including touching potential patients and patients without their consent and publishing photos and videos of clients on websites without their consent.
Smacking her bottom to make it be wiggly.
Harmony Williams is a former employee who spoke to our Los Angeles local station KNBC and says she told some patients what she saw in the OR.
These people can't protect themselves when they're asleep.
These claims against Malavi come after more than 30 former patients are also suing him in a separate case for allegations including battery and medical malpractice.
So he grabs me about 2 inches above my vagina while I'm naked and grabs me right underneath my breast from behind me. This is how it's going to look.
For me, it felt very aggressive. It was combative. It was degrading. It was combative. It was aggressive. It was humiliating.
Malavi denies the claims and is suing former patient Shalene Johnson for defamation.
My results are horrific, and it was one of the most traumatic experiences of my life. It's definitely one of the biggest mistakes of my life.
That lawsuit is now on hold because Malavi has declared bankruptcy. It all comes after late last year, the Medical Board of California suspended Malavi's license for 90 days following an investigation into the death of one of his patients in 2018. According to the lawsuit by the Orange County DA, that investigation stemmed from Malavi's unlicensed medical staff performing medical procedures on a patient. Johnson says that's information she wished she had known.
I would have never gone to this doctor. Never.
Our thanks to Liz Kreutz for that report. NBC has reached out to Dr. Malavi's attorney for comment. We have not yet heard back. His 90-day suspension by the medical board is over. That means right now he is able to work.
There are new details in the investigation into allegations of sexual harassment involving Michigan State University's head football coach. Mel Tucker says the allegations against him are false, but that did not stop the university from suspending him without pay while this investigation plays out. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has the latest, and we do want to warn you some of the details may be difficult to hear.
One of the highest paid coaches in college football sidelined amid an off-the-field scandal.
I have suspended Mel Tucker without pay.
Calling it an interim measure, Michigan State University Sunday suspending head coach Mel Tucker over an allegation he sexually harassed victims advocate Brenda Tracy. Her claim dates back to April of last year after she spoke to the team about preventing sexual violence. According to a USA Today investigation citing her Title IX complaint, she claimed she was later on the phone with the coach when he made sexual comments about her and masturbated. In a statement, Tucker said Tracy's allegations of harassment are completely false, characterizing the phone call as a mutual private event between two adults living at opposite ends of the country. NBC News has not independently reviewed the complaint.
So this morning's news might sound like the MSU of old. It was not.
Michigan State leaders said new developments prompted them to suspend Tucker less than 2 years into his $95 million contract.
We are focused on prevention work with men.
Tracy lectures collegiate athletes nationwide on preventing sexual violence after her own brutal assault in Oregon in the 90s, allegedly by multiple college football players. About her encounter with Coach Tucker, telling USA Today, the idea that someone could know me and say they understand my trauma, but then re-inflict that trauma on me is so disgusting to me.
Students here on campus are frustrated by this news. It comes just 5 years after that $500 million settlement with victims of gymnastics doctor Larry Nassar. MSU leaders say a formal hearing on this matter is set for next month. Back to you.
All right, Maggie Vespa, thank you so much. Well, coming up, over the counter and ineffective. Up next, the new evidence that has some doctors raising questions about a common ingredient in popular cold meds.
And researchers say they've discovered a link between depression and diabetes. We'll have your weekly mental health check-in after the break. This is Morning News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you should make the decision.
Allegations of Russian bookmaking.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. As we head into cold season, there are questions about the effectiveness of an ingredient found in many over-the-counter medicines. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson takes a closer look.
Well, it may be time to take a look in your medicine cabinet and read the labels, because a very common ingredient in cold and sinus medicine may not work at all.
It is a key ingredient in many popular over-the-counter medicines like Sudafed PE, Dayquil, and NyQuil Severe. Phenylephrine, or PE. But a growing body of evidence claims PE doesn't work as a decongestant when taken orally, in a pill or liquid. Dr. Purvi Parikh is a New York City allergist.
Do you recommend oral PE?
No, actually, especially because recent studies have shown that's not very effective at all.
An FDA advisory committee will have its say, evaluating evidence, including from the agency's scientists, that say while safe, orally administered PE is not effective as a nasal decongestant. It didn't clear Betsy Yates's head.
Just wasn't working, and I was miserable.
If the FDA pulls the generally recommended safe and effective designation from oral PE, you're going to have to turn to your pharmacist for medicines available without a prescription, but that are kept behind the counter.
That medicine contains pseudoephedrine. That's what Betsy used.
You could tell a difference between the Sudafed that you get from behind the counter versus what's just available on the shelf.
The OTC manufacturers group says oral PE should stay, arguing taking the drug away could cause people to delay or forego treatment. Dr. Parikh says there are better options.
They should switch to those 24-hour oral antihistamines, those nasal steroids, or nasal antihistamine sprays.
Now, there are side effects to oral PE. They include sleeplessness, headaches, and nervousness. But the issue before the FDA panel is effectiveness, and we could get an answer very soon. Now back to you.
All right, Ann, thank you so much. Now, from the body to the mind, it's time for our weekly check-in. Apple is expanding its health app to include mental health as part of the service.
That's right, and there's new research out there that suggests going for a swim could improve your outlook. Dr. Soumya Dave is a psychiatrist and author of What a Happy Family. She joins us now with more on these stories. Hi, doctor. Always great to have you on. So let's start with a new study that suggests a link between depression and type 2 diabetes. What can you tell us about this? What do people need to know?
So previous research has shown that people with type 2 diabetes are 2 times more likely to be diagnosed with depression. But for a long time, the why behind that was unclear. Was it type 2 diabetes causing depression? Was it depression causing type 2 diabetes? And this recent study that was published in Diabetes Care Journal found 7 genetic variants that contribute to both conditions. The shared genes played roles in inflammation and in the regulation of insulin, which is one of the hormones that regulates blood sugar. Now, we know that mental health and physical health are connected, and now we have even more insight into this particular relationship. And so I encourage anyone who is curious or concerned to talk to their primary care provider, know your risk factors, and see if there's a prevention or treatment plan that can be suitable and supportive for you.
All right, so later today, Apple has its big event unveiling whatever new devices we're going to get. Apple's also expanding its health app to include mental health, so users will be prompted to answer questions about how they feel. The app will make suggestions based on their response. At the same time, people might have some questions. Apple is not a person who's trained in this, so what do you think about all this?
We're in such an interesting time, right, where technology and mental health are continuing to intersect. And Apple's platform State of Mind is going to include screening questionnaires for symptoms of depression and anxiety. As you said, ways to track your mood, your general well-being. I view these as potential supplements, not substitutes, meaning that it can be really helpful to have information about how we're doing. And it's also not a replacement for seeing a qualified mental health provider. In fact, these can be points of information to bring into an appointment with a qualified mental health provider. Mental health is complicated. It's made up of many different things. That also includes our abilities to prioritize sleep, socialize, have movement, so many different things. And so I think it's important to remember that this might be different for each person and that people also need more support. And so we're going to see very interesting things coming forward with this.
Absolutely. Finally, there are some new studies out. I've actually seen a lot of this online, too, that swimming in open water can help physical and mental health. What do you think about this? Is this real, and what are these benefits people are seeing?
What a timely topic for where we're at in the year, right? So yes, open water swimming can have a lot of benefits. A review in the Journal of Environmental Psychology found that it can boost mood, and it can also decrease feelings of anger, tension, and stress. So all great things. People who also participate in open water swimming tend to do it for long periods of time and also with other people. So a great opportunity for connection and for socialization. Now, water can be therapeutic and soothing in many forms. So if this isn't an option for someone, even listening to the sounds of water, looking at a body of water, taking a warm shower or a bath, or having a cup of tea can also provide some of these soothing benefits as well. So just things to keep in mind as we ease into fall.
I totally buy this because I've had twice this summer where I've been like on a little coastal trip in the ocean, and you go in the ocean and it's so calm, especially when the waves are hitting you. I think it's great. I find
there's something to it. I agree.
Here.
Oh, okay. Different perspectives
in the
on
ocean.
the open
I love
water.
it, but yeah, or maybe like a lake, where
Okay,
I get it too.
We'll go with a lake.
Shower, bath, all that kind of stuff. Dr. Dave, thank you so much. Great to see you.
Coming up, Google and the government going head-to-head in court.
After the break, we'll tell you about the major antitrust trial that could change the way you surf the web. You're watching Morning News Now.
Crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
The government is taking on Google today in what's expected to be the biggest antitrust trial in decades. Here's the issue before the court. Is the reach of Google's popular search engine too powerful? The government says yes, Google says no. NBC's Jake Ward has more on that case that could dramatically reshape the tech landscape.
When you go to search the web from almost any phone, Google is your default way of doing it. But that's no coincidence. Google pays Apple and others to make sure that's the case. Now, a suit from the Department of Justice and a coalition of 39 states asks, do those deals keep competitors out of the market and give Google illegal dominance in the process?
Essentially, every smartphone that people get has Google as the default search, and it's baked into everything. And that means we don't have a competitive advertising market.
Google has about 88% of the domestic search market and over 70% of the market for the ads you see when you search, which is most of how the company makes money. But the company argues that using Google isn't mandatory and that Apple and others chose to charge for the default placement, a perfectly legal arrangement.
We think there are a lot of different ways people are choosing to get information these days. And on the choice side, it's never been easier for people at home to be able to choose a different web search.
United States versus Google is in many ways United States versus big tech, a test of whether the government has legal authority to rein in corporations that wield historic power over how we access information. The government is hoping to do better than the Federal Trade Commission has. The case goes to trial after a string of recent court losses for the FTC, which has unsuccessfully tried to stop acquisitions by companies like Microsoft and Meta. But an anti-monopoly nonprofit says these are the right battles to fight.
A very intentional effort has been made for the past 50 years to chip away at the federal antitrust laws and to make them harder to enforce. And right now, the monopolies of our time are increasingly in big tech.
Google faces more than just this case. An antitrust suit filed in January accuses it of also being a monopoly as it sells the technology that powers the way online ads are placed across the web, and that's its second largest source of revenue. Google says the market is wide open there, too. But Google's biggest worry at the moment is presumably not this case. It is instead the rise of AI-powered chatbots like ChatGPT, which threaten to replace the classic search engine that made Google one of history's richest institutions. Its business model under attack in the market, even as it must also defend it in court.
Our thanks to Jake Ward for that report. Well, the trial is expected to stretch over 10 weeks, with a ruling likely coming early next year.
More financial news now. The United Auto Workers Union is making some changes to its demands in that ongoing labor dispute.
CNBC's Silvana Hanau is with us this morning with that and other money news. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yeah, so the United Auto Workers is slightly lowering its demand for a pay increase to 36% from 40%. Sources say the union is asking for a series of wage hikes over the next 5 years, starting with a boost of 18%. Raises would then alternate between 4% and 5% annually over the life of the contract. Reports say the big three automakers believe the union's demand could threaten their viability. GM, Ford, and Chrysler parent Stellantis face a deadline of midnight on Friday to reach a new contract. The UAW's president has threatened to strike all three companies simultaneously. Fast food workers in California are set to get a minimum wage of $20 an hour. Labor unions and the restaurant industry reaching a deal yesterday, potentially killing a referendum slated to be on the ballot in 2024. Under the agreement, workers at chains with at least 60 locations nationwide must be paid $20 an hour by April. California's minimum wage is set to rise to $16 an hour in January. McDonald's is getting rid of self-serve soda machines. The transition will be completed by 2032, and at that point, customers will have to ask for refills at the counter. McDonald's isn't saying whether it was financial or health reasons that led to the decision. The USA Today reports several franchises in Illinois have already made the shift, citing food safety, theft, and a lack of dine-in customers, guys.
So will the person behind the counter, like, understand when I go, okay, I want half Coke Zero, then half orange.
You know what, Joe? You can ask him in 2032.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Savannah.
To figure it out. All right, Savannah, thanks so much.
Thank you.
You got it.
This week, some of the biggest names in tech are descending on Capitol Hill for a series of hearings on artificial intelligence.
Yeah, the most highly anticipated gathering is expected to be during tomorrow's closed-door meeting between senators and high-profile tech executives. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now for more on this. Hi, Ali. Great to see you. So, first off, just explain to us the purpose of all these hearings. Why is Congress focusing on artificial intelligence? We obviously know how important this is to all of our lives, but tell us exactly what it is that's happening on the Hill.
Well, look, we know how important this is to all of our lives, but also how fast moving it is. And that's the goal on the part of Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, is to try to get in front of this from a legislative perspective, inform his members, get them as much information on AI and tech in this space as they possibly can get, and then see what kind of legislation it can lead. It's not the way that things usually go up here, and I'll get to why that could be problematic in a moment, but this is really an attempt by Schumer and others to try to get ahead of the curve in the ways that they think that they struggled around things like social media. You'll remember, we've seen a lot of legislating and conversation around TikTok, around Instagram, social media, all of that over the last few years. A lot of lawmakers feel like they're behind the curve. They're trying to avoid that by doing this now on AI.
So let's talk about what we can expect from tomorrow's private event with those big tech execs. Do we know who's attending and why is it closed door?
Yeah, look, this is going to be a who's who, and yes, I am very concerned about if there's going to be the cage match or not between Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, because they are going to be the big names that are in this room. We've asked some of the lawmakers. They've made some jokes about it. Certainly, we're going to follow up on Wednesday. I think the other key piece of this, though, is you're going to see Sam Altman, of course, one of the heads of ChatGPT. All of these are going to be key names that are in the room answering questions from lawmakers, but it is closed door. And I have spoken to lawmakers, specifically Senator Elizabeth Warren, who is in Schumer's leadership structure, saying that these folks shouldn't have the opportunity to come to the Hill behind closed doors and effectively lobby to continue making money the way that they have been making money. Instead, what Warren says, and other senators have echoed this, is that this should go through a more regular order, which is to say public hearings from these folks who are coming before Congress and answering questions from lawmakers in a public fashion. When they're in the room on Wednesday, only a few select moderators, a few select lawmakers are going to be able to ask them questions. For people like Warren, she says, okay, I'm going to come in the beginning, I'll hear their pitch, but then she doesn't really see a reason to be in the room. And there are other senators, Senator John Thune on the Republican side of this, who have echoed that process. Why not just do this the way that we do things normally? Put it through a public hearing process and then start legislating around it.
And so, Ali, first of all, why is it that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is taking the lead on all this? But then also, as you just kind of touched on there, could we see AI legislation brought to the floor anytime soon? I mean, it's, I think, just a difficult thing for all of us to get our arms around. So to actually be able to figure out how to put legislation on paper and get it in front of anybody and pass is a whole other story. Is that going to happen soon?
I think we're even less talking right now about the can it pass piece and the what would that legislation even look like piece. There are a few spots of legislation that are already floating around from bipartisan groups of senators on this. This doesn't have the deep partisanship that we often see on a lot of issues. It's why tech has been a space where we've been able to see some bipartisan odd couples move forward with legislation. We're not even there yet, though, because the legislation hasn't even been written, so to speak. They're still in the information gathering phase. I do think the Schumer question is also a good one. This is a guy who still notoriously uses a flip phone. Why is he going to be one of the leading voices on legislating around AI? That's definitely a question we have on the Hill. But look, for Schumer, as a majority leader, this is really a moment for potential legacy building for him. The way that he's doing this also sort of speaks to that. He could do this the way that other senators were saying, the regular way of doing it. Instead, he's convening this in a much more public way. We've seen forums. Now, of course, we'll see the big names come to Capitol Hill. Just because they're behind closed doors now, I think all of us and other senators might want to see them in front of cameras and in front of Congress in a public fashion, too. That's not ruled out. This is just how we're starting.
Huh. And if there is a cage match, I wonder if Majority Leader Schumer would be the referee then.
Oh, I will be.
You will bust down those closed doors.
All right.
You will open up those closed doors.
I want to referee that. I'm ready.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, Apple enthusiasts, today's your day.
That's right. We're about to get our first look at some of Apple's newest devices. More on what to expect from today's big unveiling next on Morning News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivers it.
All right, it just me too.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. Looks like LeBron James wants a 3rd Olympic gold medal. The Athletic is reporting that James is ready to head to next summer's Paris Games and is recruiting other top basketball stars to join him. According to the report, he has spoken to Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Anthony Davis, Jason Tatum, and Draymond Green, who are all prepared to join him. James, already a 3-time Olympian and 2-time gold medalist. Team USA only managed 4th place at the FIBA World Cup over the weekend, so all that star power could help them get back on top. Maybe we'll have another dream team. The anticipation's building, and now the wait is over. Apple's big annual event is happening today at the company's headquarters in California, where it is set to unveil the latest devices. Dalvin Brown joins us now on set. He's a consumer tech reporter for the Wall Street Journal. So first up, we always think about phones. We assume they're going to unveil what it would be iPhone 15 we're at right now. What do we know about that? Any idea how much it would cost?
Yeah, so we expect Apple to unveil a handful of devices, but the iPhones will be the most attention-grabbing. So we're expecting 4 new iPhones, 2 entry-level iPhones, as well as 2 Pro model iPhones. But the thing they'll all have in common is a USB-C port, a new USB-C port. So that'll be the selling point for all these iPhones. Apple is doing away with its proprietary Lightning port in phones, so you know, the charger you've been using for the past 10 years, you won't be using anymore if you get the iPhone 15.
Will they all be uniform chargers at some point? Is that what we're going toward finally?
Yeah, we're going toward a world where you can just carry around one charger.
Oh my goodness,
if you are an iPhone user, yes. We're also paying close attention to price for the model level, or for the premium iPhones. So analysts are saying they may be $100 to $200 more expensive as Apple tries to keep up with inflation. Right. But yeah, the connector, the USB-C port, will be the big seller.
My little travel kit has like 15 different types of chargers, so anything to simplify that is great. Okay, let's talk about some of the other things that could be happening. You were telling me maybe new watch, new AirPods, is that right?
Yeah, so we're expecting some upgrades to the Apple Watch, maybe a new chipset for both the Apple Watch Ultra as well as the Apple Watch Series 9. And when it comes to the AirPods, we're hoping for a USB-C charger for the AirPods as well, so you can do away with that Lightning cable, you know, with your earbuds as well.
Yeah, because I think my AirPods have different chargers than all my phones too. So we'll take all that. What else are you excited about? I mean, oftentimes these things come with some sort of surprises, right? Could we see anything like that? And how do we all watch this too? Remind us.
Yeah, so Apple's full of surprises. One of the things I'm hoping for and that analysts are expecting is that there may be a change to the mute button on your phone. So the toggle that's been there since the beginning might be turning into a reprogrammable button that lets you, launch your flashlight if you want to. So that might be changing. As far as where you can watch it, we'll be tuning in. I'll be tuning in from YouTube. Apple will stream it live on its YouTube channel.
How have these events changed over the years? It seems like they used to be a bigger deal and there were maybe more surprises. Has it changed over time?
Yeah, so I haven't been to any of the Apple events in person, but one of the things that I do know for sure is that consumers are holding on to their iPhones longer. So Apple is, this is a really pivotal event for Apple. It needs to make sure that whatever it's releasing to consumers is glitzy enough to get people to pay for perhaps what may be a more expensive phone.
You mentioned people hold on to their phones longer. I'm going to show you. It's a running joke here. This is my phone. It has the buttons still. This is a 7.
Love the home button.
This is literally an iPhone 7. So I may decide to finally get a new one.
Yeah.
My work one's more modern. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm not, that phone's probably not supported by the latest Apple software update, so it might be time
also,
for you
the
to...
plug-in, I think, is just an old school one from like the 1990s. All right, Delvin Brown, thank you so much for helping us prepare for this big event today. We appreciate it with the Wall Street Journal.
Thanks.
All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stick with us, though. The news continues right now. Right now in Morning News Now, the death toll is rising in Morocco with that massive earthquake that struck near Marrakesh over the weekend. We'll bring you the latest on recovery efforts there as hopes fade of finding survivors beneath the rubble. Also this morning, a breath of fresh air for that American explorer who was trapped underground in a Turkish cave for more than a week. Now he's back above ground. We've got more on that dramatic rescue in a moment. Plus, armed and dangerous, chilling new developments overnight in that sweeping manhunt for a convicted murderer in Pennsylvania. State police this morning zeroing in on an area just northwest of Philadelphia. They're telling the public the fugitive may have a weapon. We are on the ground with the very latest on that search. And we don't. Later in the hour, we're flipping the traditional wedding I do on its head with a closer look at bridesmaid burnout that could put a strain on that special day. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
Yeah, thanks for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
We begin with the latest on that devastating earthquake in Morocco. Overnight, the death toll soared to more than 2,800 people.
Yeah, this morning, the desperate search for survivors continues. But 4 days after the deadliest earthquake to hit the country in decades, hope is growing dim. The United Nations estimates about 300,000 people in the region were impacted by the quake, with many sleeping outside amid concerns over aftershocks. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Morocco with the latest.
This morning, Morocco praying for more rescues like these as soldiers finally arrive in remote villages. The difficult search for survivors spread across a vast expanse of the high Atlas Mountains is now in its 4th day. And rescuers are facing a sea of rubble. Professionals working alongside locals, often digging with bare hands.
All across the disaster zone, search teams like this are fanning out. Some of them are moving from rescue to recovery. This team has been told there may be a body inside what remains of this house.
Even specially trained dogs struggling to find survivors.
Already the people alive been pulled out, and but unfortunately there's still corpses in the rubble. We are trying to help the families to recover.
Across the mountain, newly dug graves. This father preparing to bury his young son. And on this windswept hillside, families are building makeshift shelters with whatever they can find. As with so many disasters, it's the poorest who are hardest hit. Their homes, made of the most basic materials, crumbling as a result of the quake.
This house is literally made of loose rocks held together by a bit of concrete.
Yesterday, we met Lawson, who lost his wife and all 4 of his children. This is all that's left of the house where they died. Scattered in the rubble, small reminders of the family that once called this place home. Zahra and her husband are surviving on mint tea and bread. Little aid is reaching here. We're here because all the houses fell down, she says, and we have nothing. All our belongings, our money, clothes, everything was inside.
This is everything you have left.
Zahra unwrapping her hijab to show us an injury.
You here in the back of the head as the roof came down? A brick.
And everywhere, exhausted parents watching over kids who still, somehow, are able to smile.
That's Raf Sanchez reporting. Raf, thank you. For more, we're joined now by Zomi Frankham. She is the activation manager at World Central Kitchen, which has provided support for those affected by the earthquake. Zomi, thank you so much for taking time to speak with us. Obviously, I mean, getting assistance to such a devastated area presents a lot of logistical challenges. Take us through the situation on the ground, what your team's seeing.
Thank you, Joe. So as you saw from previous footage, World Central Kitchen is overcoming logistical challenges. As you've seen, roads are broken, systems are broken. And so we have been using helicopters. We've been using high clearance four-wheel drives to get our scouting teams out there with sandwiches, fruit and water. We have a fleet of food trucks that have just come online. And so we'll be getting those up to areas as well. So there's really a lot of challenges, but we have an incredible team of Moroccan folks who every problem that comes up, they are giving us the answers to be able to get to really where the need is. And they're really directing World Central Kitchen to be the most effective.
It's good to hear you have such great organization to help you out there on the ground. I understand you're doing more than just helping with food. You're also helping with medical evacuations from some of these remote areas. Tell us about that and how big of a challenge that has been.
Absolutely. So one of the benefits of being able to reach these remote communities via helicopter is that by the time we do serve meals, our fresh meals, food and water, is that there is space in helicopters to be able to repatriate those who need to get to medical attention ASAP. And so it's not our core work, but it's certainly been a real blessing to be able to do that for the families of Morocco.
What is the biggest need on the ground right now?
There's many needs on the ground at the moment. Obviously, as you've seen from your man on the ground, there is food, water, shelter as well. Families are looking ahead to winter time. They know that that's going to be coming, and so there is a lot of anxiety around that. But for World Central Kitchen, we are really making sure that we are laser focused on getting those fresh meals and clean water out to those communities. So that is one less thing that they need to worry about.
Obviously, when something like this happens, people at home wonder how it is they can help. It's top of mind right now. It may not be in the headlines so much a few days from now or a couple weeks from now. What's your biggest message to people, first of all, who want to help right now, but also to help them realize this is something that is not just going to go away and fix itself in the next few days? This is a long-term situation that we need to focus on.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. And so the best to head to World Central Kitchen website, wck.org, where we will be updating regularly. Also our social media pages. We will put out any calls for any needs if we needed volunteers or anything like that. However, as I mentioned, with the Moroccan community and the Moroccan people that we've been working shoulder to shoulder with, have just as an outpouring of support. Everybody has asked us what we need. And we've been able to move so effectively and so quickly by virtue of these communities who are our superpower. We cannot do what we do without them. And so follow us along at wck.org and we'll let you know there.
Zomi Frankham, thank you so much for joining us this morning, and thank you for everything your organization is doing right now.
Thank you, Joe.
An American researcher has been rescued after spending more than a week thousands of feet underground in a cave in Turkey. Mark Dickey suffered a medical emergency in one of the deepest caves in the world, triggering a complex rescue mission that lasted several days. Late yesterday, he finally reached the surface and is now being monitored by doctors. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea has been following this story over the last several days and has the latest on this dramatic rescue. Kelly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, the rescue teams really pushed through those last several hundred feet of the rescue, working late into the night to finally end this ordeal for Mark Dickey. The elite cave explorer was carried to the surface 37 minutes after midnight local time. This morning, a successful end to an extraordinary rescue. Mark Dickey giving a thumbs up and a smile as he was hoisted to safety overnight.
It is amazing to be above ground again. I was underground for far longer than ever expected.
This morning, posting a selfie from intensive care, thanking his rescuers, saying it was a scary experience and the closest to death I've been yet. The elite cave explorer and researcher was on an international expedition of the Morka Cave, Turkey's third deepest, when he suddenly became seriously ill with internal bleeding 3,000 feet underground.
I kept throwing up blood, and then my consciousness started to get harder to hold on to, and I reached the point that I was like, I'm not going to live.
The only way out, a 15-hour climb. A medical team climbed down, giving Dickie blood transfusions. And on Saturday, rescuers started the delicate climb out with Dickie strapped to a stretcher, his body swinging on the pulley system for the final few feet to the surface. The rescuers, more than 150 from around the world, now celebrating. Seeing that he was well made me happy, and I let myself go, and I cried a little. His parents releasing an emotional statement saying the rescue is indescribably relieving and fills us with incredible joy, adding, all that has been done for our son means and will always mean so very much to us. By his side was his fiancée, Jessica Van Ord, who climbed nearly half a mile for help.
I gotta tell you, I don't know what to say. This is overwhelming. This is a first.
Make it a last.
Make it a last time too. Thank you.
Now above ground and grateful.
Dickie was flown by helicopter last night to a hospital nearby in Turkey, where he's in intensive care today. But as you saw, Joe, in that social media post, he's well enough today to once again thank the Turkish government and the international caving community for saving his life.
Yeah,
Joe.
That giant smile in that picture he took in the hospital speaks volumes right there. Joy, relief, all the emotions. All right. Kelly, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Overnight, North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un arrived in Russia by train for talks with President Putin. The two leaders are expected to discuss arms deals and economic aid as Moscow attempts to beef up its munitions stocks for the war in Ukraine. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now from central Ukraine. Richard, good morning.
Good morning. Kim Jong-un doesn't travel abroad very often. This is only the fourth known time that he's made an international trip. This is the only time he's made an international trip in the last 4 years. So clearly something significant is motivating him. He has already crossed into Russia. He has crossed into the Far East. It is evening time there now, and he is expected to meet with Vladimir Putin as early as tomorrow, possibly at a missile launch facility.
North Korean state television showed Kim Jong-un waving to top government and military officials as he left Pyongyang on his bulletproof train for Russia. And he has good reason to be smiling. As the slow-moving train crossed the Russian border, Kim is finally feeling needed, courted by President Vladimir Putin. Two of the leaders America is most wary of are coming together. Putin, attending an economic forum in the eastern city of Vladivostok, is expected to greet Kim with the full honors of a state visit. A new model of mutual relations and integration is being born, but not on a basis of Western standards, Putin said. There's a more practical reason for the rare summit, too. North Korea produces artillery and missiles, which it aims at South Korea, a close U.S. ally. But since the two Koreas haven't fought a war in decades, the North has vast stockpiles of the weapons, which Putin needs now to fend off Ukraine's American-backed counteroffensive.
I think the fact that Russia is having to beg North Korea for military support speaks to the effectiveness of our sanctions.
The weapons transfer would be a violation of international sanctions. But for two states already under sanctions, that could be little deterrent. Deals are already in motion. Putin's defense minister was in Pyongyang in July to discuss an arms trade. A top Chinese Communist Party member joined the Russian defense minister at a military parade. It's unclear what Putin would give Kim in return, but it's expected to include food and support for North Korea's advanced weapon systems. Kim just oversaw the launch of what North Korea called its first tactical nuclear attack submarine.
President Putin's continued desire to push this war, to stop Ukraine's counteroffensive, is now bringing together Russia, China, and North Korea. Joe?
All right, Richard, thank you so much. Iran's president says his government will decide where and how it spends the $6 billion in previously frozen funds, which is set to be released as part of a prisoner exchange agreement with the United States. The leader made the comments in an exclusive interview with NBC's Lester Holt in Iran's capital, Tehran, through a government translator. Here's part of that conversation.
What is your expectation of its use? We're told that it's for humanitarian purposes, food and medicine. Do you believe you have the right to use that money in any way that you see fit?
This money belongs to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and naturally, we will decide, the Islamic Republic of Iran will decide to spend it wherever we need it. How to spend our money, of course, it is under the authority of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
So if I hear you clearly, that it will be used for more than humanitarian purposes in your view?
Humanitarian means whatever the Iranian people needs. So this money will be budgeted for those needs. And the needs of the Iranian people will be decided and determined by the Iranian government.
You can see much more of Lester's interview with Iran's president tonight when he anchors NBC Nightly News from Tehran. There are major new developments this morning in the massive manhunt for that escaped prisoner in Pennsylvania. Authorities say they're pursuing him in a specific area where they believe he is, but they also warn they now believe he is armed. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the latest.
This morning, we're on the edge of that new perimeter after that latest sighting of Danilo Cavalcante. This was really the worst-case scenario for authorities. Now that Cavalcante has obtained a weapon, this morning some schools in the area shut down as a precaution as this desperate manhunt intensifies. This morning, a new sighting of convicted killer Danilo Cavalcante, who police say now has a weapon. Overnight, state police chasing the escaped convict in South Coventry Township, Pennsylvania, where police have told residents to remain inside and lock doors and windows, saying, quote, Cavalcante is armed with a weapon. Scanner audio appearing to describe a sighting.
Hispanic male, roughly 30 years of age, 5 foot, currently shirtless and blue pants. Subject known to have a .22 cut-off rifle with a scope and a flashlight.
Authorities have not confirmed what type of weapon Cavalcante has.
I know this is an extremely stressful time for the community.
Cavalcante now entering its 13th day with nearly 300 officers and multiple agencies on the ground.
We live in a very, very nice area where we don't lock anything, so it's been really crazy.
After his dramatic escape from the Chester County Prison, after multiple sightings in the area, police say he has now changed his appearance, and that Cavalcante has tried to reach out to others, including a former co-worker, where he was caught on camera. Police say video, not yet released, shows Cavalcante speaking Portuguese, authorities characterizing his demeanor as urgent but friendly, and someone clearly looking for help.
We will ultimately capture him. He doesn't have what he needs to last long term.
Super quiet guy, really shy.
Franco Rosa used to live with Cavalcante. They were roommates until Rosa says he moved out the day before Cavalcante murdered his ex-girlfriend, Deborah Brandow, unaware he was also wanted for a prior homicide in Brazil. Has he made any attempt to reach out to you?
No, nothing at all. And I hope he won't do it, and if he does, I'll call the police right away.
Immigration officials have detained the fugitive's sister. Authorities not saying if she's helped her brother since his escape from the Chester County Prison, and issuing this stern warning to anyone thinking about assisting the desperate fugitive.
We will prosecute you fully for those actions.
Authorities are concerned that Cavalcante may try to steal another vehicle, so they're urging the public to remain even more vigilant. Authorities also confident that Cavalcante is not only within Pennsylvania, but right here in Chester County. Back to you.
All right, George, thank you. Time now for your check on weather. We're keeping a close eye on the track of Hurricane Lee.
That's right. Angie Lassman is here with the details for us. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. This is a situation we've been watching for what feels like an eternity, and we've still got a long way to go with Hurricane Lee as it slowly but surely moves out of that northern area just north of the Leeward Islands and up towards parts of the East Coast. So let's talk about the latest details that we have. Still Category 3, 575 miles south of Bermuda and moving at a snail's pace
pace of just 7 miles per hour in the northwest direction. It's eventually going to start that northerly turn here as we go through at least the next 24 hours. Note where it is compared to Bermuda. We're expecting it to be just to the west of Bermuda, the core likely escaping that island, but we're not going to see zero impacts for folks there. They're still going to see likely tropical storm conditions. We'll probably see tropical storm alerts put up later today, maybe into the early parts of the day tomorrow. Either way, it'll still look to be a Category 2 hurricane as it moves that way. It's going to start to encounter some cooler water thanks to what's been left behind by Idalia and Franklin. Those waters are much cooler as it moves to the north, but that also means that as it moves to the north, we're going to see this system expand, and that means that the impacts will be farther reaching, right? So here's what we have right now. This is the latest track. It takes it Saturday morning, now a Category 1. As we get into Sunday morning, we're talking a tropical storm, extratropical probably, but for the purposes of what you need to know, we're talking impacts to folks in the New England area and potentially Atlantic Canada. That's where we're going to see likely the direct impacts. And it does look like we could see potential impacts for folks in places like Maine as far as landfall is considered. Remember, where this cone is where the center could come on shore. Now, the impacts will be far reaching from that. We'll still see some gusty conditions likely across parts of New England. Notice we have the red along the coast. That means that the high risk of rip currents, the coastal erosion, the high surf is all going to be on the table for folks up and down the coast, really as far south as Florida, stretching all the way up into the northeast. If you live in the mid-Atlantic or points north, I really wouldn't recommend swimming as we get into this weekend. We'll see some really unsettled conditions out at the coast, but we'll also have the potential for, like I mentioned, impacts as far as direct impacts are concerned. These are the spaghetti plot models. Notice where they're coming from. Southeasternly kind of landfall we would be talking for folks in Maine or, again, parts of the Atlantic Canada region. Now, here's what we've seen so far in history. We don't have a whole lot of hurricanes to work with in this region. Places like the Atlantic Canada, yes, we've seen more, but there's been a handful of them in places like Maine. But one thing to note, not from the same trajectory that we're looking at for what we're watching for Hurricane Lee. So that'd make a big difference when it comes to the impacts as far as storm surge, as far as winds. We'll be watching all of that, and we'll have the potential to see some really heavy rainfall, upwards of 1, 2, maybe even 3 inches of rain on already saturated ground. So even if we don't have that strong of winds, we could still see some trees coming down from that. And of course, the flooding concern will be something that we'll watch for the next couple of days. Meanwhile, we've got the flooding concern for folks from the Midwest stretching down to Texas. We've got some heavy rain working through. That's ahead of a cold front that's slowly but surely making its way across the country. It's going to leave folks in the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic unsettled. And this is ahead of what we're watching for Lee as we get to Friday into Saturday into parts of the weekend. We're going to see a low risk of severe weather, so we're not going to worry too much about the tornadoes and such today, but we could see some gustier winds associated with this as we get into the day tomorrow, but we'll also see that heavy rain once again. So you're going to need the umbrella, and you're going to want to have it with you for really the extended period. Here's the rainfall amounts as we get into the middle of the week. So tomorrow, you can see pretty impressive for parts of northern New England, 1, maybe 2 inches of rain in some of the highest spots. So we'll watch for the soggy conditions to stay with us. But look what's behind that front. If you're looking for some cooler fall air, low 70s in Chicago, Detroit, nice conditions through the day today. We'll start to see that work a little farther to the east by tomorrow. Pittsburgh running below normal with a high of just 70 degrees. Buffalo into the mid-60s. We're starting to get into that kind of September feel here. And as we look ahead to Thursday, Friday, and rolling into the weekend, mid-70s lasting for Washington, D.C., but we'll be back to the 80s by Saturday. Boston will linger into those mid-70s for the end of the work week and into the 60s by the time we get into the weekend ahead, guys.
Earlier this morning, we told our viewers swimming in open water is good for your mental health.
Yeah.
Angie just said, yeah, but don't do it right now.
Yeah, not this weekend.
Yes, but important
Right.
safety reminder.
Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Now to the story that has football fans talking this morning. Just minutes into his first regular season game for the New York Jets, NFL icon Aaron Rodgers suffered an apparent serious injury.
Now the long-tortured Jets fan base, which had Super Bowl aspirations after signing the former MVP quarterback, awaits a medical diagnosis that could dash their dreams for the season. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung has the story.
Hey there, no player was more talked about this offseason than Aaron Rodgers, and no fan base was more hopeful for the impact that one player could have on their championship dreams than the Jets. But the four-time league MVP's debut for the Jets lasted barely 3 minutes. The team fears it's a serious Achilles injury, and at 39 years old, that could not only end his season, but jeopardize the rest of his Hall of Fame career.
Just 4 plays into Aaron Rodgers' debut with the New York Jets, the star quarterback went down and did not return. Rodgers taken off the field, first to a medical tent and later for an X-ray with a boot on his injured leg. Rodgers' once promising Jets start, leaving those watching in utter disbelief.
Holy cow, I cannot believe this.
After the game, head coach Robert Saleh saying they believe it's an Achilles tendon injury.
MRI is probably going to confirm what we think is already going to happen, so prayers tonight, but it's not good.
Rodgers, who's considered a lock for the Hall of Fame, coming to New York after a legendary era and Super Bowl win in Green Bay. Excitement had been building this summer, with Rodgers the focus of the HBO series Hard Knocks and taking New York City by storm, turning up with teammates at Broadway shows and other events. Rodgers speaking on Fox ahead of Monday's game.
We love all the support. We welcome all the skepticism. It's a real exciting time to be a New York Jet and New York Jets fan.
Last night, Jets fans watching in shock and complete disappointment. But the Jets refused to give up against their division rival, the Buffalo Bills, pulling out a 22-16 come-from-behind win on a spectacular play in overtime. Undrafted rookie Xavier Gibson returning a punt 65 yards for a touchdown that sent the Jets faithful at MetLife Stadium into a complete meltdown.
In my mind, I'm thinking, like, let's win this game for A-Rod.
The win bittersweet after the loss of Rodgers, who many had hoped would finally help turn around the long-suffering franchise.
I'm still going to say a prayer. I'm still going to hold out hope. But you know, my heart's with Aaron right now, and nowhere else.
According to reports, Aaron Rodgers signed a 4-year, $200 million contract with the Jets. And even if he doesn't play, he is fully guaranteed $75 million over this season and next. So he will undergo an MRI to confirm his diagnosis today, but you could see it on his face. This is devastating to him and the football world. Back to you.
All right, Kaylee Hartung, thank you so much.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a new COVID booster could be going into the arms of Americans by the end of this week. So what do you need to know about it as cases begin to rise again in some states? We've got our doctor on call later in the hour.
But first, I'll bring you an NBC News exclusive, my one-on-one conversation with Lyft's CEO about a brand new feature that he thinks will put more women behind the wheel. Stay with us.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning, entertainment giant MGM Resorts and Casinos is recovering from a cybersecurity incident. It disrupted services across the country late Sunday night and into Monday. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has the details.
A cybersecurity issue leaving visitors out of luck at MGM Resorts and Casinos on the Las Vegas Strip and beyond.
You have to pay cash at a lot of the restaurants because the credit card machines are not working.
On Monday, the entertainment giant released a statement saying it had identified a cybersecurity issue affecting some of the company's systems and took prompt action to protect our systems and data, including shutting down certain systems.
Some of the slots are down, but not all of them.
Guests and visitors taking to social media to report malfunctioning digital room keys, slot and gaming machines offline, resort ATM and withdrawal machines also down. This was a late-night scene in the hotel lobby when guest Zach Schiffman attempted to check into a 5-star MGM property on the Strip and discovered the systems were down. He finally made it to his room 2 hours later.
To manually process everything, they couldn't run credit cards for incidentals, so they had to hand write it all on a pre-filled form that would get manually processed.
So it was essentially like you returned to the 90s.
Basically, everyone was very frustrated in line.
While it's unclear what this latest cybersecurity issue is about, experts say MGM's response seems to indicate an attack rather than another data breach.
So if we think about the loss of data, that means someone's come in and taken our stuff and stolen it. That is very different than someone coming in and disrupting our day-to-day operations with malware or ransomware or something like that. So this is more of a disruptive event than a theft.
Thanks to Aaron for that report. Late Monday evening, MGM responded to NBC News updating its previous statement, saying our casino gaming floors are operational. We continue to work diligently to resolve this issue. They did not specify exactly what the issue was, but they've made clear they've started an investigation and have notified law enforcement.
Well, now let's get to an NBC News exclusive. Millions of people across the country, across the world, use ride-share services every day to get from point A to point B. And now Lyft is rolling out a new feature, Women Plus Connect. I spoke with Lyft's new CEO, David Risher, to learn all about this latest feature and why he thinks it will help get more women behind the wheel.
This morning, rideshare app Lyft is rolling out a brand new feature, Women Plus Connect, in 5 cities from Chicago to San Diego, which will give women Lyft users the option to request a driver or passenger of the same gender.
Maybe you're in a new city, maybe it's late at night, maybe you've had a couple drinks, whatever it might be. And just for your own peace of mind, the ability to choose a woman driver might be exactly the thing that allows you to say, you know what? Yeah, this really is making my life better.
If you're in one of the 5 cities where Women Plus Connect is launching, drivers and riders who have selected woman or non-binary as their gender can open the updated app and will be prompted with an option to enable the new feature.
It's literally, a toggle that you can always turn on or off. Just like
Lyft CEO David Risher hopes to provide that feeling of comfort and safety, not just for the riders, but the drivers too. Lyft says just 23% of its drivers are women. Risher hopes to increase that number.
half the population, roughly, are women. But today, some segment of those women riders are saying, I don't always feel comfortable in your car. That's bad for us. We want the opposite.
That comfort could be key given a persistent issue facing rideshare apps. Reports of sexual harassment and assault perpetrated by both riders and drivers. Competing service Uber reported over 3,800 incidents in 2019 and 2020, while Lyft said it had over 4,000 between 2017 and 2019.
Is this an acknowledgement of that problem? Is this meant to help fix that, this new feature?
I mean, I think it's an acknowledgement of the world we live in that sexual assaults happen. Unacceptable, terrible. Even one is unacceptable. We have to create an environment where it's going to happen less and less and less and less.
Single mom Mimi Fan has been driving for Lyft for over a decade. She says the feature makes her feel more comfortable requesting passengers at different times of day and in different areas.
And for me as a female driver, I would feel just an extra layer of confidence where, you know, I can just really focus on, you know, the ride itself.
Do you think this could make more women want to drive for Lyft if they know that they have that power about who's getting into their car?
Absolutely.
So Uber, of course, their big competition, they offer a similar option, but just internationally, not here in the U.S. The majority of rideshare drivers are men, as we mentioned in that piece, and both companies say that their end goal is offering gig work in a way that makes women more comfortable behind the wheel. Think about that as a real revenue opportunity.
It's an issue maybe a lot of people hadn't really thought about, or at least men maybe hadn't thought about.
Yeah, I
that
think
really
that's
is
true.
important now to think about it more.
Absolutely. In those 5 cities, San Diego, San Jose, San Francisco, Chicago, Phoenix, tomorrow you update your app, you can pick it right away.
Very cool. Savannah, thank you so much. All right, coming up, a new COVID booster has just been given the green light by the FDA just in time for fall.
That's right, and we could see shots in arms potentially by the end of the week. So what do you need to know about it as some states report a concerning rise in cases? Our doctor is in after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Terry is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. Well, the FDA has given the all clear for a new COVID-19 booster shot. It sets the stage for a national rollout just as cases across the country are on the rise. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more.
Vaccines from Moderna and Pfizer could go into arms by the end of the week. Drug makers say boosters should increase protective antibodies against the latest strains, including BA.286. The CDC says the mutation shows the ability to infect the protected and even those who've already had COVID, but it doesn't appear to be more severe.
What this booster will do is protect us against severe disease, hospitalization. And the data so far indicate that the booster is well matched to those strains.
Though national COVID cases are no longer tracked, some states are reporting a rise, though not a worrisome wave, in new infections. Hospitalizations are up nearly 16%, even though 97% of adults have some level of protective immunity.
I was extremely exhausted and just like bad congestion.
College senior Lou Maestri just caught the virus as she returned to school, just like many adults have at work and at large venues.
Last week, a lot of my classes were empty because a lot of kids were reporting that they were sick.
While the federal government will no longer pay for booster shots, most Americans will be covered by private insurance or Medicare. Local clinics are also expected to offer the roughly $120 shot for free. While many new infections are mild, there is concern a winter wave could be near if Americans don't take precautions or get protection.
All right, Miguel Almaguer, thanks so much.
Now we're joined by NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, good morning. So as we just heard in Miguel's story, this strain doesn't appear to be as severe as some of the initial variants. Still, why is it important for people to get this latest shot?
Yeah, Joe and Savannah, it's incredibly important because even though this strain is not as severe, overall COVID is still more deadly and results in more deaths and more hospitalizations than flu. And we talk about the flu shots all the time. So we have a vaccine. It is effective against the current circulating strains, plural, and probably the next strains that we'll see in another surge. And so it's a good idea to get it, especially the older you are.
So, Dr. Kavita Patel, this is, I don't know why I just said your full name, Dr. Patel. This is a small detail that is maybe, I think, indicative of where we're headed with this. This is actually categorized as an annual immunization versus just a COVID booster. Walk us through that difference and if that kind of indicates for people what we're going to see soon.
Yeah, I think it does hint the annual refers to we're seeing kind of hopefully a yearly pattern to these surges that we can expect in an updated vaccine on a yearly basis. But it also points to the fact that we're not boosting that original series. Remember, for years we've been talking about a booster because it really had to depend on you getting that original set of shots, no matter which shots you got, 1, 2, or 3 shots, depending on your age. And now it's just a straight up one shot, one time, unless there are some differences if you're in the 6-month to kind of 5-year age range. But for the majority of the country, one shot and that's it, just like the other shots, like an annual flu shot.
So, Dr. Patel, we know flu season also right around the corner. So help us understand, can you get the flu shot and this updated COVID vaccine at the same time? How should you work out the timing for all your shots?
You can. Look, I'm a big believer that our time is our most precious commodity. So get everything when you can get them and what's convenient for you. You can get both shots in one arm safely and they won't interfere with each other. I am telling most patients, though, that if you haven't had COVID recently and you know you're going to have some upcoming holiday travel, think about Halloween as a good milestone for everything. Flu shot, that COVID annual shot. And that way you have that protection through those really kind of heavy travel and kind of holiday months when we all want to go out, have some parties, have interactions with friends. So think about the timing for any of these shots.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, we'll mark our calendars, do it by Halloween. Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Well, coming up, if you are always a bridesmaid and never a bride, as they say, then odds are you might be a little sick of how much money you're spending on all those costly custom festivities.
And it's got some in the wedding party saying, we don't. We're talking bridesmaid burnout. That's next on Morning News.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with some money news now. Get your wallets ready because TikTok Shop is coming to the U.S.
And people love this. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other financial headlines. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yep, TikTok has finally launched its e-commerce product, TikTok Shop, in the U.S. after months of testing. The company is rolling out features such as a dedicated shop tab on the home screen, live video shopping, and shoppable ads. TikTok tells the New York Times it's already signed up more than 200,000 sellers, and more than 100,000 creators already have the ability to make shoppable videos. TikTok says all user data is stored in the U.S. and managed by a separate unit. Separately, TikTok accidentally blocked videos about the Hollywood writers' strike while it was trying to block QAnon conspiracy theories on the platform. Posts containing WGA didn't return any search results. There is a QAnon slogan, WWG1WGA. Terms like Writers Guild of America weren't affected. The search results have since been restored. And DraftKings is apologizing after referencing the 9/11 attacks in a sport bet. The company offered users a promotion titled Never Forget. It required 3 New York teams, the Mets, Jets, and Yankees, to win their games yesterday, the 22nd anniversary of the attacks on the World Trade Center. After an outcry on social media, DraftKings took the offer down. It won't say how many people placed bets or whether the bets remain valid or were canceled, guys.
All right. Silvana, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, if you've been tapped to be a bridesmaid in a wedding, you know it can come with a lot of extra responsibilities, like helping to plan the bridal shower and the bachelorette party, and it can also come with some hefty expenses. According to Glamour, a 2017 study from Wedding Wire found bridesmaids spent between $1,200 to $1,800 to carry out their duties. And with inflation, Glamour says that's closer to $1,500 to $2,300 today.
It is leading to what is called bridesmaid burnout. Look at this cover. I love this. We don't. Well, Glamour is tackling it all in its latest issue. We don't. The bridesmaid burnout. Samantha Berry, editor-in-chief of Glamour, joins us on this. Now, Sam, it's great to see you.
You too.
What a topic. I got married almost a year ago, actually. Next week is my anniversary, or in a couple days, actually. And I didn't have bridesmaids because, you know, it's like, it is a lot to ask.
That means you're a considerate bride because honestly, it has got next level. That's why I think we talked a lot about it at Glamour. And there's just this consensus, you know, there's women that work at Glamour that are aged from 20 right up to 50, and it was just like, we're done. We're done.
Right. And how can you ask, like, what is this going to cost me up front? That seems awkward, but if that's your concern.
Honestly, I think we talk about this in one of the stories where it's like, how to be a considerate bride. Well, first of all, what's the scope of work, right? What's important to you? Is it important to you that you go with 35 of your best friends to Nashville and everybody wears pink? Is it important to you? I don't know. Is it important to you that somebody stands up next to you on the day and their hair is a certain way, they wear a certain dress? I think understanding as a bride, what is the scope of work you're asking of these women in your life? And then understanding as a person, you can say no. I know it's awkward. I know it's uncomfortable. We have a story from Jenny Singer about how to say no to being a bridesmaid.
That's my question. How do you do that without ruining your relationship with the person?
I think, first of all, you can say, look, lots of people want to say no for a couple of reasons, right? They want to say no because they don't want the financial output, right? We're talking in the thousands there. These are young women. We're talking about 2 months' rent for some of the women that we talk to. And you can say, what is expected of me? And you can also say, I'm not in a financial position to have that. I love you. I want to support you. We've had and Rue on our team who wrote this amazing resignation letter. She wrote that while she wants to stand by her friends and be with them, she's over being a bridesmaid. I think you can also say yes to being a bridesmaid with conditions, right? I can come to your wedding. I will be there to organize a bridal shower, but I'm not going to make the bachelorette. I think that's important. It is this, we've got to the stage where these, the expectations that are put on a bridal party are getting a little unwieldy. We have amazing confessions where some bridesmaids end up naked, others ended up having to feed the bride on the wedding day. It's just a bit.
There's a mental toll of it too.
It is, and even just one of the things brides can do to be considerate is, you know, how are you going to organize this? Because they talked about text message threads that were hundreds of messages trying to organize one event.
I've been in those.
How are you going to organize it is important.
Yeah. What about if you just don't like the dress? That's not a good enough reason.
You know what? It's interesting because in Rue's resignation letter, she talked about her fashion independence is always something that's really important to her, but that kind of goes out the window when you're a bridesmaid, right? We've heard stories from women that were kicked off bridal parties because they were trying to conceive, and the brides didn't feel that a pregnant bridesmaid was the look that they were going for.
Well, that might be a friendship reevaluation situation.
In the dress. We do actually have a series of, if you do have to be a bridesmaid, here's some cute options and some affordable options. Again, looking at the cost.
Important to keep in mind. Tell us more about Rue's resignation letter. She was a bridesmaid 3 times.
3 times. She's still early in her bridal career, I suppose.
3, that's nothing.
And so what did she do, and why is she coming to that conclusion?
Well, she was, and again, she reiterates in her letter that she loves these people. 2 of them are family and are her best friend. But there was a couple of occasions, including that just kind of ended it for her. One was the dresses, what happened with the dresses, the change of dresses, the financial outlay of the dresses. There was also a bachelorette party in, I'm going to say Miami, where fake Magic Mike tickets were bought, and everybody had to take the hit for that. But I think the final straw for her was there was a condition on how she should wear her hair. And for Rue, as a black woman, and she writes a lot in Glamour about how she wants to wear her hair, I think that was the final straw that broke the camel's back for her.
All right.
So much to consider. You don't even know.
I don't know. But I hope the brides are open-minded and understand. They're asking a lot of people, and maybe just, you know.
If somebody says no to being a bridesmaid, that's okay.
And to be clear, I still
boundaries.
asked a lot. I don't want to act like I was like a saint. Like, my wedding was international, all that kind of stuff. But, you know, there was no dresses, hair, bachelorette somewhere else. So anyway.
All right. Samantha Berry, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate the conversation.
Thank you. Great to see you.
Coming up, we are in the final days of Fashion Week here in New York.
After the break, we've got the inside scoop on all of this year's hottest looks and, of course, the celebrities that have been spotted. Stick around. It's up next.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Welcome back. Well, a new record has just been set for the longest space mission by a U.S. astronaut. NASA's Frank Rubio has been on the International Space Station, get this, since last September. He's now broken the previous record of 355 days. And if he returns to Earth on the current schedule, he will have managed 371 days straight up in space. Rubio, who is a father of 4, was actually only supposed to be in space for 6 months. But the spacecraft that would have taken him home turned out to be unsafe. So he had to wait months while a new one was prepared. Well, congratulating him on the feat, NASA's boss, Bill Neeson, said his mission embodies the essence of exploration, adding, "Your dedication is truly out of this world." Frank, I bet he misses those 4 kids.
He's like, we need to extend the babysitter a little longer.
Yeah, 6 months, and it's going to be a year. It's just, you know, it's so far away. We'll have actually some more cool NASA stuff we'll bring you next week. Well, it's New York Fashion Week, and the city is showing up in style. Some of the biggest names in fashion have taken over, giving us a preview of the trends and looks for the upcoming season.
Before it all wraps up tomorrow, we're taking a look at all the highlights so far from this year. Women's Wear Daily style director Alex Padilla joined us now with the Inside Scoop. So I guess one of the big headlines this week was Ralph Lauren making a return. Tell us more about that and just any other highlights you've seen from this week so far.
Well, celebrities are everywhere. It's always fun for me because I get to talk to them. But obviously, but also, I mean, I do think that it's kind of interesting what's happening with fashion right now. Before runway shows was about the collection, the clothes. Now it's also about reaching millions of people. It's like a TV show. It's great.
What was the Ralph Lauren event like?
You know, it was like Jennifer Lopez on the front row, Christy Turlington closing the show. It's kind of amazing, right?
Yeah.
It shows you where we are, and the clothes are amazing. I love Ralph Lauren. He's such an icon of fashion and American fashion. He's changed the world for fashion for sure.
Absolutely. All right, so celebs, you just told us about some of them, but you said you get to talk to them. Give us the inside scoop. Who have you seen? What have you heard?
Well, Janet Jackson was really friendly.
Oh!
And really fun.
Love that.
Yeah. I know, great. Listen, I was talking to Ashley Graham yesterday backstage at Michael Kors.
Awesome.
She was giving great quotes about body inclusivity. There is a big deal here in America. New York Fashion Week is the capital of body inclusivity. We're still not there, but we're doing something good. For sure.
In addition to body inclusivity, what are some of the trends that you're just seeing this year?
Well, red is the new pink.
Oh.
TikTokers really announced this a few weeks ago. So designers are following really quickly. So we see red everywhere. Red is a good color. You know, it's all you need. It's passion, it's danger, it's attention.
Are we going to have to wear red on Wednesdays now? Is that what?
Every Wednesday I wear pink, so that'll see.
Well, red is next then.
Yeah.
There you go.
Red's actually my favorite color, so that works out.
It's great, but we see a lot of celebration of 90s fashion, a lot of slip dressing, a lot of minimalism. I mean, there is also something that seems maybe kind of ridiculous, but a lot of designers are doing wearable clothes. You know?
What a concept.
What a concept. I know, I mean, fashion people, we tend to complicate things a little bit. But no, yeah, there is a lot of minimalism, 90s, beautiful, quiet luxury. It's a big word right now. But yeah, it's a good time.
Yeah, I'm no expert, but I do feel like just photos and videos that I've seen from this year, I'm like, oh, I feel like I could wear that. It's not something so unattainable or kind of like, you know, just for something special.
Yeah, but American ready-to-wear is basically that. It's sportswear. It's wearable clothes. And when you see Prada doing a gray sweater, everyone is like, oh my God. And we're like, what? We've been doing this all along.
Right,
you know?
You also just said something really interesting, that the designers are seeing what TikTokers did. Is that like a major trend now that you're seeing, that like these people on social media are actually influencing major fashion houses?
Well, obviously, because before it was the street, but now the street is social media. So there is that dialogue happening, you know? It's very interesting. You wonder, are they designing for TikTok and Instagram, or are they designing for people?
Okay, I feel so much cooler with you being here now.
Do the trends change faster because of that right now?
Absolutely. Oh my God, you're getting it. Absolutely.
There you go.
They are changing so fast. And before you would say, oh, that was Y2K. Now Y2K is in and out. And mini skirt is like in and out. And now it goes like, it's a maxi skirt. So it really changes really fast.
What about sustainability? That's pretty important now, too, on a lot of these runways, right?
Yes, I mean, there is a lot of recycled leather. People are using recycled fabrics or scraps to create. That's why there is a lot of patchwork right now. So all those things are really, people are really paying attention. That's the good thing, transparency, keeping people accountable.
And I think these brands know that consumers, that's the way people are shopping now. Is the brand sustainable?
When I started, we didn't really know anything, but now the consumer knows so much. It keeps you on your toes
I know
as a
so
journalist
much
as
now.
well. you
Red
know?
is the new pink.
All right, there we go.
Knowledge is power.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
You heard it here first.
All right. Alex Padilla, thank you so much. Fun conversation. Enjoy the next couple days.
Yes, happy Fashion Week.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Don't go anywhere. Right now on Morning News Now, parts of Morocco reduced to rubble in the wake of that massive, deadly earthquake. This morning, rescuers are racing against time as the search for survivors enters a 5th day. Overnight, officials confirm the death toll has risen again. Many of the victims buried underneath what was once their home. Now, survivors are sleeping on the street and pleading for help. We'll take you to one of the hardest hit areas. Armed and dangerous. New developments overnight in the search for that convicted killer who escaped a Pennsylvania prison nearly 2 weeks ago. This morning, officials say they believe he is now armed as tens of thousands of people are being warned to stay indoors after yet another sighting, this time outside the search perimeter.
Unfortunately, we don't have a containment area right now, so that's another, another concern and another challenge.
We'll bring you the latest, including what authorities are saying about his altered appearance and who he tried to contact for help. Plus, one more shot. This morning, a new COVID booster is in the works after the FDA approved an updated version of the shot to combat a spike in cases and hospitalizations. What you need to know to keep your family healthy as cold and flu season begins. And Apple checking in on your mental health with its newest operating system update. We'll break down the new feature meant to help track your well-being. Plus, we'll show you Apple's latest devices set to be unveiled later today.
What will it be? Phones, tablets, AirPods?
It's going to be a phone, and I'll walk you to the Apple store, and we'll do it together.
To get something that's not an Apple 7? All right. Good morning. Good to have you with us on this Tuesday. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin with the latest from Morocco, where the death toll from that catastrophic earthquake has now jumped to more than 2,800.
A government official says most of the dead were buried under the rubble of collapsed buildings. In some cases, the devastation is so bad, several communities have been wiped off the map, like this village south of Marrakesh, where 90 people were killed in a town with only 100 homes. Rescue operations are taking place around the clock with search teams from Britain, Spain, and Qatar assisting the Moroccan military, but hopes of finding survivors are fading. Still, there have been glimmers of hope. This video shows a rescue yesterday. Survivors were pulled from the rubble 3 days after the earthquake hit. This is we're getting an up-close look at the moment the earthquake hit. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez has the latest.
Hey there, we are now in the 4th day of this massive search and rescue operation that is stretching across a disaster zone throughout the high Atlas Mountains. Locals here tell us that in the house behind me, 4 people were killed when that 6.8 magnitude quake struck on Friday night. They are part of a national death toll that is now above 2,800 and climbing. And if you are a member of a family that is missing a loved one, you are praying that there are still more rescues to be done, but time is running out. Every passing hour means that hope is fading. We spoke to an international rescue team earlier who sent their search dogs home because they believe at this point it is unlikely they are going to find anyone else alive. Now, in some of the more remote mountain villages, help has been painfully slow in arriving. We're hearing from people who say that they have been digging with their bare hands through the remains of their homes, trying to find family members with no sign of the government. Soldiers, agents from the Ministry of the Interior are starting to reach some of those harder to reach villages now, but it has been a long time waiting. We met a community who are building tents out of wood, tarp, anything they can find just to put shelter over their children's heads. Meanwhile, there are questions about whether the Moroccan government should be doing more to accept international aid. There is right now a small American survey team on the ground, but there hasn't yet been a deal for a larger deployment of American help. Back to you.
All right, Raf Sanchez, thank you.
Well, an American trapped for more than a week deep inside a cave in Turkey has been rescued. In this incredible video we're going to show you, you can see American researcher Mark Dickey being lifted out of the cave on a stretcher. You may remember he was stuck inside the cave after he suffered gastrointestinal bleeding, so crews had to mount a very complex and delicate rescue operation. The Turkish Caving Federation says Dickey is doing well and being treated at a medical facility.
North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has arrived in Russia for a closely watched meeting with President Putin. Kim crossed over into Russia overnight by train after setting off on Sunday. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer joined us now from the South Korean capital of Seoul. Janice, good morning. So let's talk about the details we've learned about this journey. Do we know who traveled with Kim Jong-un and where and when he's going to meet with Putin?
Well, it was confirmed that Kim Jong-un traveled by armored train that crossed the border into Russia earlier today. There were also reports of a flight that had taken off from Pyongyang and landing in Vladivostok, and it was believed that some of Kim's senior officials were on board to join him for this visit to Russia. Where and when he's going to meet with Vladimir Putin is still not clear. Putin spoke earlier today at an economic forum in Vladivostok. He said that he was planning to go to a nearby high security facility in the Far East region. When he was asked by Russian media if that's where he was going to meet Kim, he said, "You'll know when I get there." All Russian officials have said so far is that this is a full visit for North Korea to Russia, that they are looking to boost ties with each other, and that the two men will meet, quote, in the coming days.
So, Janice, we understand Russia is looking to beef up its munition stocks. Tell us a little more about what really both sides may look to get out of this meeting.
Well, Joe, they're friends in need. Both are widely regarded as being rogue states. Both present a concern to the United States. Russia is looking for suppliers in order to restock its military supplies. And for North Korea, a weapons deal could be a political and economic lifeline. North Korea has a huge defense industry with very large-scale production capabilities. What they may get in return is to have Russia share satellite and nuclear submarine technology, which, of course, would present concerns to U.S. allies in this region.
And, Janice, how is the U.S. reacting to this meeting?
Well, the U.S. officials have said that they have intelligence suggesting that weapons talks are at an advanced stage between Russia and North Korea. They have warned North Korea that this would be a huge mistake and that ultimately they would, quote, pay a price. Here's more on what U.S. officials had to say today.
We're going to monitor very closely the outcome of this meeting. I will remind both countries that any transfer of arms from North Korea to Russia would be in violation of multiple United Nations Security Council resolutions. And we, of course, have aggressively enforced our sanctions against entities that fund Russia's war effort, and we will continue to enforce those sanctions and will not hesitate to impose new sanctions if appropriate.
The Pentagon has made a similar assessment in that with so few details, they're going to monitor the situation. But certainly going on the intelligence that the White House has reported on so far, it would suggest that there are strengthening ties between North Korea and Russia and could ultimately see bilateral trade boost in a way that would be uncomfortable to the United States and others.
All right, Janice Mackey-Frayer, keeping an eye on this meeting from Seoul. Thank you so much.
And now to Pennsylvania and some major developments this morning in the manhunt for that escaped prisoner. Police say they are now pursuing the escaped inmate in a specific area after he was spotted once again last night. They are also warning that they believe he is armed with a weapon. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser is following all this for us and joins us now with the latest. Hey, Lindsay, good morning. So, I mean, obviously that's a big headline, especially for people in the area believing that he's armed with a weapon. How do they know that? How do they think they got it? And where do they think he is now?
Yeah, this really marks a heightened phase here in the search. Savannah, good morning. We're in an area, South Coventry Township, and I can tell you that even just getting to this location here where we have a command post took many roadblocks that we had to go through. And it appears that there is a new perimeter. Now, as far as how big that perimeter is, we don't know, but this is a really dense, heavily wooded area, a lot of cornfields, a lot of cow and horse pastures, a lot of barns and nooks and crannies where Danilo Cavalcante could be. Now, you mentioned mentioned. He is armed. That is what we're hearing from Pennsylvania State Police. There are reports that he stole a weapon, that there was even a firefight overnight with a resident here. NBC News has not confirmed that. There are also reports that he ditched the clothing that he was last seen in, that yellow or green hoodie that he was seen in those doorbell cameras. We also have not confirmed that, but we do know that there is really a heightened sense of alarm this morning. Schools in the nearby area are closed. Residents, Savannah, are being told to lock their homes and their cars. Do not approach him if they see him, and of course, call 911, Savannah.
And Lindsay, police are, obviously this has been a difficult challenge for them. The suspect slipped through the perimeter over the weekend, which was a surprise to them. They say they have now changed their strategy and how they are trying to track him down. What is it exactly that we're doing? And do we know how it got to this point where they are not even able to kind of keep him contained?
I mean, yesterday they said they were switching to a containment model. And so let's go ahead and listen from state police and hear what we heard yesterday afternoon.
This investigation has taken a change in direction in terms of the allocation of resources and daily focus of investigators. We have moved from a containment model to one which involves utilizing a variety of investigative resources and which has proven successful for us in the past.
So we do have video of an overnight search in East Nantmeal Township, and that was where this dairy truck was found. It had run out of gas. This was a truck that Cavalcante had stolen over the weekend. And so when we ask how we got here, we know that August 31st is when this search happened. He crab walked up the walls of the prison, went through fences, razor wire. He was in that perimeter, Savannah, that you mentioned. That was a botanical garden, an area of around 1,000 acres. That is what he was able to slip through. And then he stole that dairy truck, according to police, and he visited the homes of a couple of previous coworkers. That is where we have that doorbell camera video where he's clean shaven. He's in a different outfit, different appearance, and he had interacted with at least one of those residents in his native language of Portuguese, and that person called police. And then again, they moved to that containment model because they had an idea of where he was, not an exact perimeter though. It appears this morning, Savannah, though, because of the roadblocks, because of the increased police presence we're seeing in this area where we are, which is about 50 miles away from that East Nantmeal Township, that things may have pivoted, Savannah.
And Lindsay, finally, before I let you go, we do also have this detail that immigration officials have detained the fugitive's sister. What do we know about that? Why is that?
So we know that she's facing deportation. Police say that she was an overstay and is basically facing the same process that anybody else would. Now, there were reports that it wasn't clear whether she had assisted her brother. Yesterday, state police said they don't believe that she did provide assistance, but they also said she's not cooperating with law enforcement, so there wasn't a law enforcement necessity to keep her. Savannah.
All right, Lindsay Reiser, thank you so much.
Lawyers for former President Donald Trump have filed motions to dismiss charges against him in the Georgia election case. The court filings are the first time the former president has formally moved to dismiss charges in the sprawling indictment handed up in Fulton County last month. Trump faces 13 criminal counts in Georgia. He and his 18 co-defendants have all pleaded not guilty.
Well, the FDA has given the green light to updated COVID vaccines from Moderna and Pfizer.
This new round of boosters is meant to protect against the latest Omicron subvariant. This approval comes as the nation is seeing an uptick in COVID cases. Not to mention, we are heading into cold and flu season. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards joins us now with more on this. So, Erica, let's talk about how well these boosters work. We know they're not magic. They actually had to start working on them earlier this year. So how effective do we think they could be against what we're seeing right now with this rise?
If only they were magic, right? So far, the data show that they work pretty well against these Omicron subvariants that are circulating. Now, as far as the recent uptick in cases, it's important to remember that the vaccines are not designed to prevent you from becoming infected. They're designed to help keep people out of the hospital, to prevent some of those severe complications. And that's why you're likely to see a push toward getting these shots to the elderly and to people with weakened immune systems, those who are most vulnerable. The other issue here is that the vaccines are only going to work if people get them. The last time a booster came out, only 17% of those eligible actually got the shot.
Yeah, I think people start to get confused what the rules are now. Do I get it every year? Do I get it with my flu shot? When is this going to be available, and is there any cost associated with them?
So we'll start with the cost. This is the first time that the federal government is not paying for these shots. Both Pfizer and Moderna have said that the shots are likely to be more than $100 per shot. However, if you have private health insurance, if you have Medicare, those shots will be covered. You won't have any fee. If you don't have health insurance, community health centers will also be handing them out for free. Now, as far as when, today, an advisory committee to the CDC is meeting to determine who should get the shots. After that, the CDC director, Dr. Mandy Cohen, is expected to sign off on those later today. Those shots could start rolling out in the coming days.
So, assuming that's what happens, when should you get the shot? We know, like, conventional wisdom is like the flu shot you should get like, by Halloween, right? Is there any sort of advice or strategy as to when you should try and get this booster?
You've done your homework. That's exactly right. Most doctors do recommend getting both the COVID shot and the flu shot before the end of October. There was one caveat. If you've had COVID recently, the CDC might recommend waiting at least 2 months before you get that booster.
And what about any side effects with this one?
Yeah, they're supposed to mirror previous versions of the COVID shot. You might have a sore arm, fatigue, nausea, headache, even fever in some cases.
I think some people have learned by now whether there's someone who should take the day off the next day because maybe they have more of a reaction to the shot. It seems to be different for everyone, right?
That's right. That's right.
I do think I remember I was a little sick, but not too bad after, you know?
All right. Erica, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Now let's get to weather. Parts of the Northeast are recovering this morning after strong storms moved through yesterday. This is what it looked like last night in Leominster, Massachusetts. The heavy rain also washed away some roads and flooded businesses and homes. A similar scene in Rhode Island, too, where cars were submerged in floodwaters from that heavy rainfall.
So let's get more on all this from meteorologist Angie Lastman. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Unfortunately, we've got more rain on the way for that same region. We've seen a lot of it start to taper off early this morning, but we've got another big batch that's working its way to the east thanks to a cold front that is slowly but surely moving across the eastern parts of the country. Right now, that front is draped from basically the Midwest all the way down to the south. We have the rain stretching along and ahead of it, and you can see places like Dallas to Memphis, St. Louis, Buffalo going to start seeing some of this rain working in. But let's focus on folks in the Northeast because, yes, we did see ample amounts of rain, significant rainfall yesterday across parts of this region. And we've got another 2 days where we'll see those rainfall rates pretty impressive and the rainfall potential elevated, at least for your day today and tomorrow. The good news is we're not looking at some really strong storms with this. The low end severe is what we'll have a potential for, but the high amounts of rainfall will be there. This is a look into your Wednesday. You can see that front finally starts to work a little closer to the coast, and then we'll see it push out, and eventually we'll get some nicer conditions on the backside of this. But between now and the middle of the week, tomorrow, we'll see anywhere from maybe 1 inch to 2 inches of rain. But per hour, we could see impressive rainfall rates too. 1 to 2 inches in just an hour could lead to some potential for some flooding concerns. So that's what we'll watch across parts of the Northeast down through the mid-Atlantic for today and into tomorrow. And of course, we're keeping a close eye on Hurricane Lee. Right now, Category 3. It did see a little bit of a bump up in intensity with those winds of 115 miles per hour. It's a slow mover. It's only moving northwest at 7 miles per hour. That northerly turn that everybody has been just waiting for is eventually going to come probably in the next 24 hours. You can see the track takes it just to the west of Bermuda as we get into your early parts of Friday. We will expect this to stay well off the east coast of the United States for the most part. You'll notice that extreme northern portions and eastern portions of New England are still included in that cone as we get down the line. By Sunday, 3 a.m., we're looking at a much weaker system as it works a little farther to the north over the coming days. But that does mean that it starts to expand its wind field. We'll likely see the potential for some gusty winds across parts of New England. We'll also note that that high surf and rip current risk will be something we'll deal with up and down the East Coast for at least the next 7 days. We could see some coastal flooding, maybe some coastal erosion. That'll all be on the table for us here as we get through at least the next week or so. But looking at the more specific rainfall amounts, by the time we get to Saturday into Sunday, you can see portions of Maine could see some heavy rain working in. The chances for that center of the storm working on shore there, of course, still in play, but we're not looking at direct impact south of this. This is going to be something we'll, of course, have to keep an eye on, guys. We've still got plenty of time. Again, the timing for this would be Friday into Saturday, so something to watch in the coming days.
All right, a little bit of a rainy weekend. Angie, thank you.
The umbrella has been getting plenty of practice this week. All right, after an offseason full of potential Super Bowl hopes, the New York Jets are now facing the possibility of a season without their new star quarterback, Aaron Rodgers. Just 4 plays, 4 snaps into his first game for the Jets last night, Rodgers suffered an apparent leg injury, and this morning there are fears it could be season-ending. Overnight, the team's head coach said it looks like the 4-time MVP may have severely injured his Achilles, which could not only threaten the 39-year-old's season, but also the remainder of his career. Despite the injury, the Jets did manage to pull off an overtime win against the Buffalo Bills last night when undrafted rookie Xavier Gibson returned a punt 65 yards for a touchdown. You can feel the pain in New York this morning after that happened.
That was an expensive
call,
we'll
get more news later today and see what happens. Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, Tech Talk. Some of the biggest names in Silicon Valley are heading to Capitol Hill. What we know about a closed-door meeting on artificial intelligence.
Up first, though, after the break, nearly 200,000 migrants missing in America. The new watchdog report shedding light on the country's growing migrant crisis. We'll be right back.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The Department of Homeland Security is under fire after an internal watchdog found the agency lost track of 177,000 migrants inside the U.S. in a 17-month period, and also discovered that once migrants are released in the U.S. to await those asylum hearings, DHS really only has a limited ability to track them. For more, we're joined by NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Hey, Julia, good to see you. So walk us through this report exactly. Help us understand how it is that the agency lost track of, really, frankly, so many people.
Yeah, it's interesting. It actually dovetails with a lot of what we've been reporting. As the Biden administration had more migrants coming across, they started to release people not only not in detention, but without what they would call alternatives to detention, where you can track someone through a phone check-in, a mobile app, even an ankle monitor. They were releasing more people in the address field that a migrant would typically put on their form. In over 177,000 cases, that form was either missing or it wasn't a real address. They found many people. Sometimes they'd have 50 people using the same address, and it would turn out to be a restaurant in Michigan or a church in Illinois. These weren't real places. I think possibly smugglers were giving migrants these addresses to put down. And also the damage it does not only to Homeland Security, but also to migrants who might not have a real address to put down or whoever was taking their information didn't get it correctly, that means that migrant doesn't get information about their court hearing, where they can go next if the date changed, and that could put them at a real problem if they're trying to claim asylum within the year of their entrance. So it's a problem for both sides, DHS and migrants, if they don't get that information accurately.
So what is being done to address this issue? And is anything also being done to try to find those missing migrants, those nearly 200,000 people?
Well, DHS says that, look, it's really the burden is on the migrant to give that information when they cross. A lot of people are crossing with no documents or fraudulent documents. It's hard for them to determine exactly where in the United States they're going to go. Oftentimes, the majority of cases, they'll give the address of a family member they might be staying with. But it's really not up to DHS to determine exactly where they are going. They're kind of taking them where they say they will go because it's in their best interest to be tracked if they want to win that ability to stay here legally. So they are hampered, although the IG did say DHS needs to do a better job of getting this information and having ICE and CBP talk to each other so that they have that same information across both agencies.
And Julia, what are we hearing from DHS about this report? How are they responding?
Well, DHS says, look, we are operating in a broken immigration system, and the burden really falls to the migrant. That's why they did not concur with those recommendations from the Department of Homeland Security, from the IG. But they say that, look, they do take steps to try to get as accurate as information as possible. And they're pushing back pretty strongly on some of these allegations in the report, although they have not pushed back on the fact that over 177,000, and that was just in a 17-month period, had addresses that really didn't turn out to be legitimate.
Absolutely. All right, Julia Ainsley, thank you so much.
A Los Angeles area plastic surgeon known as Dr. Laguna is facing some troubling allegations. The Orange County District Attorney filed a civil lawsuit saying the surgeon allegedly touched patients without their consent and posted photos and videos of them online. This comes after more than 30 women accused him in a separate case of battery and medical malpractice. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has more.
This is Dr. Laguna.
He calls himself Dr. Laguna.
Allow your butt to be smaller, tidier, more athletic.
Dr. Arian Malavi regularly posts videos like this on social media.
We fine-tune and hone in on the butt of your dreams.
But it's not all a dream for the popular Southern California plastic surgeon. The Orange County District Attorney has filed a civil lawsuit against Malavi, alleging 19 unlawful business practices, including touching potential patients and patients without their consent and publishing photos and videos of clients on websites without their consent.
He would smack in her bottom to make it be wiggly.
Harmony Williams is a former employee who spoke to our Los Angeles local station KNBC and says she told some patients what she saw in the OR.
These people can't protect themselves when they're asleep.
These claims against Malavi come after more than 30 former patients are also suing him in a separate case for allegations including battery and medical malpractice.
So he grabs me about 2 inches above my vagina while I'm naked and grabs me right underneath my breast from behind me. This is how it's going to look.
For me, it felt very aggressive. It was combative. It was degrading. It was combative. It was aggressive. It was humiliating.
Malavi denies the claims and is suing former patient Shalene Johnson for defamation.
My results are horrific, and it was one of the most traumatic experiences of my life. It's definitely one of the biggest mistakes of my life.
That lawsuit is now on hold because Malavi has declared bankruptcy. It all comes after late last year, the Medical Board of California suspended Malavi's license for 90 days following an investigation into the death of one of his patients in 2018. According to the lawsuit by the Orange County DA, that investigation stemmed from Malavi's unlicensed medical staff performing medical procedures on a patient. Johnson says that's information she wished she had known.
I would have never gone to this doctor. Never.
Our thanks to Liz Kreutz for that report. NBC has reached out to Dr. Malavi's attorney for comment. We have not yet heard back. His 90-day suspension by the medical board is over. That means right now he is able to work.
There are new details in the investigation into allegations of sexual harassment involving Michigan State University's head football coach. Mel Tucker says the allegations against him are false, but that did not stop the university from suspending him without pay while this investigation plays out. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has the latest, and we do want to warn you some of the details may be difficult to hear.
One of the highest paid coaches in college football sidelined amid an off-the-field scandal.
I have suspended Mel Tucker without pay
Calling it an interim measure, Michigan State University Sunday suspending head coach Mel Tucker over an allegation he sexually harassed victims advocate Brenda Tracy. Her claim dates back to April of last year after she spoke to the team about preventing sexual violence. According to a USA Today investigation citing her Title IX complaint, she claimed she was later on the phone with the coach when he made sexual comments about her and masturbated. In a statement, Tucker said Tracy's allegations of harassment are completely false, characterizing the phone call as a mutual private event between two adults living at opposite ends of the country. NBC News has not independently reviewed the complaint.
So this morning's news might sound like the MSU of old. It was not.
Michigan State leaders said new developments prompted them to suspend Tucker less than 2 years into his $95 million contract.
We are focused on prevention work with men.
Tracy lectures collegiate athletes nationwide on preventing sexual violence after her own brutal assault in Oregon in the 90s, allegedly by multiple college football players. About her encounter with Coach Tucker, telling USA Today, the idea that someone could...
We are following breaking news right now out of Pennsylvania.
State police are set to provide an update on the search for escaped prisoner Danilo Cavalcante. Let's listen in.
And Rob Clark from the U.S. Marshal's Office. There have been a number of significant developments overnight in this investigation and manhunt. At approximately 8 p.m. last evening, a motorist reported seeing a male crouched near the wood line along the south side of Fairview Road, west of Route 100. The motorist turned her vehicle around in an effort to verify what she saw. As she drove back past, the individual was gone. We had a large number of troopers already in the area and utilized them to form a perimeter around that area. A Border Patrol tactical team was also in the immediate vicinity and went directly to the location of the sighting. They observed footprints in some mud, which were identical to the prison shoes worn by Cavalcante. A track was initiated, and shortly thereafter, both of his prison shoes were located. Information was received from another resident in that immediate area that a pair of work boots had been stolen from a porch at her residence. The tracking of Cavalcante continued in a northerly direction, and at 10:10 p.m., a call was received from a resident on Coventryville Road indicating a short Hispanic male, no shirt, and wearing dark pants, had entered his garage while the homeowner was in it, and that he grabbed a .22 rifle that was leaning in the corner of the garage. The homeowner drew a pistol and fired at Cavalcante as he fled with the rifle. PSP responded and secured that scene. At that time, a green sweatshirt and white T-shirt believed to belong to Cavalcante were discovered near the edge of the driveway. The perimeter was expanded to include that area. Overnight, searches of the area within the perimeter were conducted by tactical teams from multiple agencies. Teams from Pennsylvania State Police, Border Patrol, ATF, FBI, U.S. Marshals, and Chester County have been active through the night. Teams are currently being rotated out and replaced with fresh teams. Aviation assets, canines, mounted patrols, and numerous other assets have been mobilized and are currently operating in this search area. Upwards of 500 law enforcement officers are engaged in securing the perimeter and in conducting the searches. We are mobilizing additional resources as we speak and are planning for an extended operating period if necessary. Cavalcante is considered armed and extremely dangerous. He is now armed with a .22 caliber rifle with a scope and flashlight mounted on it. Throughout the night, we sent several reverse 911 messages to residents within a 3-mile radius of this incident, as well as posted information to social media in an effort to inform the public and to keep them safe. We also notified the affected schools of this incident in the very early morning hours, and a decision was made to close schools in the O&J Roberts School District for today. The current perimeter includes PA 23 to the north, PA 100 to the east, Fairview and Nant Mill roads to the south, and Iron Bridge and County Park roads to the west. We ask residents in and around this vicinity to please secure homes, outbuildings, and vehicles. It is imperative that anyone with information about Cavalcante contact us immediately so we can act on it in a timely manner. They can call 911 or our tip line at 717-562-2987. 717-562-2987. We will take questions at this time.
What was the response time, sir, from the moment the homeowner called the state police after the shots had been fired? What was the response time?
Minutes.
Do we believe he's injured?
We have no reason to believe that he is injured as a result of that shooting.
Colonel, do you think he's still trying to hit south eventually?
No, I think he is just trying to survive and avoid being captured right now, sir.
Ammunition.
Yes.
How does this change your tactics when it comes to the fact that he's now considered armed?
We have considered him dangerous right from the very start. It changes nothing. We have always considered him to be a risk. We just now absolutely know that he has a weapon.
Do you think he knows where he is?
Yes.
He knows where he's been there
I think,
before?
yes, he has been in that area before.
Do any homes need to be evacuated?
We're not evacuating homes at this point. We're asking residents to be vigilant and, again, lock their doors, call us if there is any issue or any concern on their part.
Shots were fired between the homeowner towards Capital Contact.
It was several shots. I don't have that number
Sir,
at
was
this
that
point.
law enforcement officer injured? You were reports about late last night.
Not as a result of anything with the search. We've had a few minor incidents or issues with officers out on the perimeter and things, but nothing related directly to the search.
Is he getting help from anyone? Has he gotten help from anyone at any point in recent days?
I'm not going to comment on whatever assistance he may or may not have received. What I will tell you is that at this point, I believe he is beyond assistance, and he is in that perimeter, and we will actively hunt until we find him.
Is he fully cooperating with the investigation? Is he fully cooperating?
Yes.
Now that you have the firearm and you have a general location or containment, is it imperative to push now, especially given the urgency of the firearm?
Sir, we have been pushing anytime we had him contained from the very start. We have seen this as a high priority throughout. It is, in this particular case, the search area is probably close to 3 miles across east to west and 2 to 2.5 miles north to south. It's a large area, wooded, hilly terrain. It's not something that it's a matter of just sending a few people in and searching. As I said, we've had a number of tactical teams operating in there through the night. We continue to have teams operating in there now. It will take a long time to clear that entire area, and we will continue until we do locate him.
You talked about how difficult the area around Long Beach Arms was to search in. Is this a similarly difficult, more or less difficult?
You know, some similar challenges. The difference here, it's a little larger area. And so anytime you're in an area like this, you can imagine if you went out and took a several square mile area and had to try and find a single person who is trying to hide, it's a challenge.
Do you consider him contained now in that area?
As I've said before, no perimeter is ever 100% impenetrable. We have absolutely stood up a very strong perimeter. We will do our very best to contain him in there and to capture him.
We saw some boats being driven in. Are there any creeks or waterways in that area that you guys can search?
There are some creeks in there, yes.
And precautions are law enforcement taking right now that he is armed and dangerous? Are the officers instructed to wear tactical gear?
The officers have been wearing their gear throughout this entire search. Again, we have always considered him dangerous. We just know, we now have confirmation that he has a firearm. The tactics are the same.
How did he get the ammunition? The ammunition
It was with the firearm. It was with the firearm.
Sir, he's so
It was with the firearm.
Sir, he's so close to French Creek Park right now. And I know that tunnels were a factor potentially in the Longwood area. Are you also searching hyper-focusing on the tunnels from where he was last spotted last night? Because if he was in the tunnels, he could potentially get away.
We are focusing on that entire area again. We have people, supervisors on the ground out there assessing any issues or risks of escape, and we are trying to address any possibility out there.
It sounds like these residents contacted officials pretty quickly. The fact that the tactical team was able to see the fresh prints, identify them as prison shoes. What happened? Why weren't they able to find him?
They have been searching for him. It was only minutes, but in that amount of time, he traveled a significant distance. We've been utilizing dogs, and we've been utilizing tactical teams. So, again, just because we find a footprint doesn't mean we necessarily know which direction he traveled. And in fact, he had traveled south and then went back north. So it's not a matter of just charging into the woods and knowing that, it's that away. It's a matter of trying to track him. It's a matter of sweeping methodically through the woods, checking buildings and so forth. We don't have the luxury of just charging up the nearest trail and hoping that's the direction he went.
I believe he scoped out that house where he stole the firearm. He went to the garage, the firearm was laying there. Have you been watching that house?
I don't believe so, sir. I think at that point he was being pushed by the teams that were pursuing him from the original sighting. I think it was, in my opinion, I believe it was a crime of opportunity. I think he went in there probably trying to hide. The garage door was open. He didn't, I believe, recognize that the owner was in there, and I think he was probably looking for a place to hide, ran for that garage, saw the firearm, grabbed that, encountered the homeowner, and fled with the firearm.
What's the square mile area now that you are searching? Do you have an estimate?
I don't know, what is that, 8 to 10 square miles probably?
You've had 2 instances now of Cavalcante picking up supplies that really changed the search, whether it was the van with the keys in it or a firearm that was somewhat unsecured. Do you have any plans to change the messaging in this new containment area to really, emphasize the importance of locking?
I don't know how much more I could emphasize it, sir. I've been very clear about securing things. We have sent, as I said, several reverse 911 messages through the night, again emphasizing that point and telling residents what they can do, just advising them the situation. I can't be any clearer that they need to secure things.
Use maps of culverts, drainage areas, tunnels, different.
We're working with a variety of maps. We have county emergency management people on site and have had them on site here in the command post so that we do have access to the available information.
Sir, you said it's not an officer that passed out this morning around 9 a.m.
I don't. I was told that it is not a life-threatening situation, but I don't have any other
Sir, you
information.
said it's a matter of time before he is captured. It feels like you're getting very close. How many law enforcement officers do you have on the ground right now? Are we at that 400 number?
No, I would think we're well past the 400. We are probably around 500 right now. It's very fluid. We have people still coming in. We've been releasing people that were held overnight. We have people that have been on duty for 20 hours, 24 hours or more, and we're relieving them. We held people over because of the seriousness of the situation last night. So we're working through replacing all of those. We have people coming in, I can speak for the state police, from all over Pennsylvania to support this effort and to be able to sustain it. And our partner agencies are doing the same, not only from Pennsylvania, but from out of state as well, with various specialty teams.
How did he get from Phoenixville to South Coast? On foot, or did he steal another vehicle?
No, this is the area where he left the van. It's very close in proximity to where the van was abandoned and where I talked about that I believed he was in the woods and was likely hiding.
The homeowner interviewed him. Can you give us any more detail about what he told you? Had he gotten the reverse 911 call for the homeowner who shot him?
I really can't provide any more detail right now. What I can tell you is, again, he encountered him. He did call us very quickly. He did what we asked him to do with regard to that.
What road was that?
Coventryville Road.
How many times did he fire at him?
I don't have that number of shots. Several shots, I was told.
Reports that Cavalcante stole a pair of boots. Are those accurate?
Yes.
Are any of the homes being monitored that he's been to within the last couple of months? I mean, which homes that are constantly?
I'm sorry, which homes are you referring to, ma'am?
The homes that he's in the garage, he's in the ring door camera.
Those homes, well, the ring door camera is nowhere. It's not in this search area, and the home with the garage that we talked about is within the search area, and we are actively working that area.
Is there still shelter in place for the?
Do you have food now?
I don't know.
Do you have a sense of how many other houses he might have been in this area?
I don't have reports of any other houses that he's been in.
Senator,
doesn't mean he hasn't been, but we don't have reports of those.
Senator, what has gone wrong here? I mean, have you underestimated him? Is he just that much of a worthy adversary?
Sir, I don't know why you would think something has gone wrong. Our law enforcement people have done an amazing job tracking him and locating him, that proverbial needle in the haystack, and they've located that needle repeatedly. You know, the questions yesterday about is he out of state, is he somewhere around the country, and we told you we were actively searching in this area. Our people have done an amazing job. I'm very proud of the work that they have done and continue to do. There is nothing has gone wrong. our agencies are all working very well together, and I believe we will be successful in the long run.
Does it change the posture of how your troopers and the law enforcement in the field pursuing him now that he is off? How does that
We have always considered him to be very dangerous, and I have stressed that in every one of my press conferences and in every briefing that I have given to our people that are out there searching. We considered him desperate. We considered him dangerous. All this does is confirm for us that he has a weapon.
Is he desperate enough to use that weapon and target law enforcement?
He's killed 2 people previously. I would suspect that he's desperate enough to use that weapon.
Are any measures underway to prevent carjackings based on the weapon now in his hands?
I'm sorry, is there?
Any efforts underway to prevent the carjacking?
Sir, we're actively working that area. I don't know what other efforts we could make to prevent a carjacking. We've asked people to secure everything. Anything that occurs in there, we will be on top of. And we're making every effort to find him as rapidly as we possibly can.
Is there still shelter in place within the search perimeter, or people can leave their homes?
People can leave their homes. That's entirely up to them. We have not tried to direct anybody to shelter in place. We have simply asked them to secure their homes. It's up to them if they want to leave. If they need assistance, they can let us know, and we will work with them to make sure they can get out of the area.
Does the House on Coventry bill have a video of the interaction from last night?
No. I'm sorry, what was that?
Have you been in communication with the governor's office? And how are the
I have been in regular communication with the governor's office and the governor himself. The governor has been closely monitoring this entire situation, has offered any resources that are necessary, has offered to contact other states if need be. So he's been closely monitoring this. He's on top of it, and we continue to keep him advised.
Other than the theft of the rifle, did Captain Conte make any aggressive moves to the homeowner, who I believe is in his 80s? Is that accurate?
He did not, to my knowledge, make any other aggressive moves. They confronted each other. The shots were fired, and he fled. And I'm not going to release anything else about the homeowner at this point.
Do you know how close they actually got to each other, the homeowner and Cavalcante?
It was a number of feet.
Anything you would like the public to know at this juncture? I know you've reiterated some very important facts, but just,
No, I think, again, I stress, please secure things, and not just within the perimeter, in the vicinity around it, and please call us immediately if they see something suspicious, if they believe that Cavalcante might be in the area. We need that information. Again, it's a large search area. We're going to very thoroughly search it, but their assistance is very much appreciated.
Maybe it's worth repeating. I've asked it before. Can you explain why you can't just push through with the terrain, with what you're dealing with, how it's challenging?
We are pushing through with the terrain with tactical teams, but it is not really practical to suggest that we could line up a line 3 miles long and push in one long line through there. We've got to methodically search it. We've got trained teams that are doing that, and we're going to cover that ground as quickly and as thoroughly as we possibly can. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll get additional information to you as things unfold. Thank you.
The quote right there, "We will actively hunt until we find him," from Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens with the Pennsylvania State Police. They now believe they have a search area of 8 to 10 square miles, and they do believe Danilo Cavalcante is now armed with a .22 rifle with a scope and flashlight.
That's right. Let's go over a couple of the other details that we just learned there. They did say there was significant developments overnight, and it does seem that way. They were able to find shoes that they believe were his prison shoes, and then they learned also that a pair of boots were stolen, and that there was also this exchange where a homeowner and Cavalcante came within several feet of each other. Several rounds were fired, but they do not believe that he is injured.
Let's bring in NBC News senior law enforcement analyst Cedric Alexander. So what's your takeaway from what we heard there? Does it seem like they are closing in on Cavalcante, or is that search area still so big that anything could happen?
Well, first of all, we certainly do have to acknowledge that is a huge search area. But of course, they're going to target the search based on information that they receive. And they have some very recent activity there involving Cavalcante. So I think as this search continues, they're going to focus in on the areas in which they know there's a high possibility he may be and where he may be en route to. I think the state police and their partners there are doing an extraordinary job by staying on top of this and making all the necessary decisions that are so important for the safety of that community. For an example, the closing of the schools today after the most recent sighting, particularly now that it appears he is armed.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I want to ask you about, is how the safety of the community comes into play here. I mean, they are not evacuating homes. They're just asking people to lock their doors, secure vehicles, any outbuildings. But as Joe mentioned, they now are confident, they are aware that he has a .22 caliber rifle. And actually, we had just heard them say there that they do believe that he would be desperate enough to use that weapon, was the quote. What's the takeaway here for people in the area?
Well, I think the important piece is that, number one, we know we're on a hunt for a convicted killer, two-time convicted killer, if I'm correct. In addition to that, we know now that he's armed. We know that people in the community, is not being stated they should stay in the house, but what they are saying to the community, be alert, be observant, anything that you see that may be of concern, call us immediately. People, of course, that may happen to be out on the streets in the community. At this point, it is important that if they see something, this is one of those cases, not as a cliche, but this is one of those cases, if you see something, you really do need to say something immediately. He is a dangerous, convicted killer who is now armed and who will possibly take any measure he can not to be captured. And we're going to see how this is going to end. And hopefully at the end, no one is hurt. But I think law enforcement there is in a position to do whatever they need to do to protect that community. And that is the right thing to do.
All right, Cedric Alexander, thank you so much. The search right now, about 500 law enforcement. They're using aviation, they're using mounted resources, and of course they're on foot searching an area that is about 8 to 10 square miles.
Been on the run since August 31st now. We'll continue to follow this story, of course, and bring you the very latest as it comes in. More news just ahead.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Welcome back. Looks like LeBron James wants a third Olympic gold medal. The Athletic is reporting that James is ready to head to next summer's Paris Games and is recruiting other top basketball stars to join him. According to the report, he has spoken to Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Anthony Davis, Jason Tatum, and Draymond Green, who are all prepared to join him. James, already a three-time Olympian and two-time gold medalist. Team USA only managed fourth place at the FIBA World Cup over the weekend, so all that star power could help them get back on top. Maybe we'll have another dream team. The anticipation's building, and now the wait is over. Apple's big annual event is happening today at the company's headquarters in California, where it is set to unveil the latest devices. Dalvin Brown joins us now on set. He's a consumer tech reporter for the Wall Street Journal. So first up, we always think about fall phones. We assume they're going to unveil what it would be iPhone 15 we're at right now. What do we know about that? Any idea how much it would cost?
Yeah, so we expect Apple to unveil a handful of devices, but the iPhones will be the most attention-grabbing. So we're expecting 4 new iPhones, 2 entry-level iPhones, as well as 2 Pro model iPhones. But the thing they'll all have in common is a USB-C port, a new USB-C port. So that'll be the selling point for all these iPhones. Apple is doing away with its proprietary Lightning port in phones, so you know, the charger you've been using for the past 10 years, you won't be using anymore if you get the iPhone 15.
Will they all be uniform chargers at some point? Is that what we're going toward finally?
Yeah, we're going toward a world where you can just carry around one charger.
Oh my goodness,
if you are an iPhone user, yes. We're also paying close attention to price for the model level, or for the premium iPhones. So analysts are saying they may be $100 to $200 more expensive as Apple tries to keep up with inflation. Right. But yeah, the connector, the USB-C port, will be the big seller.
My little travel kit has like 15 different types of chargers, so anything to simplify that is great. Okay, let's talk about some of the other things that could be happening. You were telling me maybe new watch, new AirPods, is that right?
Yeah, so we're expecting some upgrades to the Apple Watch, maybe a new chipset for both the Apple Watch Ultra as well as the Apple Watch Series 9. And when it comes to the AirPods, we're hoping for a USB-C charger for the AirPods as well, so you can do away with that Lightning cable, you know, with your earbuds as well.
Yeah, because I think my AirPods have different chargers than all my phones too. So we'll take all that. What else are you excited about? I mean, oftentimes these things come with some sort of surprises, right? Could we see anything like that? And how do we all watch this too? Remind us.
Yeah, so Apple's full of surprises. One of the things I'm hoping for and that analysts are expecting is that there may be a change to the mute button on your phone. So the toggle that's been there since the beginning might be turning into a reprogrammable button that lets you, launch your flashlight if you want to. So that might be changing. As far as where you can watch it, we'll be tuning in. I'll be tuning in from YouTube. Apple will stream it live on its YouTube channel.
How have these events changed over the years? It seems like they used to be a bigger deal and there were maybe more surprises. Has it changed over time?
Yeah, so I haven't been to any of the Apple events in person, but one of the things that I do know for sure is that consumers are holding on to their iPhones longer. So Apple is, this is a really pivotal event for Apple. It needs to make sure that whatever it's releasing to consumers is glitzy enough to get people to pay for perhaps what may be a more expensive phone.
You mentioned people hold on to their phones longer. I'm going to show you. It's a running joke here. This is my phone. It has the buttons still. This is a 7.
Love the home button.
This is literally an iPhone 7. So I may decide to finally get a new one.
Yeah.
My work one's more modern. It's okay.
Yeah, that phone's probably not supported by the latest Apple software update, so it might be time
also,
for you
the plug-in, I think, is just an old school one from the 1990s. All right, Dalvin Brown, thank you so much for helping us prepare for this big event today. We appreciate it with the Wall Street Journal.
Thanks.
All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stick with us, though. The news continues right now. Right now in Morning News Now, the death toll is rising in Morocco with that massive earthquake that struck near Marrakesh over the weekend. We'll bring you the latest on recovery efforts there as hopes fade of finding survivors beneath the rubble. Also this morning, a breath of fresh air for that American explorer who was trapped underground in a Turkish cave for more than a week. Now he's back above ground. We've got more on that dramatic rescue in a moment. Plus, armed and dangerous, chilling new developments overnight in that sweeping manhunt for a convicted murderer in Pennsylvania. State police this morning zeroing in on an area just northwest of Philadelphia. They're telling the public the fugitive may have a weapon. We are on the ground with the very latest on that search. And we don't. Later in the hour, we're flipping the traditional wedding I do on its head with a closer look at bridesmaid burnout that could put a strain on that special day. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
Yeah, thanks for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
We begin with the latest on that devastating earthquake in Morocco. Overnight, the death toll soared to more than 2,800 people.
Yeah, this morning the desperate search for survivors continues, but 4 days after the deadliest earthquake to hit the country in decades, hope is growing dim. The United Nations estimates about 300,000 people in the region were impacted by the quake, with many sleeping outside amid concerns over aftershocks. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Morocco with the latest.
This morning, Morocco praying for more rescues like these as soldiers finally arrive in remote villages. The difficult search for survivors spread across a vast expanse of the high Atlas Mountains is now in its 4th day. And rescuers are facing a sea of rubble. Professionals working alongside locals, often digging with bare hands.
All across the disaster zone, search teams like this are fanning out. Some of them are moving from rescue to recovery. This team has been told there may be a body inside what remains of this house.
Even specially trained dogs struggling to find survivors.
Already the people alive been pulled out, and but unfortunately there's still corpses in the rubble. We are trying to help the families to recover.
Across the mountain, newly dug graves. This father preparing to bury his young son. And on this windswept hillside, families are building makeshift shelters with whatever they can find. As with so many disasters, it's the poorest who are hardest hit. Their homes, made of the most basic materials, crumbling as a result of the quake.
This house is literally made of loose rocks held together by a bit of concrete.
Yesterday, we met Lawson, who lost his wife and all 4 of his children. This is all that's left of the house where they died. Scattered in the rubble, small reminders of the family that once called this place home. Zahra and her husband are surviving on mint tea and bread. Little aid is reaching here. We're here because all the houses fell down, she says, and we have nothing. All our belongings, our money, clothes, everything was inside.
This is everything you have left.
Zahra unwrapping her hijab to show us an injury.
You here in the back of the head as the roof came down? A brick.
And everywhere, exhausted parents watching over kids who still, somehow, are able to smile.
That's Raf Sanchez reporting. Raf, thank you. For more, we're joined now by Zomi Frankham. She is the activation manager at World Central Kitchen, which has provided support for those affected by the earthquake. Zomi, thank you so much for taking time to speak with us. Obviously, I mean, getting assistance to such a devastated area presents a lot of logistical challenges. Take us through the situation on the ground, what your team's seeing.
Thank you, Joe. So as you saw from previous footage, World Central Kitchen is overcoming logistical challenges. As you've seen, roads are broken, systems are broken. And so we have been using helicopters. We've been using high clearance 4-wheel drives to get our scouting teams out there with sandwiches, fruit and water. We have a fleet of food trucks that have just come online. And so we'll be getting those up to areas as well. So there's really a lot of challenges, but we have an incredible team of Moroccan folks who every problem that comes up, they are giving us the answers to be able to get to really where the need is. And they're really directing World Central Kitchen to be the most effective.
It's good to hear you have such great organization to help you out there on the ground. I understand you're doing more than just helping with food. You're also helping with medical evacuations from some of these remote areas. Tell us about that and how big of a challenge that has been.
Absolutely. So one of the benefits of being able to reach these remote communities via helicopter is that by the time we do serve meals, our fresh meals, food and water, is that there is space in helicopters to be able to repatriate those who need to get to medical attention ASAP. And so it's not our core work, but it's certainly been a real blessing to be able to do that for the families of Morocco.
What is the biggest need on the ground right now?
There's many needs on the ground at the moment. Obviously, as you've seen from your man on the ground, there is food, water, shelter as well. Families are looking ahead to wintertime. They know that that's going to be coming, and so there is a lot of anxiety around that. But for World Central Kitchen, we are really making sure that we are laser focused on getting those fresh meals and clean water out to those communities. So that is one less thing that they need to worry about.
Obviously, when something like this happens, people at home wonder how it is they can help. It's top of mind right now. It may not be in the headlines so much a few days from now or a couple weeks from now. What's your biggest message to people, first of all, who want to help right now, but also to help them realize this is something that is not just going to go away and fix itself in the next few days? This is a long-term situation that we need to focus on.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. And so the best to head to World Central Kitchen website, wck.org, where we will be updating regularly. Also, our social media pages. We will put out any calls for any needs if we needed volunteers or anything like that. However, as I mentioned, with the Moroccan community and the Moroccan people that we've been working shoulder to shoulder with, have just as an outpouring of support. Everybody has asked us what we need, and we've been able to move so effectively and so quickly by virtue of these communities who are our superpower. We cannot do what we do without them. And so follow us along at wck.org, and we'll let you know there.
Zomi Frankham, thank you so much for joining us this morning, and thank you for everything your organization is doing right now.
Thank you, Joe.
An American researcher has been rescued after spending more than a week thousands of feet underground in a cave in Turkey. Mark Dickey suffered a medical emergency in one of the deepest caves in the world, triggering a complex rescue mission that lasted several days. Late yesterday, he finally reached the surface and is now being monitored by doctors. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea has been following this story over the last several days and has the latest on this dramatic rescue. Kelly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, the rescue teams really pushed through those last several hundred feet of the rescue, working late into the night to finally end this ordeal for Mark Dickey. The elite cave explorer was carried to the surface 37 minutes after midnight local time.
This morning, a successful end to an extraordinary rescue. Mark Dickey giving a thumbs up and a smile as he was hoisted to safety overnight.
It is amazing to be above ground again. I was underground for far longer than ever expected.
This morning, posting a selfie from intensive care, thanking his rescuers, saying it was a scary experience and the closest to death I've been yet. The elite cave explorer and researcher was on an international expedition of the Morka Cave, Turkey's third deepest, when he suddenly became seriously ill with internal bleeding 3,000 feet underground.
I kept throwing up blood, and then my consciousness started to get harder to hold on to, and I reached the point that I was like, I'm not gonna live.
The only way out, a 15-hour climb. A medical team climbed down, giving Dickey blood transfusions. And on Saturday, rescuers started the delicate climb out with Dickey strapped to a stretcher, his body swinging on the pulley system for the final few feet to the surface. The rescuers, more than 150 from around the world, now celebrating. Seeing that he was well made me happy, and I let myself go, and I cried a little. His parents releasing an emotional statement saying the rescue is indescribably relieving and fills us with incredible joy, adding, all that has been done for our son means and will always mean so very much to us. By his side was his fiancée, Jessica Van Ord, who climbed nearly half a mile for help.
I gotta tell you, I don't know what to say. This is overwhelming. This is a first.
Make it a last.
Make it a last time, too. Thank you.
Now above ground and grateful.
Dickey was flown by helicopter last night to a hospital nearby in Turkey, where he's in intensive care today. But as you saw, Joe, in that social media post, he's well enough today to once again thank the Turkish government and the international caving community for saving his life.
Yeah,
Joe.
That giant smile in that picture he took in the hospital speaks volumes right there. Her joy, relief, all the emotions. All right. Kelly, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Overnight, North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un arrived in Russia by train for talks with President Putin. The two leaders are expected to discuss arms deals and economic aid as Moscow attempts to beef up its munitions stocks for the war in Ukraine. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now from central Ukraine. Richard, good morning.
Good morning. Kim Jong-un doesn't travel abroad very often. This is only the fourth known time that he's made an international trip. This is the only time he's made an international trip in the last 4 years. So clearly something significant is motivating him. He has already crossed into Russia. He has crossed into the Far East. It is evening time there now, and he is expected to meet with Vladimir Putin as early as tomorrow, possibly at a missile launch facility.
North Korean state television showed Kim Jong-un waving to top government and military officials as he left Pyongyang on his bulletproof train for Russia. And he has good reason to be smiling. As the slow-moving train crossed the Russian border, Kim is finally feeling needed, courted by President Vladimir Putin. Two of the leaders America is most wary of are coming together. Putin, attending an economic forum in the eastern city of Vladivostok, is expected to greet Kim with the full honors of a state visit. A new model of mutual relations and integration is being born, but not on a basis of Western standards, Putin said. There's a more practical reason for the rare summit, too. North Korea produces artillery and missiles, which it aims at South Korea, a close U.S. ally. But since the two Koreas haven't fought a war in decades, the North has vast stockpiles of the weapons, which Putin needs now to fend off Ukraine's American-backed counteroffensive.
I think the fact that Russia is having to beg North Korea for military support speaks to the effectiveness of our sanctions.
The weapons transfer would be a violation of international sanctions. But for two states already under sanctions, that could be little deterrent. Deals are already in motion. Putin's defense minister was in Pyongyang in July to discuss an arms trade. A top Chinese Communist Party member joined the Russian defense minister at a military parade. It's unclear what Putin would give Kim in return, but it's expected to include food and support for North Korea's advanced weapon systems. Kim just oversaw the launch of what North Korea called its first tactical nuclear attack submarine.
President Putin's continued desire to push this war, to stop Ukraine's counteroffensive, is now bringing together Russia, China, and North Korea. Joe?
All right, Richard, thank you so much. Iran's president says his government will decide where and how it spends the $6 billion in previously frozen funds, which is set to be released as part of a prisoner exchange agreement with the United States. The leader made the comments in an exclusive interview with NBC's Lester Holt in Iran's capital, Tehran, through a government translator. Here's part of that conversation.
What is your expectation of its use? We're told that it's for humanitarian purposes, food and medicine. Do you believe you have the right to use that money in any way that you see fit?
This money belongs to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and naturally, we will decide, the Islamic Republic of Iran will decide to spend it wherever we need it. How to spend our money, of course, it is under the authority of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
So if I hear you clearly, that it will be used for more than humanitarian purposes in your view?
Humanitarian means whatever the Iranian people needs. So this money will be budgeted for those needs. And the needs of the Iranian people will be decided and determined by the Iranian government.
You can see much more of Lester's interview with Iran's president tonight when he anchors NBC Nightly News from Tehran. There are major new developments this morning in the massive manhunt for that escaped prisoner in Pennsylvania. Authorities say they're pursuing him in a specific area where they believe he is, but they also warn they now believe he is armed. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the latest.
This morning, we're on the edge of that new perimeter after that latest sighting of Danilo Cavalcante. This was really the worst-case scenario for authorities. Now that Cavalcante has obtained a weapon, this morning some schools in the area shut down as a precaution as this desperate manhunt intensifies. This morning, a new sighting of convicted killer Danilo Cavalcante, who police say now has a weapon. Overnight, state police chasing the escaped convict in South Coventry Township, Pennsylvania, where police have told residents to remain inside and lock doors and windows, saying, quote, Cavalcante is armed with a weapon. Scanner audio appearing to describe a sighting.
Hispanic male, roughly 30 years of age, 5 foot, currently shirtless and blue pants. Subject known to have a .22 cut-off rifle with a scope and a flashlight.
Authorities have not confirmed what type of weapon Cavalcante has.
I know this is an extremely stressful time for the community.
Cavalcante now entering its 13th day with nearly 300 officers and multiple agencies on the ground.
We live in the very, very nice area where we don't lock anything, so it's been really crazy.
After his dramatic escape from the Chester County Prison, after multiple sightings in the area, police say he has now changed his appearance, and that Cavalcante has tried to reach out to others, including a former co-worker, where he was caught on camera. Police say video, not yet released, shows Cavalcante speaking Portuguese, authorities characterizing his demeanor as urgent but friendly, and someone clearly looking for help.
We will ultimately capture him. He doesn't have what he needs to last long term.
Super quiet guy, really shy.
Franco Rosa used to live with Cavalcante. They were roommates until Rosa says he moved out the day before Cavalcante murdered his ex-girlfriend, Deborah Brandow, unaware he was also wanted for a prior homicide in Brazil. Has he made any attempt to reach out to you?
No, nothing at all. And I hope he won't do it, and if he does, I'll call the police right away.
Immigration officials have detained the fugitive's sister. Authorities not saying if she's helped her brother since his escape from the Chester County Prison, and issuing this stern warning to anyone thinking about assisting the desperate fugitive.
We will prosecute you fully for those actions.
Authorities are concerned that Cavalcante may try to steal another vehicle, so they're urging the public to remain even more vigilant. Authorities also confident that Cavalcante is not only within Pennsylvania, but right here in Chester County. Back to you.
All right, George, thank you. Time now for your check on weather. We're keeping a close eye on the track of Hurricane Lee.
That's right. Angie Lassman is here with the details for us. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. This is a situation we've been watching for what feels like an eternity, and we've still got a long way to go with Hurricane Lee as it slowly but surely moves out of that northern area just north of the Leeward Islands and up towards parts of the East Coast. So let's talk about the latest details that we have. Still Category 3, 575 miles south of Bermuda and moving at a snail's pace of just 7 miles per hour in the northwest direction. It's eventually going to start that northerly turn here as we go through at least the next 24 hours. Note where it is compared to Bermuda. We're expecting it to be just to the west of Bermuda, the core likely escaping that island, but we're not going to see zero impacts for folks there. They're still going to see likely tropical storm conditions. We'll probably see tropical storm alerts put up later today, maybe into the early parts of the day tomorrow. Either way, it'll still look to be a Category 2 hurricane as it moves that way. It's going to start to encounter some cooler water thanks to what's been left behind by Idalia and Franklin. Those waters are much cooler as it moves to the north, but that also means that as it moves to the north, we're going to see this system expand, and that means that the impacts will be farther reaching, right? So here's what we have right now. This is the latest track. It takes it Saturday morning, now Category 1. As we get into Sunday morning, we're talking a tropical storm, extra tropical probably, but for the purposes of what you need to know, we're talking impacts to folks in the New England area and potentially Atlantic Canada. That's where we're going to see likely the direct impacts. And it does look like we could see potential impacts for folks in places like Maine as far as landfall is considered. Remember, where this cone is where the center could come on shore. Now, the impacts will be far-reaching from that. We'll still see some gusty conditions likely across parts of New England. Notice we have the red along the coast. That means that the high risk of rip currents, the coastal erosion, the high surf is all going to be on the table for folks up and down the coast. really as far south as Florida, stretching all the way up into the northeast. If you live in the mid-Atlantic or points north, I really wouldn't recommend swimming as we get into this weekend. We'll see some really unsettled conditions out at the coast, but we'll also have the potential for, like I mentioned, impacts as far as direct impacts are concerned. These are the spaghetti plot models. Notice where they're coming from. Southeasternly, kind of landfall, we would be talking for folks in Maine or, again, parts of the Atlantic Canada region. Now, here's what we've seen so far in history. We don't have a whole lot of hurricanes to work with in this region. Places like the Atlantic Canada, yes, we've seen more, but there's been a handful of them in places like Maine. But one thing to note, not from the same trajectory that we're looking at for what we're watching for Hurricane Lee. So that'd make a big difference when it comes to the impacts as far as storm surge, as far as winds. We'll be watching all of that, and we'll have the potential to see some really heavy rainfall, upwards of 1, 2, maybe even 3 inches of rain on already saturated ground. So even if we don't have that strong of winds, we could still see some trees coming down from that. And of course, the flooding concern will be something that we'll watch for the next couple of days. Meanwhile, we've got the flooding concern for folks from the Midwest stretching down to Texas. We've got some heavy rain working through. That's ahead of a cold front that's slowly but surely making its way across the country. It's going to leave folks in the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic unsettled. And this is ahead of what we're watching for Lee as we get to Friday into Saturday into parts of the weekend. We're going to see a low risk of severe weather, so we're not going to worry too much about the tornadoes and such today, but we could see some gustier winds associated with this as we get into the day tomorrow, but we'll also see that heavy rain once again. So you're going to need the umbrella, and you're going to want to have it with you for really the extended period. Here's the rainfall amounts as we get into the middle of the week. So tomorrow, you can see pretty impressive for parts of northern New England, 1, maybe 2 inches of rain in some of the highest spots. So we'll watch for the soggy conditions to stay with us. But look what's behind that front. If you're looking for some cooler fall air, low 70s in Chicago, Detroit, nice conditions through the day today. We'll start to see that work a little farther to the east by tomorrow. Pittsburgh running below normal with a high of just 70 degrees. Buffalo into the mid-60s. We're starting to get into that kind of September feel here. And as we look ahead to Thursday, Friday, and rolling into the weekend, mid-70s lasting for Washington, D.C., but we'll be back to the 80s by Saturday. Boston will linger into those mid-70s for the end of the work week and into the 60s by the time we get into the weekend ahead, guys.
Earlier this morning, we told our viewers swimming in open water is good for your mental health.
Yeah.
Angie just said, yeah, but don't do it right now.
Yeah, not this weekend.
Yes, but important
right.
safety reminder.
Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Now to the story that has football fans talking this morning. Just minutes into his first regular season game for the New York Jets, NFL icon Aaron Rodgers suffered an apparent serious injury.
Now the long-tortured Jets fan base, which had Super Bowl aspirations after signing the former MVP quarterback, awaits a medical diagnosis that could dash their dreams for the season. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung has the story.
Hey there, no player was more talked about this offseason than Aaron Rodgers, and no fan base was more hopeful for the impact that one player could have on their championship dreams than the Jets. But the 4-time league MVP's debut for the Jets lasted barely 3 minutes. The team fears it's a serious Achilles injury, and at 39 years old, that could not only end his season, but jeopardize the rest of his Hall of Fame career.
Just 4 plays into Aaron Rodgers' debut at the New York Jets, the star quarterback went down and did not return. Rodgers taken off the field, first to a medical tent and later for an X-ray with a boot on his injured leg. Rodgers' once promising Jets start, leaving those watching in utter disbelief.
Holy cow, I cannot believe this.
After the game, head coach Robert Saleh saying they believe it's an Achilles tendon injury.
MRI is probably going to confirm what we think is already going to happen, so prayers tonight, but it's not good.
Rodgers, who's considered a lock for the Hall of Fame, coming to New York after a legendary era and Super Bowl win in Green Bay. Excitement had been building this summer, with Rodgers the focus of the HBO series Hard Knocks and taking New York City by storm, turning up with teammates at Broadway shows and other events. Rodgers speaking on Fox ahead of Monday's game.
We love all the support. We welcome all the skepticism. It's a real exciting time to be a New York Jet and New York Jets fan.
Last night, Jets fans watching in shock and complete disappointment. But the Jets refused to give up against their division rival, the Buffalo Bills, pulling out a 22-16 come-from-behind win on a spectacular play in overtime. Undrafted rookie Xavier Gibson returning a punt 65 yards for a touchdown that sent the Jets faithful at MetLife Stadium into a complete meltdown.
In my mind, I'm thinking, let's win this game for A-Rod.
The win bittersweet after the loss of Rodgers, who who many had hoped would finally help turn around the long-suffering franchise.
I'm still going to say a prayer. I'm still going to hold out hope. But you know, my heart's with Aaron right now, and nowhere else.
According to reports, Aaron Rodgers signed a 4-year, $200 million contract with the Jets. And even if he doesn't play, he is fully guaranteed $75 million over this season and next. So he will undergo an MRI to confirm his diagnosis today, but you could see it on his face. This is devastating to him and the football world. Back to you.
All right, Kaylee Hartung, thank you so much.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a new COVID booster could be going into the arms of Americans by the end of this week. So what do you need to know about it as cases begin to rise again in some states? We've got our doctor on call later in the hour.
But first, I'll bring you an NBC News exclusive, my one-on-one conversation with Lyft's CEO about a brand new feature that he thinks will put more women behind the wheel. Stay with us.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having. I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning, entertainment giant MGM Resorts and Casinos is recovering from a cybersecurity incident. It disrupted services across the country late Sunday night and into Monday. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has the details.
A cybersecurity issue leaving visitors out of luck at MGM Resorts and Casinos on the Las Vegas Strip and beyond.
You have to pay cash at a lot of the restaurants because the credit card machines are not working.
On Monday, the entertainment giant released a statement saying it had identified a cybersecurity issue affecting some of the company's systems and took prompt action to protect our systems and data, including shutting down certain systems.
Some of the slots are down, but not all of them.
Guests and visitors taking to social media to report malfunctioning digital room keys, slot and gaming machines offline, resort ATM and withdrawal machines also down. This was a late night scene in the hotel lobby when guest Zach Schiffman attempted to check into a 5-star MGM property on the Strip and discovered the systems were down. He finally made it to his room 2 hours later.
To manually process everything. They couldn't run credit cards for incidentals, so they had to hand write it all on a pre-filled form that would get manually processed.
So it was essentially like you returned to the 90s.
Basically, everyone was very frustrated in line.
While it's unclear what this latest cybersecurity issue is about, experts say MGM's response seems to indicate an attack rather than another data breach.
So if we think about the loss of data, that means someone's come in and taken our stuff and stolen it. That is very different than someone coming in and disrupting our day-to-day operations with malware or ransomware or something like that. So this is more of a disruptive event than a theft.
Thanks to Aaron for that report. Late Monday evening, MGM responded to NBC News updating its previous statement, saying our casino gaming floors are operational. We continue to work diligently to resolve this issue. They did not specify exactly what the issue was, but they've made clear they've started an investigation and have notified law enforcement.
Well, now let's get to an NBC News exclusive. Millions of people across the country, across the world, use ride-share services every day to get from point A to point B. And now Lyft is rolling out a new feature, Women Plus Connect. I spoke with Lyft's new CEO, David Risher, to learn all about this latest feature and why he thinks it will help get more women behind the wheel.
This morning, rideshare app Lyft is rolling out a brand new feature, Women Plus Connect, in 5 cities from Chicago to San Diego, which will give women Lyft users the option to request a driver or passenger of the same gender.
Maybe you're in a new city, maybe it's late at night, maybe you've had a couple drinks, whatever it might be. And just for your own peace of mind, the ability to choose a woman driver might be exactly the thing that allows you to say, you know what? Yeah, this really is making my life better.
If you're in one of the 5 cities where Women Plus Connect is launching, drivers and riders who have selected woman or non-binary as their gender can open the updated app and will be prompted with an option to enable the new feature.
It's literally, a toggle that you can always turn on or off.
Lyft CEO David Risher hopes to provide that feeling of comfort and safety, not just for the riders, but the drivers too. Lyft says just 23% of its drivers are women. Risher hopes to increase that number.
Half the population, roughly, are women. But today, some segment of those women riders are saying, I don't always feel comfortable in your car. That's bad for us. We want the opposite.
That comfort could be key given a persistent issue facing rideshare apps. Reports of sexual harassment and assault perpetrated by both riders and drivers. Competing service Uber reported over 3,800 incidents in 2019 and 2020, while Lyft said it had over 4,000 between 2017 and 2019.
Is this an acknowledgement of that problem? Is this meant to help fix that, this new feature?
I think it's an acknowledgement of the world we live in, that sexual assaults happen. Unacceptable, terrible. Even one is unacceptable. We have to create an environment where it's going to happen less and less and less and less.
Single mom Mimi Fan has been driving for Lyft for over a decade. She says the feature makes her feel more comfortable requesting passengers at different times of day and in different areas.
And for me as a female driver, I would feel just an extra layer of confidence where, I can just really focus on, the ride itself.
Do you think this could make more women want to drive for Lyft if they know that they have that power about who's getting into their car?
Absolutely.
So Uber, of course, their big competition, they offer a similar option, but just internationally, not here in the U.S. The majority of rideshare drivers are men, as we mentioned in that piece, and both companies say that their end goal is offering gig work in a way that makes women more comfortable behind the wheel. Think about that as a real revenue opportunity.
It's an issue maybe a lot of people hadn't really thought about, or at least men maybe hadn't thought about.
Yeah, I think
really
that's true.
is important now to think about it more.
Absolutely. In those 5 cities, San Diego, San Jose, San Francisco, Chicago, Phoenix, tomorrow you update your app, you can pick it right away.
Very cool. Savannah, thank you so much. All right, coming up, a new COVID booster has just been given the green light by the FDA just in time for fall.
That's right, and we could see shots in arms potentially by the end of the week. So what do you need to know about it as some states report a concerning rise in cases? Our doctor is in after this.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There's more good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the handlers of everything.
All right, it just me too. People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Welcome back. Well, the FDA has given the all clear for a new COVID-19 booster shot. It sets the stage for a national rollout just as cases across the country are on the rise. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more.
Vaccines from Moderna and Pfizer could go into arms by the end of the week. Drug makers say boosters should increase protective antibodies against the latest strains, including BA.286. The CDC says the mutation shows the ability to infect the protected and even those who've already had COVID, but it doesn't appear to be more severe.
What this booster will do is protect us against severe disease, hospitalization. And the data so far indicate that the booster is well matched to those strains.
Though national COVID cases are no longer tracked, some states are reporting a rise, though not a worrisome wave, in new infections. Hospitalizations are up nearly 16%, even though 97% of adults have some level of protective immunity.
I was extremely exhausted and just like bad congestion.
College senior Lou Maestri just caught the virus as she returned to school, just like many adults have at work and at large venues.
Last week, a lot of my classes were empty because a lot of kids were reporting that they were sick.
While the federal government will no longer pay for booster shots, most Americans will be covered by private insurance or Medicare. Local clinics are also expected to offer the roughly $120 shot for free. While many new infections are mild, there is concern a winter wave could be near if Americans don't take precautions or get protection.
All right, Miguel Almaguer, thanks so much.
Now we're joined by NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, good morning. So as we just heard in Miguel's story, this strain doesn't appear to be as severe as some of the initial variants. Still, why is it important for people to get this latest shot?
Yeah, Joe and Savannah, it's incredibly important because even though this strain is not as severe, overall COVID is still more deadly and results in more deaths and more hospitalizations than flu. And we talk about the flu shots all the time. So we have a vaccine. It is effective against the current circulating strains, plural, and probably the next strains that we'll see in another surge. And so it's a good idea to get it, especially the older you are.
So, Dr. Kavita Patel, this is, I don't know why I just said your full name, Dr. Patel. This is a small detail that is maybe, I think, indicative of where we're headed with this. This is actually categorized as an annual immunization versus just a COVID booster. Walk us through that difference and if that kind of indicates for people what we're going to see soon.
Yeah, I think it does hint the annual refers to we're seeing kind of hopefully a yearly pattern to these surges that we can expect in an updated vaccine on a yearly basis. But it also points to the fact that we're not boosting that original series. Remember, for years we've been talking about a booster because it really had to depend on you getting that original set of shots, no matter which shots you got, 1, 2, or 3 shots, depending on your age. And now it's just a straight up one shot, one time, unless there are some differences if you're in the 6-month to kind of 5-year age range. But for the majority of the country, one shot and that's it, just like the other shots, like an annual flu shot.
So, Dr. Patel, we know flu season also right around the corner. So help us understand, can you get the flu shot and this updated COVID vaccine at the same time? How should you work out the timing for all your shots?
You can. Look, I'm a big believer that our time is our most precious commodity. So get everything when you can get them and what's convenient for you. You can get both shots in one arm safely and they won't interfere with each other. I am telling most patients, though, that if you haven't had COVID recently and you know you're going to have some upcoming holiday travel, think about Halloween as a good milestone for everything. Flu shot, that COVID annual shot. And that way you have that protection through those really kind of heavy travel and kind of holiday months when we all want to go out, have some parties, have interactions with friends. So think about the timing for any of these shots.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, we'll mark our calendars, do it by Halloween. Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Well, coming up, if you are always a bridesmaid and never a bride, as they say, then odds are you might be a little sick of how much money you're spending on all those costly custom festivities.
And it's got some in the wedding party saying we don't. We're talking bridesmaid burnout. That's next on Morning News.
People really don't know what's going to happen.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Vander Celebrities.
All right, it just me too.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big conditions
Allegations of Russian warplanes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with some money news now. Get your wallets ready because TikTok Shop is coming to the U.S.
And people love this. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other financial headlines. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yep, TikTok has finally launched its e-commerce product, TikTok Shop, in the U.S. after months of testing. The company is rolling out features such as a dedicated shop tab on the home screen, live video shopping, and shoppable ads. TikTok tells the New York Times it's already signed up more than 200,000 sellers, and more than 100,000 creators already have the ability to make shoppable videos. TikTok says all user data is stored in the U.S. and managed by a separate unit. Separately, TikTok accidentally blocked videos about the Hollywood writers' strike while it was trying to block QAnon conspiracy theories on the platform. Posts containing WGA didn't return any search results. There is a QAnon slogan, WWG1WGA. Terms like Writers Guild of America weren't affected. The search results have since been restored. And DraftKings is apologizing after referencing the 9/11 attacks in a sport bet. The company offered users a promotion titled Never Forget. It required 3 New York teams, the Mets, Jets, and Yankees, to win their games yesterday, the 22nd anniversary of the attacks on the World Trade Center. After an outcry on social media, DraftKings took the offer down. It won't say how many people placed bets or whether the bets remain valid or were canceled, guys.
All right. Savannah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, if you've been tapped to be a bridesmaid in a wedding, you know it can come with a lot of extra responsibilities, like helping to plan the bridal shower and the bachelorette party, and it can also come with some hefty expenses. According to Glamour, a 2017 study from Wedding Wire found bridesmaids spent between $1,200 to $1,800 to carry out their duties. And with inflation, Glamour says that's closer to $1,500 to $2,300 today.
It is leading to what is called bridesmaid burnout. Look at this cover. I love this. We don't. Well, Glamour is tackling it all in its latest issue. We don't. The bridesmaid burnout. Samantha Berry, editor-in-chief of Glamour, joins us on this. Now, Sam, it's great to see you.
You too.
What a topic. I got married almost a year ago, actually. Next week is my anniversary, or in a couple days, actually. And I didn't have bridesmaids because, you know, it's like, it is a lot to ask.
That means you're a considerate bride because, honestly, it has got next level. That's why I think we talked a lot about it at Glamour. And there's just this consensus, you know, there's women that work at Glamour that are aged from 20 right up to 50, and it was just like, we're done. We're done.
Right. And how can you ask, like, what is this going to cost me up front? That seems awkward, but if that's your concern.
Honestly, I think we talk about this in one of the stories where it's like, how to be a considerate bride. Well, first of all, what's the scope of work, right? What's important to you? Is it important to you that you go with 35 of your best friends to Nashville and everybody wears pink? Is it important to you? I don't know. Is it important to you that somebody stands up next to you on the day and their hair is a certain way, they wear a certain dress? I think understanding as a bride, what is the scope of work you're asking of these women in your life? And then understanding as a person, you can say no. I know it's awkward. I know it's uncomfortable. We have a story from Jenny Singer about how to say no to being a bridesmaid.
That's my question. How do you do that without ruining your relationship with the person?
I think, first of all, you could say, look, lots of people want to say no for a couple of reasons, right? They want to say no because they don't want the financial output, right? We're talking in the thousands there. These are young women. We're talking about 2 months' rent for some of the women that we talk to. And you can say, what is expected of me? And you can also say, I'm not in a financial position to have that. I love you. I want to support you. We've had Anne Rue on our team who wrote this amazing resignation letter. She wrote that while she wants to stand by her friends and be with them, she's over being a bridesmaid. I think you can also say yes to being a bridesmaid with conditions, right? I can come to your wedding. I will be there to organise a bridal shower, but I'm not going to make the bachelorette. I think that's important. It is this, we've got to the stage where these, the expectations that are put on a bridal party are getting a little unwieldy. We have amazing confessions where some bridesmaids end up naked, others ended up having to feed the bride on the wedding day. It's just a bit.
There's a mental toll of it too.
It is, and even just one of the things brides can do to be considerate is, you know, how are you going to organise this? Because they talked about text message threads that were hundreds of messages trying to organise one event.
I've been in those.
How are you going to organise it is important.
Yeah. What about if you just don't like the dress? That's not a good enough reason.
You know what? It's interesting because in Rue's resignation letter, she talked about her fashion independence is always something that's really important to her, but that kind of goes out the window when you're a bridesmaid, right? We've heard stories from women that were kicked off bridal parties because they were trying to conceive, and the brides didn't feel that a pregnant bridesmaid was the look that they were going for.
Well, that might be a friendship reevaluation situation
in the dress. We do actually have a series of, if you do have to be a bridesmaid, here's some cute options and some affordable options. Again, looking at the cost.
Important to keep in mind. Tell us more about Rue's resignation letter. She was a bridesmaid 3 times.
3 times. She's still early in her bridal career, I suppose.
3, that's nothing.
And so what did she do, and why is she coming to that conclusion?
Well, she was, and again, she reiterates in her letter that she loves these people. 2 of them are family and are her best friend. But there was a couple of occasions, including that just kind of ended it for her. One was the dresses, what happened with the dresses, the change of dresses, the financial outlay of the dresses. There was also a bachelorette party in, I'm going to say Miami, where fake Magic Mike tickets were bought, and everybody had to take the hit for that. But I think the final straw for her was there was a condition on how she should wear her hair. And for Rue, as a black woman, and she writes a lot in Glamour about how she wants to wear her hair, I think that was the final straw that broke the camel's back for her.
All right.
So much to consider. You don't even know.
I don't know. But I hope the brides are open-minded and understand. They're asking a lot of people, and maybe just, you know.
If somebody says no to being a bridesmaid, that's okay.
And to be clear, I still asked a lot. I don't want to act like I was like a saint. Like, my wedding was international, all that kind of stuff. But, you know, there was no dresses, hair, bachelorette somewhere else. So anyway.
All right. Samantha Berry, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate the conversation.
Thank you. Great to see you.
Coming up, we are in the final days of Fashion Week here in New York.
After the break, we've got the inside scoop on all of this year's hottest looks and, of course, the celebrities that have been spotted. Stick around. It's up next.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big conditions
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition should be.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, a new record has just been set for the longest space mission by a U.S. astronaut. NASA's Frank Rubio has been on the International Space Station, get this, since last September. He's now broken the previous record of 355 days. And if he returns to Earth on the current schedule, he will have managed 371 days straight up in space. Rubio, who is a father of 4, was actually only supposed to be in space for 6 months. But the spacecraft that would have taken him home turned out to be unsafe. So he had to wait months while a new one was prepared. Well, congratulating him on the feat, NASA's boss, Bill Neeson, said his mission embodies the essence of exploration, adding, "Your dedication is truly out of this world." Frank, I bet he misses those 4 kids.
He's like, we need to extend the babysitter a little longer.
Yeah, 6 months, and it's going to be a year. It's just, it's just so far away. We'll have actually some more cool NASA stuff we'll bring you next week. Well, it's New York Fashion Week, and the city is showing up in style. Some of the biggest names in fashion have taken over, giving us a preview of the trends and looks for the upcoming season.
Before it all wraps up tomorrow, we're taking a look at all the highlights so far from this year. Women's Wear Daily style director Alex Padilla joined us now with the Inside Scoop. So I guess one of the big headlines this week was Ralph Lauren making a return. Tell us more about that and just any other highlights you've seen from this week so far.
Well, celebrities are everywhere. It's always fun for me because I get to talk to them. But obviously, but also, I mean, I do think that it's kind of interesting what's happening with fashion right now. Before runway shows was about the collection, the clothes. Now it's also about reaching millions of people. It's like a TV show. It's great.
What was the Ralph Lauren event like?
You know, it was like Jennifer Lopez on the front row, Christy Turlington closing the show. It's kind of amazing, right?
Yeah.
It shows you where we are, and the clothes are amazing. I love Ralph Lauren. He's such an icon of fashion and American fashion. He's changed the world for fashion for sure.
Absolutely. All right, so celebs, you just told us about some of them, but you said you get to talk to them. Give us the inside scoop. Who have you seen? What have you heard?
Well, Janet Jackson was really friendly.
Oh!
And really fun.
Love that.
Yeah. I know, great. Listen, I was talking to Ashley Graham yesterday backstage at Michael
she's
Kors.
awesome.
She was giving great quotes about body inclusivity. There is a big deal here in America. New York Fashion Week is the capital of body inclusivity. We're still not there, but we're doing something good. For sure.
In addition to body inclusivity, what are some of the trends that you're just seeing this year?
Well, red is the new pink.
Oh.
TikTokers really announced this a few weeks ago. So designers are following really quickly. So we see red everywhere. Red is a good color. You know, it's all you need. It's passion, it's danger, it's attention.
Are we going to have to wear red on Wednesdays now? Is that what?
Every Wednesday I wear pink, so that'll see.
Well, red is next then.
Yeah.
There you go.
Red's actually my favorite color, so that works out.
It's great, but we see a lot of celebration of 90s fashion, a lot of sleeve dressing, a lot of minimalism. I mean, there is also something that seems maybe kind of ridiculous, but a lot of designers are doing wearable clothes. You know?
What a concept.
What a concept. I know, I mean, fashion people, we tend to complicate things a little bit. But no, yeah, there is a lot of minimalism, 90s, beautiful, quiet luxury. It's a big word right now. But yeah, it's a good time.
Yeah, I'm no expert, but I do feel like just photos and videos that I've seen from this year, I'm like, oh, I feel like I could wear that. It's not something so unattainable or kind of like, you know, just for something special.
Yeah, but American ready-to-wear is basically that. It's sportswear. It's wearable clothes. And when you see Prada doing a gray sweater,
right,
everyone is like, oh my God. And we're like, what? We've been doing this all along.
Right,
you know?
right. You also just said something really interesting, that the designers are seeing what TikTokers did. Is that like a major trend now that you're seeing, that like these people on social media are actually influencing major fashion houses?
Well, obviously, because before it was the street, but now the street is social media. Right. So there is that dialogue happening, you know? It's very interesting. You wonder, are they designing for TikTok and Instagram, or are they designing for people?
Okay, I feel so much cooler with you being here now.
Do the trends change faster because of that right now?
Absolutely. Oh my God, you're getting it. Yeah. Absolutely.
There you go.
They are changing so fast. Yeah. And before you would say, oh, that was Y2K. Now Y2K is in and out. And mini skirt is like in and out. And now it goes like, it's a maxi skirt. So it really changes really fast.
What about sustainability? That's pretty important now, too, on a lot of these runways, right?
Yes, I mean, there is a lot of recycled leather. People are using recycled fabrics or scraps to create. That's why there is a lot of patchwork right now. So all those things are really, people are really paying attention. That's the good thing, transparency, keeping people accountable.
And I think these brands know that consumers, that's the way people are shopping now. Is the brand sustainable?
When I started, we didn't really know anything, but now the consumer knows so much. It keeps you on your toes, as a journalist as well.
Red is the new pink.
All right, there we go. Tomorrow.
Yeah.
You heard it here first.
All right. Alex Padilla, thank you so much. Fun conversation. Enjoy the next couple days.
Yes, happy Fashion Week.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Don't go anywhere.
Right now in Morning News Now, the death toll is rising in Morocco with that massive earthquake that struck near Marrakesh over the weekend. We'll bring you the latest on recovery efforts there as hopes fade of finding survivors beneath the rubble. Also this morning, a breath of fresh air for that American explorer who was trapped underground in a Turkish cave for more than a week. Now he's back above ground. We've got more on that dramatic rescue in a moment. Plus, armed and dangerous, chilling new developments overnight in that sweeping manhunt for a convicted murderer in Pennsylvania. State police this morning zeroing in on an area just northwest of Philadelphia. They're telling the public the fugitive may have a weapon. We are on the ground with the very latest on that search. And we don't. Later in the hour, we're flipping the traditional wedding I do on its head with a closer look at bridesmaid burnout that could put a strain on that special day. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
Yeah, thanks for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
We begin with the latest on that devastating earthquake in Morocco. Overnight, the death toll soared to more than 2,800 people.
Yeah, this morning, the desperate search for survivors continues. But 4 days after the deadliest earthquake to hit the country in decades, hope is growing dim. The United Nations estimates about 300,000 people in the region were impacted by the quake, with many sleeping outside amid concerns over aftershocks. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Morocco with the latest.
This morning, Morocco praying for more rescues like these as soldiers finally arrive in remote villages. The difficult search for survivors spread across a vast expanse of the high Atlas Mountains is now in its 4th day. And rescuers are facing a sea of rubble. Professionals working alongside locals, often digging with bare hands.
All across the disaster zone, search teams like this are fanning out. Some of them are moving from rescue to recovery. This team has been told there may be a body inside what remains of this house.
Even specially trained dogs struggling to find survivors.
Already the people alive been pulled out, and but unfortunately there's still corpses in the rubble. We are trying to help the families to recover.
Across the mountain, newly dug graves. This father preparing to bury his young son. And on this windswept hillside, families are building makeshift shelters with whatever they can find. As with so many disasters, it's the poorest who are hardest hit. Their homes, made of the most basic materials, crumbling as a result of the quake.
This house is literally made of loose rocks held together by a bit of concrete.
Yesterday, we met Lawson, who lost his wife and all 4 of his children. This is all that's left of the house where they died. Scattered in the rubble, small reminders of the family that once called this place home. Zahra and her husband are surviving on mint tea and bread. Little aid is reaching here. We're here because all the houses fell down, she says, and we have nothing. All our belongings, our money, clothes, everything was inside.
This is everything you have left.
Zahra unwrapping her hijab to show us an injury.
You here in the back of the head as the roof came down? A brick.
And everywhere, exhausted parents watching over kids who still, somehow, are able to smile.
That's Raf Sanchez reporting. Raf, thank you. For more, we're joined now by Zomi Frankham. She is the activation manager at World Central Kitchen, which has provided support for those affected by the earthquake. Zomi, thank you so much for taking time to speak with us. Obviously, getting assistance to such a devastated area presents a lot of logistical challenges. Take us through the situation on the ground, what your team's seeing.
Thank you, Joe. So as you saw from previous footage, World Central Kitchen is overcoming logistical challenges. As you've seen, roads are broken, systems are broken. And so we have been using helicopters. We've been using high clearance 4-wheel drives to get our scouting teams out there with sandwiches, fruit and water. We have a fleet of food trucks that have just come online. And so we'll be getting those up to areas as well. So there's really a lot of challenges, but we have an incredible team of Moroccan folks who every problem that comes up, they are giving us the answers to be able to get to really where the need is. And they're really directing World Central Kitchen to be the most effective.
It's good to hear you have such great organization to help you out there on the ground. I understand you're doing more than just helping with food. You're also helping with medical evacuations from some of these remote areas. Tell us about that and how big of a challenge that has been.
Absolutely. So one of the benefits of being able to reach these remote communities via helicopter is that by the time we do serve meals, our fresh meals, food and water, is that there is space in helicopters to be able to repatriate those who need to get to medical attention ASAP. And so it's not our core work, but it's certainly been a real blessing to be able to do that for the families of Morocco.
What is the biggest need on the ground right now?
There's many needs on the ground at the moment. Obviously, as you've seen from your man on the ground, there is food, water, shelter as well. Families are looking ahead to wintertime. They know that that's going to be coming, and so there is a lot of anxiety around that. But for World Central Kitchen, we are really making sure that we are laser focused on getting those fresh meals and clean water out to those communities. So that is one less thing that they need to worry about.
Obviously, when something like this happens, people at home wonder how it is they can help. It's top of mind right now. It may not be in the headlines so much a few days from now or a couple weeks from now. What's your biggest message to people, first of all, who want to help right now, but also to help them realize this is something that is not just going to go away and fix itself in the next few days? This is a long-term situation that we need to focus on.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. And so the best to head to World Central Kitchen website, wck.org, where we will be updating regularly. Also, our social media pages. We will put out any calls for any needs if we needed volunteers or anything like that. However, as I mentioned, with the Moroccan community and the Moroccan people that we've been working shoulder to shoulder with, have just as an outpouring of support. Everybody has asked us what we need. And we've been able to move so effectively and so quickly by virtue of these communities who are our superpower. We cannot do what we do without them. And so follow us along at wck.org and we'll let you know there.
Zomi Frankham, thank you so much for joining us this morning, and thank you for everything your organization is doing right now.
Thank you, Joe.
We're following breaking news this morning in the search for an escaped inmate in Pennsylvania.
State police just wrapped up a news conference. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser has the latest.
There have been a lot of new developments overnight, really marking a heightened phase in this manhunt, a dramatic turn of events now that we know that Danilo Cavalcante is armed and extremely dangerous. Police always considered him dangerous, but now they have confirmed that he has a weapon. So last night around 8 p.m., a female motorist drives by and sees a man crouched at a wooded line, and she turns around to confirm what she sees, and he's gone. So police set up a new perimeter in the area, and then about 2 hours later, there's a reported incident at a nearby residence where Cavalcante is believed to have entered an open garage and stolen a .22 caliber rifle with a scope and a flashlight. He had already ditched his prison boots and stolen a pair of work boots from a nearby porch. Now he's entered this garage. The homeowner is within feet of Cavalcante and actually shoots at him several times with a pistol. But right now, authorities believe he got away. They don't have any reason to believe he's injured. So at this point, we know that he's ditched also that previous yellow or green hoodie that he was seen in ring camera footage. We have a new perimeter here, about 8 square miles, where they're looking for Cavalcante. 500 law enforcement personnel are on this. We see helicopters and at least one plane overhead. Canines are also on this. So right now they're telling residents they don't have to evacuate, but lock their doors. This is a dense wooded area, a lot of nooks and crannies where Cavalcante could be hiding. Right now, though, we are entering day 13 here of this manhunt with still Cavalcante on the run. Back to you.
American researcher has been rescued after spending more than a week thousands of feet underground in a cave in Turkey. Mark Dickey suffered a medical emergency in one of the deepest caves in the world, triggering a complex rescue mission that lasted several days. Late yesterday, he finally reached the surface and is now being monitored by doctors. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea has been following this story over the last several days and has the latest on this dramatic rescue. Kelly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, the rescue teams really pushed through those last several hundred feet of the rescue, working late into the night to finally end this ordeal for Mark Dickey. The elite cave explorer was carried to the surface 37 minutes after midnight local time. This morning, a successful end to an extraordinary rescue. Mark Dickey giving a thumbs up and a smile as he was hoisted to safety overnight.
It is amazing to be above ground again. I was underground for far longer than ever expected.
This morning, posting a selfie from intensive care, thanking his rescuers, saying it was a scary experience and the closest to death I've been yet. The elite cave explorer and researcher was on an international expedition of the Morka Cave, Turkey's third deepest, when he suddenly became seriously ill with internal bleeding 3,000 feet underground.
I kept throwing up blood, and then my consciousness started to get harder to hold on to, and I reached the point that I was like, I'm not gonna live.
The only way out, a 15-hour climb. A medical team climbed down, giving Dickey blood transfusions. And on Saturday, rescuers started the delicate climb out with Dickey strapped to a stretcher, his body swinging on the pulley system for the final few feet to the surface. The rescuers, more than 150 from around the world, now celebrating. Seeing that he was well made me happy, and I let myself go, and I cried a little. His parents releasing an emotional statement saying the rescue is indescribably relieving and fills us with incredible joy, adding, all that has been done for our son means and will always mean so very much to us. By his side was his fiancée, Jessica Van Oord, who climbed nearly half a mile for help.
I gotta tell you, I don't know what to say. This is overwhelming. This is a first.
Make it a last.
Make it a last time too. Thank you.
Now above ground and grateful.
Dickey was flown by helicopter last night to a hospital nearby in Turkey, where he's in intensive care today. But as you saw, Joe, in that social media post, he's well enough today to once again thank the Turkish government and the international caving community
for saving his life.
Yeah,
Joe.
That giant smile in that picture he took in the hospital speaks volumes right there. Her joy, relief, all the emotions. All right. Kelly, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Overnight, North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un arrived in Russia by train for talks with President Putin. The two leaders are expected to discuss arms deals and economic aid as Moscow attempts to beef up its munitions stocks for the war in Ukraine. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now from central Ukraine. Richard, good morning.
Good morning. Kim Jong-un doesn't travel abroad very often. This is only the fourth known time that he's made an international trip. This is the only time he's made an international trip in the last 4 years. So clearly something significant is motivating him. He has already crossed into Russia. He has crossed into the Far East. It is evening time there now, and he is expected to meet with Vladimir Putin as early as tomorrow, possibly at a missile launch facility.
North Korean state television showed Kim Jong-un waving to top government and military officials as he left Pyongyang on his bulletproof train for Russia. And he has good reason to be smiling. As the slow-moving train crossed the Russian border, Kim is finally feeling needed, courted by President Vladimir Putin. Two of the leaders America is most wary of are coming together. Putin, attending an economic forum in the eastern city of Vladivostok, is expected to greet Kim with the full honors of a state visit. A new model of mutual relations and integration is being born, but not on a basis of Western standards, Putin said. There's a more practical reason for the rare summit, too. North Korea produces artillery and missiles, which it aims at South Korea, a close U.S. ally. But since the two Koreas haven't fought a war in decades, the North has vast stockpiles of the weapons, which Putin needs now to fend off Ukraine's American-backed counteroffensive.
I think the fact that Russia is having to beg North Korea for military support speaks to the effectiveness of our sanctions.
The weapons transfer would be a violation of international sanctions. But for two states already under sanctions, that could be little deterrent. Deals are already in motion. Putin's defense minister was in Pyongyang in July to discuss an arms trade. A top Chinese Communist Party member joined the Russian defense minister at a military parade. It's unclear what Putin would give Kim in return, but it's expected to include food and support for North Korea's advanced weapon systems. Kim just oversaw the launch of what North Korea called its first tactical nuclear attack submarine.
President Putin's continued desire to push this war, to stop Ukraine's counteroffensive, is now bringing together Russia, China, and North Korea. Joe?
All right, Richard, thank you so much. Iran's president says his government will decide where and how it spends the $6 billion in previously frozen funds, which is set to be released as part of a prisoner exchange agreement with the United States. The leader made the comments in an exclusive interview with NBC's Lester Holt in Iran's capital, Tehran, through a government translator. Here's part of that conversation.
What is your expectation of its use? We're told that it's for humanitarian purposes, food and medicine. Do you believe you have the right to use that money in any way that you see fit?
This money belongs to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and naturally, we will decide, the Islamic Republic of Iran will decide to spend it wherever we need it. How to spend our money, of course, it is under the authority of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
So if I hear you clearly, that it will be used for more than humanitarian purposes in your view?
Humanitarian means whatever the Iranian people needs. So this money will be budgeted for those needs. And the needs of the Iranian people will be decided and determined by the Iranian government.
You can see much more of Lester's interview with Iran's president tonight when he anchors NBC Nightly News from Tehran. Time now for your check on weather. We're keeping a close eye on the track of Hurricane Lee.
That's right. Angie Lastman is here with the details for us. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. This is a situation we've been watching for what feels like an eternity, and we've still got a long way to go with Hurricane Lee as it slowly but surely moves out of that northern area just north of the Leeward Islands and up towards parts of the East Coast. So let's talk about the latest details that we have. Still Category 3, 575 miles south of Bermuda and moving at a snail's pace of just 7 miles per hour in the northwest direction. It's eventually going to start that northerly turn here as we go through at least the next 24 hours. Note where it is compared to Bermuda. We're expecting it to be just to the west of Bermuda, the core likely escaping that island, but we're not going to see zero impacts for folks there. They're still going to see likely tropical storm conditions. We'll probably see tropical storm alerts put up later today, maybe into the early parts of the day tomorrow. Either way, it'll still look to be a Category 2 hurricane as it moves that way. It's going to start to encounter some cooler water thanks to what's been left behind by Idalia and Franklin. Those waters are much cooler as it moves to the north, but that also means that as it moves to the north, we're going to see this system expand, and that means that the impacts will be farther reaching, right? So here's what we have right now. This is the latest track. It takes it Saturday morning, now a Category 1. As we get into Sunday morning, we're talking a tropical storm, extratropical probably, but for the purposes of what you need to know, we're talking impacts to folks in the New England area and potentially Atlantic Canada. That's where we're going to see likely the direct impacts. And it does look like we could see potential impacts for folks in places like Maine as far as landfall is considered. Remember, where this cone is where the center could come on shore. Now, the impacts will be far reaching from that. We'll still see some gusty conditions likely across parts of New England. Notice we have the red along the coast. That means that the high risk of rip currents, the coastal erosion, the high surf is all going to be on the table for folks up and down the coast, really as far south as Florida, stretching all the way up into the northeast. If you live in the mid-Atlantic or points north, I really wouldn't recommend swimming as we get into this weekend. We'll see some really unsettled conditions out at the coast, but we'll also have the potential for, like I mentioned, impacts as far as direct impacts are concerned. These are the spaghetti plot models. Notice where they're coming from. Southeasternly, kind of landfall we would be talking for folks in Maine or, again, parts of the Atlantic Canada region. Now, here's what we've seen so far in history. We don't have a whole lot of hurricanes to work with in this region. Places like Atlantic Canada, yes, we've seen more, but there's been a handful of them in places like Maine. But one thing to note, not from the
Come on there with breaking news. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy announcing that he plans to endorse an impeachment inquiry into President Biden. Let's listen in live.
Of his family's foreign business dealings. Eyewitnesses have testified that the president joined on multiple phone calls and had multiple interactions. Dinners resulted in cars and millions of dollars into his son's and his son's business partners. We know that bank records show that nearly $20 million in payments were directed to the Biden family members and associates through various shell companies. The Treasury Department alone has more than 150 transactions involving the Biden family and other business associates that were flagged as suspicious activity by U.S. banks. Even a trusted FBI informant has alleged a bribe to the Biden family. Biden used his official office to coordinate with Hunter Biden's business partners about Hunter's role in Burisma, a Ukrainian energy company. Finally, despite these serious allegations, it appears that the president's family has been offered special treatment by Biden's own administration, treatment that not otherwise would have received if they were not related to the president. These are allegations of abuse of power, obstruction, and corruption, and they warrant further investigation by the House of Representatives. That's why today I am directing our House committee to open a formal impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. This logical next step will give our committees the full power to gather all the facts and answers for the American public. That's exactly what we want to know, the answers. I believe the president would want to answer these questions and allegations as well. This effort will be led by Chairman James Comer at the Committee on Oversight, in coordination with Chairman Jim Jordan for Judiciary Committee and Chairman Jason Smith on Ways and Means. Now, I do not make this decision lightly. And regardless of your party or who you voted for, these facts should concern all Americans. The American people deserve to know that the public offices are not for sale, and that the federal government is not being used to cover up the actions of a politically associated family. Now, I would encourage the president and his team to fully cooperate with this investigation in the interests of transparency. We are committed to getting the answers for the American public. Nothing more, nothing less. We will go wherever the evidence takes us. Thank you.
There you hear it. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy not taking any questions, just reading a statement in which he announces that he is endorsing an inquiry, an impeachment inquiry into President Biden, saying he's directing the House committee to launch this inquiry, calling it the logical next step, saying he wants to gather more facts for the American public. He says James Comer is going to lead this in coordination with Jim Jordan and Jason Smith. This is something that we heard earlier today might be coming on. The news marks a major political challenge for the president now, of course, as he runs for a second term in 2024. But a reminder, starting an inquiry would still require a vote, and an inquiry still might not lead to an actual impeachment vote. We're going to be getting reaction here over the course of the next few minutes to this news, including, we'll await, of course, reaction from the White House. McCarthy has signaled for weeks the House could take up an impeachment inquiry, so this may not be terribly surprising. It would provide additional legal power to the House's investigation into the Biden family. That's the main reason that GOP lawmakers have been looking to do that. The GOP-led investigations so far have not uncovered evidence of wrongdoing by the president or connections between the president and Hunter Biden's foreign dealings. We heard, of course, from McCarthy on Monday night, claiming that new revelations were turning up each day. He was citing President Biden's use of pseudonyms on emails when he was vice president, saying it only raised more and more questions, and we're going to have to try to find the answers. Now, the House Oversight Committee has been investigating, focusing on Hunter Biden's meetings and payments from several foreign sources. But as we said, it has yet to produce direct evidence showing the president either received this money or helped solicit it. Let's go right to NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles. Ryan, sum up what we heard just now from the speaker and how we got here.
So, Joe, it is a little curious that the Speaker of the House has decided to take this step and do so as quickly as he is. We knew that for some time he'd been facing quite a bit of political pressure from his Capitol Hill colleagues, particularly those on the far right wing of the Republican Party, to take this step and move in this direction. But the fact that he is now calling this the next logical step and is specifically informing or directing, I should say, the leaders of these three committees, Jason Smith, the leader of the Ways and Means Committee, James Comer, the leader of the Oversight Committee, and Jim Jordan, the leader of the Judiciary Committee, to take the formal step of what he's calling an impeachment inquiry, shows that this is escalating to the point where they are moving in the direction of an actual articles of impeachment. Now, what isn't clear based on the statement just made by McCarthy, the statement that he's issued by his office, is to exactly what he means by impeachment inquiry. You'll recall that when the situation played out with former President Donald Trump when he was in office, there was this initial impeachment inquiry, an investigation, if you will, that was launched by Democrats, of which Kevin McCarthy himself was very critical of, because there was not a formal vote on the floor of the House of Representatives to initiate this impeachment inquiry. So what isn't clear right now is whether or not McCarthy is going to move toward formalizing this investigation with the full power of the House of Representatives with an actual vote, or if instead this is just going to continue to move through these three committees under kind of a unified banner called an impeachment inquiry. So that's what we're still trying to figure out, the logistics of all of this. And that's important, Joe. And the reason is because it's not clear that if this was actually brought to the floor of the House of Representatives, whether or not there would be the 218 votes necessary to formalize a full-scale impeachment inquiry. That's what is not clear right now. We've seen many conservative Republicans, Ken Buck of Colorado specifically, who's a member of the Freedom Caucus, who's raised concerns about taking this to the level of impeachment, saying that he specifically hasn't seen the evidence that directly implicates the president under the specific requirements that are needed for a full-scale impeachment. And at the same time, there are a group of moderate Republicans in districts that were won by President Biden in the 2020 election that may also feel uncomfortable of taking that step of doing something as dramatic as an impeachment inquiry. So there's still a lot of details that need to be filled in here, but there's no doubt that this is the direct recognition, if you will, of Speaker McCarthy of the immense pressure that he is under by the conservatives in the Republican caucus, among them Representative Matt Gaetz of Florida, who has said that if McCarthy doesn't take this step, that maybe some of his colleagues would implement the motion to vacate, which would require, once again, a vote on the speakership that could imperil McCarthy's leadership. So there are a lot of factors at play here, but this is somewhat of a surprise that we see the Speaker of the House taking this step so quickly, especially given all the work that the Congress has ahead of them in the month of September. Joe.
Ryan, you raised the fact there are some questions about what happens next. Do we know how quickly, now that the House Speaker has come out with this announcement, we're going to start to get some answers as to what happens next and how this process moves forward?
Yeah, that's a great question. You'll know that in this particular press event, the Speaker did not take questions. He only issued a statement. So that would have been our first opportunity to ask him exactly what he means by opening up an impeachment inquiry. What are the specifics behind this? What kind of budget is it going to have? There are all kinds of different questions that would provide clarity on this point, because it's important to point out, Joe, that these three committees, the Oversight Committee, the Ways and Means Committee, and the Judiciary Committee, have had an ongoing investigation into the Biden family. It was an investigation that started with Hunter Biden and his foreign business dealings and his efforts perhaps to evade taxes, a whole laundry list of concerns that House Republicans had about Hunter Biden. And it's now extended into what they believe are connections between the president's son and the president himself. And while they have provided what I would call information, not quite evidence, that shows that the president may have had some communication with some of Hunter Biden's business associates, they've yet to provide any sort of tangible link that demonstrates that the then vice president, he was vice president then, Joe Biden, had any sort of direct connection to Hunter Biden's business dealings, or that he was using the power of his office to influence or allow Hunter Biden's businesses to thrive. So that's the kind of missing piece to all of this. That's the type of information, that's the type of evidence that would necessitate articles of impeachment or even an impeachment inquiry. They've yet to deliver on that type of hard evidence. But regardless, from a political perspective, this is something Republicans believe is something that is necessary. They believe that it could potentially help the former President Donald Trump and his efforts to win re-election in a contest against Joe Biden. They've done everything they can to try to a certain extent, muddy the waters as it relates to this investigation into the president. There's no doubt that Hunter Biden has legal issues. That's being dealt with a special counsel as independent authority of the Justice Department to bring charges in that case. And that's something that, that process continues to play out. That specific connection to the president or any hard evidence of the president doing something wrong or illegal has yet to be produced, I should say, by any of these committees.
All right, Ryan Noble's on Capitol Hill. Thank you so much. Let's bring in NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, I'm guessing it's pretty early. We may not have a response from the White House yet, but is this something they've been bracing for the possibility of?
Well, we've asked the White House about this possibility over the course of the last several weeks and months, and they certainly do have opinions on it. In fact, we're hearing right now from one of the special advisors to the president's, to the White House counsel's office here. This is from Ian Sams, who flags that just 11 days ago, he says, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker McCarthy, committed that he would not open an impeachment inquiry without a House vote. So they're effectively accusing the Republicans of using this as a political effort, one that is not based in any evidence, to the point that Ryan was just making here. This White House has said repeatedly there is no evidence that has been turned up to this point, despite all the efforts by Republicans, of any wrongdoing by the President of the United States, Joe Biden. Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary for President Biden, has commented on this as well when we have pressed her on the issue of potential impeachment or an impeachment inquiry. And she said, we're going to leave that to Republicans. What we're going to focus on is what we're doing here, which is focusing on the economy, Bidenomics, as they describe it, manufacturing, and the like. So in many ways, they view this as a political effort. Well, I guess in all ways, they view this as exclusively a political effort, where they say there is no there there, and hope, frankly, that they can demonstrate to the American people what they believe is going on here, and trying to refocus the attention on where they think the real energy should be, which is helping move the country forward. I'm struck as we're talking right now by some of the other statements we're hearing in real time from one of these White House advisors to the president. He is the chief spokesperson as it relates to all things oversight and investigations, and says, among other things, that the question should be posed to Kevin McCarthy right now, as they suggest, that prior to the midterms, McCarthy said the country doesn't like impeachment used for political purposes, arguing that that's exactly what's being done right now in the eyes of the White House to try to satisfy those far-right forces within the Republican Party, like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz. But that's the initial reaction from here at the White House right now. We're not going to see the president today. We're not going to see any of his top advisors speaking publicly. There is no briefing today, as the president just arrived back from overseas. Joe?
You'll keep an eye on reaction from the White House. Peter Alexander, thank you so much. Again, to recap, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he's directing his House committees to open a formal impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. That wraps up our special coverage. We'll have much more ahead on NBC News Daily at the top of the hour, and tonight on NBC Nightly News. I'm Joe Fryer. We'll have much more news coming up after a quick break.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right?
5, 7, 4.
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing.
today's show.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, the FDA has given the all clear for a new COVID-19 booster shot. It sets the stage for a national rollout just as cases across the country are on the rise. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more.
Vaccines from Moderna and Pfizer could go into arms by the end of the week. Drug makers say boosters should increase protective antibodies against the latest strains, including BA.286. The CDC says the mutation shows the ability to infect the protected and even those who've already had COVID, but it doesn't appear to be more severe.
What this booster will do is protect us against severe disease, hospitalization. And the data so far indicate that the booster is well matched to those strains.
Though national COVID cases are no longer tracked, some states are reporting a rise, though not a worrisome wave, in new infections. Hospitalizations are up nearly 16%, even though 97% of adults have some level of protective immunity.
I was extremely exhausted and just like bad congestion.
College senior Lou Maestri just caught the virus as she returned to school, just like many adults have at work and at large venues.
Last week, a lot of my classes were empty because a lot of kids were reporting that they were sick.
While the federal government will no longer pay for booster shots, most Americans will be covered by private insurance or Medicare. Local clinics are also expected to offer the roughly $120 shot for free. While many new infections are mild, there is concern a winter wave could be near if Americans don't take precautions or get protection.
All right, Miguel Almaguer, thanks so much.
Now we're joined by NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, good morning. So as we just heard in Miguel's story, this strain doesn't appear to be as severe as some of the initial variants. Still, why is it important for people to get this latest shot?
Yeah, Joe and Savannah, it's incredibly important because even though this strain is not as severe, overall COVID is still more deadly and results in more deaths and more hospitalizations than flu. And we talk about the flu shots all the time. So we have a vaccine. It is effective against the current circulating strains, plural, and probably the next strains that we'll see in another surge. And so it's a good idea to get it, especially the older you are.
So, Dr. Kavita Patel, this is, I don't know why I just said your full name, Dr. Patel. This is a small detail that is maybe, I think, indicative of where we're headed with this. This is actually categorized as an annual immunization versus just a COVID booster. Walk us through that difference and if that kind of indicates for people what we're going to see soon.
Yeah, I think it does hint the annual refers to we're seeing kind of hopefully a yearly pattern to these surges that we can expect in an updated vaccine on a yearly basis. But it also points to the fact that we're not boosting that original series. Remember, for years we've been talking about a booster because it really had to depend on you getting that original set of shots, no matter which shots you got, 1, 2, or 3 shots, depending on your age. And now it's just a straight up one shot, one time, unless there are some differences if you're in the 6-month to kind of 5-year age range. But for the majority of the country, one shot and that's it, just like the other shots, like an annual flu shot.
So, Dr. Patel, we know flu season also right around the corner. So help us understand, can you get the flu shot and this updated COVID vaccine at the same time? How should you work out the timing for all your shots?
You can. Look, I'm a big believer that our time is our most precious commodity. So get everything when you can get them and what's convenient for you. You can get both shots in one arm safely and they won't interfere with each other. I am telling most patients, though, that if you haven't had COVID recently and you know you're going to have some upcoming holiday travel, think about Halloween as a good milestone for everything. Flu shot, that COVID annual shot, and that way you have that protection through those really kind of heavy travel and kind of holiday months when we all want to go out, have some parties, have interactions with friends. So think about the timing for any of these shots.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, we'll mark our calendars, do it by Halloween. Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Well, coming up, if you are always a bridesmaid and never a bride, as they say, then odds are you might be a little sick of how much money you're spending on all those costly custom festivities.
And it's got some in the wedding party saying, we don't. We're talking bridesmaid burnout. That's next on Morning News.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with some money news now. Get your wallets ready because TikTok Shop is coming to the U.S.
And people love this. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other financial headlines. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yep, TikTok has finally launched its e-commerce product, TikTok Shop, in the U.S. after months of testing. The company is rolling out features such as a dedicated shop tab on the home screen, live video shopping, and shoppable ads. TikTok tells the New York Times it's already signed up more than 200,000 sellers, and more than 100,000 creators already have the ability to make shoppable videos. TikTok says all user data is stored in the U.S. and managed by a separate unit. Separately, TikTok accidentally blocked videos about the Hollywood writers' strike while it was trying to block QAnon conspiracy theories on the platform. Posts containing WGA didn't return any search results. There is a QAnon slogan, WWG1WGA. Terms like Writers Guild of America weren't affected. The search results have since been restored. And DraftKings is apologizing after referencing the 9/11 attacks in a sport bet. The company offered users a promotion titled Never Forget. It required 3 New York teams, the Mets, Jets, and Yankees, to win their games yesterday, the 22nd anniversary of the attacks on the World Trade Center. After an outcry on social media, DraftKings took the offer down. It won't say how many people placed bets or whether the bets remain valid or were canceled, guys.
All right. Silvana, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, if you've been tapped to be a bridesmaid in a wedding, you know it can come with a lot of extra responsibilities, like helping to plan the bridal shower and the bachelorette party, and it can also come with some hefty expenses. According to Glamour, a 2017 study from Wedding Wire found bridesmaids spent between $1,200 to $1,800 to carry out their duties. And with inflation, Glamour says that's closer to $1,500 to $2,300 today.
It is leading to what is called bridesmaid burnout. Look at this cover. I love this. We don't. Well, Glamour is tackling it all in its latest issue. We don't. The bridesmaid burnout. Samantha Berry, editor-in-chief of Glamour, joins us on this. Now, Sam, it's great to see you.
You too.
What a topic. I got married almost a year ago, actually. Next week is my anniversary, or in a couple days, actually. And I didn't have bridesmaids because, you know, it is a lot to ask.
That means you're a considerate bride because honestly, it has got next level. That's why I think we talked a lot about it at Glamour. And there's just this consensus, you know, there's women that work at Glamour that are aged from 20 right up to 50, and it was just like, we're done. We're done.
Right. And how can you ask, like, what is this going to cost me up front? That seems awkward, but if that's your concern.
Honestly, I think we talk about this in one of the stories where it's like, how to be a considerate bride. Well, first of all, what's the scope of work, right? What's important to you? Is it important to you that you go with 35 of your best friends to Nashville and everybody wears pink? Is it important to you? I don't know. Is it important to you that somebody stands up next to you on the day and their hair is a certain way, they wear a certain dress? I think understanding as a bride, what is the scope of work you're asking of these women in your life? And then understanding as a person, you can say no. I know it's awkward. I know it's uncomfortable. We have a story from Jenny Singer about how to say no to being a bridesmaid.
That's my question. How do you do that without ruining your relationship with the person?
I think, first of all, you can say, look, lots of people want to say no for a couple of reasons, right? They want to say no because they don't want the financial output, right? We're talking in the thousands there. These are young women. We're talking about 2 months' rent for some of the women that we talk to. And you can say, what is expected of me? And you can also say, I'm not in a financial position to have that. I love you. I want to support you. We've had and Rue on our team who wrote this amazing resignation letter. She wrote that while she wants to stand by her friends and be with them, she's over being a bridesmaid. I think you can also say yes to being a bridesmaid with conditions, right? I can come to your wedding. I will be there to organize a bridal shower, but I'm not going to make the bachelorette. I think that's important. It is this, we've got to the stage where these, the expectations that are put on a bridal party are getting a little unwieldy. We have amazing confessions where some bridesmaids end up naked, others ended up having to feed the bride on the wedding day. It's just a bit.
There's a mental toll of it too.
It is, and even just one of the things brides can do to be considerate is, you know, how are you going to organize this? Because they talked about text message threads that were hundreds of messages trying to organize one event.
I've been in those.
How are you going to organize it is important.
Yeah. What about if you just don't like the dress? That's not a good enough reason.
You know what? It's interesting because in Rue's resignation letter, she talked about her fashion independence is always something that's really important to her, but that kind of goes out the window when you're a bridesmaid, right? We've heard stories from women that were kicked off bridal parties because they were trying to conceive, and the brides didn't feel that a pregnant bridesmaid was the look that they were going for.
Well, that might be a friendship reevaluation situation
in the dress. We do actually have a series of, if you do have to be a bridesmaid, here's some cute options and some affordable options. Again, looking at the cost.
Important to keep in mind. Tell us more about Rue's resignation letter. She was a bridesmaid 3 times.
3 times. She's still early in her bridal career, I suppose.
3, that's nothing.
And so what did she do, and why is she coming to that conclusion?
Well, she was, and again, she reiterates in her letter that she loves these people. 2 of them are family and are her best friend. But there was a couple of occasions, including that just kind of ended it for her. One was the dresses, what happened with the dresses, the change of dresses, the financial outlay of the dresses. There was also a bachelorette party in, I'm going to say Miami, where fake Magic Mike tickets were bought, and everybody had to take the hit for that. But I think the final straw for her was there was a condition on how she should wear her hair. And for Rue, as a black woman, and she writes a lot in Glamour about how she wants to wear her hair, I think that was the final straw that broke the camel's back for her.
All right.
So much to consider. You don't even know.
I don't know, but I hope the brides are open-minded and understand. They're asking a lot of people, and maybe just, you know.
If somebody says no to being a bridesmaid, that's okay.
And to be clear, I
setting
still
boundaries.
asked a lot. I don't want to act like I was like a saint. Like, my wedding was international, all that kind of stuff. But, you know, there was no dresses, hair, bachelorette somewhere else. So anyway.
All right. Samantha Berry, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate the conversation.
Thank you. Great to see you.
Coming up, we are in the final days of Fashion Week here in New York.
After the break, we've got the inside scoop on all of this year's hottest looks and, of course, the celebrities that have been spotted. Stick around. It's up next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big conditions
allegations of Russian pork hunting.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. Well, a new record has just been set for the longest space mission by a U.S. astronaut. NASA's Frank Rubio has been on the International Space Station, get this, since last September. He's now broken the previous record of 355 days. And if he returns to Earth on the current schedule, he will have managed 371 days straight up in space. Rubio, who is a father of 4, was actually only supposed to be in space for 6 months. But the spacecraft that would have taken him home turned out to be unsafe. So he had to wait months while a new one was prepared. Well, congratulating him on the feat, NASA's boss, Bill Neeson, said his mission embodies the essence of exploration, adding, "Your dedication is truly out of this world." Frank, I bet he misses those 4 kids.
He's like, we need to extend the babysitter a little longer.
Yeah, 6 months, and it's going to be a year. It's just, you know, it's just so far away. We'll have actually some more cool NASA stuff we'll bring you next week. Well, it's New York Fashion Week, and the city is showing up in style. Some of the biggest names in fashion have taken over, giving us a preview of the trends and looks for the upcoming season.
Before it all wraps up, up tomorrow. We're taking a look at all the highlights so far from this year. Women's Wear Daily style director Alex Padilla joined us now with the Inside Scoop. So I guess one of the big headlines this week was Ralph Lauren making a return. Tell us more about that and just any other highlights you've seen from this week so far.
Well, celebrities are everywhere. It's always fun for me because I get to talk to them. But obviously, but also, I mean, I do think that it's kind of interesting what's happening with fashion right now. Before runway shows was about the collection, the clothes. Now it's also about reaching millions of people. It's like a TV show. It's great.
What was the Ralph Lauren event like?
You know, it was like Jennifer Lopez on the front row, Christy Turlington closing the show. It's kind of amazing, right?
Yeah.
It shows you where we are, and the clothes are amazing. I love Ralph Lauren. He's such an icon of fashion and American fashion. He's changed the world for fashion for sure.
Absolutely. All right, so celebs, you just told us about some of them, but you said you get to talk to them. Give us the inside scoop. Who have you seen? What have you heard?
Well, Janet Jackson was really friendly. And really fun.
Love that.
Yeah. I know, great. Listen, I was talking to Ashley Graham yesterday backstage at Michael Kors.
Awesome.
She was giving great quotes about body inclusivity. There is a big deal here in America. New York Fashion Week is the capital of body inclusivity. We're still not there, but we're doing something good. For sure.
In addition to body inclusivity, what are some of the trends that you're just seeing this year?
Well, red is the new pink. TikTokers really announced this a few weeks ago. So designers are following really quickly. So we see red everywhere. Red is a good color. You know, it's all you need. It's passion, it's danger, it's attention.
Are we going to have to wear red on Wednesdays now? Is that what?
Every Wednesday I wear pink, so that'll suit.
Well, red is next then.
There you go.
Red's actually my favorite color, so that works out.
It's great, but we see a lot of celebration of 90s fashion, a lot of slip dressing, a lot of minimalism. I mean, there is also something that seems maybe kind of ridiculous, but a lot of designers are doing wearable clothes. You know?
What a concept.
What a concept. I know, I mean, fashion people, we tend to complicate things a little bit. But no, yeah, there is a lot of minimalism, 90s, beautiful, quiet luxury. It's a big word right now. But yeah, it's a good time.
Yeah, I'm no expert, but I do feel like just photos and videos that I've seen from this year, I'm like, oh, I feel like I could wear that. It's not something so unattainable or kind of like, you know, just for something special.
Yeah, but American ready-to-wear is basically that. It's sportswear. It's wearable clothes. And when you see Prada doing a gray sweater, everyone is like, oh my God. And we're like, what? We've been doing this all along.
Right,
you know?
You also just said something really interesting, that the designers are seeing what TikTokers did. Is that like a major trend now that you're seeing, that like these people on social media are actually influencing major fashion houses?
Well, obviously, because before it was the street, but now the street is social media. So there is that dialogue happening, you know? It's very interesting. You wonder, are they designing for TikTok and Instagram, or are they designing for people?
Okay, I feel so much cooler with you being here now.
Do the trends change faster because of that right now?
Absolutely. Oh my God, you're getting it. Absolutely.
There you go.
They are changing so fast. And before you would say, oh, that was Y2K. Now Y2K is in and out. And mini skirt is like in and out. And now it goes like, it's a maxi skirt. So it really changes really fast.
What about sustainability? That's pretty important now, too, on a lot of these runways, right?
Yes, I mean, there is a lot of recycled leather. People are using recycled fabrics or scraps to create. That's why there is a lot of patchwork right now. So all those things are really, people are really paying attention. That's the good thing, transparency, keeping people accountable.
And I think these brands know that consumers, that's the way people are shopping now. Is the brand sustainable?
When I started, we didn't really know anything, but now the consumer knows so much. It keeps you on your toes, as a journalist as well.
Red is the new pink.
All right, there we go. Tomorrow.
Yeah.
You heard it here first.
All right. Alex Padilla, thank you so much. Fun conversation. Enjoy the next couple days.
Yes, happy Fashion Week.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Don't go anywhere.
Good Tuesday. We are so happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn. And I'm Ellison Barber, in for Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Tuesday, September 12th. Facing impeachment in just the last hour, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has announced he is calling for a formal impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. More on the allegations and whether they hold weight with a majority of the chamber. Armed and dangerous. New police scanner audio describing a sighting of the escaped Pennsylvania prisoner suggests that he now has a weapon. What police are telling the community that's been on edge for almost 2 weeks. Major breach: MGM Resorts and Casinos is recovering from a cybersecurity incident that disrupted services across the country. What we know about the cause of the issue and what the entertainment giant did to protect its systems and data.
Coming of age, talking to your teen about puberty and all of the physical and emotional changes that come along with it can be pretty awkward. We have an expert here to help guide us through those challenging conversations.
That'll be a good conversation indeed. All right, welcome to NBC News Daily. We are following breaking news out of Washington. Just in the last hour, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy officially endorsed an impeachment inquiry into President Biden.
It's part of a broad effort to get bank records and other documents from the president and his son Hunter. House Republicans have been investigating the Bidens for months now, but today McCarthy called the impeachment inquiry a, quote, logical next step. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is tracking it all from Capitol Hill. Sahil, McCarthy was very specific here, right? He used the word directing. He did not just say he supports this, but that he is directing the House committee to open a formal impeachment inquiry. What else did he say?
That's right. He is effectively doing the work of opening an impeachment inquiry by directing these committee chairs to formally begin that process. One of them, Jim Jordan, who is the chair of the Judiciary Committee, tweeted immediately in support of this impeachment inquiry. So for all intents and purposes, it has begun. Now, the purpose of this, McCarthy said, is to gather more evidence into the Biden family. What they make a whole series of allegations is an abuse of power by Joe Biden when he was vice president. Let's hear a little bit more of how McCarthy described that.
These are allegations of abuse of power, obstruction, and corruption. And they warrant further investigation by the House of Representatives.
Now, McCarthy did not say what the impeachable offense was. That remains unclear, and a lot of McCarthy's members are not convinced that Joe Biden has done enough, that they have much on the president to even begin this inquiry. It's also a jarring reversal for Speaker McCarthy after he told the conservative website just 11 days ago that he would not begin this process without a vote of the House. It's clear now he is beginning it without a vote.
Yeah, things have changed. Sahil, the timeline for all of this is still unclear, but walk us through the process of an impeachment inquiry. Have they even whipped the votes? They have any idea if they even have enough support for this to move forward?
Not at the moment, but McCarthy has decided he's going to open the inquiry unilaterally. What happens next, the timeline is entirely dependent on how House Republicans choose to play this and where the votes are. But it's the Judiciary Committee, which is led by Jim Jordan, which traditionally has, a jurisdiction over the issue of impeachment. Usually they draft articles of impeachment. The Judiciary Committee hears them, processes them, sends them to the full House floor for a vote. And at that point, you need a majority of the chamber to ultimately impeach the president. That's when it triggers a Senate trial. But we are a long way from there. They don't have an impeachable offense yet. This inquiry looks like, an investigation in search of that impeachable offense, guys.
All right, NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, thank you.
We turn now to the massive manhunt in Pennsylvania for an escaped killer. State troopers say Danilo Cavalcante is now considered armed and dangerous. There was another sighting of the 34-year-old late last night. It triggered an intense overnight search. Police say in that search overnight, they found Cavalcante's old prison shoes and also learned he was confronted by a homeowner. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser joins us now from Glenmore, Pennsylvania, which is about 40 miles west of Philadelphia. Lindsay, police say that Cavalcante was involved in a shootout with a homeowner. Walk us through exactly what they're saying there, and how did this fugitive get a weapon?
This really is a dramatic escalation, Ellison. So it started with a sighting last night at 8 p.m. A woman told police that she saw a man crouched at a wood line. And then about 2 hours later, a resident called police saying he had actually shot several rounds at a man believed to be Cavalcante. Now, police believe it was a crime of opportunity, that Cavalcante saw an open garage, ran inside to hide, and then found that .22 caliber rifle with a scope and a flashlight leaning against the wall. He took it, he fled, and that homeowner shot several rounds of a pistol at Cavalcante, but he was able to get away. Now, authorities say they don't have any reason to believe he's injured right now, but they say he is desperate, and they are throwing so many resources out this. Choppers, a plane circling overhead, we've canines, we've seen an increased police presence. There's about 500 officers on this. Let's go ahead and listen to what state police said earlier this morning.
We have considered him dangerous right from the very start. It changes nothing
We have always considered him to be a risk. We just now absolutely know that he has a weapon.
Police also say they believe he knows the area, Ellison.
Lindsay, this search area for the 34-year-old, the police perimeter that was established, he's breached that. So the search area, the perimeter has changed quite a number of times. What does it look like right now? How big of an area is this? How far does it spread out?
I mean, we're in the 13th day of this saga, Ellison, and so right now the area that police are honing in on is a perimeter of about 8 square miles, and we're about 27 miles away from that initial perimeter near the prison, near the botanical garden where Cavalcante was spotted. Remember, he stole that dairy truck over the weekend. He was able to drive north around the area where we are, ditched it when he ran out of gas. He approached the homes of a couple of previous co-workers, and so right now residents in the area are being told to lock their doors, lock their homes. This is a heavily wooded area. It's dense. There are a lot of places where he can hide, and so people are being urged to be on the lookout, and schools in the area are closed as well, Ellison.
MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser, thank you.
Ellison, the FBI is now investigating an apparent cyber attack on MGM Resorts. A company spokesperson says it is impacting a number of their computer systems at hotels and casinos in several states. Some guests told our NBC station in Las Vegas their digital room keys weren't working, and some ATMs have also been offline. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is following it all for us. So, Aaron, MGM's main website, that is also down right now. How widespread is this issue at this time, and is the company saying anything about it?
Well, Vicki, at this point, it's unclear. MGM has been very tight-lipped. They're not even calling this at this point an attack. They're simply calling it a cyber security incident. But it appears to have pushed many of their hotels and casinos onto their analog systems, impacting, as you point out, digital room keys, slot machines down. We spoke to one customer who said he arrived at one of their five-star resorts in the middle of the night in Las Vegas as the attack was just getting underway. He said it took him 2 hours to manually check into his room. So a lot of chaos, a lot of confusion at MGM properties, although MGM putting out a statement this morning. Let me read you what they had to say, saying our resorts, including dining, entertainment, and gaming, are currently operational and continue to deliver the experiences for which MGM is known. So it appears that they're really working hard to get everything back online. Vicki.
Wow. Aaron, this is not the first time MGM has been hit by a cybersecurity situation. There's another one back in 2020. At this point, can you tell if there are any similarities between the two potential hacks?
Yeah, I've been speaking to cybersecurity experts about the differences in terms of what appears to have happened now and what happened back in 2020. Back in 2020, more than 10 million MGM visitors, their contact details, their information appeared on a hacking website. MGM at the time to media outlets acknowledging that there had been a breach of their cloud server in 2019. All of that now the subject of a class action lawsuit. This time, though, it appears to be an attack. I spoke to an expert about the difference between the two. Take a listen.
So if we think about the loss of data, that means someone's come in and taken our stuff and stolen it. That is very different than someone coming in and disrupting our day-to-day operations with malware or ransomware or something like that. So this is more of a disruptive event than a theft.
And again, MGM at this point is being very tight-lipped in terms of the nature of the cybersecurity incident that they are dealing with, although experts, as we just heard, are saying that this could be some sort of malware attack. We just don't know. What we do know is that an investigation is now underway.
Yeah,
Back to you.
either way, very serious. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin. Aaron, thank you.
It is time now for CNBC Money Minute. TikTok is adding an online shopping feature to its platform. The popular Chinese-owned app is hoping to replicate the success of other Asian shopping platforms like Shein and Temu.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, walk us through another way to shop. How's it going to work?
Another way to shop. Well, this app will offer tools to content creators, brands, and merchants to create buyable content through videos and live streams, which link to purchase items. One new feature is a shop tab where businesses can display products with payment options and information powered by TikTok. Meanwhile, kids channels Disney Junior was sacrificed in the Disney and Charter Communications negotiations, leaving parents without key kiddo entertainment. The company said the eliminated channels will move to streaming platforms like Disney Plus, and they will be available on Charter's other cable properties. And finally, guys, say goodbye to self-serve soda at McDonald's. The fast food giant announced that they are phasing out self-serve soda stations by 2032. McDonald's says the goal is consistency at all ordering points, whether you grab food through a drive-through window or from a delivery driver. All of it will come the exact same way. Guys, that's pretty far off, though. We have almost 10 years to enjoy them.
Well, that's true. We don't have to panic yet. But Deirdre, consistency, does that make sense to you? Or is this more about controlling costs?
It's probably a little bit of both, but I suppose they don't want their drivers to have to go and collect and use those stations. So it's probably a little bit of both, but consistency often leads to saved costs.
That's true.
All right, CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa, thank you.
Up next, it is a race against time in Morocco. How crews are rushing to find any trapped survivors after that devastating earthquake. You are watching NBC News Daily.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with the utter devastation in Morocco. Officials say the death toll after that 6.8 magnitude quake is still rising. At least 2,900 people have died. Rescue crews, they're still digging through the rubble, hoping to find survivors. But more often than not, they are finding more and more victims and having to build mass shallow graves as they search. The number of people injured has climbed to 5,500, and that golden window of finding survivors, it is rapidly closing. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in Morocco and joins us now. Matt, talk to us about the search and rescue efforts right now. What are you seeing on the ground? Is there any hope right now that maybe rescuers will find some survivors?
Yeah, Allison, well, as you can see right now, there's actually an effort going on right behind me. This earth mover is kind of combing through some wreckage right here. I'm in the village of Amiz in the Atlas Mountains. But you'll notice there isn't much of an effort to try to find what looks like survivors. There isn't that every once in a while they're demanding that everybody be quiet so they can listen under the rubble. If you remember back when I was in Turkey back in February, and I think we spoke then, there was much more of a feeling that they could find survivors, and they did 5, 6, 7 days later. But here, when you look around, we're not seeing that at all. And we spoke with some rescue workers, and they said, you know, the fact is that because of various peculiarities of this situation, it's distinct from what was going on in Turkey. There is no longer this sense of that there are cavities underneath the rubble. Because of the construction here, because of the way this is done, the age of the buildings, they're not really expecting or haven't been finding what they call livable voids. And that was the term that was used by one of these British rescue workers that would essentially shield someone from the rest of the destruction for days at a time. Instead, they're only pulling out bodies. And, you know, the difference with Turkey is most of these buildings are not high-rise buildings at all. They're made of much sort of more basic construction, and that means that they crumble. Essentially, they turn into almost sand, and that's why we're not seeing a lot of people being recovered. Ellison?
Matt, that is such valuable context that you have from being in Turkey to now here. I'm sure our viewers very vividly remember you being on the scene there and the hope that so many had when rescuers in Turkey were finding people 12 and 13 days later. The difference in the buildings that you just talked about is fascinating to hear. Talk to us about the aid, because looking behind you, it looks like there are a lot of civilians there. I don't see a lot of officials. It doesn't appear behind you. Are they getting the help they need?
No, not at all. And in fact, we're getting a lot of anger from people who we've been speaking to. They said that the government has been absent. And this is not a place that's a remote village. We were able to drive right up here. And in fact, as you can see, we're getting signal. You know, this is an accessible place. Still, a lot of people have been complaining the government is absent. Ellison?
Matt Bradley on the ground in Morocco for us. Thank you.
Ellison, after 10 days, rescuers have finally carried American explorer Mark Dickey to the surface of that Turkish cave. One of his friends is now sharing the relief everyone felt the moment he was free. Take a listen.
It was great to see him finally get out, because it was very dire in the early days.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea has more on the amazing rescue.
A successful end to an extraordinary rescue. Mark Dickey giving a thumbs up and a smile as he was hoisted to safety overnight.
It is amazing to be above ground again. I was underground for far longer than ever expected.
This morning, posting a selfie from intensive care, thanking his rescuers, saying it was a scary experience and the closest to death I've been yet. The elite cave explorer and researcher was on an international expedition of the Morka Cave, Turkey's third deepest, when he suddenly became seriously ill with internal bleeding 3,000 feet underground.
I kept throwing up blood, and then my consciousness started to get harder to hold on to, and I reached the point that I was like, I'm not going to live.
The only way out, a 15-hour climb. A medical team climbed down, giving Dickey blood transfusions. And on Saturday, rescuers started the delicate climb out with Dickey strapped to a stretcher, his body swinging on the pulley system for the final few feet to the surface. The rescuers, more than 150 from around the world, now celebrating. Seeing that he was well made me happy, and I let myself go, and I cried a little. His parents releasing an emotional statement saying the rescue is indescribably relieving and fills us with incredible joy, adding, all that has been done for our son means and will always mean so very much to us. By his side was his fiancée, Jessica Van Oord, who climbed nearly half a mile for help.
I gotta tell you, I don't know what to say. This is overwhelming. This is a first.
Make it a last.
Make it a last time too. Thank you.
Now above ground and grateful. Kelly Kobiea, NBC News.
What an amazing story.
He's certainly in great spirits, I got to say. 150 people came from all over the world, and I'm glad they got the happy ending they were hoping for.
Absolutely. All right, still ahead, big tech goes on trial. What a landmark antitrust suit could mean for your Google searches. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hollywood couple Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher, they're now publicly apologizing after facing widespread criticism for their letters of support that they wrote for former co-star and now convicted rapist Danny Masterson. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eglin tells us how the character letters for Masterson are now at the center of new controversy.
We are aware of the pain that has been caused by the character letters that we wrote on behalf of Danny Masterson.
Celebrity superstars Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis facing backlash for showing support to their former co-star Danny Masterson, who was sentenced to 30 years in prison on 2 counts of rape.
We support victims. We have done this historically through our work and will continue to do so in the future.
Kutcher and Kunis addressing the controversy in a video posted to their social media accounts over the weekend, after it was revealed the couple had written character letters in support of Masterson to the judge in his trial.
A couple months ago, Danny's family reached out to us and they asked us to write character letters to represent the person that we knew for 25 years. So that the judge could take that into full consideration relative to the sentencing.
In the letters, the couple calling Masterson a role model, outlining their decades-long friendship. Kunis writing, "From the very beginning, I could sense his innate goodness and genuine nature. Throughout our time together, Danny has proven to be an amazing friend, confidant, and above all, an outstanding older brother figure to me." Adding, Danny's role as a husband and father to his daughter has been nothing short of extraordinary. Kutcher writing in his letter, he also set an extraordinary standard around how you treat other people. He has always treated people with decency, equality, and generosity. He continued, "I do not believe he is an ongoing harm to society, and having his daughter raised without a present father would be a tertiary injustice in and of itself."
Anything you want to say, Mr. Masterson?
The letters painting a very different picture of the disgraced actor than described by the testimony of his victims in court.
The letters were not written to question the legitimacy of the judicial system or the validity of the jury's ruling.
They were intended for the judge to read and not to undermine the testimony of the victims or re-traumatize them in any way. We would never want to do that. And we're sorry if that has taken place.
But one of Masterson's accusers not accepting their apology, saying this video was incredibly insulting and hurtful. My hope is that they learn radical accountability and the importance of self-education to learn when to keep their privilege in check, especially Ashton, who claims to work with victims of sex crimes. And as for Mila, I can only think of time's up. Maya Eglin, NBC News.
The head football coach for Michigan State University is fighting back against claims of sexual harassment, but he has been suspended without pay, and the university is expected to hold a formal hearing next month. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more on the fallout.
One of the highest paid coaches in college football sidelined amid an off-the-field scandal.
I have suspended Mel Tucker without pay.
Calling it an interim measure, Michigan State University Sunday suspending head coach Mel Tucker over an allegation he sexually harassed victims advocate Brenda Tracy. Her claim dates back to April of last year after she spoke to the team about preventing sexual violence. According to a USA Today investigation citing her Title IX complaint, she claimed she was later on the phone with the coach when he made sexual comments about her and masturbated. In a statement, Tucker said Tracy's allegations of harassment are completely false, characterizing the phone call as a mutual private event between 2 adults living at opposite ends of the country. NBC News has not independently reviewed the complaint.
So this morning's news might sound like the MSU of old. It was not.
Michigan State leaders said new developments prompted them to suspend Tucker less than 2 years into his $95 million contract.
We are focused on prevention work with men.
Tracy lectures collegiate athletes nationwide on preventing sexual violence after her own brutal assault in Oregon in the 90s, allegedly by multiple college football players. About her encounter with Coach Tucker, telling USA Today, the idea that someone could know me and say they understand my trauma, but then re-inflict that trauma on me is so disgusting to me. Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
Coming up, how the newly approved COVID shot protects you from the latest strain. You're watching NBC News Daily. And by the way, you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network. It's called NBC News Now. You can do it wherever you stream, including all those places you see on your screen. YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Oh, listen, we got the Fubo, the Tubi as well. So many
Apple
places.
TV, Fire TV. I love it.
Yeah, the news continues right after this.
My mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
We're back now. Glad you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Ellison Barber. Making news right now. President Joe Biden will be traveling to New York City next week to address the United Nations General Assembly. The White House announced Biden's attendance today, saying the president will discuss issues of international security, peace, and human rights.
At least 10,000 people are missing and 2,000 are believed to be dead as floodwaters submerge parts of eastern Libya. Officials in the city of Derna say a powerful storm along the Mediterranean coast caused 2 dams to burst, sending catastrophic floods into the region on Sunday. Benghazi, Libya's second largest city, was also devastated by the storm.
And huge football news here. Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers is officially out for the remainder of the NFL season. Rodgers tore his left Achilles just 4 plays into Monday night's game against the Buffalo Bills. Second-string quarterback Zach Wilson is expected to take his place.
The future of big tech is being put on trial today. The Department of Justice, along with a coalition of 39 states, is accusing Google of illegally monopolizing the search engine market.
The landmark antitrust suit is the biggest challenge to U.S. tech companies in decades. NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward joins us now from San Francisco with more. So, Jake, Google pays Apple and other companies to make sure that when you go to search the web on your phone, Google pops up as the default browser, right? Is that legal? Has that been legal?
Well, Ellison, Google argues that it is, and that as this company struggles to stay competitive in what it says is a hugely fragmented market, it has to do whatever it can to get its name in front of all of us. And that is why when you buy a new smartphone or open up a new browser, they have paid to be the first default choice that you're presented with. When I spoke to the chief legal officer at Google about this, he says that that is perfectly legal and that there's plenty of choice for customers all across the country. Have a listen.
On the competition side, we think there are a lot of different ways people are choosing to get information these days. And on the choice side, it's never been easier for people at home to be able to choose a different web search, however they want to do that, whether that's downloading a different app or changing the default setting in their browser.
But the Department of Justice in a coalition of 39 states argues that this is in fact not a legal arrangement, that illegally Google has been monopolizing the market, striking these deals and creating what they have been calling today in court a flywheel of influence. And they say that that is why we use the term Google as a verb and not because it's just the best choice out there, you guys.
Very interesting. So, Jacob, Europe approved rules last week that would require new smartphones to ask you which search engine you actually want to use. Is that part of what the government wants to happen here? And what's the timeline for this? When can we expect a decision?
Well, that is certainly the sort of framework that they are thinking about. When you buy a new phone or open up a new browser in the EU, as of last week, it's going to be required that you choose what your default browser is. It won't be possible for you to buy an iPhone and have Google be the default inside Safari or any other browser you choose. But, you know, Google argues that even when you give people that choice, they tend to choose Google. They say that that just is evidence that their product is the best one out there. As for timing, this is expected to be about a 10-week trial. And at that point, when the government decides whether or not this is an illegal monopoly, we'll see whether they decide to do something as drastic as breaking up the company. They've done that in the past with something like AT&T. Perhaps new rules might come into effect. But everyone here in San Francisco is watching this closely because there is so much competition on the horizon with AI and the rest of it. And there's so many questions as to whether the government is going to step in and be more regulatory, or if in the end Google will walk away with no repercussions here from the courts and feel free to continue to pursue the tactics they have all this time, you guys.
Either way, it sets a precedent. NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward. Jake, thank you so much.
And in Iran, 5 Americans are being imprisoned and could soon be on their way home in exchange for 5 Iranians being held in the U.S. As part of the deal, the U.S. has signed off on unfreezing $6 billion in Iranian assets, which has been held up by sanctions.
NBC nightly news anchor Lester Holt is in Tehran, where he just spoke with President Ibrahim Raisi through a government translator. He asked him when the Americans will be released.
We can say that it should be done in due time. The arrangements have been done, and the final action of swapping the prisoners should be finalized in the due time.
Are they healthy? Are they well?
Yes, they are very healthy, and according to our latest information, they are in full health.
You can see much more of Lester's interview with President Raisi tonight when he anchors NBC Nightly News from Tehran at 6:30 p.m. Eastern.
All right, well, a new round of COVID booster shots could be available by the end of this week. The FDA just gave the all clear to the updated vaccines, and the Centers for Disease Control are expected to sign off on them today.
So there's currently an uptick, keyword there, uptick, not a surge, not a massive wave in COVID cases nationwide. According to the CDC, in the last week of August, there were more than 18,000 hospitalizations in the United States. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now with more. Dr. Syal, this is a pretty big deal with this COVID booster. It's something you have been talking to us about for quite a while as we sort of inch towards this. Talk to us about what it means. Who is going to be eligible for this? How soon can people head to CVS?
Hey, guys. So, yeah, the FDA has both authorized and approved an updated COVID vaccine. You know, the language kind of differs depending on which age group you're talking about. But, Ellison, to answer your question, when can people get this? You know, our best guess is by the end of the week, and I'll tell you what has to happen next. The CDC is actually meeting right now as we speak to decide really, you know, when is the best time for people to get this, who should be getting this, and when should they be getting it relative to their medical history. And after they do that today, then it goes to the CDC director director to sign off. And after that, CVS, Walgreens, you should be able to head to any of these pharmacies that you've got your previous COVID shots and get the updated ones this time around.
Something that's a little different this time around, these shots won't be covered by the federal government. If you are going somewhere outside of your network or if you are uninsured, that's obviously a hurdle. So what are you advising people in terms of how can they get the shot and have it be free if they want it?
Yeah, so, when the public health emergency ended May 11th, this was one of the things we were all talking about, is the cost of these vaccines still going to be covered going forward? But Vicki, the Biden administration, very, very aware of this. They actually launched a program, late summer this year, called the Bridge Program, saying that, those who are underinsured, about 30 million Americans in this country, should have access to the vaccines through this program. And I think the best thing to really tell people is, when the CDC director signs off and you start to get the pharmacies sort of ramping up and preparing, call your pharmacy, because there's some reports out there that the pharmacies may take a few weeks to sort of get this Bridge program up and launched. So call your pharmacy before heading in and before going there and sitting in the waiting room. Just make sure that they are part of this from the get-go.
Got it. So you don't have to pay.
When you look at data from the last booster, the data that we have is from May from the CDC. Only about 17% of people who were eligible actually got that last booster. What is the case to people this time around who maybe opted out then? Why should they get it?
Yeah, Ellison, with each booster that's been rolled out after the other, we've seen less and less people want to get it. And I don't think that's surprising. But I think, as far as what are we expecting this year, I think it's going to depend on the cases and the hospitalizations and the deaths that we see. Because what we're seeing is that with flu, with Mpox, with COVID, people tend to get the shots when the disease hits close to home. If your friends and family have it, you suddenly think, oh, I should run to CVS and get this shot now. So if we see that, that surge that you just referenced in the intro, if we start to see that come up, I think the vaccine numbers will be high. If we don't see that, I don't think we'll see a lot of people get it, frankly.
It's flu season right around the corner. Those shots are going to be available soon. Your advice is to get that?
Absolutely. Flu before boo. Get the flu shot before your Halloween.
And is that the same advice for COVID shot, too?
Absolutely.
All right. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal, as always, thank you so much.
Anytime.
And an alarming trend, hospitalizations and ER visits for teen suicide attempts are on the rise. That is according to a new study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association.
MSNBC reporter Daniela Pierre-Bravo spoke to a group of teens who are using social media as a tool to flip the script on mental health.
I was first hospitalized at 15 in January of 2018 and was hospitalized 13 times for my eating disorder since then.
Sophie Shev is a member of Gen Z, a group that is more likely to report poor mental health than any other generation. She attributes her battle with anorexia to her early adoption of social media at age 10.
I was given about 2 weeks to live. I was in liver, kidney, and heart failure. Part of the negative and harmful side of the content is that it's framed as a positive health journey.
Sharing her story has taken Sophie all the way to the White House, hoping to bring visibility and legislative solutions to her generation's mental health crisis.
It's very ironic because a lot of my activism around holding social media platforms accountable happens on social media.
While social media platforms can aggravate feelings of anxiety and depression, a recent McKinsey survey finds social media engagement can help find mental health support and connectivity.
We're recording, right? We're going to record an episode after this.
The podcast, Teenager Therapy, is one of those platforms helping teens feel more connected.
Because we have problems too. Hey everyone, welcome back to Teenager Therapy. I'm Gael.
I'm Thomas.
I'm Kayla.
In the hopes of helping other struggling teens, they've used their online platform to chronicle their own mental health struggles.
Some of those struggles were me coming to terms with my sexuality and having to come out to my parents and not receiving the best response from them, dealing with depression and anxiety and having to navigate that in a immigrant household.
They've now reached millions across her platforms and have attracted high-profile guests like Prince Harry and Meghan Markle.
The internet is a double-edged sword in the way that I think it has allowed a lot of bad to seep into our everyday lives, like comparison and constant exposure to things that just make you feel bad, but it's also giving a lot of community.
One thing I love about what Gen Z's done, they found ways to use memes and to use videos and to use shared content to define their shared experience of anxiety, of depression, of even suicidal thoughts, to connect and realize they're not alone.
Dr. Joshua Stein is a child psychiatrist who works with young people that have been hospitalized for their mental health.
We have more and more kids that end up in higher levels of care because their peers pick up on themes or problems that are being shared, and they advocate to a school official, they advocate to a parent, and they help that person get help.
Where I was like sophomore year to where I am now, like I could do anything. Because really at sophomore year, I really did think my life was ending.
People will talk about how our podcast genuinely helped save their lives. It got them to reach out for help. It got them to open up with their friends.
Do you think that you guys are having a different dialogue around mental health that didn't exist in the same way with my generation or generations past?
If my parents had this resource, maybe things could have been different. Maybe, you know, the way they raised me could have been different, and just, you know, all of that generational trauma could have been avoided.
That was MSNBC's Daniela Pierre-Bravo reporting, and we would like to note, if you or someone you know is struggling with mental health, there is help out there. There are resources available. Please call or text the National Suicide Prevention Hotline at 988 or visit 988lifeline.org.
Up next, preparing for puberty, how you can help your kids navigate all the ups and downs of this new phase. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Okay, so talking about puberty with your kids, it's one of the most important, but often also one of the most challenging conversations for a lot of parents.
And for a lot of people, parents, kids, everywhere in between, it can be very awkward, but it's important to prepare kids for that stage in their life. But experts say knowing what to say and making everyone feel comfortable, that is key. Here with some tips to help parents with this conversation is Vanessa Kroll-Bennett. She is the co-author of This Is So Awkward, Modern Puberty Explained, and co-host of the Puberty Podcast. Vanessa, your book title really does say it best. Yeah. This is kind of a very awkward conversation for everyone. So what are some tips you have for the best way to start having these conversations?
So it is awkward, but it doesn't have to be. You can make it funny. You can make it casual. You don't have to be stiff and lecture. It's actually better if you don't lecture, because the minute you start lecturing, kids are like, I'm out of here, bye-bye.
Yeah.
You know, be curious. Ask, like, General questions, don't do full frontal stuff like right in their face, go for a walk, be in the car. Even if you don't feel casual, which a lot of adults don't, keep it chill.
Let's talk about some of the questions you can ask your kids. And I love that you say keep it casual. My husband had this whole conversation with our middle daughter at a Trader Joe's. It was at a Trader Joe's, and we're checking out. I went to go get something. I come back, they're in it. I'm like, what are we? Okay, all right, cool. This is good. But you know, puberty starts differently for everyone, as you say. So give us some questions, and what can you tell your kids to expect?
So the most important thing to expect is it's different for everyone. It starts on average between 8 and 9 for girls, between 9 and 10 for boys, which is so different from when we were going through it. And so people expect, oh, I'll have this talk at 11. Right. Except, no, you should be having this talk at 8 and 9 and 10. Also, everyone should know the journey is different for every single person. So we like to say there's no one normal in puberty. There's also no one normal in puberty because it's such a tumultuous, messy, complicated time. So start with normalizing that everybody goes through it and everyone's path is different and everyone's timing is different. That takes some of the pressure off for kids to feel like, oh, I'm not in the right place, I'm not at the right time, and lets them take a deep breath.
When you look at something like it says on the list, the physical and emotional changes that come with puberty, is there one over the other you should talk first? Should you wait until your kid starts experiencing one, or do you just go all?
So if you notice a physical change in a kid or an emotional change, right? A physical change might be breast buds, it might be a big growth spurt, or we don't really like to talk about weight, right? Because it's normal for kids to gain weight in puberty, or it's normal for kids to grow super tall before they gain any weight. So we try to avoid that kind of body talk. But if you see a kid with breast buds, you can say, hey, I noticed maybe it's time to think about getting a bra, or let's check out some options. With emotional stuff, it's often mood swings, really exaggerated laughter, or lots of tears, or maybe even silence and some moodiness. And in that case, it's kind of like, hey, I notice your moods seem a little bit different. Have you noticed that, right? And try to elicit from them rather than telling them what you see and how they should be.
Oh, that's so great. Ask those questions. Be curious about it. This isn't really a one and done conversation, right, Vanessa? It's an ongoing, I mean, you said it could last up to 10 years. So, you know, how often should we be having this conversation, and how do we let the kids lead too?
So every personality of every kid is different, and every personality of every adult is different. So you can lead with science. Some kids feel super comfortable talking about brain development or hormones. Some people are much more comfortable talking about emotions. And that's true for adults or kids, right? Some adults are having a harder time with the biological stuff, but we'll talk about the moody stuff. And it's millions. I don't want to freak people out, but it's tons and tons of tiny, tiny conversations. And that is important to remember. So if you mess up, when you mess up, you get a do-over, you will have another opportunity.
I love that. All right, Vanessa, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. Stay with us. You are watching NBC News Daily. We will be right back.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
All right, a new documentary is giving football fans a rare look at life in the NFL. It follows one half of what's become the first family of sorts in the sport world.
NBC News contributor Kaylee Hartung sat down with the star and has a sneak peek for us.
He's a co-captain of the Eagles, an icon in the city of Philadelphia,
My favorite Eagle in my lifetime.
and a loving husband and father of 3 girls at home.
Be careful with your slipper.
Higher?
Now Jason Kelce is also the star of the new documentary Kelce, streaming on Amazon Prime Video.
I thought Kelce was at the end of his career. This guy's the best center in the league.
We tried to be as organic as possible, as authentic as possible, really let people into our lives and our heads and kind of everything that happens through the course of an NFL season.
A season that ultimately ended just a few minutes and points short of a Super Bowl win for the Eagles and their star center.
I've been contemplating retirement for a number of years, and I thought it'd be interesting to follow a player going into that. If this is my last year, I don't want it to be bad. I want to go out with a good season and a good team.
When you started filming, you didn't know how this would end.
No, I still don't know how it's going to end.
Kelce ultimately did opt to return for a 13th season, but that decision came after a Super Bowl matchup for the history books, squaring off against his brother Travis and the Kansas City Chiefs. As the country fell in love with the Kelce brothers, their mom Donna became a fan favorite.
I think I've been in the league for 13 years, and Mom did more endorsement deals in 2 weeks than I did my whole career. So, no, I mean...
She earned it.
I think she's a down-to-earth person that people connect with, and it was fun to see her get that national spotlight and be a representative for a lot of guys' moms.
Just before a new season kicked off, we caught up with Donna.
How do you describe that Super Bowl experience?
Oh, man, it was really surreal. It was just a wonderful thing. I don't think I would have ever have imagined that it could have happened, and it's just a wonderful thing for the family to be able to do together.
What would it take for this season to top last?
Oh, definitely another Kelce Bowl.
What do you guys think about that?
But along with the highs, the documentary shows in intimate moments how the spotlight affects Kelce and his loved ones.
I don't think that people realize the beating you're taking then impacts the way that, like, you interact with your family. Sometimes it's just sheer exhaustion. There have been a number of times where we've explained that Dad can't sit on the floor for that long. So there's approximately like a 10-minute timer for on-the-floor games until Jason's butt has to make it to the couch, a soft surface.
Jason and his wife Kylie have a classic love story for their generation. They met on Tinder. Now married for 6 years, they have 3 daughters, Wyatt, Elliot, and their youngest Bennett, who was born just a few days after the Super Bowl.
I was definitely rooting for it to happen at the Super Bowl.
1,000% he was.
For sure.
You were not.
No. I was crossing my legs and fingers, trying not to let anything happen.
But with the success of the season came new exciting opportunities and challenges. 1 week after Bennett arrived, Jason joined his younger brother Travis in New York as he hosted SNL.
How's the day going? Just fine? Love you, Ellie. See you, Kai. Oh, that went great. Yeah, not up for Dad of the Year right now. Or Husband of the Year.
When you guys are on the phone and you're at Saturday Night Live,
yeah,
the relatability was there 100%.
I really felt like I appropriately iced him. Anyone who has been around someone who's given birth or given birth themselves, I think, knows how the amnesia kicks in. So I didn't really remember having that phone call, but watching it back, I thought, yeah, feel that.
Yeah. I did.
What is the secret to making it work?
We do our absolute best to communicate with each other.
We're the most important thing in both of our lives, and like everything else takes a back seat.
What's left to accomplish on the football field?
I don't know. I don't really think of the accomplishment. The fun part is the journey and going through it with a bunch of guys and like-minded people.
And a partner like this one.
No doubt, yeah. Tick, 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 tick.
When home feels that good, it's easy to go out into the world and be like, I got this.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
It looks like a great inside behind-the-scenes look.
Yeah, really interesting. Thanks to Kaylee for that. You're watching NBC News Daily.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Hi, everyone. Good Tuesday. We're so happy you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Ellison Barber, in for Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, September 12th, racing against time. Crews are still looking for survivors in Morocco 4 days after a deadly earthquake rocked the country. But for some, hope is fading. Search efforts turning from rescue to recovery as the death toll now approaches 3,000.
Big reveal. Apple is set to unveil its latest round of products today, including the new iPhone 15. We'll break down all the major changes and features and what the new gadgets will cost you.
Antitrust showdown. The Justice Department is taking on Google in the biggest monopoly trial in more than 2 decades. The arguments on both sides and what the case could mean for the future of the internet.
And fighting the symptoms as temperatures start to finally cool off, fall allergy season is setting in. How you can keep you and your family healthy in the months ahead.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start with devastation in Morocco, where more than 2,900 people are now confirmed dead, 5,500 injured. The golden window for finding survivors, it is closing as the search for victims enters its 4th day. Rescue teams from around the world are on the ground helping survivors sift through the rubble. And if the destruction was not enough, the air in many communities is filled with the smell of decomposition.
Yeah, some small villages have been nearly wiped out. Many of the dead are still under the rubble. The bodies that have been freed are now being laid out in mass temporary graves. In the remote high Atlas Mountains, many rescuers are forced to dig by hand. still unable to get any access to heavy machinery. 300,000 people across the region have been impacted, many of them now homeless and living in the streets. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Marrakesh. Raf, talk to us about what you're seeing on the ground right now, the rescue efforts. We know that window for finding survivors is rapidly closing, but we also know in situations like the earthquake in Turkey, people have been recovered well after that. Is there any hope?
There is hope, Ellison. If you're from a family who's missing a loved one, you are hoping against hope that there will be more rescues. And I can tell you, late last night, they did actually pull a young boy alive out of the rubble, and that is giving a renewed sense of energy and direction to those search teams who are fanned out over this absolutely enormous disaster zone, this long string of villages all across the high Atlas Mountains. But being realistic for a second, as you guys said, we are outside of what the experts will tell you is the golden window, the first 72 hours after a disaster. Survivability falls very rapidly beyond that point. It is just difficult to stay alive under the rubble without water, especially in this heat, for 72 hours. We spoke to a Spanish rescue team earlier, and they said that they are sending their search dogs home because they believe at this point they are not going to find anybody else alive. Their focus instead now is on recovering bodies, rescues to recovery. And they say that even if they cannot bring people's loved ones home alive, the minimum they can do is bring their bodies back for a dignified burial. And we have been seeing those makeshift graveyards all over the mountains.
Such a difficult story to cover, Raf. We thank you for being there and bringing us these images. We know a lot of those small villages in the mountains have been tough to get. It's been tough for government assistance to reach them, either because roads were blocked or because simply the aid wasn't coming. What is the situation there today in terms of help from the outside?
Yeah, Vicky, so day by day, the Moroccan government, the military, pushes further and further out. They get to more and more of those remote villages. But as you said, there are people who have been waiting for help for 4 days now, and some of them have been digging with their bare hands, trying to find family members, trying to find their neighbors. They are absolutely frantic. We were in one of the larger towns earlier today, and we did see the Moroccan military handing out tents to people who have lost their homes, but there's nowhere near enough, and a lot of people got to the front of that line only to find there were no tents for them. Guys.
Just heartbreaking. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez. Raf, thank you so much.
Now to Capitol Hill, where Speaker Kevin McCarthy is ordering House Republicans to open an impeachment inquiry into President Biden. He announced it earlier this morning as part of an effort to get bank records and other documents from the president and his son Hunter. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is following all of this for us. Sahil, initially Speaker McCarthy said he believed that the full House should vote on whether or not to move forward with an impeachment inquiry. That did not happen. What does this latest change in language, if you will, say about McCarthy's support within his own party?
It says he probably didn't have the votes, Allison. It was only 11 days ago that Speaker McCarthy told the conservative website Breitbart that if there is an impeachment, it would happen through a vote on the floor of that people's house and not through a declaration of one person. He said that about opening an inquiry. Now he is doing it through a declaration of one person. But nevertheless, this is McCarthy recognizing that he faces a lot of pressure from his right flank to move in this direction. And he either would give this up or he would break his, what he previously said he would do, reverse course on that in a pretty jarring reversal, I should add, and decided to move forward. Let's play what he had to say about why he's doing this.
Now, I do not make this decision lightly. And regardless of your party or who you voted for, these facts should concern all Americans. The American people deserve to know that the public offices are not for sale.
Now, the allegations that McCarthy is making involve abuse of power and corruption. He has not proven his case. There's not enough evidence, according to many Republicans in the House of Representatives, to link President Biden to any of the wrongdoing that they're connecting to Hunter Biden.
Sahil, we are starting to get some reaction from the White House. What are administration officials saying?
Yeah, we are getting a lot of reaction from Democrats who are pushing back pretty aggressively on this. One statement from the White House, a White House spokesman, Ian Sams, says, quote, House Republicans have been investigating the president for 9 months. They've turned up no evidence or wrongdoing. He goes on to say McCarthy's own Republican members have said so. He promised to hold a vote, dings him here for the hypocrisy on, saying that there would be a full House vote and then walking off of that, calls it extreme politics at its worst. There's Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader, called it regrettable, reckless, and reprehensible, labeled it a political revenge tour with no basis in fact or the Constitution. His words. Allison.
All right, NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor, thank you.
Allison, moments from now, Apple is expected to debut its 15th rendition of the iPhone at the annual keynote event in Cupertino, California. We can also expect to see new AirPods and an updated Apple Watch as well. NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward is live in San Francisco following this event for us. Hey, Jake.
Hi, Vicki. We are, of course, always geared up for big changes at Apple. But this year, one of the biggest changes may be something very, very small.
Small changes with big effects in Cupertino. Apple unveiling new products at the company's annual launch event in California, including the iPhone 15. But the biggest change, charging ports. Apple switching out its unique lightning cable for the USB-C used by, well, pretty much everyone else.
And now Apple is finally catching up and saying, okay, this world we all want to live in, where I just have one cable and a thing that plugs into the wall and it charges every single thing in my suitcase. Like, how is that not the world we live in? It so obviously should be.
It's in part because the EU has made USB-C mandatory.
And they're being forced by the EU to do it, and they have said pretty loudly that they don't like being forced to do things. But I think ultimately we would have gotten here sometime in the next couple of years.
Meanwhile, Apple is making more changes behind the scenes, forging ties with companies in Vietnam and India, seemingly diversifying their supply chain as political tensions with China increase. Now, as for those lightning cables,
the old lightning adapters are going to be around for a long time. There's going to be a need for those for many, many years to come.
Don't throw them away. Copper and silver in the charging cables are valuable and save huge resources when you reuse them, according to Adam Shine, the president of electronics recycling company Sun King.
The reality is recycled copper uses 85% less energy than creating new copper. So it's a win-win for everybody.
Jake, I love that you were directing our attention to something so small but so significant when it comes to these charging cables. What else can we expect today? And also, where can we recycle those cords if we don't need them?
Well, the events are just beginning right now, and so far the focus has been on both the Apple Watch, which Apple touts as having all sorts of new healthcare capabilities, and the iPhone 15 will be a big subject today. We don't know much more than that at this hour, but it's unfolding literally as we speak. And, down the road, as you are looking at lightning cables and other electronics, old phones, the things that you do not need anymore, consider that we're going to need the materials inside those more than ever. If you contact a local recycler and ask them, they will probably be able to take it for you. And companies like Sun King and other recyclers will very happily send you a mailer and let you mail those back in. Don't throw them away. That stuff is valuable, and it's really good for the environment if we can all reuse it, Vicki.
And Apple hasn't said if they will take them back. Is that right, Jake?
We have not seen that yet. We may get that announcement during the event this hour, but Apple has made a whole business out of recycling the most important components inside its stuff. Maybe they'll take them as well. We know that if they won't, there's a whole constellation of recycling companies that will, Vicki.
All right, NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward with the imminent Apple news. Jake, thanks so much. Stay with us. You are watching NBC News Daily.
we're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
The massive manhunt for an escaped killer in Pennsylvania has taken a rather unexpected turn. State troopers say Danilo Cavalcante is now armed. There was another sighting of the 34-year-old late last night, which triggered an intense overnight search. Police say during that search, they found Cavalcante's old prison shoes and also learned he was confronted by a homeowner. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser joins us now from Glenmore, Pennsylvania, which is about 40 miles west of Philadelphia. Lindsay, there are just so many questions here about how Cavalcante got out to begin with. Now there's this question of how on earth has he managed to evade all the search perimeters and get access to a weapon. Do we know, apparently when he encountered that homeowner, there was some sort of shootout. Do we know if he was injured in that at all?
Right now, Ellison, authorities say they don't have any reason to believe that he is injured. But you're right, there have been so many developments over the last few days, so let's catch you up to speed on all of them. So last night around 8 o'clock, there was a sighting, and that reestablished a perimeter. Now, we're north about 27 miles of the prison and the initial perimeter around that botanical garden where Cavalcante was spotted. So now we have this new 8-square-mile perimeter here. We're just about 10 minutes away from it. And so after that sighting and that perimeter was set up, there was a call to police from a resident who said he saw someone believed to be Cavalcante run into the garage. Police say they believe it was a crime of opportunity, that he was running in to hide, but he stole a weapon, a .22 caliber rifle with a flashlight and a scope, and ran away. That homeowner shot at Cavalcante several times, but again, authorities say they don't believe he's injured. Now, we know that about 500 law enforcement personnel are on this. We have seen helicopters and planes circling overhead. We know residents in the area are weary. They want this to be over. Let's go ahead and listen to what Governor Josh Shapiro said this morning.
We have always considered him to be very dangerous, and I have stressed that in every one of my press conferences and in every briefing that I have given to our people that are out there searching. We considered him desperate. We considered him dangerous. All this does is confirm for us that he has a weapon. He's killed 2 people previously. I would suspect that he's desperate enough to use that weapon.
Yeah, pretty stark warning, though. That wasn't the governor. That was actually Pennsylvania State Police. But the governor also spoke shortly after, saying he understands that people are nervous and this is a scary time, and just urging people when they're inside to lock their homes, lock their car doors, and not to leave anything out that could be of use to Cavalcante. Ellison.
All right, MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser, thank you.
Ellison, MGM Resorts dealing with the fallout from an apparent cyber attack. It all started on Sunday. A company spokesperson says it has impacted a number of their computer systems at hotels and casinos nationwide. But the true extent of the issue, that is still being sorted out. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is following it all for us. So, Aaron, MGM officials say dining and gaming floors, well, those are still up and running. But you were mentioning that some of the slot machines weren't working. You'd heard from people whose room keys weren't working. Where do things stand right now?
Well, Vicki, it's unclear how those are up and running. What exactly does that mean? It appears that what is an apparent attack, and keep in mind, MGM is only calling this a cybersecurity incident at this point, but it seems as though it's an apparent attack forced many of the hotel and resorts systems to analog. So things had to be done manually. In fact, we spoke to one guest at a 5-star resort who arrived Sunday night and said that there was a 2-hour line as the check-in desk had to manually check everyone in. They had big problem as well with those digital key cards. The app went completely down as a result of this apparent attack or cybersecurity incident. So a lot of guests had to show up to also get those physical key cards. All of that as MGM appears to be struggling to still get its systems back online. The website is still down. They released a statement, though, this morning saying our resorts, including dining, entertainment, and gaming, are currently operational and continue continue to deliver the experiences for which MGM is known. Of course, the key question is how are those experiences operational at this point, Vicki?
Right. Well, Aaron, we know MGM was hit by another cyber attack or a cyber security incident back in 2020. What happened then, and what are the differences with what's happening right now?
Yeah, well, in 2020, the contact details, the personal information of more than 10 million MGM users mysteriously appeared on a hacking website. At the time, MGM, in a statement to other media outlets, acknowledging that there was a breach of a cloud server back in 2019. Speaking to experts, they say this latest attack is something very different. This looks like more of an attack, less of a breach, given how MGM has been responding, how it's taken its systems offline. Take a listen to what one expert had to say.
So if we think about the loss of data, that means someone's come in and taken our stuff and stolen it. That is very different than someone coming in and disrupting our day-to-day operations with malware or ransomware or something like that. So this is more of a disruptive event than a theft.
It's a disruptive event that appears to have prompted MGM to manually shut down some of its systems. Experts say that that is textbook. They're operating at this point out of a playbook. They've also involved the FBI to investigate this apparent attack.
All right, NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin live for us. Aaron, thank you so much. And straight ahead, new COVID booster shots on the way. Who should get one? What it might cost you? That's all coming up. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry. It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The United States and its allies are keeping a close eye on an expected meeting between North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and Russian President Vladimir Putin. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer shows us how Kim traveled to Russia today to discuss a potential arms deal.
Kim Jong-un traveled by armored train to Russia, crossing the border from North Korea earlier today. There were also reports of a plane that took off from Pyongyang, said to be carrying some of his senior officials. His foreign minister, for one, is on this trip. Kim was met at the train station by Russia's Minister for Natural Resources and the Environment. But where and when he's going to meet Vladimir Putin is still a mystery. Putin spoke earlier today at an economic conference in Vladivostok, and he said he was planning to do a visit to a high-security facility in the Far East region of the country. When Russian media asked if that's where he was going to meet Kim, he said, "You'll know when I get there." Now, U.S. intelligence reports suggest that Russia is looking for suppliers, that it wants to purchase additional artillery shells to replenish military supplies that have been depleted by months of war with Ukraine. North Korea has a sizable defense industry, and it can scale up production. For Kim, this would be a political and economic lifeline. And in return, North Korea could get access to Russian satellite and nuclear submarine technology. The White House has already issued warnings. They've said that they're monitoring the situation, but reminded Kim Jong-un that there would be a price to pay if he goes down this road in an arms deal with Russia.
That was NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer reporting.
Now listen, a bombshell report from an internal government watchdog group found that the Department of Homeland Security has lost track of 177,000 migrants inside the United States. What's more, the agency reportedly has a very limited ability to track migrants who have crossed the border. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now from our bureau in D.C. Julia, good to have you. So without their location, DHS is really blind here. They have no way of sending these migrants notifications about pending asylum claims, court dates, and so forth. So where does that leave the migrants when it comes to their legal status?
Well, you're exactly right. It cuts both ways. So not only does DHS have a hard time tracking where these migrants go, and these are migrants who have been vetted for security reasons. They're released because they're determined not to be a threat to national security, and we don't have the space to detain everyone. And they're supposed to be released pending a court date. But in a lot of these cases, they found in over 177,000 of the cases they looked at over a 17-month period, migrants were either not giving an address, their applications left that space blank, or that space might have included a commercial address. They found more than 50 migrants over a 6-month period put down the same names for, say, a church in Illinois or a bank in Michigan or a restaurant in New York. These are places that really aren't homes, but they were reoccurring over and over again. And for the migrants, that means that they won't have an address where DHS or the Justice Department can contact them to tell them where to go next as they pursue their immigration claims. And if they don't make an asylum claim within a year of arrival, they lose the ability to make that claim at all and seek work authorization, which really puts them in a legal limbo.
Julia, what happens here? This is not a small number of people, 177,000 people that the government has no idea where they are. What are they doing to fix this issue?
Well, DHS says this really falls on the migrant. It's their burden to try to give them a real address, and that it's really, a problem for them if they don't give an accurate address. But when they're at the border trying to process people as quickly as possible, CBP cannot legally hold them there for longer than 72 hours. They don't always have all the documentation that's going to show, okay, this person's going to live with their sister in Atlanta. It really is up to the migrant to show that. And they say that they have made a number of improvements already since this time period, and they don't think that that was accurately reported in the watchdog report.
Eye-opening. All right, NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Thank you so much, Julia.
Coming up, an update on New York Jets star quarterback Aaron Rodgers, how he's doing after being injured shortly into last night's game between the Jets and the Buffalo Bills, and what it means for the rest of the Jets football season. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. The news continues right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back at 1:30 this Tuesday, so glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Ellison Barber. Making news right now. The first safety requirements for nursing pillows are finally being advanced after they were linked to dozens of infant deaths in recent years. The Consumer Product Safety Commission voted unanimously on Friday to make nursing pillows safer for babies through design changes and warning labels. Under the proposed changes, manufacturers will be required to make the pillows more firm and feature a wider curve.
A 55-year-old man has died in the Grand Canyon after attempting a notoriously difficult trek in a single day. The man was hiking the 21-mile distance between the South and North Rim when authorities received a distress call. When officials arrived, he was unresponsive and unable to be resuscitated. That trail can take up to 15 hours to complete, with fewer than 1% of the canyon's visitors attempting that hike each year.
And Drew Barrymore announced Sunday that her talk show will return amid the ongoing Hollywood strikes. In a statement posted to Instagram, Barrymore said that although she walked away from hosting the MTV Movie and TV Awards just days into the strike, her show will be returning for its 4th season. And she proudly, quote, owns this choice. The decision is facing a lot of backlash from writers and actors alike.
We start this half hour in Libya, where massive floods have turned deadly after 2 dams burst. Thousands of people have died, nearly 10,000 are missing, and many others are now without a home.
These deadly floods were triggered by a storm in the Mediterranean Sea that erased entire neighborhoods and knocked out communications across the region. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Lederman is following the latest for us. Josh, the videos of Libya paint just an absolutely devastating picture. Can you walk us through everything we know about these floods right now, what caused them, and try to give us a sense of the impact here?
Yeah, devastating is right, Ellison, when you think about the fact that one of the key reasons that authorities can't come up with a solid death toll right now is because so many bodies, according to local officials, are either buried under rubble or were simply washed out into the Mediterranean Sea. The health system there in the Derna area has apparently collapsed, with the few remaining functional hospitals now being used as sorting grounds for the bodies that are coming in by the hundreds. And the expectation is that death toll is only going to increase as they locate those who are currently missing. Now, this flooding was apparently caused by this massive storm from the Mediterranean that knocked out at least 2 dams on what's known as the Wadi Derna, which is a major river that runs straight through the middle of Derna. And so when those dams were broken, it really unleashed walls of water that wiped out entire neighborhoods. In some cases, estimates have been that a quarter of the city of Derna has now been completely destroyed.
Josh, what is being done to help the people in Libya, and how will the political division in that country impact the aid that's coming in? Did we lose you, Josh? Can you hear us? All right. Unfortunately, I think we lost him. Josh Lederman, thank you so much.
Health experts with the Center for Disease Control are meeting right now to likely approve the latest round of COVID booster shots.
The FDA already cleared the updated vaccines from Pfizer and Moderna for people 6 months and older. This all coming as COVID cases are on the rise nationwide. According to the CDC, more than 18,000 people were hospitalized in the last week of August. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now. Dr. Syal, great to have you. So once the CDC meets today, they talk about it, they potentially approve these new boosters. How quickly could we see them, and remind us who should get them?
Hey, yeah, so the FDA has authorized and approved this new vaccine. The language is a little bit different depending on which age group you're in, and that's what the CDC, as you just mentioned, Vicki, is talking about. But the hope is that these shots should be available in CVS, in Walgreens, wherever you got your last one, by the end of the week. I mean, we've seen COVID cases rise. We're not quite as a surge as we've talked about, but, these boosters should take about 1 to 2 weeks to kick in. So I don't think this is, some people are saying this is too little, too late. We should have done this a while ago. I don't think so. I think this timing is perfect because, we've seen the protection is highest, in the 3 months after you get it. So you don't want to get it too early. You don't want to get it too late. There's kind of a sweet spot, and I think we're right there.
Okay. So the public health emergency, that declaration ended in May, if I'm not mistaken, right? So the federal government is not going to be paying for these shots. What will that mean for people who are underinsured or uninsured?
Yeah, so May 11th, the public health emergency, the Biden administration, declared it over. And one of the things we were concerned about at the time was those, who don't have insurance, how are they going to pay for tests and vaccines, things that previously we never thought about. We just went and got them. So the good news, Ellison, most people who have insurance, this shouldn't be an issue. Insurances are going to cover this. But for the 30 million Americans out there who are underinsured or uninsured, there is a program that they launched called the Bridge Program, the Biden administration. So, they're hopeful through the end of 2024, those who don't have insurance should be able to get the vaccines free of charge. Now, we're still waiting to hear from CVS and Walgreens about if they are going to be able to pull this off. That is something we should know, hopefully, by this week.
How do people figure out about that Bridge program? Is there a website people can go to? Should they call somebody? How do they get there?
I think the best thing is to just call your pharmacy, because you don't want to go there and wait so long in the waiting room just to find out it's not covered and you can't afford it. Call ahead of time. I think that's the best route to go here.
Ellis and I were talking about this, and she mentioned, why is it being called a booster? Why isn't it just being called a COVID shot, like we call the flu shot, a new shot each year? And is that part of why people are reluctant to get it? Because they think, I already had a booster.
So there actually is a move away from the word booster, because we don't say flu booster every year, right?
Exactly.
We say flu shot. And so the hope is, people got vaccine fatigue, I think, with these boosters coming out every few months. And the hope is to get this to a once-a-year shot, just like the flu shot. So instead of calling it a COVID booster, just the updated COVID shot, like you would say the updated flu shot.
Yeah, it seems like a public messaging campaign is important when it comes to these sorts of vaccines.
These things matter. Language matters a lot, yeah.
What should we be expecting this winter and fall? You have the flu before you boo. Same advice for people when it comes to COVID vaccines?
Flu before you boo. You want your flu shot and your COVID shot before Halloween, October 31st. I think really the best thing is get it on the way to get your Halloween costume, which you would do before Halloween anyway. Especially you can take your kids and sort of make this a whole family affair.
Yeah, that's going to be a hard sell, Dr. Sayal, to my little one. We're going to get your costume and a flu shot.
No, I think, the sell needs to be, we're going to get this, and then I promise you can get whatever costume you want, and we'll trade it up. All right, NBC News medical fellow, Dr. Akshay Sayal, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sayal. All right, well, the U.S. government is taking on one of the world's most powerful companies, Google. Starting today, the tech giant will be on trial, fending off claims that it is illegally monopolizing the search engine market. This is the biggest antitrust court battle in decades. CNBC senior Washington correspondent Eamon Javers joins us now. Eamon, good to have you today. So legal experts are saying this is an uphill battle for the government. What exactly is the Department of Justice and this whole coalition of 39 states, what are they accusing Google of doing?
What they're saying here is that ultimately Google got to 90% dominance in the search market by breaking the law, by making payments to Apple and others in the billions of dollars every year in order to be the default search engine on all of their devices. What the government here is saying is that that is unfair because Google has so much money to spend, it can price out all of its competitors. Here's what Colorado's Attorney General said in describing the argument.
Essentially, every smartphone that people get has Google as the default search, and it's baked into everything. And that means we don't have a competitive advertising market, and Google is in this chokehold. By giving the market room for competitors to offer rival services, we're going to see new forms of innovation, better privacy for consumers, less ads.
Now, the flip side of that is what Google is saying. They say, look, we got to this dominant position not because we did anything illegal, but because we have the better product. People turn to Google in order to get our great search results, and we've spent billions of dollars refining that product over the years. They say the government simply hasn't met the bar here for this case, and we do expect it now to go on for some time. This case will go on until the end, probably, of October. We'll get a resolution maybe in early 24.
Yeah, a lot of folks in the tech world closely watching watching this. Eamon, let me ask you about this. Google also worrying basically about the rise of AI-powered chatbots like ChatGPT. That could threaten to replace the classic search engine model entirely. How is the company responding to that kind of a challenge?
Well, look, as challenging as that is in terms of the shifting landscape underneath Google, it's actually great for them in the courtroom here in D.C. today, because what they can do is argue, look, there's a whole other class of competitors out there that didn't even exist when the government started going after this argument. So this is a landscape that moves very quickly. We face competition all the time. What they're saying, what they said inside the courtroom today as I was sitting there is, look, we don't just compete with Bing as a search engine. We compete with every place that people search for any kind of information. So they cited TikTok on a number of occasions, saying, look, people are searching more and more, young people particularly, for shopping items on TikTok. That competes with Google's search products. So we're competing with a whole array of companies out there that the government isn't taking into consideration.
It's going to be a very fascinating case. CNBC senior Washington correspondent Eamon Javers. Thank you so much, Eamon.
Vicki, after getting hurt just minutes into his New York Jets debut, All-Pro quarterback Aaron Rodgers is out for the season. An MRI today confirms Rodgers tore his left Achilles tendon last night. NBC News contributor Kaylee Hartung takes us through the painful news for the team and fans.
Just 4 plays into Aaron Rodgers' debut at the New York Jets, the star quarterback went down and did not return. Rodgers taken off the field, first to a medical tent, and later for an X-ray with a boot on his injured leg. Rodgers' once promising Jets start, leaving those watching in utter disbelief.
Holy cow, I cannot believe this.
After the game, head coach Robert Saleh saying they believe it's an Achilles tendon injury.
MRI is probably going to confirm what we think is already going to happen, so prayers tonight, but it's not good.
Rodgers, who's considered a lock for the Hall of Fame, coming to New York after a legendary era and Super Bowl win in Green Bay. Excitement had been building this summer, with Rodgers the focus of the HBO series Hard Knocks and taking New York City by storm, turning up with teammates at Broadway shows and other events. Rodgers speaking on Fox ahead of Monday's game.
We love all the support. We welcome all the skepticism. It's a real exciting time to be a New York Jet and New York Jets fan.
Last night, Jets fans watching in shock and complete disappointment. But the Jets refused to give up against their division rival, the Buffalo Bills, pulling out a 22-16 come-from-behind win on a spectacular play in overtime. Undrafted rookie Xavier Gibson returning a punt 65 yards for a touchdown that sent the Jets faithful at MetLife Stadium into a complete meltdown.
In my mind, I was thinking, like, let's win this game for A-Rod.
The win bittersweet after the loss of Rodgers, who many had hoped would finally help turn around the long-suffering franchise.
You know, my heart's with Aaron right now, and nowhere else.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
All right, you might be hearing a lot of sneezing and coughing at work or at school. We have some tips to help you navigate the fall allergy season. It's happening definitely in our household. That's next. Stay with us. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It is that time of year where you are probably asking yourself, am I feeling sick because of allergies? Do I have the cold? Is it the flu?
I mean, COVID on top of that.
A lot of options.
Most people associate spring with allergy season, but fall can also bring its fair share of itchy eyes, sneezing, itchy throats, scratchy throats. Joining us now to help us get through this, Dr. Purvi Parikh. She's an allergist and immunologist at NYU Langone Hospital. Dr. Parikh, thanks so much for being here with us. So a lot of people are allergic to pollen. We're used to going through that in the spring, but what's the biggest trigger for allergies in the fall?
Yeah, so there's another pollen that's in the air called ragweed pollen, and it typically comes into the air late August until the first frost. So that's what everyone's feeling right now.
Just as bad as the spring?
It's just as bad as spring, and people don't realize that because they don't usually equate fall with allergies.
So when we're talking about symptoms, are the symptoms that you see for fall allergy season the same ones you would experience in spring, or do they look and present a little differently?
Right, no, they're exactly the same. The itchy, watery eyes, stuffy nose, coughing, wheezing. Asthma, just like in spring, is a big symptom. Actually, next week is asthma peak week because of how many ER cases and hospitalizations go up this time of year.
What sort of things should people reach for either at home or on the drugstore shelves to try to mitigate some of those symptoms?
So some good over-the-counter medications are the long-acting antihistamines, so those 24-hour ones. Some examples are Allegra, Zyrtec, Claritin, Xyzal, and then there's great antihistamine nasal sprays and steroid nasal sprays, but we usually recommend people stay away from those decongestants because they can make your allergies worse over time, like things like Sudafed. Those things are not meant for long-term use.
Dr. Parikh, what about, how do you know if you're going through a cold or maybe you have some symptoms of something more severe versus if it's just allergies? Are there some telltale signs?
Right, so usually with viruses and cold, it will come on quite suddenly. You'll feel very, very run down, fatigued. There can be stomach symptoms, which you don't see with allergies, and fever. That's a big differentiator. So if you have a temperature over 100, it's likely not allergies. And also allergies tend to last weeks. Colds usually last 7 to 10 days max. But if you're not sure, please get tested because COVID is on the rise, flu is coming soon.
Great advice.
So is there a way to just avoid fall allergy season altogether?
I mean, what we recommend is if you know you're prone to allergies or asthma, start your medications early because it's much easier to prevent it than to treat it once it's already full blown. So if you're starting to feel things, check in with your doctor, make sure you're on those preventative medicines. That way it's not as miserable for you.
If you have really bad allergies, sorry to jump in on you, is there like a time of day where it's like, okay, you should stay inside or like don't go hiking that weekend? Is there anything like that?
Yeah, generally pollen counts are higher early in the day, early morning. So if you're, an outdoor runner or you work out outside, those are the times you might want to move your workout indoors or do it later in the day. Also keep your windows closed during those times because you're just breathing in the pollen and making things worse as well.
Okay. And so you said the end of August, basically until the first frost is when we can sort of expect to suffer. What about for kids? What are some of the medications that you recommend for kids?
Right, so a lot of the medicines are exactly the same for children and adults, just the dosing is different. So just keep an eye based on, the age group, what dose is appropriate for you. And again, if those over-the-counter medicines aren't helping, that's a sign that you should be going in to see your doctor, or if you're having any of those breathing symptoms that have to do with asthma, because that can actually be quite dangerous and even deadly.
Okay, if you are, say, like a morning runner, morning walker, is it a good idea to make sure you're showering after a morning run? Will that help?
Absolutely. Anytime you come in, it's always good to rinse off, change your clothes, especially at the end of the day, too, when you come home from work, so you're not tracking the pollen into your bed and onto your couch.
Not to mention the sweat.
Yes.
Right?
That, too.
Well, yes, but it's fall. It might have been a leisurely stroll. I was just double-checking. Vicky. Doctor, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate the advice.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, and stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Okay, so during the pandemic, blue light glasses, the ones you wear when you're looking at a computer screen, they surged in popularity. NBC's Chicago's Lauren Petty investigates whether these lenses actually do protect your vision.
There's no match, but when you put it on, it really helps.
Some people swear blue light blocking glasses work for them.
My eyes get dry. And when I don't use that, it gets even drier.
The special specs or lenses aim to filter out blue light coming from digital screens and claim to reduce eye strain and improve sleep.
I previously had a lot of trouble getting to sleep, especially in the evenings when I was working late, and I think the glasses really helped with that.
There are many people who say, hey, as soon as I use them, I actually felt better.
But Northwestern ophthalmologist Dr. Paul Breyer says there's no scientific evidence that blue light filtering lenses preserve vision.
The data shows that blue filtered glasses really don't have an impact on certain things like eye strain, how well we see, how long we can use a computer. Does it make us sleep better?
In fact, a new international review of 17 studies looking into blue light filtering lenses found they may not reduce eye strain, and their potential effects on sleep quality were indeterminate. While more study is needed to determine exactly what these blue light filtering lenses do and don't do, there are ways to avoid eye strain if you spend a lot of time on a screen. The big one, be sure to take breaks by implementing the 20-20-20 rule.
Every 20 minutes, take a break, look away for 20 seconds, look away more than 20 feet.
You also want to adjust your room lighting, increase the contrast on your screen, and position the monitor correctly.
The computer screen really should be about an arm's length away. That's a rule of thumb for that.
Use artificial tears if needed.
Not everybody on a computer needs to use natural tears, but if you're developing dryness symptoms, that certainly can help.
While there aren't many downsides to the light filtering glasses, Dr. Breyer points out blue light does factor into your circadian rhythm or sleep cycle, and it's unknown if wearing the lenses all the time can throw your body clock off.
We really don't know at this point if it has a negative effect on that.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Lauren Petty.
All right, now to an NBC News exclusive interview with the CEO of ride-sharing app Lyft. Savannah Sellers has the details on a new feature to support women drivers.
Rideshare app Lyft is rolling out a brand new feature, Women Plus Connect, in 5 cities from Chicago to San Diego, which will give women Lyft users the option to request a driver or passenger of the same gender.
Maybe you're in a new city, maybe it's late at night, maybe you've had a couple drinks, whatever it might be. And just for your own peace of mind, the ability to choose a woman driver might be exactly the thing that allows you to say, you know what, yeah, this really is making my life better.
If you're in one of the 5 cities where Women Plus Connect is launching, drivers and riders who have selected woman or non-binary as their gender can open the updated app and will be prompted with an option to enable the new feature.
It's literally, a toggle that you can always turn on or off.
Lyft CEO David Risher hopes to provide that feeling of comfort and safety, not just for the riders, but the drivers too. Lyft says just 23% of its drivers are women. Risher hopes to increase that number.
Half the population, roughly, are women. But today, some segment of those women riders are saying, I don't always feel comfortable in your car. That's bad for us. We want the opposite.
That comfort could be key given a persistent issue facing rideshare apps. Reports of sexual harassment and assault perpetrated by both riders and drivers. Competing service Uber reported over 3,800 incidents in 2019 and 2020, while Lyft said it had over 4,000 between 2017 and 2019. Is this an acknowledgement of that problem? Is this meant to help fix that, this new feature?
I mean, I think it's an acknowledgement of the world we live in, that sexual assaults happen. Unacceptable, terrible. Even one is unacceptable. We have to create an environment where it's going to happen less and less and less and less.
Single mom Mimi Fan has been driving for Lyft for over a decade. She says the feature makes her feel more comfortable requesting passengers at different times of day and in different areas.
And for me as a female driver, I would feel just an extra layer of confidence where, you know, I can just really focus on, you know, the ride itself.
Do you think this could make more women want to drive for Lyft if they know that they have that power about who's getting into their car?
Absolutely.
Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
Good new feature. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Ellison Barber. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, September 12th, 2023. Breaking news, backing impeachment. Speaker Kevin McCarthy announces the House will launch a formal impeachment inquiry into President Biden, what he's accusing the president of, and how the White House is responding.
Armed and dangerous. The escaped killer in Pennsylvania is spotted again as police reveal the two-time murderer now has a rifle. Where the police are searching as the entire community is locked down.
Shot in the arm, the FDA approves new COVID boosters. They'll be available in just a matter of days. Our doctor is here with who should consider getting one and when.
And all charged up, Apple unveils its fall lineup, including, of course, an all-new iPhone. The major change coming to how you power up your devices.
I am not looking forward to that major change.
There's always so many changes with them.
Always.
But we will always be here for you. So we're going to start this hour with breaking news out of Washington, D.C.
Yeah, that's right. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has announced he is directing House committees to begin a formal impeachment inquiry into President Biden.
McCarthy says Republicans have, quote, uncovered serious and credible allegations into President Biden, detailing some of them in a news conference earlier today.
Through our investigations, we have found that President Biden did lie to the American people about his own knowledge of his family's foreign business dealings. Eyewitnesses have testified that the president joined on multiple phone calls and had multiple interactions. Dinners resulted in cars and millions of dollars into his son's business partner.
Let's get the context for all this from our senior national political reporter, Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, this move will draw controversy for sure. Why has Speaker McCarthy made the decision to start this inquiry right now?
Well, McCarthy has been facing pressure from his hard-right members to do this for months now. Some of them have been wanting to do this since the first day of the congressional session when Republicans came into the majority and before Joe Biden had even taken office. And he seems to have reached the conclusion that there's more to lose if he backs off and doesn't move forward with this inquiry than if he does move forward with an inquiry, even in the absence of evidence. Notice one thing McCarthy did not do is identify a high crime or misdemeanor by President Biden. He didn't say what the impeachable offense was. What he has is a lot of evidence that his son Hunter Biden engaged in wrongdoing and a lot of allegations that somehow Biden may be involved. He said this inquiry is going to be about moving forward and trying to gather that evidence. But at the moment, it is an inquiry in search of an impeachable offense, which Republicans don't quite have yet.
Sahil, with that all said, what is the White House saying about all this?
They're pushing back quite aggressively on this. Let's show some tweets from White House spokesman Ian Sams, who's kind of this face of the war room in the White House pushing back. He says, quote, will anyone ask Speaker McCarthy why an impeachment inquiry is, quote, the next logical step, which is the language that McCarthy used to justify this. Ian Sams goes on to say the House GOP investigations have turned up no evidence of wrongdoing by the president. In fact, their own witnesses have testified to that, and their own documents have showed no link to the president. Now, Sams is onto something in the sense that there is real skepticism from Republicans across the political spectrum in the House Republican Conference about whether Joe Biden is actually connected to any of the wrongdoing here. It's not just the swing district members who sit in districts that Joe Biden won in 2020. It's center-right members like Dave Joyce who want to focus on governing. Even some very conservative members like Ken Buck said he's not seen evidence to connect Joe Biden to the activities of his son. So that's the big puzzle going forward. Does this inquiry uncover evidence? And if not, there could be, at least historically speaking, a political price to pay if this House majority is seen as overreaching for partisan reasons.
All right, we'll see what comes of it. Sahil Kapoor, thank you so much.
Dramatic new developments today in the massive and urgent search for that escaped prisoner in Pennsylvania. It has been 13 days since Danilo Cavalcante escaped from prison, and alarmingly, police are now saying he is armed with a rifle. Cavalcante was stealing that rifle from a garage, and the homeowner shot at him overnight. Earlier last night, they say there was a new sighting of Cavalcante about 20 miles north of the prison where he first escaped. Hundreds of police swarmed that area with police dogs, tactical gear, and they still were not able to locate him. Let's get right to NBC's Lindsay Reiser. She's near the search area in Chester County, Pennsylvania. Lindsay, it feels like the stakes have never been higher now that we know he is armed with a weapon. Where are police searching right now? And I can only imagine what that community is going through.
This is definitely a new alarming phase, Kate. And we do know that while police say that they always considered him dangerous, now they have confirmation that he is armed, he has a weapon, and he is desperate. Now, we have a lot of developments overnight. It started with a sighting at 8 p.m., and then about 2 hours later, a resident called police. Somebody now believed to be Cavalcante went into an open garage. Police say it was likely a crime of opportunity. He was looking to hide, but he saw a rifle leaning against the garage, and he stole it. The homeowner shot at Cavalcante, but right now authorities say they don't have any reason to believe he is injured. Now, we do have a new perimeter here. It was sort of a containment area yesterday using technology, and today we have about an 8-square-mile area, Kate, where police are looking. About 500 personnel are on this, choppers, a plane, canines, all trying to get him apprehended now on day 13, Kate.
Lindsay, can I ask the question everybody's probably thinking? What is taking so long? Why, if they have that many resources, why can't they catch the guy?
I mean, 8 square miles, Kate, is still a large area for police to search. It's wooded, it's hilly, and they say it's difficult to find someone in this area who doesn't want to be found. This is what police said earlier today.
We have been pushing anytime we had him contained from the very start. We have seen this as a high priority throughout. It's a large area, wooded, hilly terrain. It's not something that it's a matter of just sending a few people in and searching. Anytime you're in an area like this, you can imagine if you went out and took a several square mile area and had to try and find a single person who is trying to hide, it's a challenge.
The governor also holding a press conference today saying he understands people in the area are anxious, but he says they're throwing all assets at this. Again, reassuring people, but telling them when you're inside, lock your doors, keep your cars locked, don't leave anything out that could be of use to him. We've already seen him ditch his prison boots. He stole a pair of work boots off of a porch. Right now, police believe that he is shirtless, wearing blue pants. And Kate, the hunt continues.
All right, Lindsay Reiser in Pennsylvania for us. Lindsay, thank you.
We've got breaking news with the humanitarian crisis unfolding in Libya, where government officials say more than 2,000 people have died from serious flooding. Just take a look at how widespread this all is. Mediterranean storm Daniel slammed the country on Sunday, where rainfall was so intense 2 dams actually burst. Around 10,000 people are reported missing, and the fear is the death toll will keep climbing. Crews are still searching for survivors as they begin cleanup efforts. President Biden says the U.S. is working with Libya and the UN to provide aid. In Morocco, as the death toll climbs from the earthquake, criticism of the North African nation's government is also intensifying. Moroccan officials say nearly 3,000 people have lost their lives from Friday's quake and more than 5,500 are injured. Getting aid to smaller, more remote villages has also been among the biggest challenges as crews are still searching for survivors. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Morocco for us. So, Raf, there's an especially desperate need for aid in those smaller villages. What are you seeing and hearing?
Well, Zinkley, we're starting to hear a lot of frustration boiling over, especially in those more remote villages up in the high Atlas Mountains. There are people there who say they have been waiting for 4 days at this point for help to arrive. In some cases, they have been digging through the rubble with their bare hands, trying to find their loved ones, trying to find their neighbors. Now, this rescue operation is massive, it is complicated, and time is running out here. We're outside what they call the golden window, the first 72 hours after the disaster. I can tell you they did pull a young boy out of the rubble in one of those villages late last night, and that is giving people a new sense of hope that there may be still some survivors out there. We spoke earlier to a Spanish rescue team. They told us, though, that they are sending their dogs home because they believe at this point there's no realistic chance of finding survivors. Their focus now instead is on recovering bodies and giving families an opportunity to give their loved ones a dignified burial. Zinkley.
Well, Raf, I mean, the damage behind you in Marrakesh is evident. I know a few countries have been providing aid in Morocco. What about the United States?
Yeah, Zinkley, it's this kind of interesting wrinkle that we still, 4 days in, are trying to tease out. There are questions about whether Morocco should be accepting more international aid. And what we've been hearing from the U.S., from France, from a number of other nations who have said that they are prepared to send help is that the Moroccans haven't formally made the request yet. And so while we are seeing American, British, Spanish volunteer teams on the ground, we are not yet seeing foreign government presence here in a big way in the way that we did see in the Turkish earthquake a couple of months ago. There is a small American team on the ground here now. They arrived on Sunday, but we're told they're more of a survey team. They don't actually have the capability to dig, to supply food. And as yet, there's no agreement for a larger American deployment. Zinkley.
Raf, overall, what's the sentiment of the people on the ground there? What are you hearing?
You know, it was interesting today. We were in a camp where families were living in tents, and they made the point that even if you were lucky enough to have survived the initial quake, there is so much in front of you, such a long road ahead. We spoke to a young mother. She had her 2 baby boys with her, and she said she is extremely concerned up there in the mountains about the winter coming. She does not have a home to shelter her family in. It is cold in the evenings already now in September. It is going to get a whole lot colder as the winter sets in. She also made the point that her kids need a lot of mental health support, that they are clearly in shock. We could see that ourselves, that they are having nightmares, that they are clinging to her, and she doesn't know how children so young are going to bounce back from something like this. Zinkley.
It's not just physical damage, emotional too. Raf Sanchez, hoping everyone there heals soon. Thank you so much.
So important to remember that every time we cover one of these horrific stories.
Yeah, real people.
It is time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. DraftKings apologizing for a question questionable promotion.
And McDonald's is changing the way it serves drinks. CNBC's Kate Rogers joins us now. Hey, Kate.
Hi, Zinkley and Kate. Kellogg is splitting into two companies next month. The breakup will create a global snack brand called Kellanova and a cereal brand under the name WK Kellogg Co. You might not even notice the split, except some new logos, which will still feature the red K that you already know. DraftKings is apologizing for a 9/11 themed bet in its app on the 22nd anniversary of the deadly terror attacks. On Monday, the company encouraged users to bet on 3 New York teams in a parlay called Never Forget. DraftKings removed the promotion a short time later. And you'll no longer be able to fill up your own cup at McDonald's. The fast food giant announced it is phasing out self-serve soda stations by 2032. McDonald's says the goal is consistency at all ordering points. Whether you grab food through a drive-through window or from a delivery driver, all of it will come the exact same way. Back over to you.
Meaning we can't refill the cup. Is that the bottom line? Like, don't go back.
I was going to say controversial for those who like their pop, but too bad, so sad.
Kate Rogers, thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Well, still ahead, new iPhone. Who this? Big change coming to Apple's newest product that has people really charged up.
I see what you did there. Plus, an American explorer rescued after days trapped deep inside a Turkish cave. The dramatic details about how they hoisted him to safety. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
After spending days trapped inside one of Turkey's deepest caves, American scientist Mark Dickey is back above ground today. This was the moment he finally made it to the surface with the help of more than 100 international rescuers. NBC's Kelly Kobiella has the latest.
American cave explorer Mark Dickey is finally above ground, recovering in a hospital in Turkey today after what he called a crazy adventure. Dickey was hoisted out of Morka Cave in the Taurus Mountains at 37 minutes after midnight, Monday local time. He was smiling, gave a thumbs up, and was well enough to talk. He said it was amazing to finally be above ground after falling seriously ill more than 3,000 feet into the cave. It's not yet clear what caused that illness, but he said he was repeatedly vomiting blood and reached a point where he didn't think he would survive. He had been part of an international expedition looking for a new passage when this happened, and one of his fellow cavers had to climb to the surface to raise the alarm, a route that takes most cavers 15 hours. Well, the alarm was raised on September 2nd. A specialist medical team descended with fluids and blood, giving Dickey several transfusions, which then stabilized him. And then the rescue mission to bring him to the top began, one of the most difficult ever attempted, according to experts. It started on Saturday. Climbers from 8 different countries pulling Dickey on a stretcher through tight passages, up vertical drops as well. A medical team constantly at his side, checking his vital signs along the way, his body swinging on that pulley system for the final few feet to the surface. His parents, after his rescue, said the rescue was indescribably relieving and fills us with incredible joy. Dickey described the whole experience as overwhelming. He posted a message this morning from his hospital bed in intensive care. He had a big smile on his face, and he thanked the Turkish government and the international caving community for saving his life.
Kelly Kobiea, thank you so much. I mean, just an incredible feat, and I imagine so terrifying for him.
Yes, and thank goodness everything's okay. And can you imagine going down into a small space like that?
No, thank you. I will stay here.
Good. Well, let's change subjects and talk about another big international story. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has arrived in Russia for his high-stakes meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin. According to Russian state media, the North Korean leader crossed the border aboard his luxury train this morning. The Kremlin says Kim Jong-un is visiting at Putin's invitation. No exact word on where or when this meeting with Putin is expected to happen, but experts say Russia is most likely seeking munitions for its war in Ukraine in exchange for providing energy and food aid to North Korea. The Biden administration has repeatedly warned North Korea against making any kind of arms deals with Russia. The 5 Americans imprisoned in Iran could soon be on their way home in exchange for 5 Iranians being held in the U.S. As part of this deal, the Biden administration has agreed to release $6 billion of Iranian assets held up by sanctions under the condition that that money be used only for humanitarian purposes. Here's what the president of Iran told Lester Holt through a government-supplied translator, an exclusive interview here.
Do you believe you have the right to use that money in any way that you see fit?
This money belongs to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and naturally, we will decide, the Islamic Republic of Iran will decide to spend it wherever we need it. How to spend our money, of course, it is under the authority of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
So if I hear you clearly, that it will be used for more than humanitarian purposes in your view?
Humanitarian means whatever the Iranian people needs. So this money will be budgeted for those needs. And the needs of the Iranian people will be decided and determined by the Iranian government.
You can see much more of Lester's exclusive interview with the president tonight on NBC Nightly News. We'll be right back.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back with news of a security breach at MGM Resorts. The company is reporting a cybersecurity issue that affected more than a dozen of its hotels and casinos. We're talking some of the company's most iconic properties, including the Bellagio, Borgata, Aria, Park MGM, and Mandalay Bay, all the way from Las Vegas to New York and in between. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is following this story for us. Hey, Aaron. So how widespread is this issue right now? What do customers need to know?
Hey, Zinklea. Well, MGM has been very tight-lipped in terms of the details of this so-called cybersecurity issue. That's what they're calling it. They're not calling it at this point an attack, even though that appears to be what this is. It's forced a number of systems at MGM properties in Las Vegas and beyond to go offline and to go analog. For example, we talked to one customer who showed up in the middle of the night to check into one of the five-star hotels MGM owns on the Strip, and he had to wait 2 hours to get to his room. The app was down, the digital keys not working, slot machines also down. And this morning, MGM releasing a statement, updating on the situation, trying to reassure its customers that it's still providing services, saying, quote, our resorts, including dining, entertainment, and gaming, are currently operational and continue to deliver the experiences for which MGM is known. What's unclear at this point is how they're delivering those experiences, whether they're still in an analog situation or if they're back online. Zinklea.
I mean, it really shows you the impact of having everything digitized. Aaron, I know this is also not the first time MGM has actually been hit by a cyber attack, right?
Yeah, that's right. There was a cybersecurity issue back in 2020 when more than 10 million customers' information, personal details, including contact information, customers, including government officials and celebrities, appeared on a hacking site. MGM acknowledging that there was a breach of its cloud server in 2019, leading to that apparent leak. Experts say that there is a key difference this time around. This appears to be a full-on attack as opposed to a breach. Take a listen.
If we think about the loss of data, that means someone's come in and taken our stuff and stolen it. That is very different than someone coming in and disrupting our day-to-day operations with malware or ransomware or something like that. So this is more of a disruptive event than a theft.
That event back in 2020, now the subject of a class action lawsuit. This current situation is now being investigated by the FBI. Zinklea.
We know you'll stay on this one. Aaron McLaughlin, thank you so much.
Some disturbing news for travelers. New surveillance footage shows TSA officers allegedly stealing from passengers at Miami International Airport. The agents are accused of going through passengers' bags during security screenings. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin's been looking into this one for us and joins us. Maya, this happened at the TSA screening checkpoint?
That's right, Kate. This story is crazy and every traveler's worst nightmare. 2 TSA agents are facing grand theft charges after being accused of going through travelers' bags and personal items during security checks at the Miami International Airport. Take a look at this. In the surveillance video provided by TSA, an agent is seen in one instance going through a black bag that's about to be screened by security. You can see that worker put something in his pocket. In another instance, the agent appears to put his hand in a passenger's purse and set that item to the side. They were even able to remove $600 from a passenger's wallet at one point. Kate?
Yeah, picture says 1,000 words. What do we know about how they were caught, these agents?
So authorities originally started investigating these thefts that have been reported at this specific security checkpoint, and that's when they discovered surveillance video showing the officers working together to distract passengers as they were being screened. As for the charges, only one officer, Josue Gonzalez, was accepted into a state program where if he successfully completes it, his charges will be dropped, though he'll still have to pay $700 to the victims involved and give up his airport security credentials. The other officer, Liberius Williams, was denied entry into the same program, and his case will head to trial. He's pleaded not guilty. Kate?
All right. Thank you so much, Maya. Hope it doesn't happen anywhere else. Appreciate it.
Well, coming up, an NBC News investigation finds more than 160 infant deaths linked to nursing pillows. How the federal government is now stepping in. Don't go anywhere. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream your news. The news continues on all those places on your screen right after this break.
For the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The Consumer Product Safety Commission is looking to make nursing pillows safer for babies. The proposed changes come after an NBC News investigation, you may remember, found at least 162 babies have died in incidents involving nursing pillows since 2007. The government agency wants design changes to make the pillows more firm and more visible warning labels that are harder to remove. Most of the infants who've died were placed to sleep on or with the pillows. The proposed changes will be open for public comment for 60 days.
Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers will be out for the remainder of the 2023 NFL season. The four-time MVP was injured during his debut last night with the New York Jets. Today, the NFL confirmed that Rodgers tore his left Achilles tendon. Zach Wilson will take over as quarterback, and this will be the first season Rodgers will miss a game due to injury since 2017.
And here's one in the category of you can't make this stuff up. A distillery has apologized after, you see that river of wine rushed through the streets of a small town in Portugal. People in the town captured the video of that flood. The distillery says it happened after 2 storage tanks burst. Portugal, like other winemaking countries in Europe, have actually had a surplus of wine lately, with people drinking less of it. The European Commission has said it's working to find other uses for wine, including biofuel. I don't think they meant that.
We're taking a closer look at the new COVID boosters just approved by the FDA. The CDC is expected to give them the green light today. This all comes as weekly COVID hospitalizations are ticking up nationwide by almost 9%, though that is still far below the numbers we saw around the same time last year. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now. So, Dr. Syal, tell us about this new shot, what's different about it, and who's eligible?
Hey, Zinclair. Yeah, so this shot it's part of the updated COVID booster shot, really meant to target those new strain you talked about in the intro there. You know, we've seen that the virus continues to adapt and our shots have lagged behind a little bit. So this is a new shot that comes out to kind of match that new strain that, you know, it seems like a lot of us know people who are getting COVID right now with that new variant, including, you know, our very own Kate Snow. So it's important that we update these shots, and really the purpose of this is to match what's currently out there, Zinclair.
That's so critical. And Dr. Seil, for the first time, the government will actually not cover the cost of these shots, though some insurers will. I imagine that may disincentivize people to get their booster. But why is it important to still do so, even if you're healthy or have been vaccinated before?
Yeah, so Zinclair, just some background here. When the public health emergency ended May 11th, one of the concerns was that the shot was no longer going to be covered for the 30 million, you know, uninsured or underinsured Americans. The Biden administration has come out with a plan to kind of make sure that they're getting that. It's called a Bridge program, and it's going to make many of those Americans eligible at pharmacies like CVS and Walgreens. But Zinclair, the reason it's important, and to be clear, it's for everybody over the age of 6 months of age should be eligible for this. The reason it's so important is you don't want to see a situation like we've had before, with hospitalizations and deaths continue to rise, you know, 3 years into the pandemic. So really urging, especially those out there who are high risk, those over the age of 65, or those younger than 65 who maybe have diabetes or maybe overweight, really, really important you go out and get this.
And Dr. Seil, beyond those who are high risk, we've asked about this again, but should we be treating these updated COVID vaccines like annual flu shots? Like, is it okay to get them both at the same time even?
Yeah, absolutely okay to get both of them in the same time. I think, you know, Ashish Jha, the former White House COVID response coordinator, used to say, you know, one shot in each arm. And the phrase, Zinclair, from our pediatric colleagues is flu before boo. You want to get, you know, your flu shot and even your COVID shot before Halloween if you can. But yeah, to answer your question, it's absolutely okay to get both of these at the same time. And if you are somebody who's also eligible for an RSV vaccine, you can get that at the same time as well, Zinclair.
And Dr. Seil, I know there's been a little bit of an uptick in cases right now. If you're someone who just had COVID, how long do you recommend waiting?
Are you asking for a friend?
I might be asking for a friend.
I would, yeah, Kate, I would wait at least 3 months for this. The silver lining of getting an infection, getting an infection is in a way a booster of itself. So you don't want to get it too soon. It may actually not even do much for you, frankly, this soon after infection.
All right, super helpful, Dr. Akshay Seil. Thank you so much.
Benefit of this job, you get a personal forecast, a personal prescription. Thank you. Let's switch gears to Google versus the United States government in what is being called the biggest antitrust trial in decades.
Yeah, it's a landmark case between the tech giant and the Justice Department, and it kicks off today in Washington, D.C. What's it about? Well, the DOJ is accusing Google of illegally monopolizing the online search market. The company says people can easily choose a different search engine if they want.
Joining us now, NBC News legal analyst Angela Senadella. Angela, this sounds like a pretty big challenge to Google. Haven't had one like this before. What's at the center of this trial?
There's really one big question, and that is, why are all of us so dependent on Google? And Google is saying it's because we're the best of the best of the best. There's just no product that's superior. But you have the Department of Justice here saying, no, your product is good, but the reason you've achieved such market dominance is because you've bullied all the little guys out of the way. You've really just taken over the ring. So that's the crux of it. Why are we all using Google? Because they did illegal things, or because they're just so good?
I mean, Angela, it strikes me that this is the first major monopoly case to make it to trial in decades. What's at stake here for other tech companies?
Quite a bit. They're all waiting to see what will happen with this. I mean, the FTC has already said they're going to sue Amazon similarly. So as this trial progresses, we'll see whether or not the arguments for private practice, for monopoly, how those will progress, and we'll see how the government responds.
A couple of questions, if you know. This isn't televised, right? This is all behind closed doors?
It's not televised.
And how long could this take? Like, when would we have a resolution?
They're estimating 10 weeks, and what's interesting about this trial is that only one judge will decide. There is no jury.
It strikes me also that Google, I mean, at this point, we kind of use it as a verb, right? You're Googling something.
Totally.
Is this too retroactive? What do you make of that?
Is it retroactive? Meaning, like, why are we all just...
Why are we doing it right now? Google's been around.
Well, that's the whole point, is that it's been around for so long. The government is claiming here, we have to make room for innovation. We have to let other players have a chance. But Google is saying, we've done nothing wrong. All we're doing is abiding by the free market. So it's really a battle for the ages.
It sounds like you were asking, though, why did DOJ, or why did they wait until
why
now? Were they just building a case all these years?
They've been trying. They started 3 years ago, so it's been moving.
All right. Angela, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, a lot of eyes are also on Apple today. The company is officially announcing its newest product line, and it's up.
Yeah, the annual fall event closely watched by tech insiders, lots of people. But one change that could seem minor may have a major impact on the hundreds of millions of iPhone users all over the world. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward is with us in San Francisco. Jake, this little change, I think, could mean an addition to my junk drawer and everyone's junk drawers.
That's absolutely right, Kate. I mean, we saw in the lead up to this event a lot of talk about Apple Watches and the new iPhone, but the thing that everyone has been paying attention to is this one tiny change to the core products of Apple.
Small changes with big effects in Cupertino. Apple unveiling new products at the company's annual launch event in California, including the iPhone 15. But the biggest change, charging ports.
So we're bringing USB-C to iPhone 15.
Apple switching out its unique lightning cable for the USB-C used by, well, pretty much everyone else.
And now Apple is finally catching up and saying, okay, this world we all want to live in, where I just have one cable and a thing that plugs into the wall and it charges every single thing in my suitcase. Like, how is that not the world we live in? It so obviously should be.
It's in part because the EU has made USB-C mandatory.
And they're being forced by the EU to do it, and they have said pretty loudly that they don't like being forced to do things, but I think ultimately we would have gotten here sometime in the next couple of years.
Meanwhile, Apple is making more changes behind the scenes, forging ties with companies in Vietnam and India, seemingly diversifying their supply chain as political tensions with China increase. Now, as for those lightning cables,
the old lightning adapters are going to be around for a long time. There's going to be a need for those for many, many years to come.
Don't throw them away. Copper and silver in the charging cables are valuable and save huge resources when you reuse them, according to Adam Shine, the president of electronics recycling company SunKing.
The reality is recycled copper uses 85% less energy than creating new copper. So it's a win-win for everybody.
What's so interesting, you guys, is the way that EU regulations are having an effect here in the United States, not just when it comes to Apple and this new USB-C charger that they've announced today, but in all the parts of our lives. Very, very interesting to feel their regulations coming across and touching American lives here.
Yeah, globalization, it's here. Jake, how could this change also impact people who do not have iPhones?
Well, I mean, it really will be the case that you will, at this point, be able to walk into almost any store and buy the charger you need for any device you have. This whole thing of having multiple chargers for multiple devices, all of that's been going away. I mean, for more than 100 years, we've enjoyed the two-pronged plug, right, that all of us depend on. You don't have to go to a special gas station to charge your car. I think all of us now are going to be able to basically just swap cords between us, and that's something that people have long said that these companies should no longer be causing us to have to sort of fight over, you guys.
Except if you still have a button on your iPhone, like I do.
She has a button, folks.
It's a 10.
If you want to hang on to your button iPhone, do it, Kate. I respect your choice.
But good luck finding a charger.
There it is. There it is. Yeah, the
we
button,
like that.
The whole thing. Yeah, I've been made fun of ruthlessly today. I also found out, Jake, that if I don't turn this in soon, because I actually have been meaning to trade up.
Because you can upgrade.
But now I have to turn it in before the 15 comes out, or else this is going to be, like, worthless, is what I was told the other day.
I know, it's tough, but you guys, you can recycle that. You can recycle all these things in this world that we're living in right now. We need to do that. Any recycling agency will take it. You can write to these companies and they'll send you a mailer and you can send it in. It's important to recycle this stuff. Don't just throw it away, Kate.
That's such a good reminder. I will. Thank you for that reminder. And the cords, too, as you said in the piece, those can be recycled, those copper.
Yeah. Jake Ward, thank you so much. Well, talking to your preteen about puberty can be challenging for everyone involved. Coming up, tips for approaching the conversation with your kids and maybe even avoiding some eye rolls, too.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. We take you to Lake Mead in Nevada. Yeah, that is Lake Mead. It is now dry, cracked earth. Western states like Nevada are dealing with a serious drought out there, and they're considering pulling more water from the Mississippi. That's something many people in river communities fear will lead to more scenes like this. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
In today's Modern Parenting, we're talking about how to prepare kids for puberty.
Yeah, puberty marks the transition, obviously, from childhood to adulthood with physical, psychological, emotional changes. It can be an uncomfortable stage in a young person's life, filled with questions and concerns about their body, about their emotions. So joining us now to talk all about it is Vanessa Kroll-Bennett. She's the co-author of This Is So Awkward, Modern Puberty Explained. Great title for a book. She's co-host of the Puberty podcast, so she is the perfect person to ask these questions. I think for parents, it's hard to know when to bring it up. When is the right time to start talking about it?
So there's never a right time, but we like to encourage people to start earlier than they expect because puberty starts on average 2 years earlier than it did when we were going through it.
Like, what age now?
Like between 8 and 9 for girls and 9 and 10 for boys. And a lot of parents are assuming, oh, like when they're 11
right,
or 12.
Plenty of time.
But at that point, a lot of kids are like partway through puberty.
Yes.
So start earlier than you expect, and lots of conversations can happen long before kids are in puberty. Conversations about consent and bodily autonomy and things about how to take care of yourself, hygiene, all of those things can start as soon as kids are brushing their teeth or bathing themselves. It doesn't have to be once they're actually in puberty.
And I understand there are 5 phases of puberty. Can you just walk us through those, noting that, of course, everyone sort of begins at a different age?
Right. So some kids begin at 8 and some kids begin at 13 or 14. So there's a long span of when someone can start, and then it lasts for now almost a decade. So that's a long span of time. Ooh. It's not like the 3 or 4 awkward years when we were going through it. And there was a doctor in post-World War II England named Tanner, and he came up with the Tanner stages, both for girls and for boys. And those stages are what pediatricians still use to determine where kids are in puberty.
Yeah.
But there's no one timeline. There's no one set of gating things that happen at exactly the same time. So everyone's journey is different and everyone's pacing is different. And it's so important to make sure kids know that.
Yeah, I liked on that other slide for parents that it said, acknowledge your own nervousness about the conversation. What else can we do to support them as their bodies change?
So I like to say, if you name the awkwardness, it creates a totally different environment, right? They feel awkward inside. We often feel awkward inside talking about it. That is so critical. Humor, jokes, laughter. People think it has to be this like super serious conversation. It doesn't. We can mess around. We can be silly. And you're gonna mess up. Everyone is gonna mess up. So go back, take the do-over, repair what you said.
Yeah.
There's nothing kids love more than when adults admit to having made a mistake.
That's so real. I mean, it's not just physical changes, though, also emotional and social. Talk us through some of those.
So mood swings are created by the hormones circulating not just in the body, but also in the brain. So the unstoppable laughter that you don't know where it comes from, or the hysterical crying that comes out of nowhere. There's also the silence, the moodiness, the slamming door. Those are all relevant to the hormones in a kid's body. So to let them know they're not a bad kid, it's not their fault, it's just part of the journey, and that things will even out over time. They're not going to forever be subject to these hormonal shifts until they get a little bit older. At another stage in life.
Yes, I know about that one. You know, we were talking about how it can happen at so many different ages. How do you really prepare a younger kid for this journey when they don't even have a sense of themselves yet?
So people often feel like talking about puberty is about talking about sex, and the word sex never even has to enter the conversation about puberty. It's about your body's always changing. Your hair is growing, your nails are growing, you trim your hair, you wash your body, you tell people, yeah, you can hold my hand, or no, you can't hold my hand. So giving them a sense of ownership of their bodies, and then normalizing that their bodies are going to change over time. When kids are in puberty, they wake up in a different body every morning, right? It's slightly different. All of a sudden, there's a zit. All of a sudden, the pants don't fit. So making sure they know, oh, this is normal, there's no shame in it, and they can come ask you any question.
I love that. There's so much unpredictability that comes with just going through puberty. Some parents, though, will not want to have a face-to-face conversation. What are other resources? Or maybe they want a supplement to that.
Right.
What are other resources?
Something to hand to the child.
Yes.
So we love books. I mean, we wrote one, and Karin Anderson, my co-author, wrote many books through American Girl. You can also keep a journal that you trade back and forth with your kid, where they can ask a question and you can give it back. To answer the question, you can read together. You can look online together. Do not send a child to look up answers for themselves by themselves.
That's a good word.
Right.
Online, but do it together. And it's just admitting sometimes that you don't know. Kids love it when we don't know. And you can say, we'll look together.
Amazing. I'm pretty sure I got that American Girl book, but that's a conversation for another day. Vanessa Kroll-Bennett, thank you so much for your insights. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're watching NBC News Daily. What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Jason and Travis Kelce are the true definition of a football family.
The two brothers faced off in last year's Super Bowl when the Chiefs edged out the Eagles. And now, with the new season underway, a new documentary takes fans inside the Jason's journey to that big game. Here's NBC's Kaylee Hartung.
He's a co-captain of the Eagles, an icon in the city of Philadelphia.
My favorite Eagle in my lifetime.
And a loving husband and father of 3 girls at home.
Be careful with your slipper. Higher?
Now Jason Kelce is also the star of the new documentary Kelce, streaming on Amazon Prime Video.
I thought Kelce was at the end of his career. This guy's the best center in the league.
We tried to be as organic as possible, as authentic as possible, really let people into our lives and our heads and kind of everything that happens through the course of an NFL season.
A season that ultimately ended just a few minutes and points short of a Super Bowl win for the Eagles and their star center.
I've been contemplating retirement for a number of years, and I thought it'd be interesting to follow a player going into that. If this is my last year, I don't want it to be bad. I want to go out with a good season and a good team.
When you started filming, you didn't know how this would end.
No. I still don't know how it's going to end.
Kelsey ultimately did opt to return for a 13th season after a Super Bowl matchup for the history books, squaring off against his brother Travis and the Kansas City Chiefs. As the country fell in love with the Kelsey brothers, their mom Donna became a fan favorite.
I think I've been in the league for 13 years, and Mom did more endorsement deals in 2 weeks than I did my whole career. So, no, I mean...
She earned it.
I think she's a down-to-earth person that people connect with, and it was fun to see her get that national spotlight and be a representative for a lot of guys' moms.
Just before a new season kicked off, we caught up with Donna.
How do you describe that Super Bowl experience?
Oh, man, it was really surreal. It was just a wonderful thing. I don't think I would have ever have imagined that it could have happened, and it's just a wonderful thing for the family to be able to do together.
What would it take for this season to top last?
Oh, definitely another Kelsey Bowl.
What do you guys think about that?
But along with the highs, the documentary shows in intimate moments how the spotlight affects Kelsey and his loved ones.
I don't think that people realize the beating you're taking then impacts the way that, like, you interact with your family. Sometimes it's just sheer exhaustion.
Jason and his wife Kylie have a classic love story for their generation. They met on Tinder. Now married for 6 years, they have 3 daughters, Wyatt, Elliot, and their youngest Bennett, who was born just a few days after the Super Bowl.
I was definitely rooting for it to happen at the Super Bowl.
1,000% he was.
For sure.
You were not.
No. I was crossing my legs and fingers, trying not to let anything happen.
But with the success of the season came new exciting opportunities and challenges. 1 week after Bennett arrived, Jason joined his younger brother Travis in New York as he hosted SNL.
How's the day going? Just fine? Love you, Ellie. See you, Kai. Oh, that went great. Yeah, not up for Dad of the Year right now. Or Husband of the Year.
When you guys are on the phone and you're at Saturday Night Live,
yeah,
the relatability was there 100%.
I really felt like I appropriately iced him. Anyone who has been around someone who's given birth or given birth themselves, I think, knows how the amnesia kicks in. So I didn't really remember having that phone call, but watching it back, I thought, yeah, feel that.
Yeah. I did.
What is the secret to making it work?
We do our absolute best to communicate with each other.
We're the most important thing in both of our lives, and like everything else takes a back seat.
What's left to accomplish on the football field?
I don't know. I don't really think of the accomplishment. The fun part is the journey and going through it with a bunch of guys and like-minded people.
And a partner like this one?
No doubt, yeah. Tick, 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 tick.
When home feels that good, it's easy to go out into the world and be like, I got this.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
Hey, guess what? Today is our birthday.
Yeah.
NBC News Daily has been on the air for 1 year.
Thank you so much for spending the year with us, and we hope you'll continue following and watching NBC News Daily. We so appreciate the honor of your time.
Can we have cake now?
I hope so.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you're doing the dishes you use.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, September 12, 2023, armed and dangerous. Police now say the escaped killer in Pennsylvania has a gun. What we know about the intensifying manhunt as schools close down and neighbors are told to stay vigilant.
Breaking news, federal charges. 5 former Memphis police officers have been indicted in the beating death of Tyree Nichols following a traffic stop earlier this year. Why the DOJ is now getting involved.
Also breaking, backing impeachment. House Republicans are one step closer to opening an impeachment inquiry into President Biden. White House Speaker Kevin McCarthy now says he supports the investigation.
And power play. Apple unveils a brand new iPhone. The huge change that's coming that will impact all Apple users.
I don't know if I can handle another iPhone change, Kate.
It's the charger, hint, hint. We're going to start now, though, with this dramatic new development in the massive and urgent search for that escaped prisoner in Pennsylvania.
It has been 13 days since Danilo Cavalcante escaped from prison, and alarmingly, police are now saying he is armed with a rifle Cavalcante stole after he was shot at by a local resident overnight. Before that shootout, there was a news sighting of Cavalcante about 20 miles north of the prison where he escaped from. Hundreds of officers swarmed that area with police dogs and tactical gear and still were not able to locate him.
Authorities have been reiterating to the community just how dangerous Cavalcante is. He's been convicted of killing one woman in Pennsylvania. He is wanted for another murder in his native country of Brazil. Because police now consider Cavalcante armed, one school district has canceled classes today as a precaution.
So let's get right to it with NBC's Lindsay Reiser, who's near the search area in Chester County. Lindsay, it feels like today the stakes are higher now that police say he is armed and dangerous, of course. Where are police focusing their efforts?
This is definitely a new phase here and heightened alert in the area. So right now they are searching an 8-square-mile area about 10 minutes from where we are. And it's heavily wooded. It's dense. It's difficult to get through, difficult to find someone who doesn't want to be found. But we had some overnight developments here that really just elevated the alarm here for residents. So after a sighting at 8 p.m., at 10 p.m., there was a call from a resident that Cavalcante had entered his garage, stolen a rifle, and he actually shot at Cavalcante as he was fleeing. Authorities say they don't have any reason to believe he's injured right now, but they say he is desperate. And so obviously you just mentioned his violent criminal history. People are being urged right now not to approach him if they see him, but he does have a different appearance. You see on the left-hand side, recent doorbell camera. He's clean shaven, but right now they believe that he's ditched that hoodie that you see on your screen. He's also ditched his prison boots. He found a pair of work boots on a porch. So right now police believe that he's shirtless, wearing blue pants, armed and dangerous. Kate and Zinkley.
And are police giving any explanation as to why they seem to be having such a difficult time catching him? I mean, I think that's everybody's question. They have an immense amount of resources dedicated to the manhunt, and he still slips away.
They say that no perimeter is 100% secure, but they say they are throwing all of their assets at this. They've got canines, they've got mountain patrols, they've got choppers and a plane nearby as well. So let's go ahead and listen to what police said about really the difficult task ahead.
We have been pushing anytime we had him contained from the very start. We have seen this as a high priority throughout. It's a large area, wooded, hilly terrain. It's not something that it's a matter of just sending a few people in and searching. Anytime you're in an area like this, you can imagine if you went out and took a several square mile area and had to try and find a single person who is trying to hide. It's a challenge.
Now, police did say that they believe that he is familiar with this area, and when asked if he's getting any help, police said no comment, but they did say at this point they believe he is beyond assistance. Kate and Zinkley.
All right, Lindsay Reiser in Pennsylvania for us. Lindsay, thank you.
We're following breaking news out of Washington, D.C. In a highly controversial move, Speaker Kevin McCarthy announced he is directing House committees to begin a formal impeachment inquiry into President Biden. McCarthy says Republicans have, quote, uncovered serious and credible allegations into President Biden, detailing some of them in a news conference earlier today.
Through our investigations, we have found that President Biden did lie to the American people about his own knowledge of his family's foreign business dealings. Eyewitnesses have testified that the president joined on multiple phone calls and had multiple interactions. Dinners resulted in cars and millions of dollars into his son's and his son's business partner.
NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now. So, Sahil, why has McCarthy made this decision to start this inquiry right now, and what's the White House saying?
Hey, Zinkley. Well, the Speaker has been facing conflicting pressures on this from various different factions within his caucus for months now. It seems he has decided he has less to lose by going forward and launching this inquiry than he would if he were to back off and say this is not something he wants to do. Now, there has been a pretty striking reversal for the Speaker. Just 11 days ago, he insisted that there would be no impeachment inquiry that would be launched without a vote of the full House of Representatives. Today, he just decided to launch it himself unilaterally after telling the conservative website Breitbart that he would not do just that. It shows that McCarthy did not appear to have the votes in his House Republican conference in his narrow majority to move forward with this, as many members, ranging from the centrist members who are in swing districts to even some very conservative members, don't believe he has the evidence to, to tie the president to the wrongdoing of his son Hunter.
Sahil, with that said, what's the White House saying, and what are the odds that this impeachment vote actually happens?
The White House is pushing back pretty aggressively. They have set up a war room of dozens of communications aides, lawyers, and legislative liaisons. Let's show a tweet by a spokesman for the White House in terms of how they are battling this. The spokesman, Ian Sam, says, quote, will anyone ask Speaker McCarthy why impeachment inquiry is the next logical step, quoting the phrase that the Speaker used. Sams goes on to say, quote, the House GOP investigations have turned up no evidence of wrongdoing by the president, and he notes that their own witnesses have testified to that. At this moment, it looks like an inquiry in search of an impeachable offense. Republicans do not yet have that impeachable offense. Zinkley.
All right, Sahil Kapoor with the latest there. Thank you.
Also breaking right now, a humanitarian crisis is unfolding in Libya in North Africa, where government officials say more than 2,000 people have died from serious flooding. Take a look at this, how widespread it is. A Mediterranean storm slammed into that country on Sunday. Rainfall was so intense, it caused 2 dams to burst. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman is following this for us from Doha, Qatar. Josh, this devastation unfolding in a country that has had some tough times over the past few years. Give us the context.
Yeah, that's right, Kate. You think about the challenges in responding to a disaster like this in what is essentially a failed state, a country that has not had one cohesive government that actually controls the entire territory in more than a decade, where it's unclear who's actually the authority in charge. And you can understand why it has been so difficult to even pin down the simple death toll, with various estimates ranging, as you mentioned, from about 2,000 to, in one statistic that has now been released by an Interior Ministry official, more than 5,000. And the expectation is, as more of those people who are missing are located, that number is only going to go up. Watch.
Along Libya's Mediterranean coast, utter devastation in a war-racked region unprepared to respond. Severe flooding leaving in its wake an unthinkable loss of life. And with some 10,000 people missing, fears the death toll will grow far higher. In Derna, in eastern Libya, bodies strewn on the streets by the dozens, covered by blankets. Cars piled on top of each other. Residents and aid workers navigating knee-deep, muddy water, and entire neighborhoods that no longer exist. Authorities estimating a quarter of Derna was wiped out.
What we can confirm now that thousands of people have lost their lives, thousands of people has lost their homes, and thousands of families are stranded or lost.
In Derna, the hardest hit area, the health system has collapsed. Ambulance officials say what functioning hospitals remain are now sorting grounds for the bodies arriving by the hundreds. The culprit, Mediterranean storm Daniel, which struck on Sunday, bursting at least 2 dams on the Wadi Derna, a river that runs right through the city of some 90,000 people. The waves of water swept buildings and people right into the Mediterranean Sea, a disaster of proportions that would be impossible for any country to deal with in the best of times. But these are not the best of times in Libya, an oil-rich North African country that's been torn apart by civil conflict and extremism for more than a decade, since longtime dictator Muammar Gaddafi was ousted in a NATO-backed uprising in 2011 and then killed. In the year since, two rival governments, each backed by their own militias, have fought for control of territory, leaving local infrastructure neglected and crumbling, ripe conditions for humanitarian disaster.
The challenges are ranging between access to basic health facilities or health services, shelter and shelter management, food and non-food items, first aid, psychosocial support, and restoring family links as well.
Libya's internationally backed government, based in the western city of Tripoli, doesn't control Derna, but is sending in help and now imploring the rest of the world to do the same.
The good news is aid is starting to flow into Libya. Here in Qatar, I spoke to an official who told me 2 planes will leave Doha tonight, headed with assistance to Qatar. President Biden says the United States is looking for ways to help as well. Kate and Sinclair.
All right, Josh Letterman for us. Josh, thank you for that. We're also following the humanitarian crisis in Morocco, where the death toll from Friday's earthquake keeps climbing. Moroccan officials say nearly 3,000 people have lost their lives and more than 5,500 are injured now. A U.S. government agency is sending a small team of disaster experts to help out.
We're going to turn now to today's CNBC Money Minute. Your TikTok For You page is coming for your wallet.
And Coke is touting their new artificial drink, but we're not talking about the flavor. CNBC's Morgan Brennan joins us now. Hi, Morgan.
Or are we? I'm not quite sure yet. I'll break it down for you. Meta's social media platform Threads temporarily blocked searches related to COVID. A spokesperson said that while the company is rolling out keyword search in new countries, searches with potentially sensitive content were blocked. The company added that results would be reinstated once Meta is confident in the quality of the results. TikTok officially launched its e-commerce business after months of testing. The app will offer tools to content creators, brands, and merchants to create buyable content through videos and live streams with links to purchase items. One new feature is a shop tab where businesses can display products with payment options and information powered by TikTok. And Coca-Cola is sending taste buds to the future. The soda company used AI to create its latest flavor, the Y3000, which is supposed to taste like, well, the future. These limited edition flavors, part of the company's plan to make the brand resonate more with younger consumers. As I mentioned, AI generated, apparently sort of similar to regular Coke, but you can't call it new Coke because that actually was the name of a failed Coke product back in the 1980s.
Yeah,
so
I'm with you on that.
Okay, I was going to say, as a younger consumer, it
was a long time
freaks
ago.
me out. I don't think AI should be able to taste, let alone guess what I want to taste.
I just want to know what the future tastes like. I feel like I need to buy one just to see.
Yeah, okay.
Well, that's why they're doing it.
We'll split a drink. All right, Morgan Brennan, thank you so much.
Coming up, out of luck, a cyber attack shuts down gaming and hotel room access at some hugely popular Vegas casinos. What we know about what happened. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're following more breaking news this hour. 5 former Memphis police officers have now been indicted by a federal grand jury in the death of Tyree Nichols, the black man who died earlier this year, 3 days after a violent confrontation with police following a traffic stop. Let's bring in NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Dateline for the latest. So, Ken, first off, remind our viewers about this case and then tell us what the officers are actually charged with.
Cingley, Tyree Nichols was a FedEx driver who was stopped by police on his way home in what authorities later determined was an unfounded traffic stop. And he fled on foot, and he was savagely beaten in one of the most horrific police beatings that a lot of people can ever remember seeing. And they did see it because there were very graphic videos released to the public. And after that, 5 officers were fired and then charged with attempted murder and other charges by the state of Tennessee. But now today we have a federal indictment on civil rights charges against the same 5 officers. They're charged with willfully depriving Nichols of his civil rights and also exhibiting deliberate indifference to his serious medical needs, conspiring to cover up their use of unlawful force by omitting material information and providing false and misleading accounts, and by obstructing justice. So very serious charges from the federal government adding on to the state charges in this horrible, horrible case.
Ken, of course, these officers are also facing state charges. I know the DOJ is expected to speak later today. What are you expecting to hear from them?
Well, they will explain why they believe a federal interest is vindicated here, that it's important to send a message that police misconduct will be prosecuted by the Justice Department. And, you know, while those officers face up to 25 years on the state charges, they face up to life in prison on these civil rights charges, Sinclair.
All right, a lot to follow, and I'm sure you'll stay on this one. Ken Dateline, thank you so much.
You bet.
A security breach at MGM Resorts. The company's reporting a cybersecurity issue that affected more than a dozen of its hotels and casinos. We're talking about some of the company's most iconic properties, including the Bellagio, the Borgata, Aria, Park MGM, Mandalay Bay, all the way from Las Vegas to New York and in between. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is following the story for us. Aaron, how widespread is this, and what exactly do customers there need to know? What's happening?
Well, it seems that there is confusion and chaos that unfolded at a number of MGM properties there in Las Vegas and beyond. A number of internal systems went down, including the app. There was no online check-in, no virtual key card, as well as some of those slot machines. They went down as well. We spoke to one man who tried to check in to Aria in the early hours of the morning, Sunday into Monday, just as this cybersecurity, quote, issue began to unfold. He said it took him 2 hours to check in. Take a listen.
To manually process everything. They couldn't run credit cards for incidentals, so they had to handwrite it all on a pre-filled form that would get manually processed.
So it was essentially like you returned to the 90s.
Basically. Everyone was very frustrated in line.
Now, MGM putting out a statement updating their previous statement from yesterday saying, quote, our resorts, including dining, entertainment, and gaming, are currently operational and continue to deliver the experiences for which MGM is known. What's not clear is how they're delivering those experiences, whether they're still on analog or they're managing to get some of their systems up online at this hour. We're waiting further updates. We know all of this is being investigated by the FBI. Kate.
All right. Yeah, that's a lot of properties affected. Aaron McLaughlin, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Coming up, why the U.S. government is taking Google to court and what it could mean for how you search. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. Can I throw in that we're celebrating a one-year birthday today?
1 year.
And we will be talking about that a little bit later in the show. We've been around a year now. We're getting the cake out.
Yeah, we are. Thank you for watching all this time.
We appreciate it. And all those places on your screen, you can stream for free. That's the important part.
24/7.
We'll be right back.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
According to Russian state media, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has officially arrived in Russia ahead of his expected meeting with President Vladimir Putin. Here's NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel.
The North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un, has left Pyongyang, has entered Russia in the far east of the country, and he is expected to meet with Vladimir Putin tomorrow. He traveled by armored train, a very slow, very long, very luxurious armored train. And the agenda, according to numerous U.S. officials, will focus on weapons. Russia right now needs weapons. Vladimir Putin needs weapons to continue his war here in Ukraine. The ongoing Ukrainian counteroffensive is burning a lot of ammunition on the Ukrainian side. The Ukrainians are going through thousands of rounds of artillery every single day. But so are the Russians. And the Russians have more stockpiles than the Ukrainians do. The Ukrainians are dependent on the United States and friendly European nations to keep them in this fight, to keep them armed. But Russia's supplies are also running low. And now Russia is reaching out to North Korea, because while North Korea's economy is in poor shape, almost non-existent, many people in the country struggle to feed themselves, the country does make vast quantities of armaments, vast quantities of artillery and rockets, the rockets that normally the North points down at South Korea, keeps them trained on Seoul. But since the North and South Koreas have not fought a war in decades, North Korea has plenty of extra stock. So this is a very pivotal moment for Kim Jong-un, because finally his bigger neighbor, Russia, needs him. So he's being feted. He will be treated to a full state reception with a one-on-one luncheon between Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin. And this is the start of a new alliance because of the war in Ukraine with China, which was aware of this deal, with a Chinese official going to Pyongyang with a Russian official in July. So now we have this alliance forming because of the war here in Ukraine between Russia, China, and now North Korea.
Richard Engel for us. Thank you, Richard. American scientist Mark Dickey is back above ground today after spending days trapped inside one of Turkey's deepest caves. This was the moment he finally made it to the surface with the help of more than 100 international rescuers. NBC's Kelly Kobiella has the latest for us.
American cave explorer Mark Dickey is finally above ground, recovering in a hospital in Turkey today after what he called a crazy adventure. Dickey was hoisted out of Morka Cave in the Taurus Mountains at 37 minutes after midnight, Monday, local time. He was smiling, gave a thumbs up, and was well enough to talk. He said it was amazing to finally be above ground after falling seriously ill more than 3,000 feet into the cave. It's not yet clear what caused that illness, but he said he was repeatedly vomiting blood and reached a point where he didn't think he would survive. He had been part of an international expedition looking for a new passage when this happened, and one of his fellow cavers had to climb to the surface to raise the alarm, a route that takes most cavers 15 hours. Well, the alarm was raised on September 2nd. A specialist medical team descended with fluids and blood, giving Dickey several transfusions, which then stabilized him. And then the rescue mission to bring him to the top began, one of the most difficult ever attempted, according to experts. It started on Saturday. Climbers from 8 different countries pulling Dickey on a stretcher through tight passages, up vertical drops as well. A medical team constantly at his side, checking his vital signs along the way, his body swinging on that pulley system for the final few feet to the surface. His parents, after his rescue, said the rescue was indescribably relieving and fills us with incredible joy. Dickey described the whole experience as overwhelming. He posted a message this morning from his hospital bed in intensive care. He had a big smile on his face, and he thanked the Turkish government and the international caving community for saving his life.
All right, coming up, the new feature that could help millions of women feel safer getting into a rideshare.
Keep watching and following us wherever you stream. We're at TV Kate Snow and at Simply Zinkley. Don't go anywhere. The news continues after this.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A Massachusetts city is declaring a state of emergency after flash flooding hit last night. It caused massive sinkholes in roads in Leominster and submerged homes and cars. This is about an hour west of Boston. Schools have closed, and the mayor is urging people to stay inside. The governor is calling the severe rain damage, quote, catastrophic.
Attorneys for former President Donald Trump have moved to recuse and disqualify Judge Tanya Chutkan. She is the judge overseeing the federal election interference case against Mr. Trump. Trump's attorneys are citing previous comments Judge Chutkan made in other criminal cases involving the January 6th attack. Judge Chutkan has given the special counsel Jack Smith's team until Thursday to respond. However, the decision whether to recuse her is up to the judge herself.
Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers will be out for the remainder of the 2023 NFL season. The four-time MVP was injured during his debut last night with the New York Jets. Today, the NFL confirmed that Rodgers tore his left Achilles tendon, and Zach Wilson will take over as quarterback. This will be the first season Rodgers will miss a game due to injury since 2017.
A lot of eyes on Apple today, with the company officially announcing its newest product line.
Yeah, the annual fall event is watched closely by tech insiders, but one change that could seem minor will have a major impact on the hundreds of millions of iPhone users around the world. Here to explain is NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward in San Francisco. So, Jake, this change could mean a new addition to a lot of people's junk drawer. Walk us through it.
That's right, Zinkley. Apple would like you to be focused mostly on the new iPhone 15 and new versions of its Apple Watch, but it's a change to the power cord that has most of us talking.
Small changes with big effects in Cupertino.
Apple unveiling new products at the company's annual launch event in California, including the iPhone 15. But the biggest change, charging ports.
So we're bringing USB-C to iPhone 15.
Apple switching out its unique lightning cable for the USB-C used by, well, pretty much everyone else.
And now Apple is finally catching up and saying, okay, this world we all want to live in, where I just have one cable and a thing that plugs into the wall and it charges every single thing in my suitcase. Like, how is that not the world we live in? It so obviously should be.
It's in part because the EU has made USB-C mandatory.
And they're being forced by the EU to do it, and they have said pretty loudly that they don't like being forced to do things, but I think ultimately we would have gotten here sometime in the next couple of years.
Meanwhile, Apple is making more changes behind the scenes, forging ties with companies in Vietnam and India, seemingly diversifying their supply chain as political tensions with China increase. Now, as for those lightning cables.
The old lightning adapters are going to be around for a long time. There's going to be a need for those for many, many years to come.
Don't throw them away. Copper and silver in the charging cables are valuable and save huge resources when you reuse them, according to Adam Shine, the president of electronics recycling company SunKing.
The reality is recycled copper uses 85% less energy than creating new copper, so it's a win-win for everybody.
Now, one of the things I think is so interesting about this, you guys, is that it is European Union regulations that in part made this changeover happen. And we're seeing European regulations, whether it comes to antitrust law or how we regulate AI, or in this case, what cord we use, making its way from that continent over to this one, you guys.
Yeah, that is so interesting. Okay, so practical question. What if you don't have an iPhone? What if you have another kind, like an Android phone? Does it matter?
Well, the funny thing is, it won't theoretically matter. We are already seeing at this hour a $29 adapter that Apple is putting out that'll let you take an old lightning cable and put it into the new USB. But anybody who has Android or really almost any other gizmo floating around right now has one of these USB-Cs already. And so in the future, in theory, you'll be able to carry just the one cord around with you. And no matter what phone you have, it should work for all of them, you guys.
Right, unless you still have an iPhone 10.
You remember the one
with a button?
I mean, this is the thing. That's right. My mom swore by the button for years. She just got a new one yesterday. Oh. She's going to be hanging on to it for a little while longer. It'll be a few years before we get rid of these entirely, but don't throw them away. Recycle them when you do.
Yes.
And, you know, if you want to hang on to the button, Kate, no one will judge you for it.
No, I'm going to upgrade. But that's a good tip about recycling, because I hadn't thought about that. And the cords.
There's so many cables at this point. It's important if we can reuse it in some way. Pretty good. All right, Jake Ward, thanks as always.
The thing is that it's so difficult for all of those things. They're so valuable to hang on to. Please, you guys, in this age of climate change and good awareness, don't throw them away. Please
call
recycle.
your county and find a way. There will be a way to recycle. All right, Jake, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's turn to Google versus the United States government in what's being called the biggest antitrust trial in decades.
The landmark case between the tech giant and the Justice Department kicks off today in Washington, D.C. What's it about? Well, the DOJ is accusing Google of illegally monopolizing the search market. The company says people can easily choose a different browser if they want.
Joining us now, CNBC's senior Washington correspondent Eamon Javers, who's outside the courthouse in Washington, D.C., and with us in studio here, NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Senadella is with us. Eamon, I want to start with you. Can you break down what's at the center of this trial? What's happening to Google here?
Kate, the allegation here from the U.S. government is that Google got to its 90% market share in search by breaking the law, by illegally forcing out competitors and dominating that market through the force of billions of dollars that the company pays on a regular basis to big companies like Apple that you were just talking about, paying Apple so that it can be the default browser, the default search browser on a lot of the devices across the entire ecosystem. So that money flooding into Apple and other providers, they say, the Department of Justice says, blocks other competitors from getting in because they simply don't have the kinds of billions of dollars that Google has to spend. Now, Google says, hey, wait a second, we got to that dominant market share position because our product is so good and everybody wants to use us because the search results that you get on Google are the best results. If you go on Bing or DuckDuckGo or some of these other alternatives, it's not as good. That's Google's case. They say the Department of Justice is sort of out of line here in even bringing this case in the first place.
Angela, let's bring you in here because this is the government's first major monopoly case case to make it to trial in decades. So what is at stake for other tech companies?
Quite a bit here. As we see, the government is also going to go after Amazon and other companies that really just embody big tech. And we've seen the government do this before. First, they did AT&T, they did Microsoft, now Google. At seminal moments when a company has just overtaken the market and they've become a verb, that seems to be the moment the government swoops in.
Right, we call it Googling at this point. It's just universal.
Yeah, Eamon, let me go back to you. We were sort of wondering, Google is already cemented as the top search engine. Does this trial come a little too late? Like, why didn't the government do this sooner?
Well, a lot of folks are describing this as a trial really about the future of the internet, and particularly with AI just on the horizon, about a lot of how AI will get built into a lot of these same contractual relationships between these big tech giants. It does feel a little late in the sense of, we heard this testimony in the first day today. The first witness up was Google's top economist, and the Department of Justice was grilling him on emails going back nearly 20 years that he was involved in, and he was sort of scratching his head and saying, I'm trying to remember what I said at that time. So it does feel like geological time, in the internet era, to go all the way back to the early 2000s. But with AI just around the corner, the framing here is this is about innovation and the future of the internet.
And Angela, you touched on prior precedent for this. What could Google face if this actually happens? How might we see them break up?
Well, we could see an injunction. We could also see sanctions. It's really unclear because there's only one judge right now who's going to decide whether or not Google has violated antitrust law. After that, there will be remedies discussed, and it could be sanctions. It could be breaking up search. It could be who knows.
Time will tell. Eamon Javers and Angela Senadella, thank you both so much.
More than 4 months after members of the Writers Guild went on strike, most of the action in Hollywood is still on hold. And tomorrow marks 2 months now since the Actors Guild joined the picket lines.
Everything from movies to talk shows have been on hold, with actors and writers out of work, and the major studios expected to lose billions of dollars. But now the new television season is here, and some productions that went dark are starting to come back with all new shows.
With us now, NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas. Chloe, are we any closer to a deal that will end the standoff?
I know that is the question that so many people are wanting to know, including viewers, like you said, who are missing their favorite late-night talk shows and nervous about their movies that are being pushed to the spring. But unfortunately, things are at a total stalemate. A standstill. And what do I mean by that? Well, we know at NBC News, we published a piece yesterday on NBCnews.com that SAG-AFTRA, the union representing over 100,000 actors, has not even begun negotiations with the AMPTP, which is the group that represents all of the studios, which is shocking to think, well, then how is anybody going to come to some sort of a resolution if they aren't even talking? Now, the Writers Guild of America, that represents thousands of writers, they came out with a statement on Friday saying that they were open to maybe even doing one-off deals with some of these studios. And we know that 4 big studio heads, including Ted Sarandos over at Netflix, met with members from WGA, but no formal negotiations have taken place since mid-August with the Writers Guild. So again, what is it going to take for billions of dollars not being cost to the California economy? All of the people who are out of work, like craft services and hair and makeup and all of the other industries that are being affected by these strikes. And so everyone is hoping that there is a resolution. And one of the sources that we spoke to did say that they do think, based on what they're hearing, things will wrap up, hopefully, with something amicable on all sides in mid-October.
That's a really important point, Chloe, right? It's not just the actors and the writers. There's so many people who are tangentially affected. You talked a bit about stalemate. I know that some shows are actually coming back despite the strike, including the Drew Barrymore show, The Talk, and the Jennifer Hudson show. So why are these shows able to resume production when others, like The Tonight Show and The Late Show, can't?
So this has caused a little bit of controversy, especially within the Writers Guild union, because Drew Barrymore came out saying, I am bringing my talk show back. And many are saying that Drew Barrymore is in violation, and at least the Writers Guild saying that she is in violation of the strikes by coming back. But SAG-AFTRA coming out and saying, absolutely not. We support Drew Barrymore bringing her show back. So how is she able to do this? And I also just want to point out, like you said, Live with Kelly and Mark and The View, these are also shows that are still on the the air. So how do daytime talk shows get, to not be part of the strikes? It's because they're not using union writers. But how will Drew be writing her show when most of these writers are part of the union? Will she be writing the show herself? And that's what we're seeing with late night TV shows, and they're not back because their writers are part of the union. And also, when you come back and you essentially breach the strike where things stand, they call it that your show has been struck. And so right now, the Writers Guild has come out and said that Drew's show is struck in their minds. But again, like I said, SAG-AFTRA is supporting Drew Barrymore. So a lot of nuance to all of this, a lot of controversy, but we are all hoping that a resolution comes very quickly.
I know a lot of TV viewers are hoping that too. Chloe, thank you so much. Good to have you. We should note that NBC Universal, the parent company of NBC News, you saw it on the graphic there, it is a member of that trade group that represents the major studios.
Well, coming up, it's the season for sneezing. Get that? And a question a lot of us will be asking, is it a cold or allergies? How to figure out the difference this fall. That's next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right. Yeah.
In today's Daily Health, it's that time of year where you might start asking yourself, is it allergies, is it cold, or is it the flu?
Yeah, while most people associate springtime with allergy season, fall can also bring its fair share of itchy eyes, sneezing, and a scratchy throat. Joining us now is Dr. Purvi Parikh. She's an allergist and immunologist at NYU Langone Hospital. Thank you so much for being here, doctor.
Thank you.
So many people affiliate allergies with the spring, but why can they also be prevalent in the fall? What do you see in your practice?
Right, so most people don't realize that there's a surge of a different pollen in the fall than in the spring called ragweed, and it comes in the air end of August and lasts until the first frost. So all of those spring symptoms of allergies and asthma, which can even be life-threatening, all come back in the fall again.
I think I'm actually feeling that today. Are allergy symptoms the same, though? Like when you get the allergies in the fall versus the spring, do you get the same kind of reaction? What kind of symptoms are we talking about?
Right, so the allergy symptoms can be identical. So the itchy, watery eyes, stuffy nose, sore throat. And again, people may not realize there's that link between allergies and asthma. Allergies are the most common cause of asthma. So if you're having coughing, wheezing, chest tightness, don't take it lightly. Next week is asthma peak week, believe it or not.
Oh, wow. So how can someone who's not feeling good differentiate between, hey, I have a cold, hey, I have the flu, or maybe I just have fall allergies?
Right. So sometimes it's very difficult to differentiate. So we always advocate, getting a test to be sure. But, generally allergies can last for weeks. They have more itchy symptoms. A cold or flu or any type of virus will sometimes have a temperature associated with 100 or more. And usually it's limited to 7 to 10 days. You're much more fatigued with an infection than allergies. And sometimes it can involve your stomach. Like you can have upset stomach or, diarrhea or vomiting, which we don't really see with the allergies as much. But sometimes the symptoms are identical. So even we have to test to figure out what the patient has.
Is there a way to prevent allergies? I say as I'm thinking you're going to tell me not to go outside.
Well, you can't stay indoors or live in a bubble, but we always recommend starting your preventative or controller medications early because it's much easier to control it ahead of the game rather than once all the symptoms are flared up. So I have my patients start their asthma medications mid-August, their preventative medicines like nasal sprays and antihistamine tablets early, so then they're less miserable through the season.
And to that point, right, misery. Some people, allergies are just like itchy eyes, that's me, but others it can be crippling. So what's the signal? Oh, I need to actually go to the doctor. Maybe I need over-the-counter meds. Are there natural remedies?
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, a lot of time there are a lot of over-the-counter medications available. Great 24-hour antihistamines, nasal steroid sprays, nasal antihistamine sprays. But the clue to go to the doctor is if those medicines aren't working, and you're still miserable, or if you're having those breathing symptoms I mentioned, because that can actually be life-threatening. Believe it or not, we still have 11 deaths a day from asthma, and usually allergies are the cause.
All right. It's only September. How long do allergies tend to stick around in the fall? Are we clear by Thanksgiving or?
Yeah, so it depends on when the first frost is. So once the first frost hits, then the pollen goes away. So it all depends on if we're going to have the cold come earlier or later this year.
I mean, to that point, right, climate clearly is impacting things. We touched on it earlier, but what are the specific triggers? What is the pollen? Because clearly we're not seeing flowers bloom right now.
Right. So yeah, it's something, right now it's something called ragweed, and it can travel for even 50 miles, but it comes from all over, and because of the warmer temperatures, the seasons are much longer, and the pollination starts much earlier. So in the spring, it's the trees and the grass pollen. Right now is ragweed, and it's everywhere.
And does that make treatment specific at all? Is there something you can do specifically for ragweed that makes it better?
Yeah, so we actually can make your allergies better over time and get as close to them going away as possible, but doing something called allergy shots or desensitizing people. And that doesn't work right away. It won't work for this season, but over time we can build up your immunity. So yes, if we find out you're allergic to ragweed, we have ragweed specific shots and tree pollen specific or cat or dog specific.
Yeah. I mean, I'll take some hope with these allergies because you're explaining away my itchy eyes. I've been wondering where that's coming from. Dr. Purvi Parikh, thank you so much for your insights. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
There is much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily. Don't go anywhere, and maybe grab those tissues, too.
Oh, yeah.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes you
Allegations of Russian organizing.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Rideshare services are used by millions of us every day, right? And now Lyft is rolling out something new, calling it Women Plus Connect.
It's a feature designed to provide both drivers and riders with a more worry-free ride. NBC's Savannah Sellers has the details.
This morning, rideshare app Lyft is rolling out a brand new feature, Women Plus Connect, in 5 cities from Chicago to San Diego, which will give women Lyft users the option to request a driver or passenger of the same gender.
Maybe you're in a new city, maybe it's late at night, maybe you've had a couple drinks, whatever it might be. And just for your own peace of mind, the ability to choose a woman driver might be exactly the thing that allows you to say, you know what, yeah, this really is making my life better.
If you're in one of the 5 cities where Women Plus Connect is launching, drivers and riders who have selected woman or non-binary as their gender can open the updated app and will be prompted with an option to enable the new feature.
It's literally, a toggle that you can always turn on or off. Just like
Lyft CEO David Risher hopes to provide that feeling of comfort and safety, not just for the riders, but the drivers too. Lyft says just 23% of its drivers are women. Risher hopes to increase that number.
half the population, roughly, are women. But today, some segment of those women riders are saying, I don't always feel comfortable in your car. That's bad for us. We want the opposite.
That comfort could be key given a persistent issue facing rideshare apps. Reports of sexual harassment and assault perpetrated by both riders and drivers. Competing service Uber reported over 3,800 incidents in 2019 and 2020, while Lyft said it had over 4,000 between 2017 and 2019.
Is this an acknowledgement of that problem? Is this meant to help fix that, this new feature?
I mean, I think it's an acknowledgement of the world we live in that sexual assaults happen. Unacceptable, terrible. Even one is unacceptable. We have to create an environment where it's going to happen less and less and less and less.
Single mom Mimi Fan has been driving for Lyft for over a decade. She says the feature makes her feel more comfortable requesting passengers at different times of day and in different areas.
And for me as a female driver, I would feel just an extra layer of confidence where, I can just really focus on, the ride itself.
Do you think this could make more women want to drive for Lyft if they know that they have that power about who's getting into their car?
Absolutely.
Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
Pretty cool stuff, and nice to see technology advancing with the times.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of riders want those options. Can we move on to some fun stuff?
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the other stories trending right now.
Here's a story. The Brady Bunch house has sold for $3.2 million. Whoa. That is actually $2 million below the asking price from last May. HGTV listed the Southern California home after doing renovations. Look at this. It looks exactly the way the TV show looked. Cool. The new owner says no one will live in the iconic house. It looks just like the set, right?
It's really incredible.
Which they didn't shoot in this house. They shot it on stages, on sets, but they made the house look like the sets. Anyway, they're going to use it for fundraising and for charity.
I would pay to go. Pretty cool.
I kind of would too. Maybe you guys want to invite us?
You want to come?
We'll go. We'll do a story.
Well, maybe you want to come check out this crazy video. It's a river of wine rushing down a street in a small town in Portugal. The distillery that owned the wine said it happened after 2 storage tanks burst, spilling more than 500,000 gallons of wine into the streets. The cause of the burst is unknown, but the distillery has apologized to everyone in the town.
Remember when you could test limitless soda combinations at McDonald's? Well, that will be a thing of the past now. McDonald's says it's phasing out self-serve beverage stations by 2032 because they don't want us to keep refilling our cups, right? They're going to have a, quote, crew pour.
What?
The crew will pour your drink.
Oh, I'm gonna miss my time at the, not water cooler, soda cooler. Oh, well. Well, there is something else trending too today, right here in 30 Rockefeller Plaza.
As of today, NBC News Daily has officially been on the air for 1 year. Yay! It was September 12th, 2022, that we first joined you here on your local NBC station, or maybe you watch us on NBC News Now streaming. This year has gone by in a flash. Like, I forgot that this was the day a year ago.
Absolutely, and we so look forward to kicking off year 2 with you tomorrow, bringing you all the biggest stories with our powerhouse team of journalists behind the scenes and in front of the camera.
And the crew here. I mean, there are a lot of people involved in this show. And by the way, tell us what you want to see in our second year. We'll put up our social media there. It's TV Kate Snow and Simply Zinkley. Let us know what you want to see.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If it's Tuesday, Capitol chaos. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy directs House Republicans to launch a formal impeachment inquiry into President Biden as the speaker struggles to navigate a raucous caucus, a potential government shutdown, and a threat to remove him from leadership. Plus, I'll talk to Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville, one of the lawmakers adding fuel to the fires on Capitol Hill, on why he's holding up hundreds of military promotions despite backlash from the Pentagon and his own party. And an NBC News exclusive, the White House responds after the president of Iran tells NBC's Lester Holt that his country will spend billions in unfrozen assets tied to a potential prisoner exchange with the U.S. However, Iran wants to spend it. Hello and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Ryan Nobles reporting in Washington, where we are officially entering a brutal stretch of partisan political warfare. After this morning, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy facing intensifying pressure from former President Trump and threats from his far-right flank, formally endorsed an impeachment inquiry into President Biden.
Today, I am directing our House committee to open a formal impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. This logical next step will give our committees the full power to gather all the facts and answers for the American public. That's exactly what we want to know, the answers. I believe the president would want to answer these questions and allegations as well.
And McCarthy's decision to essentially unilaterally open an impeachment inquiry comes less than 2 weeks after he explicitly said he wouldn't. He said this on the record: to open an impeachment inquiry is a serious matter, and House Republicans would not take it lightly or use it for political purposes. If we move forward with an impeachment inquiry, it would occur through a vote on the floor of the People's House and not through a declaration by one person. Well, as we noted on the show yesterday, a number of House Republicans have privately and publicly warned against impeachment, in part due to the political risks and the current lack of evidence tying the president to his son's business dealings. And we also noted yesterday that House Democrats have been bracing for an impeachment inquiry and have been huddling to plan their defense of the president. Needless to say, the reaction on Capitol Hill came quickly today and from all sides, with condemnation from Democrats and some mixed reaction from some Republicans.
I think it's absurd. We have a Republican senator who's holding up all our military appointments, and now we have a group of Republicans, and McCarthy seems to let them go along, that want to go through the absurdity of impeaching a president when we have so many other things we have to get done.
I don't think Leader McCarthy, Speaker McCarthy, needs any advice from the Senate on how to run the House.
I assume that the House investigations have been so thorough that they have adequate support for this, and that this is not in any way a knee-jerk decision.
It's dangerous. Well, that's why I said it's important to get the process right, because it's becoming more of a vote of no confidence.
I think the American people are demanding that there be an impeachment inquiry, that there is enough evidence out there, there's enough smoke, there may be a fire there.
I'm just wondering if the threshold and the bar for impeachment just seems to get lower and lower every year.
I still want to look at the evidence. I'm going to get a briefing later in the week on what evidence links President, at the time, Vice President Joe Biden, to Hunter Biden's activities. I haven't seen that link yet, and so I'm reluctant to agree with Speaker McCarthy.
I think the impeachment inquiry is long overdue. Personally, I'm on the Oversight Committee, and I think that any other citizen that had stacked up against him what the president had stacked up against him right now would already be in court.
A White House spokesperson today called McCarthy's move extreme politics at its worst, and that it was red meat for the extreme right wing. So McCarthy's now about to dive headfirst into an impeachment inquiry cheered by conservatives ahead of a potential government shutdown, which actually also may be cheered by some conservatives. This, as members of his caucus seem to remind him daily that they have the power to call a vote to try and oust him anytime they like.
I rise today to serve notice. Mr. Speaker, you are out of compliance with the agreement that allowed you to assume this role. The path forward for the House of Representatives is to either bring you into immediate total compliance or remove you pursuant to a motion to vacate the chair.
NBC's senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake is at the Capitol, and NBC's Monica Elba is outside the White House. So, Garrett, why bring this impeachment inquiry now? Is it potentially more about the funding deadline than impeachment? What's McCarthy's game here?
Well, look, Ryan, they're certainly related. I'm one of the people who believe that when House Republicans took control of this chamber after the last election, an impeachment of Joe Biden was probably inevitable. It was just a question of when the pressure got too great for McCarthy and moderates who don't want to go down this road to hold it back. And it seems like that moment is now. I think after the debt ceiling deal, McCarthy had used up some of the chips and some of the trust that he had with those far-right members, striking a deal that they ultimately weren't satisfied with. Now he's got to escalate to keep things moving along. I'm not certain that it will work, but part of this sort of mess here is they're not having a vote to launch this, I think in part because McCarthy doesn't have the votes to do it right now. I pressed him on this at some length a few minutes ago, and I want to play a little bit of what he said and talk about why it's relevant on the other side. Why are you not holding a vote on this if you're going to go down the impeachment inquiry path? 11 days ago, you said you would.
Well, Nancy Pelosi on September 24th changed the precedents for the House, so she changed the course of what we could do. It doesn't...
You said this on the 1st of this month,
yeah,
though, that you would have a vote.
I said today that Nancy Pelosi on 9/24 changed the president of the House and you don't have to have a vote.
You have no intention of doing that, then?
I didn't say that. It doesn't.
Which is it then? Forgive me for being confused. I mean,
well, I'm sorry you're confused. Were you confused when Nancy Pelosi did it?
well,
Were you confused when Nancy Pelosi did it? Then don't be confused.
you've been very clear that you would, is I guess the big difference here.
It's interesting, when Nancy changed the rules, it's all changed.
Ryan, I've been on the phone with legal experts all day trying to pin this down and going back through the history of it. In 2019, in Donald Trump's first impeachment, there was no official impeachment inquiry vote to get the process started, but then there was this deluge of evidence, including the transcript of the phone call that undergirded that whole impeachment. That ultimately did lead to a vote. I think McCarthy's hoping for something similar to happen here, that by starting this process, by shining a bigger spotlight on these ongoing investigations, if something shakes out, the politics will improve for him down the line to have the vote that he has promised on the record time and again.
Yeah, and especially because he was so emphatic about doing the exact opposite a little more than a week ago. He seems to be a little bit more flip about it now. So Garrett, if this move was to buy goodwill with the right wing of his caucus, did it work? I mean, from your conversations with folks today, are these Freedom Caucus folks, like we just saw Matt Gaetz on the floor, warning him that a motion to vacate is on the table? Have they calmed down now, or is he maybe still going to need Democratic votes to pass a continuing resolution to keep the government open by the end of the month?
Yeah, look, there's a wide spectrum of answers to that question. I mean, Matt Gaetz is never going to come around on Kevin McCarthy. He's never been a fan. I don't think he's going to start now. But someone like a Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, who's been supportive of McCarthy in his battle for the speakership, but sometimes critical that he doesn't go far enough on going after Joe Biden or supporting Donald Trump. This is a move that she has praised quite publicly today and might be the kind of thing that brings her along a little bit on the spending bills. But remember, Ryan, I mean, and you cover this every day like I do, McCarthy has kind of a if you give a mouse a cookie problem with the Freedom Caucus. He can never go quite far enough on a lot of these issues. When he starts to give a little bit, there's more to be asked. And so, look, did he buy himself perhaps some time, perhaps some goodwill today? Yes. But the bar goes higher and higher. The challenge gets bigger and bigger every time. And there's only so many cards he has available to play as we start to approach the end of this month.
And of course, there's the concerns he has with the far right of the party, which Marjorie Taylor Greene is a part of, Matt Gaetz is a part of. But there's also a sizable moderate group, I think 18 House Republicans that won districts that President Biden also won. Are we getting any sense from them where they stand on this move by Kevin McCarthy?
They have been, as a group, fairly quiet so far, Ryan. I mean, I think part of what McCarthy did for them today was by not holding a vote, he lets them keep their powder dry a little bit longer. They could be generally supportive or generally critical, but they don't have to go fully on the record until they see if their colleagues on some of these investigative committees are able to produce any more evidence. Part of being a moderate in today's age in the House is you're very reliant, however, on leadership to get you reelected. You need Kevin McCarthy. You need his super PAC. You need the money that gets spent. So there's a tension for the moderates between their desire to, not ally themselves with the far right of their conference, but also not make enemies of the leadership. So if McCarthy and House leadership says this is the path we're going down, those moderates have a very fine line to walk where they don't want to, irritate some of their constituents who don't want them to be like the Marjorie Taylor Greenes of the conference, but also not alienate their own leadership by coming straight out and saying they think this is a bad idea. It's going to be a tough couple of weeks to be like a New York Republican, I think.
Right, no doubt about that. All right, so Monica, we've reported from both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue how Democrats plan to go on the offensive with this looming impeachment threat. What is the White House doing so far?
Well, they really are saying, hey, we prepared for this. We thought this was likely going to happen. Since earlier this year, they've been getting this war room together that in August really ramped up because they were, again, expecting this as a real possibility. But they're pointing out a lot of these issues that the two of you who do this day in and day out have just spent a lot of time talking about, which is the fact that Speaker McCarthy announced this inquiry without a vote. They're going to try to make a big deal of what they are calling this hypocrisy, given his comments back in 2019 when then Speaker Pelosi did the same thing. And so I think you can expect them to also just continue to have this rapid response effort that's basically this mega list of every Republican who in the last couple of weeks expressed a little bit of doubt and skepticism, some of them privately, but a lot of them now more publicly, saying, I don't know that the evidence is there. I'm not sure where this could go. I'm not sure this is the best use of time. So expect the White House to be consistently pointing that out. And then, of course, they have these lawyers, they have aides and everybody going through this and mounting this response. But overall, they're using a roadmap from 1998 when then President Bill Clinton was impeached. And they like to point out that presidents who were impeached in the last couple of decades actually sometimes saw their poll numbers go up. So they're by no means saying that this is what they would definitely like to see happen, but they're pointing out that there might be a slight political upside here potentially. And they're also underscoring that they would like to see the evidence that these Republicans are talking about, because so far it's not clear that there has been any specifically, and that they would even point to the IRS whistleblower and those under oath who said they couldn't provide any linkage between what Hunter Biden was doing in his business dealings and directly tying that to the president, who was then Vice President Joe Biden. So all of those questions the White House is going to continue to raise. And again, they have their own sort of arm of the White House counsel's office doing this on the daily. You're not going to see the president want to engage on this very much. He's going to try to dismiss it as they try to focus on some of the other agenda items here, Ryan.
And just quickly, Monica, do we have any idea how the president himself is taking in this news?
Well, I think, again, this is something that they did prepare for, so it didn't come as any kind of a shock. I think the bigger question and what they're watching really closely is how this is going to end up becoming even more complicated by a potential government shutdown just days away now on the horizon. Ryan.
All right, Garrett and Monica, thank you both. Let's turn now to Capitol Hill. And joining me live is Alabama Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville. Senator, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. And let's start with this big news of the day first. Of course, Speaker McCarthy said that he's directing the House to launch an impeachment inquiry into President Biden. I want to go back to what you told Axios last week. You said you were all for the investigation, but you don't think there's enough time before the election to get the trial done. You also said, and I quote, I'll do it, but like I told them when they went after Trump, you better have an ironclad case. Now, there's some questions about whether or not there really is evidence linking the president himself to his son's business dealings and whether or not any of that is actually illegal. Do you think that House Republicans have an ironclad case right now?
Well, what I've heard, there's a lot of fire and there's a lot of smoke, but we don't know whether there's any truth to it. And so they need probably continue their investigation. I'm not for impeachment unless it is ironclad, as I said about President Trump. If you're going to come after a former president or a president, let's don't waste time. Let's know the truth. Let's be able to bring it out. Let the American people know. We got enough problems up here right now without going through an impeachment process. But they'll do the right thing. Hopefully, we just find out what's going on and American people get the truth.
Well, to that end, do you think that it's necessary for the Speaker to actually hold a vote on the House floor to launch an inquiry like this?
Well, that's up to them. I don't know much about that in terms of where they're at. I'm sure if he's going to do it, he's going to have the votes. You don't bring a vote to the floor unless you're pretty sure that you can get the amount of votes that you need. I know they wouldn't make it to anywhere over here in the Senate. They probably wouldn't even let it make it to the floor. But again, this is all up to the House. We got enough problems going on right now, but there is a lot of smoke right now with what's going on with the president.
So what you're saying, Senator, is that you think that there isn't enough evidence right now to convict the president, which would require, a majority threshold, a supermajority threshold, I should say. You don't think there's the votes for that in the Senate right now?
Well, no, we couldn't get the votes in the Senate, but of course they know a lot more about it than we do in the House because they've been doing all these inquiries. But let's just wait and see what happens. Again, hopefully they know what they're doing, but we need the truth. American people need to know the truth.
Well, you said you are concerned. You said there's fire there, and if doing business off your father's name while he's in the White House is an impeachable offense, didn't Republicans try that move to impeach Trump and his family? Isn't that along the same lines?
Yeah, and as I said, it wasn't ironclad. They didn't have anything really substantial, and you'll have to ask the House if they have anything substantial here. I've read some of the evidence, some of the so-called evidence, but it has to be brought out. It has to be brought out in a trial situation if it comes to the Senate. I'm sure everybody's read the information in the House. That's going to be up to them first. Let's see what they want to do. If they want to send it over here, that'll be fine.
Okay.
But Senator Schumer's not going to let it come to the floor over here.
Okay, so Senator, let's move on now to the issue that you are certainly at the center of, and that's the holds that you have on military nominees and promotions over the Pentagon's policy of funding travel for service members who want to travel to receive abortion care. I want to play for you what the top Republican on the House Foreign Affairs Committee said about that over the weekend. Take a listen.
I think that is a national security problem and a national security issue. And I really wish you would reconsider this, because we're working this issue out in the National Defense Authorization. To hold up the top brass from being promoted and lower brass, I think, is paralyzing our Department of Defense.
You've said in the past that you don't think it's a national security issue. This is the Republican conservative chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Doesn't he know what he's talking about on issues like this?
Well, he's got his facts wrong, and he doesn't know the rules of the Senate. We could do all the top brass in probably less than 2 weeks. I'm not holding up all the nominations. I'm just holding up a group at a time. We could do one this afternoon in 2 hours, but Schumer won't bring it to the floor. So they're throwing all the darts at me, and that's fine. I don't care. But people just need to know the process here. The process is they cannot bring them up at one time and have them all confirmed at one time, but they can bring them up one at a time. It takes about 2 hours to do each one. We should be doing them, but they're just trying to play games on the left.
All right, well, as you say that, I talked to Senator Schumer today about your desire to put nominees on the floor one by one, and this is what he said. His point to you has been, just bring these nominations to the floor one by one. Is that practical?
He created the problem. Don't put it on us. He's got to solve it. Everyone knows he's created the problem. For the good of America's security, he ought to back off.
He's telling you to back off. Also, your leader, Mitch McConnell, has expressed concern about the holds. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I didn't create the problem. The problem was created from the White House and the Pentagon. You know, when they sent a memo over and changed a policy that was voted on in 1984 by the Democrats and Joe Biden himself. So if we're going to do this and change it, just send it over here and we'll vote on it. I mean, that's what I'm asking. We do not need to turn into a third world country and start delegating laws from the White House and the Pentagon. That's what most of this is about. Now, obviously, it's about abortion. It's about paying taxpayers money for abortion, which is illegal. We don't want to do that. But it's also about ruling from the White House, and we don't need to start doing that.
To be clear, it's not about paying for abortion. It's about paying for travel to states, in states where abortion has been currently illegal. So those are two different things. But I want to get back to this point, you know, in terms of the timing of all of this. And it would be an inordinate amount of time on the Senate floor in order to get all these nominations through, especially because they continue to pile up. You're on the verge of the government running out of money. That's going to happen in less than 3 weeks. You're the only senator right now that doesn't believe these nominations and promotions should go through. Aren't you slowing down all the other business of government, especially during a time where there's the possibility of a government shutdown?
No. Again, we could do these later on in the night. I know the importance of a government shutdown. We don't need to do that. I'm not for that. I think we'll do a CR. But the bottom line is this is a two-way street. Senator Schumer can do his job and let me do my job. But all the blame for some reason is going on me. We've got plenty of people doing the jobs right now in the military. There's no job unfilled. If they want to move up some of these higher echelon generals, I'm fine with that. Let's bring them to the floor and confirm them. I'll probably vote for all of them.
Okay, but I do want to press you on that because you did not seem to understand yesterday the way that these promotions work. You were caught off the Senate floor yesterday by my colleagues, and you were under the impression that Chairman Milley could just stay in his position, that was something he could do indefinitely. But that's not necessarily how the process works. A lot of these generals can't just stay in these positions indefinitely. They need Senate confirmation, or the people that are replacing them need that confirmation. Does that take into account at all your calculation as it relates to this, that many of these positions, even potentially the Joint Chiefs chairman, could be vacant for some time because of this?
Well, the Joint Chiefs are like that. I was mistaken. You're exactly right. I got my facts wrong. I admit that. But Admiral Grady, who's the Vice Chief, will move up. He's well qualified. I've read his qualifications. I went back and looked at everything he's done. He's well qualified. And he'll move up and handle it until we have somebody confirmed. Maybe he should do it. But at the end of the day, I'm not holding up readiness. I'm not holding up these nominations. Just bring General C.Q. Brown to the floor, who they want to be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. He'll be nominated within 2 hours, and he will be confirmed. They do not want to do that.
Okay, and then, Senator, before you go, I do want to get your take on the situation with Senator Mitch McConnell. He's had 2 episodes where he is frozen during press conferences. His health seems to be a growing concern. What is your confidence in his ability to continue to lead the Republican caucus?
Yeah, I talked to him today. He's doing fine. He just, hey, it is what it is. He fell. He hit his head. I've been around kids all my life with a concussion. It takes a while to get over them. It was a hard hit for him when he fell, hit his head on a very hard floor. He was in rehab for a while. Unfortunately, he's had 2 of those freezing moments that people have seen on television. He knows that he's got to get better. He will use the right, his right message to us and to the people across the country if he can. If he can't do it right now, he looks pretty good. I talked to him today, good shape, talked a lot, upbeat. But again, he knows that you know, we don't need to have many more of these freezing situations to where people have doubt. Doubt is the biggest fear up here of people doing their job.
Okay. Well, Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville still at the center of this controversy with military promotions. We're going to have a lot more to talk with you about in the coming weeks. We so appreciate you being on with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And coming up, NBC's exclusive interview with the president of Iran as the U.S. clears the way for a controversial prisoner swap by lifting a freeze on billions in Iranian funds. That exclusive and the latest fallout in Washington next. Plus, dual disasters in Africa. As many as 10,000 people are feared dead in Libya from devastating floods as the death toll from that historic Moroccan earthquake surpasses 2,900. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Welcome back. The U.S. is now one step closer to securing the release of 5 Americans detained in Iran. In an exclusive interview with NBC's Lester Holt in Tehran, Iranian President Raisi said those Americans are, quote, very healthy and a prisoner swap should be finalized in due time. As part of that deal, the Biden administration has approved the transfer of $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds via Qatar's central bank. The White House says all transactions by Iran will be closely monitored by the U.S. Treasury Department and that the money is for humanitarian purposes only. Lester Holt asked Iran's president if he'd abide by those terms. Here's what he had to say through a government translator.
What is your expectation of its use? We're told that it's for humanitarian purposes, food and medicine. Do you believe you have the right to use that money in any way that you see fit?
This money belongs to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and naturally, we will decide, the Islamic Republic of Iran will decide to spend it wherever we need it. How to spend our money, of course, it is under the authority of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
So if I hear you clearly, that it will be used for more than humanitarian purposes in your view?
Humanitarian means whatever the Iranian people needs. So this money will be budgeted for those needs. And the needs of the Iranian people will be decided and determined by the Iranian government.
The 5 American prisoners were placed on house arrest last month as the first step in this agreement. The news that the deal is moving forward is drawing criticism from both sides of the aisle on Capitol Hill. Take a listen.
The way to avoid having hostages taken by Iran is to be strong, firm, and resolute, and to not use carrots in the form of $6 billion, but to use sticks in the form of threats to things that Iran holds dear.
So how are they going to use this money? They're going to use it to destabilize the area. They're going to use it to continue to have proxies against Israel. So I don't understand why the Biden administration doesn't understand this.
$6 billion they want released, and they're going to assure us they're going to use it for humanitarian aid. There's no guarantees of that. So I'm very much concerned about this. So we're looking into it much deeper, but I'm very concerned.
A lot of people concerned. To dig into all of this, I'm joined now by NBC News' chief Washington correspondent and chief foreign affairs correspondent, Andrea Mitchell. So this is probably not what the White House wanted to hear, but especially before the deal's officially closed, because those prisoners have yet to return to American soil. Is there really a mechanism for them to make sure how this money is spent?
The White House, the Treasury, the State Department all say, yes, there is, that the money will be doled out by the Central Bank of Qatar, with the U.S. monitoring every single receipt. So they spend money on X, they'll see that item before they approve it. Mm-hmm. That said, it seems, very clear to the critics on both sides on the Hill that money is fungible. That's the criticism. Right. And now President Raisi has added fuel to the fire that already existed of criticism by saying we're going to do anything we want with it, not just humanitarian aid. Now, what they're saying at the White House is, well, that was probably for domestic consumption because leaders like President Raisi doesn't want to say that he is listening to rules that are established by the U.S. or anyone else, especially not the U.S.
Right.
And there's been a gradual warming with Iran just leading to this point to try to get these Americans out.
Right.
But that said, this is a problem, and it's certainly a political problem.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a cost for bringing home American citizens that are captive in other places. But politically, is this a risky move for the president, especially as he is on the verge of what is expected to be a very, very competitive re-election bid?
Absolutely. But the other cost that it has to be evaluated against is the cost of these people staying. They've been there for years. This didn't begin under him. Their families, are desperate to get them out. Evin prison is one of the worst prisons, in the world. And bringing them home will clearly have some benefit. Yeah. But, we traded Victor Boot to get Brittany Griner out.
Right.
And he was, one of the worst arms dealers in the world, and now he's running for the Duma, for their parliament, running for election.
I want to get to another very important news item that Lester was able to elicit from President Raisi, and this was about the death of Masha Amini. She was, of course, arrested by Iran's morality police. Following her death, they had massive protests and a government crackdown. This is what the president said about that upcoming anniversary. Take a listen.
There are reports that the government has taken actions to quiet activists ahead of that date. Can you comment on that?
You should be assured that the Islamic Republic of Iran has always been ready to listen to words of protesters on any issue. We are all ears. And those who intend to abuse Madam Amini's name under this pretext to be an agent of foreigners to create this instability in the country. We know what will happen to them, and they know that endangering the security of people and security of society will create a big cost.
So there's two things here. First, he's accusing foreign agents of
totally not true.
There's no evidence of that. But then the second part is could be a real problem for the women of Iran, right, as they get closer to this anniversary.
And it started with the women, but it was so widespread. We've never seen such widespread protests. It went to the labor unions. It was in all sectors. And it's quieted down now, and there's less attention on it. The anniversary is Saturday. They have threatened, the regime has threatened a very harsh crackdown on any protesters. And so we have to see just how they handle this, but it does not bode well, especially the hard line he took with Lester.
Well, an incredible amount of news delivered from this great interview from Lester. Andrea, thank you for breaking it down for us. We appreciate it. And you can catch more of Lester Holt's interview with Iran's president tonight on NBC Nightly News on your local NBC News station. And turning now to Morocco, where hopes of finding more survivors is fading 4 days after that massive earthquake. According to Morocco's Interior Ministry, the death toll is now just over 2,900, and at least 5,500 others have been injured. Search teams from the UK, Spain, and Qatar are now on the ground assisting with operations, and USAID announced it would send a small team of disaster experts to Morocco to assess the situation. This new drone footage near the epicenter of that 6.8 magnitude quake shows the massive scope of the devastation. You can see mud brick houses reduced to piles of rubble. The UN estimates 300,000 people were affected by the earthquake. Also, in that same region, Libya is reeling after a storm caused 2 dams to collapse, unleashing devastating flooding across the country's coast. Libyan officials estimate more than 10,000 people are missing after entire neighborhoods were swept away in the flood. In one coastal city alone, more than 2,000 people were killed. That number is expected to rise. You can see here the aftermath of that flooding, with cars and debris left scattered along the streets and entire buildings swept away. Libya's health minister described the storm as catastrophic. And if you're looking for ways to help those affected by these disasters, here are several organizations in the region that are coordinating aid, including food, medical, and help providing shelter. Up next, collision course. What happens when a Biden impeachment inquiry, a potential government shutdown, and Trump's alleged criminal conduct all intersect amid an intensifying race for the White House? Is your head spinning? Our panel's going to break it down for you next. But first, you got to be quick with a comeback sometimes when you're on the campaign trail. Here's former Vice President Mike Pence earlier today after encountering an angry voter while campaigning in Iowa.
Leave and get the out of our country and get the out of Iowa. I'm going to put him down as a maybe.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me give you a hint.
Welcome back. The chaotic political year just got busier with Speaker McCarthy's announcement that the House will launch an impeachment inquiry into President Biden. It comes amid a presidential race where Biden is almost certain to be the Democratic Party's nominee, and his likely opponent's campaign will be punctuated by a slew of criminal trials. It's really unprecedented territory, and the question remains if our political system can handle it. We're just dealing with very simple topics here today. Joining me now on set is Eugene Scott, a national political reporter for the Washington Post. I'm sorry, you work at Axios now. I know that, Eugene. Stephanie Shirok, who's a Democratic strategist and senior advisor for the Strategic Victory Fund. You still work there, right, Stephanie? Yes, and Daniel Pletka, who's a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute and an NBC News contributor. I can joke with Eugene about that because we've known each other for a long time. We used to be colleagues at another network. We won't get into that, though. Eugene, we got criminal trials for Donald Trump, impeachment inquiry for Joe Biden now, a presidential race where all the front runners for each party are dealing with some sort of controversy. How is our system going to handle this over the next couple of months?
It's going to be difficult. At Axios, I oversee our focus groups. And one of the things that these voters have talked about, and I'm talking to them again tonight in Pennsylvania, is they are very frustrated with the lack of policy being discussed on the campaign trail. They want to know where candidates stand on the economy, on foreign policy, on abortion issues, on higher education, and they feel like these narratives right now that parties on each party is focused on, it's keeping them from figuring out the answers to the questions they have.
And so how do these candidates that are running for these offices right now, how do they handle all this controversy? If you're Ron DeSantis or Mike Pence, you just ignore it, or do you have to lean into it because it's what everybody's talking about?
I think candidates typically on the road also do all the same thing. I don't care which side of the aisle you're on. You're going to talk about the issues. The problem is you got to pivot when the question comes. And I think most of these folks are trying to pivot out, whether it's Pence or DeSantis. They want to talk about what they're going to do. And that is probably what's ultimately getting through in a room of 5 or 10. The problem is what's the press asking when you walk out the door and what's the national community saying? And that, I think, is a little bit of a challenge for folks.
Danielle, I want to get back to Kevin McCarthy's role in all of this. You know, as Speaker just a week ago, he very emphatically said that he would not take this step without bringing a full vote to the floor of the House of Representatives. In about 7 days, he did a complete backflip on this. Is this a signal that he did a test of his caucus and found out there weren't enough votes there, so he had to call an audible at the last second?
I suspect that Kevin McCarthy is caught between a rock and a hard place. That's also where all the news coverage has been. Basically, he locked himself into this trap when he was elected Speaker on, what, the 16th vote, the 85th vote? I don't remember which it was, but I bet he does. Right? And it only takes one person to knock him out of the Speaker's role, and so it doesn't matter what Kevin McCarthy thinks about anything. He is an absolute victim of his caucus, and if he can't talk them around and they want to see impeachment, even if he knows it's going nowhere, even if he knows it'll fail in the Senate, has no future. Oh, and by the way, the public doesn't like it. It doesn't matter what Kevin McCarthy thinks. That's what it's like to be Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
So if you're Democrats now, how do you handle this situation?
They're going to go ahead and do it. And I don't think anybody's surprised. Nobody thought that Speaker McCarthy was going to be able to control this faction of the caucus, and we kind of expected that at some point in time he was going to have to give in, whether he wanted to or not. He knows it's a bad idea. The country knows it's a bad idea. But this faction, this mega Republican faction in the House, they cannot be controlled. And he's got to try to move a budget forward at some point. So he was going to have to cut a deal. We'll see if this one holds.
Yeah. So, Eugene, that takes us back to these conversations you're having and focus groups with actual voters. Believe it or not, their opinions are important about these things. I have to imagine it makes it difficult for moderate or even establishment candidates to try and find a lane, and also to try and convince those middle-of-the-road people that are sick of all this noise to get a buy-in if this is what all the news coverage is swept up in, and this is what their elected leaders are talking about. Listen to what Mike Pence said about this on the Trail yesterday.
I'm grateful that Speaker McCarthy's made it clear that if there is to be an impeachment inquiry, he would submit that to a vote on the floor of the Congress. I don't think we ever want to see an impeachment initiated the way Nancy Pelosi started an impeachment unilaterally over a phone call by the President of the United States. I think.
Well, that's exactly what Kevin McCarthy did today, what Pence was warning against. I mean, what's the play here when you're trying to balance all of these things and trying to appeal to those voters that are looking for policy answers?
Well, I don't know if McCarthy is trying to appeal to those voters. He's trying to appeal to the base. The question is, can he deliver for his candidate without the support of those voters, those middle voters? And we know in Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Arizona, he cannot. And the reality is they're going to have to find a way, these Republicans in these Biden districts, to remind these voters that what they are focused on is what the voters want, even if their leadership is not. And I think right now McCarthy's making that difficult for them.
You know, Eugene, I think that is a really important point here. It's not just that every day he's fighting for his speakership. He's also supposed to be trying to hold on to the majority. And the districts he has to fight in, they're not going to like this at all. So he's put his candidates in a really bad spot here.
But you asked a really good question, which is, what are normal people? Now, we obviously have to keep ourselves and the capital out of this, but what do normal people in America think about this? And that's why I don't understand. I think what Pence said is right, but I don't understand why more of the candidates just don't say, you know what? Why are you wasting our time? Why aren't you dealing with inflation? Why aren't you dealing with crime? Why aren't you dealing with child care needs, education, immigration? What is Congress doing having this three-ring circus again?
Right. Well, it's interesting you say that because I want to show you how Senator John Fetterman reacted to the news today. And watch this very closely. Our Liz Brown-Kaiser collected this earlier.
Ask you about this news that Speaker McCarthy has formally launched an impeachment or has said he's going to.
Oh my God, really? Oh my gosh, it's devastating. Ooh, don't do it. Please don't do it. Oh no.
First of all, good to see that Senator Fetterman seems to be getting back to his old self. But is this the take? Is this how Democrats should respond? This isn't even really a thing, and we shouldn't even worry about it.
Well, it's not going to go anywhere. And particularly for those that are in the Senate, they know it's not going to go anywhere. And it'll be interesting even where it goes in the House. So, yeah, there is a little bit of let's focus on what we need to get done. And the Senate realizes, we got to get a budget done yet.
Right. But one thing Democrats are going to have to do is make sure they try as best as possible to control their own narrative, because we do know that conservative media is going to run with this and put forward narratives and ideas that have not yet been proven, that Republicans even admit haven't been proven. And Democrats cannot just trust that voters will know what actually is happening and what isn't happening without them clearly stating that.
But Eugene, it's not just conservative media or whatever you want to call it, fringy media. I mean, the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, this network has all reported on the Hunter Biden scandal, what's been going on with that. There are real issues here. And when I see John Fetterman going, like that, you know what? Impeachment might not be the right course. There may be a better way forward. I don't think the country enjoys these impeachment spectacles. But at the same time, this is a risk for Joe Biden if he's seen as not only old, but also dishonest, and that narrative takes hold. They got to be serious about this.
Yeah, is that a calculation that Democrats are not taking seriously enough? That the issues with the president's son are serious, and that there are at least allegations that perhaps that he was treated, with given special treatment by the IRS, the FBI, and others, and that they haven't done enough to explain exactly the distance that the president had from his son.
Well, I think we've got this, it's still in the justice system, and we all recognize that this is a serious situation, and that nobody's, I think, taking the Hunter Biden situation like that. It doesn't matter. It is very, very serious. What we also want to remember is he is the son, and the president, Joe Biden, is the father, and we believe that there is, that is the relationship, period. And when it comes to this impeachment process and everything else that's going to go on, we can joke about it, but the truth is the White House is going to take this very seriously for the points that Eugene just made, because we do know how things are going to get spun up very, very quickly. And this is a constant fight about battling what the president is doing every day, which is actually working on the economy and dealing with the everyday needs of the country.
Yeah, I thought Eugene, I don't know if you saw Speaker McCarthy's statement this morning when he announced it. He said Hunter Biden did all of these things. Then he used the word resulted in all these benefits for President Biden. It's that resulted word that I don't think they've proven yet, but they put it out there as fact. And that's part of what they're trying to, the White House and House Democrats are going to try and combat.
And they have to, because we've seen polling that says a significant percentage of Americans think something happened regarding Hunter Biden and privilege due to his relationship with his father that was unfair or unjust or concerning. And so this isn't something the White House can afford to ignore. And I think they know that. Figuring out how to make it clear to people when you've got your opponents making things muddy, it's not easy. And I think they're going to try to focus on that moving forward.
We're going to have to leave it there. Eugene, Stephanie, Danielle, thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. And after the break, seeking justice for Tyree Nichols. 5 former Memphis police officers have now been indicted for their alleged involvement in the beating death of the 29-year-old earlier this year. You're watching Meet the Press now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Welcome back. We are following breaking news out of Memphis, where the Justice Department just indicted 5 former police officers for alleged federal rights violations in connection with the death of Tyree Nichols. All 5 of those officers were already facing state murder charges for the death of Nichols, who died in January, 3 days after being brutally beaten after he ran following a traffic stop. Here's Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights Kristen Clark at a press conference that wrapped up just moments ago.
Tyre Nichols should be alive today. No one in this country should have to bury a loved one because of police violence. The Justice Department will never stop working to fulfill our duty to protect the American people from excessive and unlawful use of force by officials acting under color of law.
NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins me now. So, Ken, what charges are these officers now facing?
Yeah, you know, Ryan, Attorney General Merrick Garland also issued a statement in which he said the country watched in horror while Tyre Nichols was punched, tased, and pepper sprayed. And these 5 officers are facing a 4-count indictment accusing them of willfully violating Mr. Nichols' civil rights by beating him to death and also by withholding medical care. And the indictment also accuses them of obstruction and witness tampering. They face up to life in prison on these federal charges. And of course, that's on top of state attempted murder charges that carry a penalty of up to 25 years. So both of these cases going forward simultaneously.
Ken, is it typical for federal investigations like this to take up to 8 or 9 months?
Yeah, civil rights investigation is complicated, and this indictment is very detailed, and it shows that these officers not only allegedly beat Mr. Nichols to death, but took elaborate and painstaking steps to avoid accountability, to cover it up by playing games with their body-worn cameras and by talking among themselves and allegedly tampering with witnesses. And all that had to be investigated, and so it makes sense that it took this long.
And is it going to complicate in any way the state cases against them?
It shouldn't. It's pretty common for the feds to come in with a civil rights case when officers violate the law in this egregious a manner on top of a state case, and they'll sort out, the various prosecutors will sort out who gets to go first. What it does do is offer a fail-safe for the prosecution. If something goes wrong in the state case, you have the federal case and vice versa.
All right, Ken Delaney from the Justice Department. Ken, thank you so much. Still to come, a major anti-monopoly suit heads to trial as the Department of Justice takes on Google in the biggest antitrust case in more than 20 years. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We are following developments in the largest antitrust case against a tech company in decades. The Justice Department is accusing Google of making illegal agreements with phone makers to ensure that you, the consumer, uses Google in your searches. The DOJ began making its case in a federal courthouse today. It's the first antitrust trial against a tech company since an antitrust case was brought against Microsoft more than 20 years ago. And while Google may be the focus of this specific case, the ramifications could have a widespread effect on big tech. NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward joins me now to talk more about this. So, Jacob, what is the Justice Department accusing Google of doing here?
Well, what they are specifically alleging here is exactly as you laid out. The idea that somehow by striking deals with handset makers and the people who make browsers to be the default search engine the first time you pick them up, that somehow the company has violated antitrust law. The question here is basically, you and I, we use, Ryan, the verb Google all the time. I'm going to Google this, Google that. And Google says that's because people like our product. Our product does a great job and has risen to the top as a result. But the Justice Department and a coalition of 39 states says not so fast. In fact, if you look deeply across the landscape of tech, every time that Google pops up as something that you just happen to bump into, it's not by coincidence. It's because deals worth billions of dollars put them there. The Justice Department says that's not fair. Google says we're just aggressively distributing our platform. This is what we do, and our product is the one that people prefer. It's this question that's going to go back and forth over the course of this trial, Ryan.
I mean, is maybe what Google is just going to argue here, that this is just capitalism and this is part of doing business in this sector?
Well, this is sort of the big thing, right? I mean, this is a free product, and Google says there's a hugely competitive landscape out there. If you don't like our product, you don't have to use it. It's not like old cases like the Microsoft antitrust case in which actually you were prohibited from using certain products on their hardware, and instead you had to use their software. Google says this is not like that at all. You can just click away from us if you want to. But the Justice Department points out that that is not the world we're living in right now, and just because the product is free doesn't mean that they're not getting something from us. They're getting our time, but they're also getting our data. And what the Justice Department calls a flywheel of data has created a market dominance here. I mean, Google is estimated to dominate about 90% of the ad market, the search market here. Does that mean that they have been bullying other smaller players out of the competition?
And quickly, does this lawsuit have implications for other tech companies?
Oh, yes, yes. I mean, this whole region is looking at this very closely because they're trying to figure out, is this going to be the kind of thing that sets up a precedent in which we rewrite antitrust laws for the AI world, right? As we become a more and more competitive landscape here in Silicon Valley across AI and everything else that's happening, is the Justice Department going to be getting more and more involved? Or if they lose this one, will it be just an open season on any kind of tactic you can go with? And certainly, Google has shown that it can be quite dominant using the tactics it does, Ryan.
Okay. Excellent analysis on all of this, Jake Ward. Thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. And thank you for being with us this hour. We'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. But NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We are coming on the air with the major flooding putting Massachusetts underwater, with parts of that state bracing for more. You can see how bad that is here. We've got our team live on the ground with more on the damage and where the next storm is set to drop even more water. Then an escaped killer getting a gun. The new questions now about how that could have happened, how he could still be on the loose after nearly 2 weeks, and the governor's pledge to find answers after they find this criminal. Plus, our exclusive new behind-the-scenes look inside the jail where former President Donald Trump got fingerprinted and got his mugshot taken. We'll take you there. And in just the last hour or so, the new recommendation on the newly approved updated COVID shot. They say if you're older than 6 months, you should get one. We'll explain. Plus, why the Jets coach late today says he thinks his team could still win the Super Bowl even without superstar Aaron Rodgers. And if you already spend more time than you want on TikTok, get ready to spend maybe more money than you want to. What TikTok's new shop means for you, for scammers, and for people who care about their privacy later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and tonight New England is bracing for another round of thunderstorms, which could make things even worse for a Massachusetts town already under a state of emergency from catastrophic flooding. Something like 9 inches of rain falling in the last 24 hours. Look at this, covering the streets with water. One car in this parking lot almost totally submerged. Look at this building. It sits on the edge of a river, just collapsed. It's just gone. The roof is hanging down. Those are the bricks you can see spilled out on the ground. Roads are falling apart. This whole area under and next to these train tracks is gone. And check out this car. It literally fell through its garage floor, just fell right through. Other cars are sitting in flooded riverbeds or streets. I don't know. At this point, you can barely tell the difference. The rivers are just washing stuff up and moving stuff around. Listen to what the mayor found.
That dumpster's full, and it came from somewhere else, and we don't know where it came from. So the water dragged that from the river once it went above stream and dragged it with it.
First responders are working to make sure everybody is safe, and they've got to get this under control fast because Hurricane Lee is moving closer and closer to the East Coast. Even if it may not make a direct hit, it could certainly bring more rain to New England as it passes by. Kristen Dahlgren is live for us on the ground in Massachusetts. This is serious where you are, Kristen. Some schools had to shut down.
Yeah, Hallie, and really just a touching moment. A few seconds ago, before we came on the air, people coming out of this house carrying bags of their belongings, carrying their 2 cats, really just trying to rescue what they could. I'll step out of the way so you can get a better look of just what's going on here and why it's such a tense situation here. Still tonight, you can see the water pouring down here. That's right where one of the commuter rail tracks was washed out. Roads here have been washed away. 2 dams needed to be shored up today because they were concerned that the water was pushing up against them and could overtop or could breach. And so the governor toured the area, said they were working on that as well. She says that she plans now to declare a state of emergency. There's already a local state of emergency. We'll then see that state of emergency. She also says that the Biden administration is aware. So as far as how bad things were, this came in quickly last night. Here's what Fire Rescue had to say today.
You know, my 37 years, I've never seen this much. A lot of people, the mayor agrees, and just, you know, and a lot of utilities, you know, problems. So we just, you know, let National Grid know that they need to start checking their gas lines, and, you know, a lot of gas stuff's been shut off. So it's going to take a long time to get things back to normal in Leominster.
And today, throughout the day here, we have heard sirens as those rescue crews have headed out to make sure that everybody is safe. And then as you talked about the potential for more rain, a few storms possible overnight. And then tomorrow is the real concern as we go, you know, 11, 12 into the afternoon. There could be some more significant downfalls here.
Kristen, thank you very much. Appreciate it. New anger tonight and new fear in Pennsylvania as the convicted killer who escaped from a prison nearly 2 weeks ago now has a gun that he stole. And the governor is pledging to find answers as to how this killer could possibly still be on the loose after all this time. Danilo Cavalcante took that rifle from somebody's garage, apparently. The homeowner tried to shoot him themselves, according to police, firing off several shots before Cavalcante got away. He ditched that green hoodie and white T-shirt right near the driveway. Listen.
Cavalcante is considered armed and extremely dangerous. We ask residents in and around this vicinity to please secure homes, outbuildings, and vehicles.
Schools in the area are shut down again today. Look at this as police are going street by street, expanding their search after somebody reportedly saw Cavalcante by the side of the road. Troopers finding what they think are his footprints in the mud and the prison shoes he's also abandoned. I want to bring in Lindsay Reiser, who's on the ground for us in Pennsylvania. So police say they're going to hunt until they find him. They have to now at this point, as he has a gun, and there is a real sense of a community on edge.
Yeah, there is, Hallie. I mean, this is a new phase here of this search, even though we are in day 13. Police always knew he was dangerous, but now they've confirmed he has a weapon and he is desperate. So let's go over the developments that happened overnight. 8 p.m., somebody spots a man, looks like he's kneeling in the Woodline area. And then
About 2 hours later, that resident calls police saying Cavalcante went into his open garage, stole a .22 caliber rifle, and fled. That homeowner firing several shots at Cavalcante. But right now, authorities say they have no reason to believe he's injured. The perimeter that they've set up is about 8 square miles, about 10 minutes from where I am. This is about 27 miles north of the prison and that botanical garden, that initial perimeter that he evaded police from. And then he stole that dairy van, drove it up to this area and ditched it when he ran out of gas. Obviously, a lot of different puzzle pieces here, but we did hear from the police, and our colleague George Solis asked what went wrong here, and this was the response.
Lieutenant Colonel, what has gone wrong here? I mean, have you underestimated him? Is he just that much of a worthy adversary?
Our law enforcement people have done an amazing job tracking him and locating him, that proverbial needle in the haystack, and they've located that needle repeatedly.
And right now they say they believe he's ditched his prison shoes. He stole a pair of work boots from a Porsche. They believe he's shirtless in blue pants, Hallie. Lindsay, there's also the governor of Pennsylvania today sounding pretty confident they will catch this criminal soon, but also raising some pretty key questions to folks where you are about this accountability issue, about the question that it seems like so many people are asking, which is, wait a second, how has this guy not been caught yet? Right. I mean, the governor said that they believe they have him contained in this area, and he said that they are throwing all assets at this. They've got about 500 personnel working this, but that question still remains, and the folks around here are wary. They say they want this guy caught. Of course, there has been some accountability. That prison guard who was on duty at the time that Cavalcante escaped has been fired. We know that this is the second prison escape from that facility. This is what the governor said this morning.
I think obviously there are questions that Chester County officials are going to have to answer as to how this suspect was able to escape, particularly given the history at that jail.
So we saw that crab walk that Cavalcante was able to scale those walls, was also able to scale newly installed razor wire, but now the prison says that they will be adding more cameras and repositioning guards. Hallie.
Lindsay Reiser, thank you very much for being there live in Chester County. Appreciate it. To Washington now, and the House Speaker tonight opening an impeachment inquiry against President Biden, typically a significant and potentially weighty step. And tonight, one that has his critics up in arms. That's because Speaker McCarthy promised less than 2 weeks ago he wouldn't do this unless he got the green light from the whole House of Representatives. Fast forward something like 11 days, and here we are, with Speaker McCarthy under pressure from his far-right flank. Listen.
These are allegations of abuse of power, obstruction, and corruption.
So the House is now formally opening this inquiry, these key committees, into potentially impeaching the president over allegations he was involved improperly with his son's business dealings. McCarthy blames his predecessor, Nancy Pelosi, for opening the door to the whole thing. And late tonight, one of Hunter Biden's lawyers says the impeachment inquiry is based on inaccurate conspiracies, calling this nothing but a political sideshow. Keep in mind, Republicans have been investigating Hunter Biden for months, with so far no evidence the president himself did anything wrong. So if that holds, you might be asking, then what's the point of an impeachment inquiry? Critics say politics and perhaps power as we head into a key campaign year. And Speaker McCarthy hopes to hold on to his gavel. Sahil Kapoor joins us now. So, Sahil, 3 buckets here, right? The facts, the fallout, and then the Beltway intrigue, if you will. Let me start with the facts. By raising this to the level of an impeachment inquiry, the House will have more legal power to look into the Biden family. We're already getting a clue late tonight, right as we're coming on the air, as to where they're going to go. They want more records, and they want to interview more people, right?
That's right, Hallie. They're looking for bank records. They say they're going to try to pursue other documents, anything through which they can potentially find a connection between the alleged misdeeds and criminal actions of Hunter Biden, connect that with the actions of President Biden. They don't have evidence of this yet. This has been a problem all the way up to this point, where McCarthy has faced all kinds of pressure from his right to move in this direction without having the evidence. McCarthy is now presenting this inquiry as a way to gather more facts without promising what happens next. The statement you see on the screen is from the 3 committee chairs that McCarthy put in charge of this investigation. They already have been investigating the Bidens for months. They've not uncovered the evidence they want yet. And they describe it as, they say, quote, the Oversight Committee will soon pursue Hunter and James Biden's personal and business bank records, Hallie. They go on to describe their theory of the case here and what they think they're going to find.
There's also the fallout piece of it, plenty of it from Democrats already. You heard the statement from Hunter Biden's team. The White House says this is simply red meat. essentially, for the extreme right wing to attack President Biden. It feels like this is something we're going to hear for months into the 2024 campaign.
Yeah, we absolutely will. There's been aggressive pushback from Democrats who are depicting this entire impeachment push as an evidence-free partisan sham. The White House has been tweeting up a storm all day. You know, that war room of several dozen legislative aides, lawyers, communications specialists that we reported on a couple of weeks ago has been very active today in response to this. Democratic leaders on the Hill have also weighed in. Let's play what Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer had to say.
I think the impeachment inquiry is absurd. The American people want us to do something that will make their lives better, not go off on these chases and witch hunts.
And beyond that, Jerry Nadler, the Democratic chair of the Judiciary Committee who oversaw Trump's 2 impeachments, says this is wildly different, that in 2019 they had evidence of wrongdoing by Trump, that he tried to extort the government of Ukraine. And then on January 6th, he says everyone saw with their own eyes what happened. Hallie.
So then let's become Beltway insiders the way you are, Sahil. In other words, pull back the curtain so we can understand the political drama here, because as Playbook put it late today, it's a tale as old as time, or at least since January 2023. All in all, the hard right prevails. McCarthy goes back on his word to hold on to power. Moderates roll over, and the whole thing is likely headed nowhere in the Senate.
Going back on his word in just 11 days, that's what's so jarring about this, Hallie. McCarthy said just 11 days ago that he would not open an impeachment inquiry with the declaration of one man. Today, he announced he is, in fact, opening an impeachment inquiry as a declaration of one man. It just seems like McCarthy has decided he has less to lose by going back on that word and moving forward with this impeachment inquiry, given how restive and how antsy that right flank is. One of those Republicans who has been egging him on in this direction, probably the most outspoken McCarthy antagonist in the conference, is Matt Gaetz. Let's play what he said.
Mr. Speaker, you are out of compliance with the agreement that allowed you to assume this role. The path forward for the House of Representatives is to either bring you into immediate total compliance or remove you pursuant to a motion to vacate the chair.
In other words, Hallie, stay in line with what we want, or your job will be at risk. Any one person can call a vote to vacate the Speaker's chair.
Much more to come on this one. Sahil Kapoor, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Late tonight, some new details on a massive catastrophe overseas. More than 5,000 people killed in a situation in Libya that is reminiscent of what happened during Hurricane Katrina here. A storm and flooding so intense, like you see here, dams burst, sweeping away entire neighborhoods. Officials there sounding the alarm for help now from all around the world to try to save more than 10,000 people who are still missing. And the conditions are just terrible. I mean, look at this. This is water turning these apartment buildings into islands. In other places, you have cars and roads and houses in pieces, destroyed by the storm itself. All of it making for a difficult and gruesome day for responders, uncovering hundreds of bodies. With help slow to arrive because of how remote this city is. You finally had rescue teams getting into place now, something like 36 hours after the storm hit. Josh Letterman is joining us now. And Josh, it is a terrible situation. Mass graves in the eastern part of Libya. It is making it very difficult, the fact that this is a remote area for groups to come in and try to help, try to respond.
Yeah, that's right. It's also not helped by the fact, Hallie, that a lot of the roads have been destroyed by what climate scientists say was more than a foot of water that quickly descended on this area, breaking through those 2 dams that really created a wall of water that, according to local officials, wiped out about a quarter of the city of Derna, really took out entire neighborhoods. And part of the problem in trying to identify just how many people have died is that, according to officials in Libya, not only are there bodies that are buried under the rubble, but so many people were simply swept out into the Mediterranean Sea when those waters descended on coastal Libya. And I want you to hear what Brian Lander from the World Food Program had to say about what it's going to take to respond to this.
The scale of it is unclear, but we know it's big, and we know it's going to take a massive response. We're ready to deploy that quickly and rapidly as soon as we understand where the most needs are, who are the communities that are most impacted and in the most desperate need, and move that out as quickly as possible.
The good news is some help is starting to flow from neighboring countries like Egypt, Tunisia, Algeria, Turkey. Here in Qatar, they are sending 2 planes that are expected to reach Benghazi shortly to pre-position supplies to move into the area, Hallie.
This is happening in a country that's been divided by rival governments. Derna, in particular, has been somewhat neglected as far as its infrastructure for a long time. That cannot be helping things, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. Aid officials say, look, this area has been focused for more than a decade now on this fighting between these rival governments. Derna, in fact, was once a hotbed for extremists. It was taken over by an ISIS affiliate. And so there has not been a lot of attention given to early warning systems, to making sure that these dams were up to par and that they were going to be able to withstand waters like this. And that is complicating this assistance effort. In fact, the White House looking for ways to help, but it's unclear who exactly they would help. The U.S. does not recognize the government that is actually in control of the area that's been hardest hit.
Josh Letterman, thank you so much. Just a devastating situation in Libya. Appreciate your reporting. In just the last hour, back here at home, the CDC is voting to recommend a new COVID shot, saying anybody older than 6 months should get it, as one big tech company takes a controversial step to try to block COVID misinformation. I'm talking about Threads on Meta. That's the competitor of Twitter, now X. And if you logged on tonight and typed in pretty much any COVID-related keyword, this is what you'd see. A message directing you to the CDC website for more information. Meta, in a statement to NBC, says it's temporary. They say pretty soon you'll be able to search for things related to COVID once the company is confident in the quality of the results. I want to bring in NBC's Erica Edwards and NBC's Jake Ward, who is covering this one for us tonight. Erica, let me start with you on this updated COVID shot here. The first time since COVID vaccines came out that the federal government is not going to cover some of the costs here, right? What are folks going to be looking at if they decide they do want to go out and get this updated vaccine?
Yeah, hi, Hallie. Well, so both Pfizer and Moderna have both set the list price of their new updated COVID vaccine at more than $100. Realistically, however, for most of us, it won't cost a dime. That's because the majority of private health insurance plans, as well as public ones like Medicare, are going to cover the cost of these shots at no cost to us, as long as you stay generally in your provider network. Now, people without health insurance, they'll be able to get those shots, again, free of charge at community health centers, also through a federal bridge program run by the Department of Health and Human Services. We should get more details tomorrow from the administration on how that's actually going to work, not only for vaccines, but also for treatments like Paxlovid and how to get those treatments to these vulnerable communities. You know, one concern is that there may not be enough money for the kind of public outreach and education that we saw in previous years to try to get these shots to these vulnerable, underinsured and underinsured communities. Hallie?
Erica Edwards, thank you very much. Jake Ward, let me bring you into the conversation here because we talked about how Threads is temporarily blocking searches about COVID. Explain why and why now.
Well, the why is not entirely clear. It seems to be that essentially they've decided that there is just so much misinformation out there that they do not want to be party to more of it. And as a result, if you try to type in many of the words that you mentioned, and right up until the moment I've got here with you, I was typing them in and they're still coming up in the same way. If you put in COVID, coronavirus, vaccine, any of these sorts of terms, you don't get the organic search results that would connect you to other users and their posts. Instead, you just get this one destination, and that's the CDC site. Now, how long this is going to last, we don't know, but Meta seems to believe that they need to get their arms more around the quality of the search results before they're going to be willing to let this information move across their platform. And so at this hour, the CDC is all you get.
Jake Ward, thank you very much. More to come on that one for sure. Appreciate it. We've got some developing news into us tonight with 5 former Memphis police officers now facing federal indictments in the death of Tyree Nichols. Remember, Nichols was beaten by officers back in January after they stopped him in his car. He died at the hospital a few days later. Late today, the Justice Department is saying nobody, not police officers, not anybody, are above the law.
When some officers violate the Constitution, when they use excessive force, when they ignore serious injuries inflicted on people they arrest, their actions erode the public's trust.
These 5 ex-officers have already pleaded not guilty to separate state charges of second-degree murder. I want to get right to our justice correspondent, Ken Delaney. Tell us more about what we're learning from these federal indictments filed and why it is a significant step here in the fight for, if not closure at all, then at least justice or accountability in the death of Tyree Nichols.
Yeah, Hallie, this is a 4-count federal indictment against these 5 officers who are in custody on the state murder charges, alleging that they violated Mr. Nichols' civil rights under color of law by, of course, beating him to death, and also by failing to intervene when others were beating him, by failing to get him medical attention. The indictment also says they conspired to obstruct justice and to tamper with witnesses. And importantly, the charges, the federal charges, carry a term of up to life in prison, which is separate from the 25 years that goes with the second-degree murder charge levied by the state. And beyond that, the Justice Department argues that there is a federal interest here in the federal government cracking down on police misconduct and sending a message that police misconduct, police deprivation of rights cannot be tolerated. This was one of the most horrific beatings that many of us have ever seen, and we did see it because it was on, part of it was on video, body cam video, and other video that was released. And what the Justice Department goes on to say, besides the beating, these officers took elaborate steps to try to cover this up, and now they are charging that conduct in this federal civil rights case, Hallie.
Ken Delaney, and thank you very much. Up next, more to get to here on the show, including new iPhone charging cords on the way. And it's either going to be super convenient or super annoying for you. Plus, that's not the only change you're going to want to know about. What's happening to self-serve soda at McDonald's in our 5 things. Stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
It may be a new answer from an FDA panel on a big question we asked last night. Does a popular decongestant even work? We've got that answer coming up in just a sec. But first, the New York Jets, in just the last couple of hours, trying to stay positive. Super duper Super Bowl positive, even after finding out that Aaron Rodgers is out for the rest of the year with a torn Achilles after just 4 plays of his first game. Listen to the head coach.
I don't know why people are trying to put an obituary onto our team name. You know, it's Aaron is an unbelievable piece to this whole thing, and we love him. But I think there's 52 other guys in the locker room, plus the 16 practice squad guys that believe that we can do a hell of a lot of good things here.
Okay, so no obit, he says. Don't write us off just yet, even after, like, honestly, what is maybe the biggest news of the NFL season? Just 4 plays into the first Monday Night Football game of the season. This sack, and then tough time getting off the turf at MetLife Stadium for Rodgers. He was taken for x-rays. He's a future Hall of Famer. You know, fans and the Jets organization were really counting on him to try to revitalize the franchise and make a run deep into the playoffs, even maybe into the Super Bowl. Turns out he's out for the season, maybe a career ender. I want to bring in Stephanie Gosk, who's joining us now. It just, football fans, right? So let's just stipulate that. Know that this was like a huge part of the season was the Aaron Rodgers story. The Jets' schedule is packed with these nationally broadcast games, 4 of 5 of them in prime time. A new Black Friday game on Amazon. Hard Knocks centered around the Jets and specifically around Aaron Rodgers, right? Like beyond the Jets, beyond New York, Aaron Rodgers was like a huge story here. And now this. The Jets are trying to say, hey, don't count us out yet. Did they give any indication as to whether he'll still be around, trying to do some mentoring, et cetera?
Right. I mean, look, in defense of the head coach there, what's the guy going to say?
What's he going to say? He's not going to come out and say, well, forget it. No, of course not. I don't blame him for saying that,
But listen, I'm actually wearing green because I actually do empathize with Jets fans, even though I'm a Patriots fan.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, did you switch your allegiances this year? Because that would have been also big.
No, I did not. But I actually, being a sports fan, you can understand just how awful that must have been last night watching that game. I mean, honestly, even by NFL standards, there was an enormous amount of hype surrounding the Jets this year, and this football game last night was the most important one in week 1, and the one everyone was looking forward to, regardless of their allegiance. And there really was this feeling and this hype that this team was going to go to the Super Bowl. Aaron Rodgers himself liked to say it. They talked about it in Hard Knocks, that HBO series that you mentioned, and to have it all fall apart and so quickly, just like that. I think it's fair to say that Jets fans are in a state of shock, and the head coach is handling it as best as he can today. But Rodgers is out for the season. Here's more of what he had to say.
I think I speak for everyone in the organization. We all want him here. We all want him to be connected, and I think he wants to be here. But again, it's something that we'll continue to talk about, just trying to let him breathe and give him some time to digest everything that's happening.
And look, the Jets were looking forward to a team that looked a lot different than last year. What they're left with is a team that looks pretty much exactly like the one they had last year, with a few add-ons that were really just brought in for Aaron Rodgers, Hallie.
And Aaron Rodgers is somewhat unique in the National Football League, Steph, and you know this. And by that, I mean he is not simply a football player, right? He is somebody who has an appeal and who has a reputation beyond simply the football field. He's been outspoken on controversial issues like COVID vaccines, for example. In fact, in an Instagram post just recently, he crossed out the word Moderna behind Novak Djokovic at the U.S. Open. You can see it there. It is unlikely, it seems, that he will not end up in the spotlight, even if he's not playing. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, listen, he could be a somewhat controversial guy. I think one of the things that was surrounding him and this build-up to this season was that he was all in on this team in a way that even surprised the organization itself, and his desire really just to get this team into the playoffs. So was he going to wade into some of those controversial waters? For sure. It really is a big question mark. There is surgery in his future. This is a really tough injury to come back from. The Achilles heel doesn't heal well, it doesn't heal fast, and there will have to be some big decisions about whether he even plays next year, Hallie.
Yeah, Stephanie Goss, thank you very much for being all over this one for us tonight. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about this evening. Number 1, An FDA panel says the key ingredient found in popular over-the-counter decongestants doesn't actually work. We're talking about phenylephrine. This is that hearing we told you about last night. This is in stuff like Sudafed PE and Benadryl, allergy plus congestion. The FDA says when you take these pills, like when you swallow them, very little of this drug actually makes it through your gut and liver and bloodstream to where it needs to go. Now they're going to consider whether to take away its designation as generally recognized as safe. If that happens, you could see this stuff pulled off shelves at the drugstore. Number 2, a new study says night owls may be more likely to develop diabetes than early birds. Why? Researchers found people who naturally like to stay up later are more likely to have some not so ideal lifestyle habits like eating more late, exercising less, or even smoking more. Number 3, just minutes ago, the first day of that big antitrust trial over Google ended, the one we told you about last night. The Justice Department laying out its case that Google unfairly boxed out its competitors, and that the company has struck deals to become the default search engine on phones and on browsers unfairly. But Google says, hey, people just prefer to search on Google, and that it still does have a lot of competition. Number 4, MGM Resorts says it's still dealing with that cybersecurity outage affecting a whole bunch of its systems. Some websites went down. They told people book rooms over the phone. Resorts are still running. MGM is looking into what happened. Number 5, the days of pouring your own Coke or Sprite or mix of all 3 of them plus a little Dr. Pepper, those days are over. That's because McDonald's says it's going to phase out those self-serve soda machines. Instead, your drinks will come from employees from behind the counter. This will happen slowly over the next decade because McDonald's says it wants to make the experience consistent. But if you ever wondered what Sprite plus High C tasted like, you're on your own. In just the last few hours, Apple is announcing its newest phone model, the iPhone 15, is going to have one huge change beyond just the new features. Its charging port. You're going to need USB-C chargers for these new phones. This is the plug. You can see it here. I am quite sure you have it in your house right now. It's this like oval-shaped thing. There's probably a lot of other stuff that you use that uses this specific kind of charger, but not your existing iPhone, not your iPhone now. Here's what Apple's saying.
USB-C has become a universally accepted standard. So we're bringing USB-C to iPhone 15. It's been built into Apple products for years. Now, the same cable can charge Mac, iPad, iPhone, and even AirPods Pro.
So the framing there from Apple kind of sounding like they made this call on their own. Truth is, they were sort of forced into it after the EU last year forced tech companies, mandated these tech companies to adopt USB-C under this rule called the Common Charger Rule. This applies to almost everything, including phones, tablets, digital cameras, headphones, video game consoles, et cetera, et cetera. Steve Kovac is joining us from Apple headquarters in Cupertino, California. So lots of bells and whistles from Apple today, right? There always are at these rollouts. I've been to them. You've covered them. But the big thing is like, okay, the charger situation. I have 455 of them in my house right now. Like the ability to streamline feels amazing, but there are pros and cons here.
Yeah, Hallie, and I guarantee you just so many people at home have those drawers full of those tangled cords. I brought a little visual aid here. So for the last decade or so, we've been so used to charging our iPhones with this. It's called Apple's Lightning Connector. Only works on iPhones and some other Apple gadgets. We're moving over to this, USB-C, like you said, that standard connector. And this is really a demonstration of how the European Union has been able to regulate tech companies, our American tech companies, from overseas and force a major change. Apple isn't doing this out of the kindness of its own heart or out of some altruistic desire. It's doing this because it's being forced to by regulators. Now, there are some advantages to this. You can throw out all those cords in your drawer, Hallie, and you can just buy one kind of cable from now on.
Not going to happen right away, though, like tomorrow, right?
No, of course not. No, these phones go on sale next month, and it's going to be a transition as people upgrade over time. You know, the last year's iPhones, and if you've been hanging on to your iPhone for a couple years, you're still going to be using that old kind of charger, Hallie.
Big picture, Apple has obviously been such an innovator over the years it's been in business. But do you see the company now, not just on this, but other issues too, kind of in more of a follower role than a setting the tone or leadership one, or is that overstating it?
A little bit, yes and no, but on the AI front, yeah, they are kind of following. We see so much from Google and Microsoft and other software companies doing really innovative and cool stuff in artificial intelligence. I don't think I heard the word artificial intelligence said at all today during the presentation. So it remains to be seen what the plan is there for Apple. And as far as the phones go, look, the story over the last 5 or 6 years, Hallie, has been iterative updates. People don't update their phones every year or even every 2 years anymore like they did when these smartphones first started coming out in this modern smartphone era. So if you wait 3, 4, or 5 years, that iterative update feels like a much bigger update. It's like going from a bicycle to a Ferrari.
Steve Kovac, that is illustrative indeed. Thank you very much. It's good to see you. Thank you for joining us. When we come back, who's helping and who is getting help days after that huge earthquake in Morocco? We're on the ground in Marrakesh with what the recovery looks like and the government's defense of where it's getting aid. Plus, a different fight over billions of dollars that could derail a prisoner exchange. What the Iranian president is telling our Lester Holt in an exclusive interview coming up.
My mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having. I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
We are learning tonight that even more people have now been killed in that devastating earthquake in Morocco, 2,900 people. And as the number of victims goes up, so does the frustration and the anger over the country's response. The Moroccan government is facing a lot of criticism right now for seeming hesitant to accept help from dozens of countries, including France and Germany. When the earthquake first hit, French aid workers went and scrambled to pull together a rescue team. They were ready to go. They could have been in the disaster zone just 24 hours after that quake hit. But organizers say they never got the official okay from the Moroccan government at that point. As of now, the government has only officially accepted help from the UK, Spain, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. And 4 days after the disaster, there's still no sign of government rescue or help in some of the hardest hit villages. Some people digging for days with no help, just in some instances with their bare hands. Regular people trying to move around water and food and blankets to get them to the places that need them. Some saying they still do not have what they need to survive.
There isn't a single inhabitable house. Our infrastructure here needs to be rebuilt from scratch. We don't know how long we will live here.
Raf Sanchez is joining us now. So, Raf, help us understand what people on the ground are telling you, the politics that in some ways are mixed up in this recovery push.
Yeah, well, Hallie, just starting with the politics, it's been interesting. In the last couple of hours, we've seen the King of Morocco out in public for the first time since this disaster rocked his country. He went to a hospital. He donated blood. He met with a number of victims of the earthquake. That's here in Marrakesh, rather than going up to the mountains where the worst of the damage is. Hallie, in some ways, the politics of this kind of disaster visit is universal. We see the president in the U.S. sometimes getting criticism, not showing up fast enough for some people in Hawaii, in Florida, for example. But it is very notable that as this criticism ramps up, we are for the first time seeing the king in public. There is this question that remains unanswered about whether the Moroccan government should be accepting more international aid. We heard from the French president, Emmanuel Macron, earlier today, and he reiterated what the French have been saying. They are prepared to send help, but they have not yet received the request from the government of Morocco, and this is a sovereign country. They cannot just show up on their own. So a lot of questions about whether more aid could be sent here. Hallie.
Raf Sanchez live for us tonight in Marrakesh. Raf, thank you. The White House tonight in a ferocious back and forth with Iran, if you will, over billions of dollars that are part of a controversial prisoner exchange. The president of Iran telling our own Lester Holt exclusively that his country will use the $6 billion that was released by the U.S. any way it wants to. Listen.
This money belongs to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and naturally, we will decide, the Islamic Republic of Iran will decide to spend it wherever we need it. Humanitarian means whatever the Iranian people needs. So this money will be budgeted for those needs.
Well, now the National Security Council is pushing back on that, saying the money should only be used for stuff that relates to humanitarian help, things like food, medicine, medical equipment, agricultural products, and their words here, that's it. This prisoner swap would promise to release 5 detained Americans for 5 detained Iranians, as well as that handover of $6 billion that were frozen in South Korean banks because of sanctions. NBC's Monica Alba is joining us now. And Mon, I know that you and our team are just hearing late tonight from, I believe it's a White House official, a senior administration official rather, emphasizing this money was frozen, right? It was in South Korea. It's Iran's money. But there is this now controversy over it. How much in reality could it jeopardize the potential for this prisoner swap?
Well, the U.S. is really hoping that this goes forward, Hallie. They've been working on it quietly for years, and then in the last couple of months, we got a sense of what the deal would entail. But they are very clear here that the U.S. Treasury Department is the one that's going to be monitoring all of these transactions to ensure, they say, that these funds go to the right place. So to be clear, this isn't U.S. taxpayer money, which is what we're getting from this senior administration official in terms of clarity. And there's a real follow the money vibe here, where the U.S. is going to be tracing these funds that are going to be freed up essentially, and then they're going to be going to banks in Qatar, and then that is where the U.S. will be able to see where the money is going, they say. And they say if it's diverted or used for something other than humanitarian aid, that they will then freeze it and not allow that to happen. But of course, there are plenty of critics here who say this could set a dangerous precedent for future countries that take Americans hostage. And you see there on the screen what the U.S. is hoping they can do in this process, and that they have set up these contingencies. But we know that those Americans aren't going to be released for at least a couple of days, not this week, maybe next week. And so they're still working out the details there. But that is where Republicans have stepped in and are fiercely criticizing the Biden administration for saying that this money, because President Raisi in Iran is saying they're the ones who are going to determine how to use it, they're very concerned about what that could mean. Here's a bit of a sense of their reaction today.
How they're going to use this money. They're going to use it to destabilize the area. They're going to use it to continue to have proxies against Israel.
I don't think the radical Ayatollahs in Tehran are going to use this for children's hospitals.
I fully expect they'll use it for their nuclear ambitions.
The White House says that is absolutely not the case, that this is an ongoing procedural step, that this was the plan, and that they will stay on top of this, and they want to ensure this money is going to go toward things like food, medicine, and medical equipment. Hallie.
Monica Alba, thank you very much. Be sure to catch the rest of that exclusive interview with the Iranian president and Lester tonight on Nightly News, 6:30 Eastern, wherever you watch your local NBC station. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, officials say a 55-year-old man has died after trying to hike about 20 miles across the Grand Canyon in a single day. The hiker apparently stopped being responsive. People around him couldn't resuscitate him. Park officials say it can get super hot on parts of that trail, at times getting up to 120 degrees. They're looking into whether his death in particular was related to heat. Out of our Southern Bureau, a parking garage at a Florida hospital partially collapsed today. Look at this. Firefighters are searching the garage. They cannot say for sure yet that everybody is accounted for. Officials say it may have happened because some kind of structural failure. They're still looking into it. And out of our Northeastern Bureau, a morning commute gone literally off the rails in New York today. Officials say a New Jersey transit train into Penn Station essentially derailed. It was minor, they say, but service is back up and running at Penn Station. You can see people commuting into the city just waiting around on the train. It never actually fell over, and none of the 1,500 customers or crew on board were hurt, according to officials. So listen, some news just breaking into us in the last couple of minutes. The New York Times reporting that Fox is being sued by New York City pension funds over things that it said about the election that were not true. It's the biggest legal action against Fox since they settled that defamation lawsuit, agreeing to pay out more than $787 million for that. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos is with us. Explain to us what this means and how big of a deal it is.
Well, this is a shareholder suit against Fox. So while the headline may look like, hey, the city of New York, through its comptroller, is suing Fox based on its election falsehoods, really what's happening is the city of New York has a bunch of pension funds, and it's saying, hey, Fox, we invested in you, and you didn't make us as much money as we wanted you to make because of all of these liabilities you exposed yourself to that cut into our bottom line. So this is not a case where, like, the Attorney General goes after Donald Trump. This is more like the city of New York, the comptroller, and its pension funds as an interested shareholder saying, hey, you guys, you cut into our profits by your falsehoods.
Danny Ceballos, thanks very much for that. Coming up here on the show, NBC News getting exclusive access inside the Georgia jail where Donald Trump was processed. There's our Blaine Alexander behind the scenes. She's going to join us live in just a sec.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the banner delivered.
All right, it just me too.
The man in charge of leading the arrest of Donald Trump in Georgia now says he's getting death threats, telling our Blaine Alexander tonight that he doesn't regret having the former president take that mugshot and giving our team some exclusive access to the parts of the jail that Mr. Trump was in when he surrendered just a few weeks ago. He says he tried to treat the former president fairly. Listen.
I'm the sheriff because I have a job to do, and that job entails making sure that we treat people equally and that we really focus on what it looks like to really set the standard, understand the standard, and to your point, really really hold people accountable in terms of the actual processes that we partake in.
This comes as we're gearing up to hear from a judge really any day now on whether or not the Georgia elections interference trial against the former president will actually start next month. Whenever it does begin, it's the Fulton County Sheriff who's going to have the huge task of securing that courthouse. I want to bring in Blaine Alexander live for us in Atlanta. Blaine, you are fresh off this interview and this exclusive access to the places where Donald Trump was, right? Got fingerprinted, got that mugshot taken. So much of what we've seen about not just this indictment, but the others around it have been about the optics, if you will. That mugshot has now become a symbol for Donald Trump's supporters and his critics. Tell us more about that piece of it, right? Putting visuals now to this moment that is making history.
You know, Hallie, it's so interesting because up until really today, the only thing that we knew about this monumentous surrender that we saw play out on live TV was the mugshot. That was all that we actually saw from inside the jail. We saw the motorcade, and that's about it. But talking to the sheriff, he was there every step of the way. He greeted the former president as he came inside the jail. He said they exchanged pleasantries for a moment. The sheriff, the former president told the sheriff, "Hey, I recognize you from TV." And the sheriff responded, "Likewise, I recognize you from TV as well." He says that he was only inside the building, Hallie, for about 8 minutes. That's interesting because we saw the motorcade come and go. That was about 21 minutes. But his actual time inside the building was even shorter. In fact, he signed his consent bond agreement, his bond paperwork, inside the car. So he went inside, walked inside, got the mugshot taken, walked about 50 feet to where he was fingerprinted, and was only inside just momentarily. And they actually brought the paperwork there to his car, Hallie.
What else did the sheriff tell you?
You know, he told me a couple of things. One, it's really interesting. Most people would not have paid attention to the ins and outs of the Fulton County Jail until you have somebody like the former president show up. That's what's happening now, and that's why, of course, we're paying so much attention to the number of deaths, inmate deaths that have taken place over the past year. 10, in fact. I asked him about that. I said, really, what's going on? Does that number shock you? He talks about the fact that he inherited a problem. He's been ringing the alarm bell since the beginning of, since when he took office, saying we need more resources, we need more money for a new jail. He said that basically the fact that people are paying attention to this jail has the kind of unintended consequence of having people now pay attention to his request for more resources for the jail. So he said that's kind of an unexpected upside there. I also asked him about that decision to take a mugshot. He said that ultimately came down to him. It was a difficult decision, one that he wrestled with over a number of days. But here's why he told me he did decide to have the mugshot taken. Take a look.
What ultimately led you to say, I've decided we are going to take a mugshot of the former president? What was the deciding factor there?
We have 3,600 detainees. 85 to 90% look like you and I. And they don't have that choice. We don't give them that choice. And they are simply accused of a crime as well. I have a responsibility to our community to make sure that we are equal across the board.
So ultimately, it came down to fairness, to kind of put a point on it. He said that it would have been a preferential treatment if the former president did not have a mugshot. I said, you know, he is certainly one of the most recognizable men on the planet. There are a number of identifying photographs of him. Why do that? Would it have been unnecessarily inflammatory? He said he wasn't concerned about that. Ultimately, it came down to fairness. Hallie.
Blaine Alexander live for us there in Georgia, in Atlanta. Blaine, thank you. Still to come, TikTok Shop is here, but is it safe? How it's different than some other apps where you can buy stuff? Next.